In this world, there are humans, those who cultivate to achieve extraordinary power, to reach the peak of realms. Or there are monsters, hideous beasts with an abundant source of dark power. They come in many types, from creatures that look like reptiles, to bizarre beings with characteristics of many animal species combined. Additionally, this world also includes demons, a species with forms similar to both humans and beasts possessing powerful dark forces. But regardless of the species, they all coexist in this world. A flag with the words "Immortal Cultivation" flutters behind. An old man with a snow-white beard, his face stern, pointing forward with his hand. Infinite achievements. Right after that, the old man switched to a mode like multi-level marketers. He began listing the infinite achievements of immortal cultivation. One can cultivate to become an immortal fairy or holy mother. One can cultivate to become a cow grandma, like an old lady with a strong body and rippling muscles. One can choose to cultivate into an evolved species, like a rooster evolving into a phoenix. Or one can evolve like a goat with wings and sharp fangs. Moreover, one can also evolve into an anti-ancestor. In a small town named Littlefinger Town, the surrounding people gathered to listen to the old man's rambling. In the distance, a head peeked out. He spat out 3 melon seeds from his mouth, but his lips still had a few seeds stuck to them. The guy wearing sunglasses, leaning back in his chair, enjoying melon seeds, said, "The threshold for immortal cultivation is really low." His name was Yi Changcheng. A person placed in any novel would be an unlucky existence. It all started 5 years ago, when Yi Changcheng had just transmigrated into a book. Standing hesitantly before the majestic mountain scenery, he exclaimed, "Have I really transmigrated? Can I get a golden finger system? Be protected by the heavenly Tao? Casually walk on the laws of the mortal world, and have 7 or 8 shameless companions?" Yi Changcheng said in one breath, eyes shining brightly, drooling at the corners of his mouth, thinking about the prospect of embracing beauties in his mind. Yi Changcheng then growled, raising his hand high, and called out, "System," thinking that like in books, an omnipotent system should appear. But clearly, there was nothing around except for a crow with 17 dots following it. Yi Changcheng, embarrassed, his hand trembling. Not giving up, he called out again, "Golden finger, magic treasure, master, great elder." But no matter how much he called, nothing appeared. He then fell to his knees, crying and wailing. "Is anyone there?" Some time later, Yi Changcheng, leaning on a trembling staff, walked forward in a very ragged state. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Check your spirit root. Check your spirit root. 1 yuan for 1 check." It turned out to be an old man with a spirit root testing orb. Seeing this, Yi Changcheng also wanted to check his own spirit root and ran over saying, "I want to check." As soon as Yi Changcheng touched the orb, lightning bolts began to discharge violently. The old man looked at the shaking orb, emitting a dazzling light, and exclaimed with a trembling voice, How is this possible?" Seeing the old man's surprised expression, Yi Changcheng said with an excited, beaming face, "Quickly tell me, am I a prodigy with excellent innate talent?" But immediately, that thought in his mind was extinguished when passers-by saw the orb and commented, "How can there be someone without spiritual roots? Is it possible for someone to have no spiritual roots? I've never met someone without spiritual roots before." From then on, because he had no spiritual roots, no sect wanted to accept him as a disciple. Yi Changcheng stood at the sect's entrance, begging, "Please accept me." The disciples inside immediately chased him away, saying, "Go away, go away. We don't need useless people without spiritual roots here." So Yi Changcheng returned, feeling lost. For survival, he had to find a small town to live in. It was Zayakaidon, a small but self-sufficient town. Afterward, Yi Changcheng opened a small general store by the roadside to earn money for a living. He also relied on knowledge from his 2 lives to give tutoring. Life was considered relatively easy. Yi Changcheng stood in front of the lecture hall. Below were the kids, some sleeping, some listening. He put his hands behind his back and spoke based on that answer. "I don't know if it's because of the peaceful life, without competition, that makes me feel happy. Recently, I've discovered that my artistic skills have improved tremendously. Not just painting, but also calligraphy, chess, and music skills have all progressed like a rocket." Thinking about these things, Yi Changcheng asked himself, "Could this be my golden touch?" Nonsense. He slammed the brush on the table, breaking it in half. Ink splattered everywhere. Yi Zhangcheng clenched his fist until it trembled. 2 streams of tears flowed down as he gritted his teeth and said, "This is a world of immortal cultivation. Demons run rampant. What future is there in pursuing art?" One of his young disciples saw this and sighed. Master Yi is daydreaming again. Hearing this, he held himself back, his face darkening. Then he awkwardly coughed a few times, regaining the elegant demeanor of a teacher. Yi Zhangcheng used a pointer to point at the board and began the lesson for the young disciples below. The content of our lesson today. But down below, his disciples, every single one of them, were not paying attention to the lesson. In one corner, 2 were fighting. In this corner, they were laughing and joking. There were even 2 boys dreaming, more than Bo and Please Save My Earth. Seeing this, he became annoyed and scolded his mischievous little disciples. Hey, we're in class right now." But in response to Yi Zhangcheng's words, the kids weren't afraid at all and calmly replied, "What's there to study? The sect is already accepting disciples. My mother told me to go cultivate immortality." Another young disciple nearby chimed in, That's right. My father has also said, studying won't save ordinary people. The ultimate goal of the universe is immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivation has a system. Sir, you have no spiritual roots, so you don't understand. Master Yi, do you want to cultivate immortality again?" Yi Zhangcheng, being caught off guard, trembled with anger and scolded his little disciples. "How can you tarnish someone's purity like that?" They replied, "Don't worry, sir, we won't." Hearing this, he sighed with relief, thinking to himself, so they still know how to respect their teacher. But he was mistaken. The next sentence the little disciple said was enough to make one vomit blood. "Will only mock you to your face." Yi Zhangcheng's face turned red with anger as he looked at the mischievous little devils laughing loudly at their teacher's face, unable to do anything about it. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "However, they've arrived." The little disciples, upon hearing this, rushed out excitedly, saying, "Let's go quickly. It's time for the sex assessment. Goodbye, Master Yi. Finally, we don't have to study anymore." As they were leaving, one of the little disciples deliberately stepped on their teacher's head. Yi Zhangcheng, lying on the ground, watched the little devils run away from the sect like they were chased by ghosts, and shouted, "If any of you get chosen, I'll wash my hair with a banana tree." In the middle of the town, there was a square large enough for many people to gather. Mothers were rushing to bring their children for assessment. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached. Her beauty was enough to topple kingdoms. Anyone who saw her once couldn't help but look longer. She was the top disciple of the Yuan sword sect, Taishan Holy Land's Lu Wusong. The adorable girl following behind was Chongqing, the junior sister from Tai Xian Holy Land. The fathers bringing their children for assessment respectfully clasped their hands and said in unison, "Greetings, immortal elders." Lu Wusong waved her hand, signaling to the immortals behind her. The Taishan disciple selection test begins. The immortals behind her, hearing the order, clasped their hands and responded clearly. Standing before the bustling crowd, an immortal holding a book in his hand spoke up. "Those participating, please line up neatly." One by one, a mother brought her young child to the large blue spirit stone. The immortal then asked gently. The mother smiled happily and replied, "Wearily go Sheng." In her hand, she led a child who looked about 5 years old and was picking his nose. However, looking at the child before him, the immortal frowned and asked no formal name. Inwardly, he judged the children of this town. Every one of them seemed foolish. It seems this trip will be in vain again. Hearing this, the mother's face broke out in sweat as she said, yes, his formal name is Li Chunfeng." Lu Wusong, hearing the name Li Chunfeng uttered from the mother's mouth, turned to pay attention. Seeing her strange reaction, the mother anxiously asked, "What's wrong, immortal lady? Is there a problem with my child?" Lu Wusong replied, "No, I just think his name is very good." Her praise made the mother extremely happy, and she explained, "It was Master Yi who named him. He's the most educated person here." Lu Wusong smiled. Unexpectedly, this town has such a Taoist figure. Perhaps he's also a cultivator. However, the examination began on this side. They asked little Li Chunfeng to place his hand on the spirit stone. As soon as the boy touched the large spirit stone ball, its light suddenly burst into a dazzling glow. Dense streams of electricity were discharged with just a light touch from Li Chunfeng. Lu Wusong, witnessing this, was startled and turned to ask what's going on. However, the person beside her looked at the book, emitting a dazzling golden light, and stammered, "Senior sister." It turned gold with just a touch. It's a top-grade spiritual root with a metal attribute, truly strong. The junior sister stared blankly at the child like a 5-year-old, her mouth agape, thinking to herself, spiritual roots with metal attributes are extremely rare. Medium grade is already considered genius material. This top-grade metal attribute is even rarer in the world. Lu Wusong, delighted, ordered to continue the examination. This is a good start. Quickly increase the pace of the examination. Yi Zhangqing's little disciples stepped up one by one, announcing their full names. I am Zhao Qi. I am Li Qingzhao, Wei Zhongxian, Fan Zhongyan, EMW Sangyi. However, as the names of the children were recorded in a book one by one, that book emitted a dazzling golden light. Looking at the eye-blinding golden light, the person exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my goodness! How can these names have such strong fortune?" Lu Wusong beside him couldn't believe her eyes. Looking at the children at her feet, she asked them in surprise, "Could it be that all your names are?" The children answered in unison. All were given by Master Yi. On this side, Yi Zhangqing looked at the golden light shining across the area and thought, isn't this the halo that only top-grade spiritual roots have? He recalled the scene of himself dejectedly telling a mother, "Your child cannot cultivate immortality." Thinking of his own face then, he squinted his eyes. It turns out the clown was actually myself. After the examination ended, Chuang Jr. sister and Lu Wusong together toured this small town. Chuang Jr. sister, holding a gourd, happily turned and said, "This gourd candy is so delicious. No wonder it's a place with so many geniuses." Lu Wusong, following behind, nodded and said, "I've never been here before. Seeing this place surrounded by spiritual energy, it might really be a good place." The junior sister agreed, turning to smile. "That's right, senior sister, look at these wooden hairpins. They're all so exquisite and beautiful." She looked at Chuang Jr. sister's lively and energetic running and jumping, and sighed. Such a child. But when they approached a shop, looking at the sign hung high, the characters suddenly flew out for some reason. Lu Wusong, startled, frowned and exclaimed, "This is not good." She looked around as the surroundings became blurry. Everything turned golden. She felt as if she was in a different realm, a place where enormous swords were firmly planted in the ground. Dense red spiritual energy surrounded them. Suddenly there was a call. "Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister. What's wrong with you?" Chuang Jr. sister, seeing her strange behavior, called out in panic. Her voice brought Lu Wusong back to her senses. Her entire body was enveloped in dense, orange-yellow spiritual energy. Regaining consciousness, Lu Wusong turned to her junior sister with joy and said, "Junior sister, just now I entered the 6th realm of the Golden Origin Sword Scripture." Chuang Jr. sister was stunned upon hearing this. "But Master said it would take you at least 7 years to reach the 6th realm after surpassing the 5th realm." Lu Wusong, overjoyed in her heart, thought to herself, just by glancing at the words on the signboard, my cultivation has increased dramatically. The person who carved this sign must be a great master of the sword path. Thinking this, she pulled her junior sister into the general store. "Come on, let's go take a look." Chuang Jr. sister, surprised by this sudden action, could only let out a confused huh. The two quickly stepped inside the store. Lu Wusong was about to speak when she suddenly fell silent upon seeing him sitting behind the counter in front. Yi Zhangqing politely approached and asked, "Do we have customers?" Seeing him, Lu Wusong's cheeks unconsciously flushed, silently praising him. This person is so otherworldly. He has the air of a transcendent expert, but there's no cultivator's aura on him. It seems he's just an ordinary person. In contrast to her mesmerized appearance, Yi Zhangqing, as if he had found a fortune god, immediately became cheerful and thought. Elegant appearance, delicate features, must be female cultivators from the Taiwan Holy Land. They buy things without caring about the price. This time, I'm going to make a fortune. Thinking this, he immediately put on a sweet marketing face and said, "Please feel free to look around. Our store's items are definitely beautiful, cheap, and no haggling." Lu Wusong looked around for a while. Her gaze stopped at a painting of a person holding a bright red sword. Sensing an extraordinary aura, she thought. This is... Suddenly, the hanging picture seemed to come alive and jumped straight out. Feeling something was amiss, Lu Wusong immediately summoned her sword. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Not good." The powerful force within the painting. I can't resist it. Could it be this is the legendary divine sword? The sword intent. It's flooding into my 7 meridians and 8 vessels, all over my spiritual apertures. She leaned back, feeling every change within herself. Her body trembled, cheeks flushed. It seems I'm about to break through again. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Wusong immediately broke through to the 7th level of the Golden Origin Scripture. The spiritual energy on her body was still abundant, as she had just broken through. Lu Wusong immediately ran over and grasped Yi Zhangqing's hands, saying, "May I ask who the artist of this painting is? Who is the person in this painting?" Yi Zhangqing, seeing her vibrant and joyful appearance, thought to himself, "It seems the fairy really wants to buy it. She's already asking about the artist. It looks like today's painting can be sold for a lot of money." Yi Zhangqing thought about this and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. After thinking, he seriously replied, "It's embarrassing to say, but the artist and the person in this painting are both me, Yi Zhangqing." Yi Zhangqing smirked and said, "This painting is just a self-portrait, a casual work I made during regular practice, quite crude." Hearing this, Lu Wusong and Chuang Jr.'s sister were startled. After hearing this, her eyes were filled with admiration. Her cheeks flushed as she thought, a self-portrait, casual work, crude. The sword intent in this painting, the pure flame, is simply not a realm that ordinary cultivators can reach. She looked at the painting full of spiritual energy with undisguised admiration. Seeing this, Yi Zhangqing's face darkened, and a few lines appeared on his forehead as he said, "I've made a fool of myself," while thinking to himself, "Ha, what's wrong? Who hasn't had delusions before?" Chuang Jr.'s sister pouted and dropped a comment that cut him to the core. "It is quite crude indeed. This hairstyle and outfit really show a lack of taste." Hearing this, Lu Wusong immediately turned to scold her. "Junior sister, your cultivation is too shallow to understand the meaning within. Don't talk nonsense." He rubbed his chin, face darkening. Chuang Jr.'s sister's comment kept bothering him. It was truly pointless. He questioned himself, not noticing the sparkling gaze of Lu Wusong on this side. She silently marveled. This person is young, but as pure as jade. His aura is radiant and full of vigor. Why does he have such boundless sword intent in the painting? Wait, full of vigor. I can't sense any cultivator's aura from him. Could it be because his cultivation is higher than mine? Is he intentionally concealing his aura? Otherwise, how could this general store have so much spiritual energy? A simple self-portrait could make me break through my bottleneck. Thinking this, she respectfully clasped her hands and bowed to him, saying loudly, "I am Lu Wusong, a disciple of the Taihuan Holy Land. I pay my respects to you, senior." Yi Zhangqing, hearing this, outwardly responded politely, "Fairy, I am just a humble, ordinary person. I can't accept the title of senior." But in his heart, he darkly thought, "Stop trying to get familiar. I definitely won't give you a chance to bargain." She was stunned by his words. An ordinary person, in a place with so much spiritual energy, yet claiming to be ordinary. I understand now. This senior has heavenly divine cultivation. So living in seclusion here must have a deep meaning. If I say something inappropriate, I might accidentally ruin things. If I disrupt the mystery, it will surely displease the great master. She respectfully maintained her posture, her forehead covered in sweat. Seeing her respectful demeanor, he immediately turned pale. This young lady is so respectful towards me as soon as she arrives. It couldn't be that she wants to rob everything from my store, could it? Lu Wusong, worried on her side, still maintained her posture, reassuring herself. Talking to such an extraordinary figure, I must be really careful. After thinking, she stood up straight and spoke. "Senior, there's something you don't know. Since childhood, Wusong has loved calligraphy and painting. Your great work has given me many insights. Of course, I should address you as senior." Hearing these sincere words, Yi Zhangqing couldn't help but feel happy inside. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is." In reality, he was cheering excitedly inside. "Wow, so she truly admires my paintings. Little fairy, my spiritual roots are not as they say about art. You cultivators are all inferior." Thinking this, Yi Zhangcheng generously waved his sleeve, saying, "You too can look around freely in the store. Not only paintings, but there are also many daily items." Chuang Jr.'s sister saw a strange vase and asked the gentleman, "Why are there dry branches in the flower vase?" He waved his hand and said, "This is Zen meaning." Then she walked around and saw a strange jar, picked it up, and asked the gentleman again, "Why are these fruits all sticky?" He smirked and gave a thumbs up, replying, "Those are homemade candied fruits." At the statue of a Western goddess from the modern world, she curiously asked the gentleman, "Why does that girl have no arms? And why isn't she wearing clothes?" Yi Zhangqing coughed a few times and said, "Because she's the most beautiful woman in the world." Lu Wusong also came closer to observe the statue. Her eyebrows furrowed, face flushed as she observed the statue's breasts, thinking to herself, "This sculpted statue, though it seems to violate traditional morals and is incomplete, it seems to contain an indescribable aesthetic beauty." Indeed, the missing arms, even if restored, would still achieve perfection. This is the insight of an otherworldly master. She raised her enchanted eyes to look at everything around. Then she excitedly joked with Chuang Jr.'s sister, "There are no everyday items in this store. Everything here is a celestial product." Contrary to Lu Wusong's mood, Yi Zhangqing impatiently glanced at the two, annoyed and thinking, asking so much, are they going to buy or not? Suddenly, Chuang Jr.'s sister picked up two beautiful hairpins. She asked the gentleman excitedly, "How much are these two wooden hairpins?" Yi Zhangqing turned his face away and profoundly answered with this number. His hands raised to indicate the number 3. She said, "I understand." Hearing this, his eyes narrowed in a smile, thinking, whether it's 3 taels of silver or 3 spirit stones, I'll still make a hefty profit. Suddenly, Lu Wusong spoke up to stop her wait. She observed his gesture again, silently evaluating. An extraordinary figure, as profound and unfathomable as a senior coming to the mortal world, perhaps to experience life before cultivating the Tao. So using treasures from the cultivation world for exchange would be like insulting the senior. This hand gesture looks simple and unremarkable, but actually contains infinite principles. 3 fingers standing upright indicate the creation of all things. The thumb and index finger form a circle, representing perfection and the shape of a coin. I understand now. He's telling us that heavenly perfection requires copper coins. Thinking this, she immediately offered exactly 3 coins, saying, "Please accept this, senior." Seeing 3 coins clearly in her hand instead of 3 spirit stones or 3 taels of silver, his face suddenly turned pale, with a crack appearing on it. Yi Zhangqing's head was filled with question marks, grading the 2 young ladies before him. Then he tremblingly looked at the 3 coins in hand until he vomited blood. A black crow even flew over his head. Lu Wusong gazed at Yi Zhangqing with sparkling admiration, thinking, "It's fortunate that I reacted in time. If Junior's sister had used spirit stones and accidentally displeased the great master, the consequences would be unimaginable." Contrary to her, Yi Zhangqing now turned away, sobbing, his hand tightly gripping the 3 coins, silently cursing, "Cultivators are even stingier than that fake shop owner. This month I'll have to breathe northwest wind." Suddenly, Lu Wusong pointed to a painting of a young man holding a sword and said, "Senior, this junior wants to buy this painting too." The corner of his mouth twitched as he laughed a few times, holding the 3 coins in his hand until trembling, he thought to himself, "I paint such beautiful pictures and only get 3 coins. She says she likes calligraphy and painting, but clearly knows nothing." Yi Zhangqing, full of anger inside, still handed the painting to her, saying, "Fairy, take it." He calmed himself, enduring patiently. The cultivation world values relationships. Hoping this big leg will consciously let me hug it. Lu Wusong, hearing this, clasped her hands and requested the senior, "I wonder if tomorrow, Wusong could come to ask you about some issues related to calligraphy and painting." She secretly hoped, if I could listen to the master's guidance a few times, I'd have no regrets even if I died. The corner of Yi Zhangqing's mouth twitched. Outwardly smiling, he said, "Fairy, you can come anytime you want." But in his heart, he thought, if you ladies come, I'll have to sleep on the street. After everything was settled, Lu Wusong and Chuang Jr.'s sister left Yi Zhangqing's general store. By now, the sky had gradually turned dark. Lu Wusong left in an extremely cheerful mood, humming a tune as she walked. Seeing her senior sister's strange behavior, Chuang Jr.'s sister asked curiously, "Six senior sister, why are you so happy?" She turned and replied, Just now, your senior sister has broken through to the seventh realm of the Golden Origin Sword scripture. Hearing this, she was shocked and exclaimed loudly, "Senior sister, you're not joking, are you? It's only been a moment like that. From level 5 to level 6 takes at least about 75. To break through to level 7 would take at least 25. Could it be because of that young, handsome shop owner?" Lu Wusong nodded and said, "That's right. That senior is a supreme figure." Thinking about it, she sighed again. Then she patted Chuang Jr.'s sister's head gently and said, "From today's events, we can see that his strength is very profound. Whether his enlightenment of me is a blessing or a curse is still unknown." As soon as she finished speaking, she released her spiritual energy and flew up. Both of them stood on their own treasure, swords to move. Lu Wusong turned and reminded her junior sister, "Let's go. We'll take the new disciples back to the Holy Land first to participate in the Heavenly Ladder trial. I need to investigate this matter carefully before deciding whether to tell Master and the other elders." Chuang Jr.'s sister nodded upon hearing this. Below their feet, Yi Zhangcheng was quietly walking and lamenting that all the ugly disciples were favored by the gods, selling a painting for just a few coins. "Yi Zhangcheng, oh Yi Zhangcheng, your life is considered wasted in this lifetime. Damn it, how long do I have to live before it ends?" Right after that, he went to a restaurant to fill his stomach. As soon as he arrived, a Fu, who was guarding the counter, saw the regular customer and greeted him warmly. "Oh, Mr. Yi has arrived. Tonight's dinner is still the same as before." Yi Zhangcheng listlessly replied to a Fu, "I didn't earn much today. 2 small dishes and a jug of wine will do." Hearing this, a Fu cheerfully replied, "All right." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Ah, Mr. Yi, our Wei family owes our success today to you." Seeing Manager Wei happier than usual, he said, "Manager Wei, you're too kind. Where have the 2 Langs gone?" He replied loudly, "Isn't it obvious? All the children in our town have already left. The immortals even praise the names of the children in our town, especially my 2 Langs." Both of them then sat down at a table. Manager Wei poured wine with one hand, his other hand on his shoulder. He said, "When the immortals of the Taihuan Holy Land heard the name Wei Zhongxian of my 2 Langs, they were stunned on the spot." At that moment, Yi Zhangcheng, being praised, proudly said, "Of course, this name Wei Zhongxian, I put my heart into calculating. It contains a lot of luck." Manager Wei, hearing this, was as happy as if he'd had a bumper harvest, patting his shoulders several times. "Mr. Yi, although you don't have spiritual roots, you still have some culture." Yi Zhangqing's mouth twitched. His hand clenched, suppressing his anger as he replied, "I truly thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Wei called out to a Fu, "Add a chicken leg for Mr. Yi." Yi Zhangcheng, given the fragrant chicken leg, started drooling and said, "This is a chicken leg exchange for my integrity." Just as he opened his mouth for the super fragrant chicken leg, a senior named Wang Defa suddenly hit him in the stomach, causing the chicken leg that had just reached his mouth to fly into the air. Looking at the black dog's tail wagging, the others widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my, the black dog's tail is so big." Recognizing the familiar figure, Yi Zhangqing said in surprise, "Could it be you, Black Emperor?" The black dog, with a chicken leg in its mouth, happily wagged its tail and excitedly looked at its master in front of it. The guests in the restaurant saw it and asked, "Mr. Yi, is this the dog of yours that ran away many years ago?" Yi Zhangcheng, with his face covered in slobber from Black Emperor's licking, smiled and replied, "It is indeed." "All right, stop licking now," he shouted, looking at his shoes covered in slobber from Black Emperor's licking. 2 years ago, I had adopted a black dog of unknown breed and named it Black Emperor. The situation back then was that it was raining. Yi Zhangcheng, carrying an umbrella, stepped outside and saw a black dog taking shelter from the rain under a tree. Its whole body was shivering from the cold. "Black Emperor, come eat." Yi Zhangqing happily called out loudly. Along with that was a bowl of food in his hand. After raising it for a while, it disappeared on its own. I thought it had become breakfast for wild animals. Yi Zhangcheng, upon seeing the traces Black Emperor left when it broke through the wall and ran away from home, was surprised and said, "How did it manage to do that?" Both Yi Zhangqing's pants and shoes were covered in saliva. Seeing Black Emperor licking and wetting his legs while looking so happy, Yi Zhangqing said with slight displeasure, "So, Black Emperor, your breed is a licking dog, isn't it?" Black Emperor happily replied with a bark. Then it suddenly ran back home. Yi Zhangcheng, slightly surprised, followed it. Black Emperor, as soon as it entered, saw the painting he had drawn hanging on the wall. It trembled in fear and curled up. Yi Zhangcheng helplessly saw this behavior and thought to himself, but why does it keep staring at this painting as soon as it's back? Seeing Black Emperor gaze at the painting for a long time and then tremble all over, Yi Zhangcheng thought to himself, it's still this painting. Scared but still wants to look, just trembling. Ignoring whatever Black Emperor wanted to do, Yi Zhangcheng left, but not without leaving a few words. I'm going to my bedroom. Your dog bed is still in the same place. Don't look at that painting anymore. I'm afraid you'll get scared and pee on the floor again. After saying this, Yi Zhangcheng went out and closed the door. At this moment, suddenly, Black Emperor's body emitted a golden light. Finally, it transformed into a half-human, half-dog form and said with some satisfaction, unexpectedly, this king can still return to the master's side. Initially, I shouldn't have been bewitched by that fox and left the master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in the appearance of this mourning house dog. Black Emperor recalled the miserable situation during its wandering. The flames of hatred in its body couldn't help but flare up, and it said angrily, the shameless and despicable red fire Demon King. He dared to ally with several great demon kings to attack me and force me back to my original form. Once I return to my master's side and cultivate for a few days, I will certainly make you pay blood with blood. Suddenly at this moment, there was a sound outside the door. It startled Black Emperor, who thought to himself, could the demons from Nanling have found me so quickly? But it turned out to be Yi Zhangcheng. He was worried that Black Emperor might be hungry in the middle of the night, so he brought more food for it. The chicken leg from earlier surely wasn't enough, right? There's still some leftover rice. Eat your fill and then sleep. Black Emperor saw this and started sweating. Realizing that Yi Zhangcheng still cared and worried so much, Black Emperor was moved to tears and spoke with a trembling voice. Master, I shouldn't have left you a year ago. Black Emperor cried and continued, I want to be your licking dog forever. I, Black Emperor, swear I will never leave my master's side again. Lying on the bed thinking about Black Emperor, Yi Zhangcheng worriedly said, I wonder what Black Emperor has been through in the year it was outside. Looking at the large size of the dog, its timid nature hasn't changed. As he spoke, Yi Zhangcheng turned over in bed, letting out a sigh. It's a good thing I used its original form to create that Black Emperor painting. I hope it can transform into a demon king, so I can cling to its big thighs. Who would have thought it'd turn out to be a licking dog? On the other side, Black Emperor was devouring the food while crying loudly in gratitude. With Master's protection, even if the 4 great demon kings of Nanling gathered, there would be nothing more than ants in front of my master. I, Black Emperor, can have today all thanks to the Black Emperor painting that Master drew for me, which allowed me to awaken my bloodline. As Black Emperor finished speaking, it had also finished all the food in the bowl and licked it clean. This time I came back without bringing any gifts for Master. Maybe I should take advantage of the night to find a room to surprise Master. It thought, then leaped into his room. Yi Zhangcheng was already in a deep sleep by now, so he didn't know anything at all. The next morning, when the sun was already high, the bright sunlight woke everyone up to start working. Yi Zhangcheng woke up and groggily said, I slept so uncomfortably. Then he rubbed his eyes, feeling something strange, and wondered, why does the bed feel smaller? Suddenly, Yi Zhangcheng touched something. Feeling a softness he had never experienced before, he wondered, what is this sensation? Looking to the side, Yi Zhangcheng was suddenly shocked. He discovered that next to him was a very beautiful young lady, sound asleep. Her cheeks were flushed, accentuating her healthy, rosy white skin. She was truly a little fairy. Still asleep, she hadn't noticed her surroundings. In a mix of surprise and curiosity, Yi Zhangcheng blushed and exclaimed, Who is this? The sun is already high in the sky, casting sunlight onto the ground for all living creatures. The young lady beside him at this moment suddenly placed her leg on Yi Zhangcheng's sensitive area. Making him feel uncomfortable, he cried out, Whoa, don't touch there. Yi Zhangcheng's eyes at this moment were fixed on the young lady beside him. Feeling a bit hazy yet real, he thought to himself, could I be having an erotic dream again? To verify whether he was dreaming or if it was real, Yi Zhangcheng slapped the young lady's bottom hard, making a pop sound, knowing it wasn't a dream. Yi Zhangcheng's eyes lit up, a bright smile bloomed as he thought to himself, this feeling in my hand is too real. The young lady beside him woke up from being slapped. Then she sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked, "Why do I feel like someone just hit my bottom?" It turns out this beautiful young lady is the 9th princess of the Great Kingdom, Yin Bing Xian. When she was fully awake, she heard an sound beside her. So Yin Bing Xian turned her head to look beside her. Yi Zhangcheng was a bit embarrassed at this moment. He waved his hand and stammered, "Hello, young lady." Seeing a man beside her, Yin Bing Xian raised her hand. With a slap sound, on Yi Zhangcheng's face, there were now 5 clear fingerprints from Yin Bing Xian's slap. Caught off guard, Yi Zhangcheng fell and hit his head on the ground. Yin Bing Xian on the bed, both embarrassed and angry, shouted loudly, "Strange man, where did you come from?" Yin Bing Xian pointed directly at Yi Zhangcheng's face and angrily yelled, "Who are you? Why are you in my bed? Do you know who I am?" As for Yi Zhangcheng, he was in pain from the slap, so he touched. His cheek blushed and shouted loudly, "Guards, arrest this person for me." Seeing Yin Bing Xian's anger, Yi Zhangcheng quickly tried to calm her down. "Young lady, don't be so angry. First, this is my house. Second, this is my bed. Finally, why are you asking me about your identity?" Yin Bing Xian ignored Yi Zhangcheng's words, thinking she was still in her mansion, so she kept shouting, Someone, drag this man out and behead him for me." Black Emperor outside, listening to the situation, his eyes lit up with joy, thinking to himself, "Master is playing so intensely, so passionate. Get out!" The shout rang out again, and that was when Yi Zhangcheng was kicked out. He lay flat on the ground, legs up in the air, trembling. Yi Zhangcheng, in pain, slowly stood up, rubbing his head, and said, "Where on earth did this young lady come from?" Black Emperor beside him, eyes shining brightly, barked, "Master, do you like the gift I brought you?" Knowing this was Black Emperor's doing, he propped himself up and scolded Black Emperor, "How could you just let someone into the house?" Black Emperor barked in response, "I didn't just let her in, I brought her in myself." In the room, Yin Bing Xian felt confused, furrowed her brows, and thought, "Strange, last night I was clearly sleeping in the relay station. How could I possibly appear here? Could it have been done by that guy just now?" But his clumsy appearance doesn't seem like someone with profound cultivation. Yet he was able to avoid the layers of protection at the knight's mansion. As Yin Bingxin thought, she recalled Yi Changqing's expression when he was slapped. Realizing she hadn't lost anything, Yin Bingxin smiled mischievously. "I'll get information from him first. If he has any ill intentions, I'll definitely ask father to chop him into 100 pieces." After thinking it through, she stepped out of the room. Yin Bingxin, hands on hips, coldly shouted, "Is anyone there?" But in response to Yin Bingxin's shout, there was silence. In the courtyard, only Yi Changqing was sitting alone playing chess, and a pitch-black dog was sleeping. Yin Bingxin, feeling ignored, angrily shouted, "Hey, I'm calling you. Come and greet me now." Yi Changqing in the distance continued playing chess leisurely. He didn't respond. She angrily approached Yi Changqing. Seeing Yi Changqing playing chess, Yin Bingxin scornfully snorted. "A little thief pretending to be elegant here, playing chess and all. I'll flip your chessboard." As she reached out her hand, she felt an invisible force pressing down on her. This strange sensation made her blurt out in confusion, "Huh, what's this? What is this?" Yin Bingxin covered her eyes with her hands. At the same time, something strange appeared on the chessboard. The light emitting from the chessboard was dazzling and seemed profound. The aura of this chess position. Why is its momentum so great? Yin Bingxin looked at each chess piece being placed, sensing an extraordinary power. "My head is about to split open. Someone save me." Unable to withstand this power, Yin Bingxin held her head in pain, silently calling for help. Noticing the strange situation, Yi Changqing turned his head and grunted. "How did this girl take a nap and then come out like this? She's not trying to trick me, is she?" He wondered, looking at Yin Bingxin's distorted face in front of him. The master's chess position contains countless heavenly ways and fortunes. Not to mention a small foundation establishment girl like you. Even nascent soul or void tribulation realm experts couldn't withstand it. Black Emperor smugly looked at her helpless state. "Never mind. Since you're the gift I gave to the master, I'll help you this time." Thinking this, Black Emperor released his spiritual energy. Yin Bingxin was trapped in a strange illusion. Suddenly, a crack appeared above her head. Light also shone in from there. "So it's Black Emperor." He broke the illusion in her mind and rushed forward with his mouth full of fangs open. Seeing this, Yin Bingxin was surprised and thought to herself, "Is that the black dog? It destroyed the chess position's illusion to help me." She stared wide-eyed in surprise, watching Black Emperor getting closer. What's going on now?" She became confused when she felt her body as if falling down. She fell heavily as if pulled by an invisible force. Spiritual energy radiated out, enveloping her entire body. Seeing this, the Black Emperor hurriedly worried. It's bad, her foundation-building cultivation is too weak. Forced to withstand the pressure of the great Tao chess formation, so her body and soul have separated. Thinking this, it accelerated forward to save Yin Bing-Xan, who was about to be engulfed by the void darkness. In that illusion, Yi Changqing was like a god, large and powerful, not useless like on the outside. His eyes shone brightly as he placed a chess piece on the board. At this moment, Yin Bing-Xan had also landed on the chessboard below. Then Yi Changqing, in reality, placed the chess piece down with satisfaction. He licked his lips and chuckled happily. Little Black, you've shown your chicken feet, haven't you? This endgame has finally been solved by me. On this side, Yin Bing-Xan had been freed. She opened her eyes wide and looked around. Her legs buckled, her mind still hazy, not yet regaining consciousness. Yin Bing-Xan trembled, blushing as she recalled. I just felt my soul leaving my body, as if I had just taken a trip to the underworld. To be able to destroy the chess formation for me, this black dog must have reached the Demon King realm. She thought to herself, looking at the Black Emperor outside, who looked no different from an ordinary dog. If it wasn't for that person intervening to save my soul, I'm afraid I would have died already. She recalled the vision in her head and felt scared. The Black Emperor on this side saw her expression and sneered. It's fortunate that the master is powerful. Otherwise, you would have been completely annihilated in this grand chess formation. Yi Changqing only now noticed her and asked, Miss, are you all right? In Yin Bing-Xan's eyes, Yi Changqing looked refined and serious. She thought to herself, to be able to play such a terrifying chess formation with a wave of his hand, he can reverse life and death and even tame a black dog of Demon King realm as a pet. Could this be the hidden expert mentioned in ancient books? She blushed happily, her eyes sparkling with joy. But immediately after, her face darkened as she remembered the past events, making her sweat. Wait, didn't I just try to hit him? And even chased him out. Miss, you've been looking at the chessboard for so long. You must be good at chess, right? Why don't we have a friendly match? Changqing cheerfully suggested. Hearing this, Yin Bing-Xan was startled and blurted out a huh. The ancestor said that great experts have very strange temperaments. I just inadvertently offended him. I've already been punished in the chess formation. I should bow my head while there's still time. Bing-Xan trembled as she stood up. No, it's fine. How dare this junior presume to teach before the senior? She hurriedly refused, clasping her hands respectfully, her demeanor completely different from before. Changqing laughed and replied, it's all right. After so many years, I still have nothing to do. I can only research these little tricks. He thought to himself, why call me senior? Do I look that impressive? She wondered, having nothing to do. Could it be that this senior's cultivation has already reached its peak, cultivated to the point of having nothing left to cultivate? Yi Changqing politely inquired of her, what's your name? Where are you from? He lifted his hand to place a chess piece. Yin Bingxin observed this action and thought that when he raised and lowered his hand, it seemed to exude a charming aura. She then respectfully answered his question. This humble girl is Yin Bingxin, a citizen of the imperial capital of Yin Kingdom. In her heart, she thought before knowing this person's background, it's best not to reveal my true identity to avoid causing trouble for Father Emperor. Yi Changqing reached for another black chess piece and asked, I see your attire is very beautiful. It seems you're also a cultivator. Have you joined any sect yet? Yin Bingxin replied, not yet. I have a few masters at home who guide me. That's all. I see, he said softly, but in reality, he couldn't help feeling envious. His face twisted as he clenched his fist, thinking, just a few masters, she says. An ordinary family can invite several cultivators. It's true that when you're poor, you're dirt poor, but when you're rich, you're filthy rich. Yi Changqing and Yin Bingxin didn't say anything more to each other and just played chess in silence. Yi Changqing placed his piece on top of hers, as if there was an invisible, incredibly powerful force when he placed the piece down. Then he asked her, Miss Yin, how should the black pieces escape this encirclement now? Yin Bingxin stared at the chessboard and thought to herself, the black pieces are surrounded. Suddenly, Yin Bingxin felt as if she had fallen into some state. It gave her a very vague feeling, I sense a great Tao, surging like an ocean, enveloping the entire world. It's still that aura of the heavenly mechanism Tao. She floated alone among bubbles from the void. Around her were stars from the Milky Way at night. Suddenly, a vague energy surrounded Yin Bingxin's body, making her face turn completely red. Unlike the intense internal energy from before, this time the heavenly mechanism Tao seemed to be much friendlier to Foundation establishment cultivators like me. Yin Bingxin began to breathe heavily with difficulty. It felt as if she had completely immersed herself in it. IV broken through to Foundation establishment, she exhaled. Her face was as red as a tomato. Returning to reality, Yi Changqing called out Miss Yin. Seeing no response, he called again Miss Yin. At this moment, Yin Bingxin snapped out of her trance and woke up. She breathed heavily, exhausted. Seeing Yin Bingxin still in a daze, Yi Changqing waved his hand in front of her face and continued calling, Miss Yin. Seeing no reaction, he sighed helplessly. Forget it, you immortal cultivators. You all seem to have a serious illness. Yin Bingxin quickly clasped her hands together. Bowing slightly, she respectfully asked, May I ask, Senior, what chess formation are you using? Yi Changqing didn't answer her question, but stood up and turned to leave. Then he waved his hand and said, It's just that I have nothing to do, so I'm finding my own entertainment. Yi Changqing suddenly exclaimed, 5-piece chess. This startled Yin Bingxin. She looked at the chessboard and said, 5-piece chess. Seeing this, He Huang appeared out of nowhere and bit Yin Bingxin's skirt. Little girl, don't push your luck. If you fall in again, I won't save you anymore. Yin Bingxin pleaded, Let me look at it. Just one look. At the Taiwan Holy Land, the sky was clear blue with flocks of birds circling around. Mist surrounded the mountain like silken veils, soft and graceful as a maiden's dress, creating a scene of extraordinary beauty. The scene shifts to the main hall. A rather loud voice echoed in the hall, dispelling the gentleness of the scenery outside. That little Qijin should have been crossed off the list already. Seeing this, the Taiwan sect leader, Changhuan Jinren, spoke up. Yuan Jin, junior brother, calm down a bit. Ignoring the advice, the Ling Jian Peak master, Yuan Jian Jinren, continued speaking loudly. My Ling Jian Peak is also because of having many useless places. The spiritual energy is depleted, so for hundreds of years, we haven't been able to select any good seeds. We've fallen to become the weakest among the 7 peaks of Taiwan. Hearing this, the Guangzhou Peak master, Zhu Jinren, smiled and spoke. There's nothing useless. Senior brother Yuan Jian, don't talk nonsense. Qijin is where our ancestor ascended. The Chuan Peak master, Qinyi Jinren, also spoke up. That's right. Sometimes you should look for problems within yourself. Are you cultivating seriously? Has your realm advanced or not? You and Lu Wushuang, your direct disciple, have both been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. How can you expect to choose someone with good talent? Hearing this, Yuan Jian Jinren, who was already angry, now seemed even more enraged. Pointing at him, he scolded, You monkey. The last time I secluded myself for cultivation was over half a year ago. Seeing Yuan Jian Jinren losing his temper like this, Changhuan Jinren hurriedly tried to mediate. Junior brother, we're all cultured people here. Don't be so crude at the slightest provocation. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jinren and Qinyi Jinren both burst out laughing, while Yuan Jian Jinren was about to explode with anger. Suddenly, there was a loud call. Master. He turned his head towards the door, looking at the figure and thinking, a disciple has come to report on the situation of the newly admitted disciple. Changhuan Jinren put his hand on Yuan Jian Jinren's shoulder and said, Let's hear about this year's admissions first, then we'll talk. Given permission, a pair of feet slowly stepped in. A young man appeared, quite handsome in appearance. Respectfully, he introduced himself before the Zenrins. Dual spirit root, 2 supreme attributes rarely seen in 1,000 years at the Taiwan Holy Land. The most handsome holy son of the Taiwan Holy Land, 35 consecutive years, Li Changming, pays respects to the masters. As soon as he finished, Yuan Jian Jinren suddenly burst out laughing and said, Prove it. You don't need to be so formal with us. Changhuan Jinren beside him added, That's right, we've all seen you in your diapers before. Li Changming looked very surprised and seemed not to understand their meaning. He wondered to himself, diapers. Then Li Changming tried to regain his composure, clearing his throat a few times. As he spoke, he took out the holy decree and read. This time, the Taiwan Holy Land has admitted 180 new disciples. 100 disciples with low-grade spirit roots from Changyang, Dongtai Village. Juju Jinren cheered joyfully and laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits. They're all from areas under Guanza Peak's management. We, Qingyi Jinren, also shared in the joy. Congratulations, senior brother Juju. You've harvested quite a lot again. Why are they so happy about this? 72 disciples with mid-grade spirit roots from Liang, Shantang, Yunming. Qingyi Jinren raised an eyebrow proudly. Sorry about that, senior brother Yuan Jian. Our Chu and Peak has surpassed last year again. That little Qijin of yours doesn't even have a single mid-grade spirit root, does it? Yuan Jinren was hit right in his sore spot, so his face scrunched up, trembling with anger. He could only let out an ah. That burst of rage made him draw out his treasure. A golden sword. The sound was truly awe-inspiring. A storm of words was coming. Listen to Yuan Jinren vent his anger, silencing the other two. What ancestral ascension relic, my ass. I'll level that damn Qijin to the ground. His anger not yet subsided. He saw Li Changming muttering and listing as if wanted to show off. 1 disciple with high-grade spirit root. 7 disciples with supreme-grade spirit roots from Little Qijin. This word shocked him, so much so that his heel, which was walking, had to stop, an unpleasant ending. A glimmer of light sparkled in Yuan Jinren's eyes. He asked loudly, not believing his ears. What did you say? Yuan Jinren posed a series of rhetorical questions, his face beaming like a flower and full of joy, directed at Li Changming. Supreme-grade spirit roots, 7 people. Little Qijin. Understanding this mood, he also shouted loudly to share the joy with the 2 old sect masters. Congratulations to Master Nguyen Kim and the Holy Land of Taihuan for accepting such talented disciples. On the other side, the Tai Chi of True Person CU9 and True Person Tan Deep were thunderstruck by this news. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. How could Chu Tri Trans suddenly produce so many talented Dao cultivators? For nearly 300 years, Chu Tri Tran only had 1 disciple with a mid-grade spirit root. The 2 of them, are they underestimating Chu Tri Tran's abilities? Hearing this, True Person Nguyen Kim angrily retorted with bitterness. What's the matter? Are only your disciples allowed to accept 3,000 disciples? Are only you allowed to have top-grade spirit roots? Oh heavens, who can speak for True Person Tan Deep and True Person Quang 9? Go ahead, Holy Master. Who knows if it's the disciples' assessment that reported false numbers to save face? Holy Master, please investigate. Suddenly, True Person Truong Huyn noticed something unusual. He spoke up, wait a moment. These words left a pause in the vast space. Let's check again. True Person Tan Deep spoke up, how about it? Then looked together with the opposing side at the golden list that True Person Nguyen Kim was eyeing brightly. True Person Truong Huyn analyzed. The disciples who entered the sect before all had names like a Ka, a Mu, and such. After coming to the mountain and learning to read, they changed their names. But look at these 7 people. They all have very extraordinary names. All are noble names like Chao, Noi, Trung, Hien. To understand the profound value of these, remember the Chinese characters when writing these words. Some ideas emerged around these titles. Oh, there's a bit of Confucian Tao's true meaning. Could it be that some Confucian Tao master enlightened them? The 3 of them were still deeply contemplating or marveling at the names of the disciples on the list. Li Tengchu, very otherworldly and transcendent. No Tam, K sounds quite generous. Li Tuan Feng, this name sounds a bit like the style of Taoism. The principle of yin and yang operation, and is Buddhism also related? Without appointment, the 3 elders shared the same thought. Could it be that the master who enlightened these disciples is also a supreme figure of dual cultivation in Confucianism and Taoism? Could it be the will of heaven? True Person Nguyen Kim agreed, raising the golden board high, assertively confirming this is the blue sky's favor. The ancestors' spirits manifesting. True Person Tan Deep realized he was still silent, so asked, Holy Master, Elder Brother, I see you're not saying anything. You also find something strange, don't you? True Person Truong Huyn didn't deny it, that's right. The sudden excellence of the disciple's source. He was both surprised and worried, as if receiving undeserved favor. How in just a few short years could Tu Tri Tran have so many good seeds? I've thought about it, and there's only one possibility. Nothing else but the ancestral master himself. Associating with that powerful and strong universal force had led him into a stream of wandering thoughts. Could it be that the founding ancestor who ascended at Shaoqi revived the sect? We have returned to enlighten those children. For him, that's an extraordinary ability to exist among these clouds and mountains. While the two were deep in thought, Yuan Jianjinren spread his arms and laughed heartily because his sword spirit peak was saved. But there's still something to consider. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Let's see the results of the Heavenly Ladder trial before deciding. This suggestion received approval from Chang Xianjinren. That's right. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Ladder trial has been the test of quality for newly admitted disciples. Even back then, Chang Ming with his supreme dual attribute spirit root still took 7 watches to reach the top. Being mentioned, but with incorrect information, Chang Ming immediately corrected with a beaming face. It was 6 hours and 3/4. The two sides started teasing each other again. Qing Yi Jinren initiated first. Senior brother Yuan Jian, if these disciples of yours can't even touch the base of the heavenly ladder, then even if their spirit roots are supreme, it's just a false joy. Yuan Jianjinren smiled outwardly, but his words were full of hidden meaning. I won't name who's jealous, but you know who you are. Suddenly, a voice called out from the door. The 4 old sect leaders stepped outside, and they were speechless at the sight of the young lady before them bowing to them. She boldly introduced herself, Disciple Lu Wushuang, bringing 7 new disciples to pay respects to the masters. Her action displeased Chang Xianjinren, who questioned the young Lu Wushuang. How dare you arbitrarily interfere with the heavenly ladder trial? Not wanting to offend him, she respectfully said this disciple wouldn't dare. She also explained the situation more clearly. This disciple just arrived here. I discovered these 7 new disciples had already passed the heavenly ladder trial earlier and were waiting here. Hearing her explanation, the 3 Jinren were stunned and couldn't form a complete question. They've been waiting here since before. Disciple Li Go. Li Chunfeng pays respects to master. Disciple Fan Zhongyan. Disciple Wu Sangui kowtows to master. Wei Zhongxian pays respects to master. How dangerous. Seeing the disciples kneeling and bowing, Yuan Jianjinren was moved to tears and said, good children rebuilding the glory of Sword Spirit Peak. I can't deny it. Chunfeng, come here, Chang Xianjinren said, reaching out his hand, and continued, let me check your spirit root. Chang Xianjinren touched Li Chunfeng's head. Noticing something strange, Chang Xianjinren exclaimed in surprise. This is a postnatal spirit root nurtured by innate sacred fate energy. Lu Wushuang curiously asked, what is innate sacred fate energy? What is a postnatal spirit root? Chang Xianjinren patiently explained. When cultivators reach an extremely high realm, they can resonate with the great Tao and open a spiritual field called innate sacred fate energy. As for postnatal spirit roots, as the name suggests, from childhood, they have been nourished by innate sacred fate energy. Only then can one obtain such supreme attribute spirit roots. Chang Xianjinren stroked his beard and continued. 1,000 years ago, our 5 great sacred lands joined forces to attempt creating a place of innate sacred fate energy. But after many attempts, we all failed. Where did Shaoqi Town get such a spiritual field from? And how did it get 7 at once? Moreover, it already has 7. Hearing Chang Xianjinren speak, the 3 Jinren beside him also spoke up. If it's truly as elder brother says, then the cultivation of the figure in Shaoqi Town is truly terrifying. If this old man could witness such a sight once, I would have no regrets in this life. Not coming to our Taishian sacred land, I'm afraid they don't think much of us. It seems I've been too conservative in estimating that predecessor's cultivation. I didn't expect it to make even the sect leader wary. Lu Wushuang thought anxiously to herself. Chang Xianjinren left, but not before turning back to instruct Yuan Jianjinren. Junior brother Yuan Jian, you and niece Wushuang, take these 7 new disciples back to Sword Spirit Peak. Yuan Jianjinren smiled brightly and replied, understood. Let's go, he said, and Yuan Jianjinren led the 7 new disciples away. At Sword Spirit Peak, Yuan Jianjinren sat relaxed while beside him Lu Wushuang was offering a cup of tea. Yuan Jianjinren suddenly spoke, Wushuang, I see a lot of sword energy around you. This time at Shaoqi Town, you must have gained quite a lot, didn't you? Lu Wushuang knelt down and respectfully replied, "Yes. I dare not hide anything from Master. This disciple has broken through to the golden origin sword, the seventh realm." Hearing this, Yuan Jianjinren was so shocked that he dropped his teacup. Then he shouted, "The seventh realm." Yuan Jianjinren moved closer, placed both hands on Lu Wushuang's shoulders, and asked loudly, "You had just broken through to the fifth realm not long ago. How did you break through two realms so quickly?" Lu Wushuang saw that her master was a bit agitated, so she calmed him. "Don't be too excited. Let this disciple explain." Yuan Jianjinren felt a bit embarrassed, so he pretended to cough a few times. Then he turned around, stroking his beard while probing, "Could it be that you met that great expert in Shaoqi Town?" Lu Wushuang saw that the situation had eased, so she let out a sigh of relief and continued, "Your guess is not wrong. My junior sister and I accidentally found Senior Ye's place of seclusion. Moreover, we obtained the senior's handwriting." As she spoke, Lu Wushuang took something out from her sleeve. This disciple was able to break through precisely after viewing this painting. Hearing that Yuan Jin, true person, turned abruptly, looked at the nest, and exclaimed, "Let this master take a look next." Then Yuan Jin, true person, picked up the painting to examine, then slowly unfolded the painting. There was a dazzling beam of light. Along with that was the image in the painting, which made him exclaim in astonishment. This is in the backyard of the institute. The air is cool and fresh. Yi Changqing is sitting playing chess. Standing next to him is Yan Bingxin. Yi Changqing's hand lifts a white chess piece. Yan Bingxin's eyes follow and observe. Her eyes sparkle with curiosity, following his every gesture. Yi Changqing seems a bit uncomfortable. He turns and asks Miss Yan, "Why are you staring at me?" Nothing, senior. Just go about your business. I'm just watching." Yan Bingxin clasps her hands, squints her eyes, and says cheerfully. Hearing this, Yi Changqing doesn't know what to say. He thinks to himself, what's going on? Ever since Miss Yin came over here and saw my chess position, her attitude towards me has indeed made a 360-degree turn. Early in the morning, Yan Bingxin had already come to find him. "Mr. Yi, you're up so early." Yi Changqing replied with a slightly dark face, "It seems you're up even earlier than me." Every day, she's respectful to me like an elder, and even enthusiastically helps me clean the courtyard. Yi Changqing sees Yan Bingxin holding a broom, cleaning in the yard. He stands on the steps and shouts out, "You don't need to sweep." Yan Bingxin refuses and continues sweeping. "It's okay. I'm not tired." Moreover, she's very enthusiastic about going into his medicine storage to rearrange the medicine bottles and other miscellaneous items. As Yi Changqing feels that it's not really necessary, so he told Yan Bingxin to go rest, but she refused again and politely said she's fine as usual. Recalling this, Yi Changqing can't help but suspect this unusual situation must have some hidden agenda. He slightly pursed his lips. Could it be she also wants to buy my paintings at a low price? Yan Bingxin at this moment doesn't know what he's thinking. She pours tea for Changqing. She picks up the freshly filled cup of tea. Smiling respectfully, she offers it to Yi Changqing, gently saying, "Please have some tea, Mr. Yi." Suddenly, Yi Changqing seems to have realized something. Or rather, she has fallen for my handsome appearance, craving my body and unable to resist. As Yi Changqing thought of this, his expression couldn't help but show some smugness. Self-absorbed to the point of blushing, he raised his hand to stroke his hair. "Then I can't treat her badly," he muttered, then slightly propped his chin and chuckled. Yi Changqing's finger lifted a chess piece, then put it down. He softly called Miss Yin, "How about coming with me later to buy some food?" Yi Changqing winked and gave a thumbs up. "Today, I'll cook a special braised pork dish that I just invented, because it's now midday. The market outside is a bit hot and sunny, but it still can't dampen the bustling atmosphere and crowded nature that it inherently has." Yi Changqing and Yan Bingxin walk side by side, entering the market to buy some food. Along the way, they meet quite a few acquaintances. Some people know Yi Changqing, so they call out his name. He doesn't mind smiling and raising his hand to greet them as a form of greeting. Yan Bingxin sees how he is treated by everyone around. She thinks to herself, truly befitting a senior with elegant manners. Radiating charisma, welcomed wherever he goes. She quietly stands to one side, watching Yi Changqing's back. Over here, Yi Changqing is bargaining with the vegetable seller. He frowns and scolds. "The vegetables are this wilted, and you dare to sell them for 8 coins per half gene. Are the leaves made of gold, or are the stems made of gold?" The woman doesn't back down either. "You criticize my soil, I'll criticize your soil too. Just say whether you're buying or not. The atmosphere becomes somewhat tense. Neither side is willing to yield. However, for some reason, that action of Yi Changqing in Yin Bingxin's eyes unintentionally becomes something extremely beautiful. Noble, clearly an unparalleled expert, yet unexpectedly so humble and gentle. Her face full of admiration as she thinks. At the meat stall, the butcher enthusiastically greets the two. Mr. Yi, what are you buying today? Yi Changqing smiles and says that he wants to buy a jean of premium pork belly. The owner, hearing this, beams with joy and agrees, then cuts the meat. Then he wraps up the meat and hands the package of meat to Yi Changqing. Seeing a girl behind him, the butcher curiously asks. Today, Mr. Yi is accompanied by his wife. Yi Changqing, hearing this, is momentarily stunned, not knowing how to respond. Yin Bingxin behind him also overhears the conversation between the two. Hearing the other's question, her head feels like it's exploding. Yin Bingxin's heart suddenly beats uncontrollably thump-thump. Her face turns red. She shyly puts her hands on her cheeks and thinks, "Why, wife, is he talking about me?" But before she could imagine for long, Yi Changqing's next words shattered Yin Bingxin's beautiful dream. He waves his hand and says to the butcher, "You're thinking too much. Miss Yin is my guest." The butcher, hearing this, thinks they're just being shy and intentionally teases. "I heard from Mrs. Wang next door to your house. A few days ago, the commotion you two made at home was quite loud." Saying this, the owner adds a word of advice. "Take care of your health, you hear?" Yi Changqing, hearing this, knows he's been misunderstood, so he's at a loss for words. Refusing to explain, he awkwardly turns to Yin Bingxin and says, "Miss Yin, the people of Shaoqi town are straightforward. They speak frankly. I know you want to return to the imperial capital. I hope you don't take it to heart." Yin Bingxin awkwardly agrees. No, I won't." On the way back, two people with two different thoughts. Yi Changqing at this moment only wishes to send Yin Bingxin away quickly, very quickly back to the imperial capital. His small household can't afford to keep her. Contrary to Yi Changqing, Yin Bingxin's mind at this moment is filled with the word wife she just heard earlier. Suddenly, a bold voice rings out from ahead. "Everyone, get out of the way." The people around, hearing that voice, can't help but be afraid and hurriedly pack up their stalls and flee. Three people with stout figures appear, their posture arrogant like big-time gangsters. The leader is a man with a beard covering his chin. The corner of his mouth has a protruding tooth, and above his left eye is a long vertical scar. The two beside him, one holds a large knife and is bald. The other has a balding forehead with thin hair. The three walk with an imposing gait. One of them raises his nose to sniff, then turns and says loudly to the leader, "Boss, I smell the scent of Black Emperor. It's in there." As he speaks, he points to a small courtyard not far away. The one called Boss suddenly rises with inner strength. With a fierce aura, he says, "As long as we bring back this shameless, despicable Black Emperor, Red Fire King will surely reward us handsomely." Then the group of people start walking towards the small courtyard. As they walk, they discuss how Black Emperor is severely injured. He's been beaten back to his original form. One of them says smugly, "Wealth and luxury are coming our way." The others hearing this can't help but laugh loudly. Bang! A foot kicks hard at the door. That person shouts at the black dog in front, "Little Black, get out here for me." The leader yells ferociously, "Today I'll make you die with no place to bury your corpse." Black Emperor looks at the group in front with disdain and says, "You stupid pigs, your guts are not small. Daring to chase all the way here." One of them speaks up, "You've been beaten back to your original form. What are you pretending for? Brothers, get him." Then the whole group charges forward. Suddenly, another fiery Black Emperor appears behind Black Emperor's body. That fiery Black Emperor says with an angry expression, "The Master's Tao power. Even if that red fire came in person, he wouldn't be enough to fill a tooth gap." The furious aura of that Black Emperor erupts more strongly. "I originally didn't intend to kill you all, but you just kicked the Master's door. Tired of living, are you?" The atmosphere boils over. Those inside can't help but panic and scream. "What's happening? Big brother, save me. My demon core has shattered." This time those guys truly made a mistake by rushing headlong into a fire ant nest. At the same time, at the Taishan Holy Land, the old Holy Lord says to Li Changming, "Changming, you are the holy son I've put all my effort into training. I very much hope you'll accept the position of the next generation's Holy Lord." About the matter of a great expert appearing in Shaoqi, what do you think? Li Changming clasped his hands respectfully and replied to the Holy Lord, "From the actions of this great expert, it seems there's no hostility towards the Taishan Holy Land. I guess it's just passing through or coincidentally living in seclusion here." The Holy Lord calmly replied, "If it's truly our sect's ancestor descending to the mortal realm, then the Taishan Holy Land will surely prosper for 100,000 years." Suddenly, the door burst open along with a loud shout, "Holy Lord, senior brother." The person who excitedly rushed in was Yuan Jian, the Holy Lord's junior brother. Behind him was Lu Wushuang, who sighed softly. The Holy Lord turned and asked Yuan Jian, "Have you brought back the new disciples?" But when the Holy Lord got a clear look at his junior brother, he suddenly exclaimed, "No, you've had a breakthrough." A light full of vitality emanated from around Yuan Jian. This made the Holy Lord's eyes light up, and he rushed over excitedly. "You've been stuck at this level for 2,000 years. Why did you suddenly break through now?" But Yuan Jian ignored his senior brother's words. He hurriedly took out the painting done by Yi Changqing and said whether he had a breakthrough or not wasn't important. "Look at this first." The Holy Lord looked at the painting in amazement. "Is there something special about this painting?" But when the Holy Lord leaned in closer, the painting suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The light rising up revealed an image of Yi Changqing sitting cross-legged. The Holy Lord was extremely surprised, not knowing what this situation was. Around Yi Changqing, countless swords were preparing to descend together. The light was extremely dazzling, along with countless sword intents appearing, causing everyone to be shocked. "What's going on? Where did all this sword intent come from?" He quickly reminded the Holy Lord to fold up the painting. "Wait, this kind of light is making it impossible for Lu Wushuang to open her eyes." The Holy Lord quickly reacted and promptly closed the painting. He panted hurriedly, his eyes fixed on the painting clutched in his palm. But after a moment, just now, the entire hall was filled with swords stuck everywhere. The Holy Lord looked at these swords, but in the blink of an eye, each sword gradually disappeared. The Holy Lord was extremely excited. He put his hand on his junior brother's shoulder and questioned him. "Yuan Jian, junior brother, where did you get this painting? The sword intent contained within is completely beyond my understanding." Yuan Jian began to look at Lu Wushuang behind him and said to let Wushuang speak. Lu Wushuang, upon hearing her name, hurriedly bowed and answered, "Holy Lord, this painting was gifted by the great expert senior in Shaoqi Town. The senior also allowed me to come and learn at any time." Upon hearing this, Li Changming anxiously asked, "Sixth junior sister, are these words of yours true?" Lu Wushuang seriously affirmed, "There's not a single word of lie. Junior sister Wang, who returned with me, can testify." Hearing this, the Holy Lord suddenly burst into laughter. Nguyen Kim and Lai Chuang Min asked in confusion, "Why did the Holy Lord laugh?" The Holy Lord laughed again. The Holy Lord also stopped. He joyfully said that our Tai Huin Holy Land is blessed. Unparalleled quality, a painting by this great man can even guide your master to break through realms, and allows you to come learn anytime. Do you know what this proves? Luke Vo Song humbly asked, "This disciple is ignorant. Please enlighten me, Holy Lord." The Holy Lord vaguely added, "It proves that the expert you met is 80 to 90% likely to be our ancestor who ascended to the upper realm. Back then, being able to learn anytime is evidence that the old man, he will temporarily not leave Shaoqi Town." The Holy Lord said with great joy, "Our Tai Huin Holy Land is about to take off again." The Holy Lord pointed at Luke Vo Song and said, "Vo Song, starting from today, you are the Holy Maiden of Tai Huin Holy Land, just like Holy Son Lai Chuang Min." Luke Vo Song was so happy that tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed. At the same time, Lai Chuang Min wore an expression of disbelief. Both of them exclaimed the same sentence, "What?" Tai Huin Holy Land was very crowded with disciples. The news spread very quickly and became a topic of discussion. It said that the sixth senior sister of Sword Spirit Peak was appointed as Holy Maiden. This action of the Holy Lord, isn't it too casual? Those whispers were noticed by junior sister Wang Luke Vo Song, could also hear clearly. But they continued to discuss. Originally thought senior brother Lai was the designated successor of the Holy Lord. This time it's hard to say. Senior brother Lai is so narcissistic, I'm afraid he's gone mad this time. Junior sister Wang curiously asked her senior sister, "Does the Holy Lord really want you to replace senior brother Chang Min's position?" Luke Vo Song coldly replied, "Although I have the talent for immortal cultivation, I only have a single attribute spirit root. Originally, I didn't qualify to become the Holy Maiden. This time the Holy Lord's appointment must be because he saw the promise that Senior Deep gave me. Junior sister, Wang said in confusion. So even the Holy Lord feels that handsome shop owner is very powerful. Luke Vo Song clenched her fists and replied, although my ability is not enough now, as long as I go to consult Senior Deep a few times, I will definitely have the strength and qualifications to become a true holy maiden. Somewhere, Lai Chuang Min sighed dejectedly. At this moment, he hugged a dead tree and cried bitterly, wondering why did Master appoint junior sister Vo Song as holy maiden. Seeing Lai Chuang Min's painful expression, a little junior sister quickly ran over to comfort him. Senior brother, don't worry, surely this time Luke Vo Song went to Shaoqi Town and recruited several disciples with top-grade spirit roots. The Holy Lord wanted to reward her, so he appointed her. The little junior sister's words enlightened Lai Chuangmin. He stopped his weak appearance and thought to himself, little Tri-chan is right, it must be, because junior sister Vo Song met our ancestor, who descended to the mortal realm in Shaoqi Town and encountered an opportunity. Then he suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. A very sinister laugh. Lai Chuangmin waved his hand to summon his sword. The wind was so strong that it almost blew away the little junior sister. The Lai boy quickly mounted his sword in an excited manner and said, I am a top-tier genius with dual attribute spirit roots of the highest quality. Surely the ancestor will reward me. If he's willing to give me some guidance, then Vo Song junior sister will pose no threat to me at all. Then Lai Chuangmin quickly flew away on his sword. At the same time, in Shao, Chi Town Deep Chuangtan was walking with Yen Bangtam. He was casually whistling as he walked. Suddenly Deep Chuangtan turned and asked, by the way, Miss Yen, you haven't told me why you were sleeping on my bed that day. Yen Bangtam replied with a confused look. I don't know either. I was sleeping and felt a bit itchy. Yen Bangtam recalled shyly and said, when I opened my eyes, I saw Mr. Deep touching. Deep Chuangtan blushed and quickly waved his hands. Stop, stop, stop. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything. But Yen Bangtam grabbed his flailing hand and said, I understand that someone like Mr. Deep, of course, isn't interested in such trivial matters. Our meeting must be guided by heaven. Deep Chuangtan's face was now very awkward, and he thought to himself, what is she misunderstanding? I actually feel very interested in that matter. It turns out his inner thoughts weren't so proper after all. But he suddenly shed tears of frustration with two streams flowing down his cheeks, thinking it's a pity he has no cultivation. Facing the young miss of a noble family from the capital, he really doesn't dare to make a move. Suddenly Deep Chuangtan's eyes caught sight of something before him was a trembling Lai Chuangmin. He wondered who that guy was. Lai Chuangmin trembled and said, How can this be? Suddenly he couldn't help but shout, Shaoqi Town, how can there be such a monster here? A moment ago, Lai Chuangmin had flown on his sword to reach Shaoqi Town, a small town surrounded by mountains. He looked around and thought nervously, it's indeed as Master said. Then he headed straight to Shaoqi Town with a very urgent and quick manner. Indeed, the spirit veins beneath this place have rejuvenated. Very quickly, Lai Chuangmin stopped in front of a house with a wooden door above, which was a sign with yellow characters, and two red lanterns decorating the top. Next to the house were green trees, providing shade. The young man assured himself that he had found it. This is the place with the strongest aura of fortune. Indeed, the sign with yellow characters isn't just for decoration. Suddenly when he looked up, this signboard, he saw it emitting a source of light along with a large, strange yellow energy. As if wanting to attack him, Lai Chuangmin was startled. With a panicked and stunned expression, he said fearfully, this is not good. As predicted from the signboard, suddenly a sword appeared, aiming its tip at him with an incredible speed. The sword pierced through Lai Chuangmin. At that moment, he could only stand still, raising his hands to shield himself. It still didn't work. Then a blue energy surrounded his body. It seems that's the reason he wasn't injured after being attacked by such a terrifying thing. A yellow straight line surrounded by small lightning bolts had passed through Lai Chuangmin's body, then slowly disappeared into the air. After enduring such a great source of power, the young Lai boy panted heavily, his face covered in sweat. Then he sighed that although he doesn't practice sword cultivation, he could still feel the enormous power contained within it. Junior sister Vo Song must have certainly received an opportunity here. He thought joyfully to himself, indeed, I have come to the right place. As if realizing something, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed down, wanting to meet. He spoke loudly and boldly. Lai Chuangmin, holy son of the Tai Huin sacred ground, requests to meet the ancestor. He stood there with clasped hands for a long time, but nothing happened. An indescribable silence. The leaves began to fall, making rustling sounds in front of that house. Lai Chuangmin wondered to himself, could it be that the ancestor has gone out? As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden door opened automatically as if welcoming him. Min quickly approached the entrance of the house where the ancestor lived. His mood was a bit nervous, although suddenly entering the ancestor's residence is not proper. But I have hidden from my master to come out. I don't have much time to stay here. He enthusiastically determined that this time he must gain something. As soon as he stepped into the house, a stream of energy enveloped the entire house. The young Lai boy named Min, now that he had arrived, quickly requested to meet the ancestor. I am Lai Chuangmin, disciple of the Tai Huin sacred ground. That energy had made the house become gloomy, strangely dark somehow. He himself, of course, also felt somewhat suffocated. Worriedly, right in the middle of the house, suddenly there was a werewolf monster sitting there cultivating. The energy it emitted was sky blue in color. Around it were red lightning bolts that looked very fierce. Anyone who saw it would be terrified. Around where that monster sat there were several large dead wild boars, their carcasses lying scattered, emitting a foul odor that made people uncomfortable. Nauseous, that monster seemed to sense something behind it. It immediately turned its head around, eyes wide open, glaring at Lai Chuangmin. That gaze emitted a fierce, killing intent. Without hesitation, right after that, the werewolf monster stood up abruptly. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp white teeth, looking extremely terrifying and ferocious. Its saliva began to drip down to the floor. Its whole body emitted red lightning along with a great joy, just waiting to devour and swallow Lai Chuangmin alive. Seeing that scene, Lai Chuangmin was so scared that he couldn't speak properly. Duh. Demon King. His face clearly showed fear and bewilderment, eyes wide open, eyebrows furrowed, nose starting to run, mouth wide open, revealing hollow cheeks. As if struck by lightning, his sweat automatically poured out due to extreme fear and panic. Because of that mental state, Lai Chuangmin weakly collapsed to the ground. His limbs and entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. His face started to turn pale. He stuttered. Why in a small town is there a wild beast demon king appearing? His voice sounded like he was about to cry. Suddenly from behind, a hand touched Lai Chuangmin's shoulder, making him extremely startled and frightened. That person spoke up with a fierce, killing intent rising. Hey, you. Lai Chuangmin was startled and screamed, ah. By now his eyes had been shedding tears without him realizing. Then suddenly the gloomy atmosphere from before disappeared, replaced by a very bright and pleasant atmosphere. Deep Chuang Tan also no longer had a fierce killing intent, but instead had a cheerful and radiant expression, turning around, emitting a dazzling aura. He then asked, young master, what's wrong with you? Lai Chuangmin still seemed to be trembling with fear. His shaking hand pointed to where the monster had just appeared. His stuttering voice said to him, I, in this house there. What's in my shop? Lai Chuangmin was stunned and exclaimed, your shop. He stood up, supporting himself with his hand, and replied, that's right. Outside, the sun was setting, and leaves were no longer falling. Light began to shine back into the house with the wooden door. Deep Chuang Tan. He also looked a bit shy, raising his hand to scratch his head, affirming, I am indeed the owner of this general store. He curiously and quickly went to the shop door. Is there anything strange in the room? Now behind him was a pretty girl with long, white hair reaching her waist. That was Yin Bang Tam. Lai Chuangmin's right hand supported him on the ground. His left hand raised up urgently, anxiously, and worriedly replied, wait, it's dangerous. He just opened the shop door, face turning to look, searching for what made Lai Chuangmin so scared and prevented him from entering. Let me see, let me take a look. Then he was startled, eyes wide open, pupils dilated, mouth agape, thinking it was something dangerous and extraordinary. It turned out to be just some dead wild boars lying in the middle of the house. Deep Chuang Tan thought to himself, why are there so many wild boars? Lai Chuangmin and Yin Bang Tam stood silently behind him. Then he clenched his fist and hit it down as if an idea had just popped into his head. With a look of understanding, he immediately said, oh, I understand now. He handed the basket of fruits and vegetables he had just brought back to her and said, Miss Yin, please take these items to the kitchen for me. Yin Bang Tam took the basket and replied right away. He turned around abruptly. His left hand raised, he said to Lai Chuang Min, Young master, I think you must have misunderstood. As for Miss Yin, she happily went to put away the basket. Li Zhongming statanen ziplit misundesa. What did I misunderstand? Then he explained to him, although the shop occasionally buys things from the mountain, it doesn't buy wild boars. In the Truong Tan General Store, Deep Truong Tan smiled, cheerfully introducing his store to Lai Truong Min. My shop, although occasionally buys some local mountain products, never buys wild boars. Truong Min racked his brains, trying to figure out what Deep Truong Tan's words meant. Not buying wild boars. Could it be that he wants me to help him clean up the corpses of demons in this room? As soon as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he instinctively stepped back. Hak Hong suddenly barked twice, woof woof, startling him. Then he quickly retreated towards the door. Truong Min let out a loud cry and stammered. Truong Tan flashed a standard smile and said, This is the pet I raise. Although it's a bit silly, please don't blame it. Though he said that, Hak Huang's body emitted a strong, murderous aura, causing him to turn pale. Truong Min's face turned white. Sweating profusely, he thought, to be able to keep a monster-slaying demon king as a pet. Could this person be? Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Truong Min bowed and introduced himself. Lai Truong Min, disciple of Tai Huin Holy Land, pays respects to the senior. I've come here today, specifically to seek guidance. Truong Tan looked at Truong Min with a puzzled expression, then became angry, thinking that someone from Tai Huin Holy Land calling him senior couldn't mean anything good. The more he thought about it, the more he trembled with anger. Last time that young lady took 3 coins in exchange for one of his paintings. This time, they don't even bother to give money. Are they using wild boars for barter? Are all cultivators this stingy? Truong Min quickly thought, but these wild boars are quite fat after all. If given to Truong the butcher, one could be worth 7 or 8,000 taels. Truong Tan thought anxiously, why aren't the ancestors speaking? Is it because I barged into the old man's mansion and he's thinking about how to deal with me? Suddenly his pupils dilated, teeth clenched as if judging something terrible. It's over. Surely I must have upset the senior. Contrary to Truong Min's negative thoughts, Truong Tan was calculating how much money he'd get after selling the pigs. One is worth 8 taels. 4, 8, 27 taels rounded up is exactly 30 taels. His eyes lit up, saying it's a big profit. Then he walked over, patted Truong Min's shoulder, and helped him up, saying it's all right. Quickly get up. He smiled with squinted eyes, thinking it seems cultivators are reasonable after all. Truong Tan cheerfully pointed towards the stall, saying you've also come to request a painting. Truong Min stood dumbfounded with a face full of question marks. Painting then thought, could it be the type of supreme, holy item that Vo Song Jr.'s sister showed to the master? Truong Min stepped forward and grasped his hand, tightly crying and saying, You're not wrong. I came precisely for that. He smiled and quickly led the way, then please come this way. As he walked, he thought, if they've given me so many wild boars, I should be a bit more serious. Li Truong Min smiled broadly, thinking to himself, didn't expect the Grand Master to be so easy to talk to. He excitedly thought. Not surprisingly, he had guessed. Imagining the identity of the Holy Sun with dual spirit roots, a rare attribute seen once in 1,000 years, the most handsome person in 35 consecutive years of Tai Huin Holy Land. He daydreamed, thinking, playing running and jumping under the sunset of Tai Huin Holy Land is my brilliant youth. Then imagining his family background and his master flying, chasing each other in the beautiful Tai Huin Holy Land. Suddenly, Deep Truong Tan spoke up, asking for Li Truong Min's opinion. Young Master Li, do you have any words you want written? Smooth sailing. Heaven doesn't disappoint the sincere. May all things prosper. But Li Truong Min was still absent-minded, immersed in his fantasy. Smiling nonstop, Deep Truong Tan looked at his appearance and was speechless. Sighing, what is this kid still hesitating about? Originally worried about him seeing my true form. Who knew he's just a guy with mental issues? Even Hak Hong, seeing Li Truong Min's appearance, pouted, openly discriminating against him. Hak Hong angrily lit up its eyes, growling, don't be disrespectful in front of the master. It roared, then bit Li Truong Min's hand, making his face contort in pain. Deep Truong Tan turned back confused and asked, what's wrong with you? Seeing Deep Truong Tan turn back to ask Hak Hong, release Li Truong Min, turning its head to the other side, pretending like it hadn't done anything, while Li Truong Min rubbed his head and smiled, saying it's fine, please just do your best. I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing this, Deep Truong Tan raised his brush. Full of momentum, he said with confidence, in that case, I'll have to demonstrate a bit of my modest talent. At this moment, Yin Bang Tam opened the door. She said, Senior, I've finished putting away the items. Suddenly, her face showed an expression of surprise. Seeing Deep Truong Tan holding up his brush, her eyes lit up brightly. Her whole body shook with excitement. She thought to herself, the senior is going to write. Yin Bang Tam hurriedly ran like the wind to the table. She shouted loudly, as if afraid someone would steal her chance. Senior, let me grind the ink for you. Seeing this, Deep Truong Tan said, then I'll trouble Miss Yin. Yin Bang Tam approached and said to Li Truong Min, move aside, then pushed him to one side. Deep Truong Tan saw this and didn't know what to say. Yin Bang Tam ground the ink carefully. Her hand gently rotated on the inkstone. She thought to herself, before, I just looked at Senior Deep's chess game and was already captivated. If it's calligraphy, I wonder how profound the true meaning and principles contained within will be. Deep Truong Tan took the ink. He lifted his brush, his face absorbed as he danced the brush across the paper. He recalled at that time, the brush tip was only 0.01 m from the paper surface. But after 1/4 of an incense stick's time, everyone who had seen this calligraphy completely loved me. Both Li Truong Min and Yin Bang Tam couldn't take their eyes off it. They were both expectant and anxious. Yin Bang Tam thought to herself, Mr. Deep has completely immersed himself in it. Li Truong Min also thought silently, this is probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Deep Truong Tan swung his hand. He put the final stroke on the paper. Li Truong Min looked at the calligraphy. He was extremely surprised. He couldn't help but exclaim this. Li Truong Min and Yin Bang Tam looked at the calligraphy as if they were standing before majestic mountain ranges. A scene of utter primitiveness. Vast skies and clouds, green mountains and blue waters appeared before their eyes. Yin Bang Tam gazed at the painting and heard the wind. The rustling of leaves in the vast mountains and forests echoed in her ears. Looking at the flock of birds soaring in the sky and the calligraphy, she felt as if they were flying right before her eyes. Yin Bang Tam couldn't hide her admiration. She said, the grand atmosphere when Senior Deep wielded his brush was like seeing it with one's own eyes, touching it with one's own hands. Li Truong Min, on the other hand, imagined himself standing on the peak of a mountain, gazing out at the surrounding scenery. He muttered, I can feel it now. He couldn't hold back the tears that flowed. I can feel when Senior Deep lifted and placed his brush, the true meaning and clear intent that emerged. He saw a stream of blue energy appear before his eyes. Suddenly realizing it wasn't right, it was fate energy. The blue energy surrounded him, causing him to be surprised and frightened. Below the painting were 2 lines of text, floating present, watching the highest level of change, occasional unchanging. Deep Truong Tan put down his brush. He rubbed his shoulder and said, not bad, quite a good performance. He turned his head towards Li Truong Min and Yin Bang Tam. Seeing the strange appearance of the two, he asked, what's wrong with you two again? He reached out his hands. His hands touched the shoulders of Li Truong Min and Yin Bang Tam. He called out loudly, you two. They were startled out of their imaginary thoughts. He said to Li Truong Min, listen here, young Master Li, you've gone crazy 2 or 3 times today. If you're sick, you should get treatment quickly. Hearing this, Li Truong Min bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. Senior's realm is truly extraordinary. This junior has learned a lot. Deep Truong Tan humbly said, it's just a small skill, not worth mentioning, but in his heart, he was laughing like crazy. Finally, someone with discerning eyes had noticed. Then he rolled up the calligraphy piece. He handed it to Li Truong Min and said, here, this is for you. Li Truong Min bowed to receive it and said, thank you, Senior. He cherished the calligraphy piece in his hands. Seriously, he said, please, Senior, give this calligraphy piece a name. Hearing this, Deep Truong Tan hesitated. It was originally just to repay your generous gift. But then his eyes lit up. He said loudly, then let's call it generous thanks. Li Truong Min pondered. He carefully analyzed each character in this name. Generous means abundant virtue and fortune. Thanks symbolizes respect and gratitude. After thinking for a long time, he seemed to have an epiphany. He exclaimed, Senior, truly worthy of being a great master who has ascended to the higher realm, to be able to utter such profound words. Lai Chuang-min bowed his head again in deep thought. But I follow my master, the Holy Lord, cultivating the path of longevity. Yet in this painting, it contains supreme sword energy. Could it be that the ancestral master is hinting at me? His eyes rolled back, and his mouth gaped open in shock. He wondered if his previous cultivation had all been wrong. He recalled the scenes of his cultivation, his eyes tightly shut, his face contorted as if enduring endless pain. Then he thought further. No wonder my cultivation in recent years has always been stagnant, making no progress. Could it be that my true goal is the sword path? Deep Truong Tan waved his hand and said, I won't help you with the rest. Take it back and think about it yourself. Lai Truong-min hesitated and said this. Lai Truong-min suddenly realized and wondered, is the ancestral master reminding me to quickly recognize my true heart, to carefully consider the path I'm on? Lai Truong-min clasped his fingers together. He flew up into the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. Behind him were the two people, Deep Truong Tan and Yin Bang Tam, along with Hak Hong, waving goodbye to him. Lai Truong-min's mouth was still muttering, but giving up the cultivation of longevity also means giving up the position of Holy Son. I'm sorry, Senior. I need to think carefully. Deep Truong Tan looked on in confusion. What is he talking about? He was at a loss for words, not knowing what else to say. I just told him to take it back and frame it himself. In the magnificent palace amidst the towering mountains, Truong Huan Immortal was enjoying tea when he suddenly heard a call. Holy Master, Master. A figure appeared. It was Li Truong-min flying in. As soon as he entered, Li Truong-min knelt down and shouted, Master, your disciple is unfilial. Hearing this, Truong Huan Immortal spat out all his tea. Inside the great hall, Truong-min knelt down crying and speaking to Truong Huan Immortal. You must have already seen that your disciple cannot handle the position of Holy Son right. Truong Huan frowned. He let out a sigh carrying all the worries and concerns for his disciple's future. Truong Min has been groomed as the Holy Son since childhood. He looked at him with eyes full of concern, then thought that now suddenly there's an additional holy daughter. Perhaps in his heart, he is also very worried. Truong Huan stepped to Truong Min's side. He grabbed Truong Min's shoulder, startling him. Truong Min, don't think so unclearly like that. At this point, your master will no longer hide anything from you. Truong Min hurriedly waved his hand in denial. No, Master, your disciple doesn't mean that. Truong Huan turned his face away, saying, You don't know. That secluded master in Chiu Tri Town cares a lot about Vo Song and is willing to guide her at any time. He used his hand to wipe away the tear in the corner of his eye and continued the cultivation of that elder is unfathomably profound, making others tremble in fear. Taihuan Holy Land might have already been under his surveillance. Truong Huan's words confused Truong Min. He explained, Master. That. But Truong Huan seemed not to hear. He continued speaking. Your master had no choice but to use this last resort. Truong Min raised his trembling hands with a fearful expression, saying to him, Please listen to your disciple. Truong Huan turned his head to look at his disciple. Suddenly, he placed his hand on Truong Min's shoulder. He let out a sigh and said, I hope you can understand your master's hardship. Truong Min anxiously said, Master, your disciple understands everything, but please listen to me. Truong Huan closed his eyes. A tear appeared in the corner of his eye. Then he slowly said, Speak. Truong Min's face lit up. Happy as a child, he replied, Actually, your disciple has already met that elder today. Truong Min looked at his master with expectant eyes, but was met with only silence and a cooling of the atmosphere. Suddenly, he used his hand to slap Truong Min's face, then angrily said, Reckless. Truong Min held his face, trembling, and said, Master, why did you hit your disciple? Truong Huan Immortal's face darkened, followed by a cold atmosphere enveloping the great hall. He said, You don't know, and went there on your own. What if you angered him? We'll bring disaster to our entire sect. Truong Min hesitated, quickly pulled out a calligraphy piece, and said, But that senior wasn't angry. Instead, he also gave the disciple a calligraphy piece. His words startled. Truong Huan glanced at him and turned sharply, sweat pouring like water. He exclaimed in shock, What? Quickly, hand it over for me to see. Truong Min used both hands to present the painting to his master while answering, Master. The senior hinted in the painting to the disciple, It seems that my chosen path of cultivation is wrong. He looked it over and thought such an ordinary scroll. It's not even as beautiful as Vo Song's. He suspiciously looked at his disciple and thought the ancestor just did it carelessly, and this foolish Truongmin actually believes it's real. Truonghuin sternly said, Truongmin, remember well, choosing you as the holy son. His face darkened as he continued, you can only, and are only suitable to cultivate with your master the high-level profound meaning, the Tao of longevity of our sect. Truongmin shouted, but he turned his head, looked at him with a firm voice, no buts. Truonghuin reached out, took the painting from Truongmin's hand, and said the ancestor's gift to Vo Song is very beautiful. It indeed contains the great sword Tao that Vo Song cultivates. He unrolled the painting while saying, this painting of yours is just a piece of ordinary paper. His eyes widened as he looked at the painting and continued, obviously, the ancestor feels. Suddenly, a beam of golden light flashed across Truonghuin's face, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Suddenly, the scenery from the painting appeared around him, along with the words, extraordinary change, unchanging and change talisman, resists the supreme. This greatly surprised him. His face darkened, followed by 2 streams of tears flowing down his aged face. His whole being seemed illuminated by the light of truth. He cried and thought the ancestor is indeed a supreme figure, using this simple poem to profoundly convey the true meaning of the sword to Truongmin. I have also seen Vo Song's painting. Although the realm within it is extremely profound, it fundamentally can't compare to the one the senior bestowed upon Truongmin. He widened his eyes, trembling as he thought, could it be that? He panicked, turned to look at him, and thought again. Truongmin, he is truly suitable for cultivating the sword Tao. Meanwhile, Truongmin was crying because his master scolded him. Outside the hall, Truongmin's repeated calls of master could be heard. Truonghuin was walking out the door when he heard Truongmin's voice. He called out loudly, startling him and making his eyes widen. He turned his head. Truongmin said, Master, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, he trembled and grabbed Truongmin's hand. A tear appeared in the corner of his eye. You rascal, what you said just now wasn't wrong. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, the senior is still hinting to you on the path of swordsmanship, even higher than that peerless girl. Truongmin's face flashed a look of concern for his master. He replied, so master's intention is. He closed his eyes, grasped Truongmin's hands tightly, and instructed him, you and I, as the Holy Lord and Holy Son of the Tai Huin Holy Land, must absolutely not go against the senior's wishes. His whole body seemed filled with vitality. Determined, he said, you will use change amidst the unchanging, uphold the supreme resistance. Use this motto as the foundation of your sword heart to change your sword path. Truongmin's eyes lit up. He responded to his master with a loud yes. He continued, you may go now. Truongmin bowed respectfully and said, disciple obeys. He climbed away as fast as the wind. In the space suddenly appeared Truongmin's sword, Donmin. Truonghuin watched his disciple riding the sword and flying into the sky, standing and watching him go far away. Suddenly, 2 streams of tears fell from his eyes. He raised his trembling hand, pointing in his direction, and said, you must remember well the senior's expectations for you. Truongmin stood high above, looking down at his master. He replied, disciple understands. Inside the main hall of Tai Huin Holy Land, all the elders were present to participate in the discussion. At the head was Nguyen Kim, true person. He said, Holy Lord, senior brother. He continued, hurriedly summoning us all here. Is there something wrong? Truonghuin's face darkened, crying loudly while lamenting, my only disciple, the seed of longevity of Tai Huin Holy Land. His words left the other true persons speechless. They all gathered around Truonghuin. Nguyen Kim spoke, sadly, senior brother, what's wrong with you? Kwa Q was the one who responded to him, saying, don't know. Tan Deep immediately patted his shoulder and added, perhaps last night, he practiced the pupil technique and went mad. Truonghuin raised his hand, coughed a few times, then looked at the elders below. He stood upright. His whole body emitted a faint golden light. He closed his eyes and slowly said, all right, everyone be quiet for a moment. I have 2 matters to discuss with you all today. He raised one hand and continued, first. 2 days ago, I mentioned wanting to appoint Vo Song as the holy maiden of our Tai Huin Holy Land, but not to depose the Holy Son. He continued, but to use this holy maiden to strengthen the relationship with the senior of Tran Tu Chi as he spoke. He recalled the image of Vo Song Truong, leading a group of elders approaching waving to greet Truong Tan. He raised another finger and said, "Second." With a serious expression, he continued, "1 month from now, the martial arts competition of the two great holy lands, Tai Huyen and Tu Tan, held once every 15 years, is about to begin. The outstanding young talents of Tu Tan Holy Land, along with the Holy Lord Tu Chi Tien of Tu Tan Holy Land, will come to our Tai Huyen Mountain to compete in mental challenges." Once again, he recalled the scene of Tu Tan Holy Land's holy lords along with hundreds of disciples standing in neat rows. In the competition, they showcase all of their talents to gain glory and achievements. Looking down at the true persons below, he said, "During this time, I ask that you urge your disciples to practice diligently and not be lazy." As soon as Truong Huyen finished speaking, Tan Deep immediately responded, "Holy Lord, senior brother, in the past few martial arts competitions, our disciples have had some losses." His words carried a hint of mockery. "But in the contest of chess skills between you and Tu Chi Tien, you've never won once." These words were like a knife stabbing straight into Truong Huyen, making him stunned. Nguyen Kim whistled and said, "That's right, senior brother. The one who needs to practice diligently is probably you." Then he laughed loudly. Truong Huyen was so angered that he trembled. His whole body emitted smoke, but he couldn't do anything because they spoke too truthfully. Seeing his anger, the three true persons continued, "Losing once, and it's a mid-grade spiritual treasure and 10,000-year herbs. All assets are lost. How about in this martial arts competition, Holy Lord brother doesn't show up anymore? We'll say you're in closed-door cultivation." His anger exploded, making him shout at their faces, "What are you saying? Am I afraid of losing spiritual treasures and herbs?" His face was covered in sweat. His hand trembled as he pointed to the sky and said, "I just feel that Tu Chi Tien's 4 dragons spitting water can be interpreted as the myriad changes within the game. It's truly rare in this world. I just want to observe it a few more times." Hearing him speak, the elders covered their mouths and chuckled. Truong Huyen stroked his beard, pretending to be profound. He glanced at the true persons and said, "You're not chess enthusiasts. You wouldn't understand." Though he said this, in his heart he was screaming, "I can't solve it. I basically can't solve it." Nguyen Kim suddenly moved swiftly like the wind to stand beside him. He patted his shoulder and said, "Senior brother, perhaps that senior from Tran Tu Chi has a way to break the game." Hearing this, he was startled and doubtfully continued, "Is this true?" He continued, "Think about it. That senior's cultivation is profound and mysterious. Perhaps he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His knowledge is certainly not something we can imagine. What seems to us as a profound chess game that we can't fathom, in the senior's eyes, might just be a child's game." As if enlightened, he quickly made a decision. "All right then." He raised his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times, then praised Nguyen Kim's idea. "Excellent." Truong Huyen looked at the true persons and said, "Brother Nguyen Kim's words make a lot of sense. For someone of the senior's level, focusing on exploring mental states, playing chess is one of the best methods." His eyes lit up as he thought, "I can also take this opportunity to pay respects to this senior and ask him for some advice." On the high mountain peak, Luke Vo Song was there practicing. She drew her sword and practiced movements with great precision, continuously swinging and slashing her sword. After cutting through the last large tree trunk, she finally stopped. She sheathed her sword. Luke Vo Song closed her eyes to sense the essence of energy. Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out. Only then did Luke Vo Song open her eyes to look. It turned out to be the Holy Lord. He had witnessed everything and offered her words of praise. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your mastery of the 7th level of Kim Nguyen Sword Sutra to be so proficient already." Luke Vo Song quickly bowed respectfully to greet the Holy Lord. "The Holy Lord is too kind. It's all thanks to Senior Deep's guidance that this disciple could have new insights on the path of swordsmanship." The Holy Lord gently said, "Vo Song, this old man has just discussed with the elders. We have decided that after the martial arts competition between the two holy lands, Tu Tan and Tai Huyen, ends, we will hold the official ceremony to confer the title of Holy Maiden." Luke Vo Song's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "This disciple will follow the Holy Lord's arrangements." He suddenly turned around and pretended to cough a few times. Then the Holy Lord, not wanting to beat around the bush anymore, asked, "How do you feel about the personality of the reclusive senior in Chu Tri Town?" Luke Vo Song answered without hesitation. Senior Deep's cultivation is profound and unfathomable, yet he treats others with kindness and gentleness. He is gentle and approachable. The Holy Lord, not knowing what else to say, smiled bitterly. "Girl, you're still young. You don't understand the intentions of a master. Perhaps the senior has taken notice of your potential, which is why he values you." Upon hearing this, Luke Vo Song was both moved and delighted. She asked, "He values me." "Really?" The Holy Lord frankly expressed, "This old man has prepared gifts to visit Chu Tri Town and pay respects to that senior. To be more appropriate, I want you to be the one to introduce and accompany me." Luke Vo Song bowed and obeyed. Luke Vo Song blushed and thought to herself, "I didn't expect that so soon I would be able to see Senior Deep again." The Holy Lord didn't forget to instruct, "Remember, in front of the senior, don't call me Holy Lord to avoid confusion. Just say I'm an elder in your family." Scene change at this moment. Deep Ca was sitting in his small courtyard. Yin Bang Tam began her cleaning routine, while Deep Ca held a brush, his hands and feet starting to tremble. The broom in Yin Bang Tam's hand continuously swept across the yard, sweeping up so much smoke and dust as if someone inhaled it. It seemed that only Deep Ca was help. Leslie had to turn and tell Miss Yin to rest for a bit. Yin Bang Tam replied brightly, "I'm fine, Senior Deep. I'm not tired." Deep Ca grabbed the broom from Yin Bang Tam's hand, saying rest for a bit. In Deep Ca's heart, there was so much bitterness tossing up and down. All the dust had been inhaled clean by him. But Yin Bang Tam misunderstood that Deep Ca was treating her well. She turned and said, "Then I'll go sew and cook." The words immediately made Deep Ca freeze. He hurriedly stopped her. Don't, just sit down." Yin Bang Tam then looked bewildered and surprised. And at this moment, Deep Ca's face looked like the sky was about to fall. He thought this little troublemaker really fell from the sky, can't do anything right, only good at eating. He was extremely distressed and tearful. "Unfortunately, I can't do anything to her. If I'm angry, I can only be angry." Deep Ca held a brush in his hand. He angrily slammed it down on the table. It was clear he was extremely angry. Yin Bang Tam had said she would leave after a few days, but she still hadn't gone. And the landlord's house didn't have extra food. In front of Shaoqi Town, a group of strangers arrived. The girl behind held up a jade pendant and announced, "The master of Jade Spirit Palace says the 9th prince is in this town." Lu Chang'e quickly urged the subordinates behind to go. The group quickly passed through the gate entering Shaoqi Town. The girl was startled because the Jade Spirit Talisman suddenly stopped glowing. Lu Chang'e looked around, then he said originally Shaoqi Town was a spiritual land of Taishan Holy Land. There's an 80% chance some prohibition was placed. I can sense the abundant Tao fortune here. Another young man refuted, "That's not right. Sir, I remember the spiritual energy of Shaoqi Town dried up hundreds of years ago. Why is it not gone now, but instead even more concentrated?" Lu Chang'e emotionlessly said, "I don't know either. Now we don't have time to pay attention to these things. The 9th prince has been missing for over half a month. Finding him is the urgent matter. He seriously warned, if not, both you and I will lose our heads." Lu Chang'e suddenly took a deep breath. He clasped his hands and began to exert his energy. Lu Chang'e accumulated magical power in his 2 hands, summoning a stream of yellow energy. The energy quickly flew away. Instantly his eyes lit up because he had a trace of Yin Bang Tam. Lu Chang'e led people hurriedly chasing after the energy. Standing in front of Deep Ca's shop, Lu Chang'e suddenly stopped and said, "This is where the spiritual energy of the town is emanating from." Lu Chang'e lifted his foot, wanting to step in and investigate. But at that moment, he sensed something was wrong. Lu Chang'e quickly jumped up, avoiding a fatal blow. Lu Chang'e landed on the ground, his body retreating backwards. When he looked up, Lu Chang'e saw the Holy Lord and Lu Wushuang approaching. The Holy Lord spoke as soon as he met him, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Lu Chang'e, the Lord of the Qishir Manor of the Great Yin royal family, aren't you?" Lu Chang'e bowed respectfully and replied, "That's correct. I didn't expect to meet Holy Lord Taishan here. I apologize for my rudeness." Holy Lord Taishan tensely asked, "Today, you enter the territory of Taishan Holy Land. Have you forgotten the agreement of non-interference between Taishan Holy Land and the Great Yin royal family?" Lu Chang'e hurriedly explained, "I didn't intentionally violate it. It's because our 9th princess has been missing for days. I had no choice but to come here. Hearing this, the Holy Lord showed no sympathy. Instead, he thought the other party was making excuses to invade and became furious. Absurd. How could your ninth princess end up here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Old Lu. Lu Changhe, and the Holy Lord quickly turned to look. At that moment, the image of Yin Bingxin holding a broom caught their eyes. Yin Bingxin cheerfully asked, Why are you here? Lu Changhe was shocked to see the princess's appearance. Ninth princess, your highness, why are you dressed like this? Even the Holy Lord of Taishan was surprised. Isn't this a sweeping servant? Is this really your ninth princess? Lu Changhe shouted in extreme anger. Who dares to confine her highness here and make her do such hard labor? This old minister will surely make them taste the skills of our Qisha manner. The Holy Lord stroked his beard, wondering, could it be the reclusive senior living here? Lu Wushuang thought to himself, a princess as precious as heaven's darling dressed as a sweeping servant. Could this be Senior Ye's special interest? Lu Changhe had already rushed over and grabbed Yin Bingxin's wrist, saying, Ninth Highness, this is the territory of Taishan Holy Land. Let's leave quickly. After we return, I'll send people to hunt him down. We must chop him into 100 pieces. Hearing these words, the Holy Lord of Taishan became extremely angry. How dare you disrespect our sect senior? If it weren't for the great Yin Emperor's face, I would surely teach you a lesson today. Yin Bingxin then pulled her hand away from Lu Changhe's grasp. He called out in panic, Ninth Highness. Without saying anything, Yin Bingxin swung her hand and slapped him. She angrily shouted, Shut your mouth. The Holy Lord was once again bewildered by the great Yin princess. Then Yin Bingxin picked up the broom from the ground. She pointed it threateningly, speaking so arrogantly. Do you want to cut off the destiny that has been passed down for 10,000 years in our great Yin? Lu Changhe explained miserably, Ninth Highness, the fate of our great Yin rests with His Majesty, and the ancestors protect you. Your cultivation level is still low. I'm afraid your heart has been bewitched by some wild cultivator. The Holy Lord angrily said, Wild cultivator. Lord Lu's tone is quite bold indeed. Do you know who the person in this shop is? Lu Changhe replied, Without fear, could it be the founding ancestor of the Taiwan Holy Land? Are you sure? At the same time, inside the shop, Little Black was trying to sleep, but couldn't. It angrily complained it's too noisy. Little Black sat up, stretching tiredly. It looked at the door and asked, Who is it so early in the morning? Little Black stepped outside. As soon as it set foot down, it started to release its aura. The Holy Lord and Lu Changhe stopped arguing and looked over. Little Black appeared in a fierce appearance with its true form clearly visible. It barked a few times, asking who was shouting at the door, disturbing this king's beautiful dream. Lu Changhe immediately tensed up and said, Demon King. Why is there a Demon King appearing here? The Holy Lord immediately formed a hand seal in anger, saying, Lord Lu, I won't argue with you. For now, let's deal with this Demon King first, then talk. Lu Changhe also quickly entered a battle-ready state. We absolutely cannot let this Demon King harm the people in the town. Little Black, in its fierce appearance, looked down on them. Two old ghosts want to make a move against me. Then I'll show you too this king's true power. Little Black started to gather its anger force, in a second becoming even more aggressive. The Taiwan Holy Lord and Lu Changhe tried to focus as much as possible. Suddenly a fist appeared. Yi Ji's punch landed on Little Black's head, turning it back into an obedient little puppy. Yi Ge pointed and questioned Black Emperor, You're itching for trouble again, aren't you? Yi Ge angrily threatened, Biting dogs, those who misbehave will be dealt with immorally. Little Black immediately became pitiful and teary-eyed, unlike its fierce appearance from earlier. Because of this scene, the two old men were completely stunned and doubting their life. Daring to hit a Demon King, what kind of person is this young man? I can't sense any cultivation aura from him, to the point that I couldn't even detect when he appeared. Yiga stepped forward to personally apologize. Sorry, you two. I'm the owner of this shop. This is a pet that I raise. I hope it didn't scare you. Hearing this, the Taiwan Holy Lord and Lu Changhe exclaimed in shock. Pet? A Demon King can be a pet. Seeing Yi Ge, Lu Wuxiong immediately brightened up. He bowed respectfully. Junior Wuxiong pays respects to Senior Yi. Yi Ge Kadamnidipyit. Fairy Lu, is it you? It's been a few days. Why have you come here today? Lu Wuxiong introduced the Holy Lord to him. Senior, This is an elder from my family. He saw the painting you sold me before and felt great admiration. So he came here today, specifically to inquire. The Holy Lord, being a senior elder, yet he bowed before you. I, Ha Changxian, pay my respects to Senior Yi. Yi Gu, embarrassed, asked the old gentleman to stand up at this moment. Changqing thought to himself, the senior of the fairy, isn't he an immortal cultivator? So Yi Gu opened his fan and began to act like a refined scholar, feeling smug inside. Although I don't have spiritual roots, thanks to my painting talent, I'm worthy of having an elder with such an immortal bearing call me senior. He then looked towards Yin Bingxin and saw a stranger, Lu Chang'e, so he asked Miss Yin who this person was. Lu Chang'e coughed a few times, wanting to reveal his identity. Ahem, I am. But before he could finish, Yin Bingxin waved her hand, stopping him. She explained, Old Chun is Old Chun, the steward of my household. He came here to find me. As soon as Yin Bingxin finished, Yi Gu rushed forward. He had tears in his eyes, grabbed Lu Chang'e's arm. It's so good that you finally come. The protagonist was extremely happy because he was about to get rid of a mouth to feed. He leaned close to Lu Chang'e and asked quietly, you're here to take your young miss home, right? Lu Chang'e, with a confused face, replied, yes, that's right. Yi Gu, of course, was very welcoming of Lu Chang'e's appearance. A moment later, he returned to his refined demeanor, opened his fan, and said, please, everyone, come in for a cup of tea. The old holy lord, overjoyed, replied, thank you, senior. He thought to himself, my opportunity has come. Yi Gu pushed open the main door, inviting everyone in. Yin Bingxin and Lu Wusong also entered right after. But when Lu Chang'e and the Holy Lord tried to enter, they were blocked by a barrier. The Holy Lord said, could this be the legendary protective formation? Only the purest Tao energy can create such a thing, as told in legends. Lu Chang'e pressed himself against the transparent wall and said, but a formation of this strength, only an ancient holy artifact could create it. The Holy Lord spoke up, the supreme cultivation, and those two juniors' levels are low, so they're not repelled by the barrier. On the contrary, your and my powers are high, so we're blocked outside the barrier. Seeing the two of them not coming in and acting strangely, Yi Gu said, you two, what's wrong? Come in quickly. A gentle breeze blew, causing bamboo leaves to fall. A leaf gently passed through the barrier. The Holy Lord and Lu Chang'e were suddenly pushed inside. Yi Changqing, when he saw Changxianjinren and Lu Chang'e fall to the ground. Because of the pain, they cried out, Aya. This surprised Yi Changqing a bit, so he asked about the condition of the two of them. What's wrong with you two? Changxianjinren, too embarrassed for falling in front of the senior Yi Changqing, even had a nosebleed, so he just rubbed his head and forced a smile to brush it off. As for Lu Chang'e, he was no less embarrassed than Changxianjinren, but he was afraid of losing face in front of the senior Yi Changqing, so he also forced a smile and casually explained, I'm getting old, my steps are not as steady. When Yi Changqing knew that Changxianjinren and Lu Chang'e were fine, he felt relieved. He then continued to lead Changxianjinren's group into his house. Beside it was an ancient tree swaying in the cool breeze, causing its branches and leaves to rustle. Suddenly, something caught their eyes, causing Changxianjinren and Lu Chang'e to be astonished. These are the Demon King Black Dog. Hearing someone mention him, Black Emperor immediately struck the most handsome pose he could. It could be an ancient spirit tree. From within the ancient tree, a purple light shone out. Following it was an incredibly powerful force. Even the tables and chairs were enveloped in Tao energy. On the table was a chess set, but it didn't seem to be an ordinary chess set, because from this chess set, a brilliant golden light was emitting. Unable to believe what they were seeing, both Changxianjinren and Lu Chang'e had their eyes wide open in amazement, thinking to themselves, we seem to have arrived at a truly wonderful place. While Changxianjinren and Lu Chang'e were still mesmerized by the miraculous scenery, Yi Changqing from afar smiled brightly and said to Changxianjinren's group, please make yourselves comfortable. I'll go get some tea. This helped wake up both of them, causing them to no longer be stunned by their surroundings and return to reality. Changxianjinren's group, while waiting for Yi Changqing to prepare tea to serve them, had moved to the stone table and chairs in the yard to sit down, enjoy the cool air, rest, and chat. Lu Chang'e, at this moment, somewhat curiously and hesitantly asked Changxianjinren if he could resolve some of the doubts that had been in his mind until now. Holy Lord Changxian, regarding this young senior, what do you think? Then, Lu Chang'e looked towards Changxian Jinren, waiting for his answer. I knew beforehand that the senior was a master, but I never thought his level would be this high. Changxian Jinren calmly replied, but in his heart, he was feeling unsettled by everything he had seen up until now. Lu Chang'e, looking at the ancient spirit tree emitting a purple light beside him, timidly said, indeed, such a spirit tree only exists in ancient lands, hiding great opportunities for 10,000 years. Now it's casually planted in such a small garden. Just sitting under this tree, I'm almost overwhelmed and can hardly breathe, Lu Chang'e said while placing his hand on his chest. His face showed an expression of panic and fear. Changxian Jinren didn't look much better than Lu Chang'e, but still spoke up to comfort Lu Chang'e, saying, hang in there. This must be a test from the senior for us. Meanwhile, Changxian Jinren put his hand on his stomach, as if trying to suppress the overwhelming pressure from outside. Changxian Jinren looked to the side, as if he saw something very strange, and suddenly exclaimed. It turned out to be a set of table and chairs with a Go board emitting a golden light that dazzled Changxian Jinren's eyes. He quickly stood up and slapped the table with both hands with a thud. This surprised everyone, causing them to stare at Changxian Jinren. Then Changxian Jinren approached that set of table and chairs, laughed proudly, and said, indeed, it's as I expected. Changxian Jinren looked at the Go board position on the table and confidently said, Senior Yi has studied Go. Be careful, old sir. Yan Bingxin worriedly warned Changxian Jinren, fearing he might encounter unforeseen dangers from the Go board. Changxian Jinren at this moment was standing in front of the Go board, observing and clearly seeing its position. From the Go set, a dazzling golden light was emitted. Changxian Jinren at this moment seemed to see something that made him exclaim in astonishment. Here, Changxian Jinren was a bit pensive, as if realizing the profound meaning that the Go set conveyed, so he spoke up. This Go board, it seems to be teaching this old man something. The military has no constant form. Changxian Jinren seemed to have entered a mystical realm, countless scenes appearing in his mind. Along with that, the first image appeared. There was a majestic general wearing armor, sitting on horseback. In his hand, he held a spear. He charged straight ahead, bravely destroying the enemy. The extraordinary aura emanating from that person was perhaps unmatched by anyone. Moving to another scene was water has no constant form. Along with the image of fierce waves formed from the blue seawater mixed with white sea foam, seemingly harmless, but possessing a terrifying power, ready to sweep away anything that stands in its path. While in normal times, it's just a calm stream of water. Then came the sun has its routine, along with the image of the sun like the yolk of an egg, warming the whole world with its brilliant yellow color, shining everywhere, bringing life to all things existing in the world, but also ready to burn everything to ashes. Finally, the moon has its waxing and waning, along with the image of moonlight shining in the sky, reflecting itself in the water as if two moons were dividing their tasks. One responsible for illuminating the entire night sky alongside the twinkling stars, the other illuminating the pitch-black water, revealing everything hidden beneath the water's surface. Meanwhile, Changxian Jinren quietly stood beside, gazing at the moon, discovering a place of peace, relaxing both the mortal realm and his inner self. After Changxian Jinren emerged from that illusion, he suddenly understood the profound and vast mystery hidden within the Go set. So he was momentarily moved to tears and said, I have realized it. At this moment, Yi Changqing carried a tray with a teapot and 5 teacups, apologetically saying, Sorry. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Yi Changqing looked towards the group of Changxian Jinren, seeing them gathered around the Go board, intently observing. Yi Changqing curiously asked, What's the matter with you all? Changxian Jinren, hearing Yi Changqing's voice, hurriedly came over and respectfully asked with clasped hands, Senior, may I ask what formation is on this Go board? This surprised Yi Changqing a bit. Yi Changqing exclaimed, Formation. This is a drawn game. Both Changxian Jinren and Lu Chang'e were shocked and exclaimed what? It was because at this moment, as if sensing the enlightenment from Changxian Jinren and Lu Chang'e, they were slightly moved. Lu Chang'e sighed and said the name drawn is very fitting. Along with that, his mind drifted into the Go game. It looks like black and white opposing each other, but within it contains the way of movement and stillness, the way of yin and yang, the way of battle fire, the way of birth and destruction. Along with that, the scene appearing before Lu Chang's eyes at this moment was he and Chang Xinjiren each standing on one side of a cliff, separated by a deep chasm, engaging in a magical duel with each other. Opposing yet balancing and harmonizing. Beside him was Chang Xinjiren, who now closed his eyes and merged into the illusion. Before Chang Xinjiren's eyes was that drawn go position, surrounded by majestic mountain scenery, beautiful as an ink wash painting. Then Chang Xinjiren spoke again. Such a profound go position is indeed rare to encounter. Yi Changqing stood dumbfounded hearing Chang Xinjiren and Lu Chang'e speak. Then he dazedly thought to himself, what are these two old men talking about? Isn't a draw when neither side wins? What's there to analyze? Yi Changqing didn't want to think about it anymore, so he took out the teacups and offered them to each person. Then Yi Changqing smiled brightly and said, I'm really sorry. There's nothing good in my dwelling. Please try this tea I made myself. Chang Xinjiren hurriedly clasped his hands and respectfully said, it's all right, it's all right. Lu Chuangha also clasped his hands respectfully and said, the guest follows the host. Chuang Huinjiren looked at the teapot that Deep Truong Tan personally brewed with some contemplation and thought to himself. An extraordinary figure like Senior Deep can even make his own tea. It seems he has also studied the art of tea. Truong Huinjiren continued to ponder, and along with that, the image of a tea leaf appeared. In the sect, there happens to be some tea left by the ancestors, made from fragments of enlightenment leaves. Perhaps it could be given to the senior. Enlightenment leaves are divine objects for cultivation. Even fragments are worth their weight in gold. Of course, it can bring us closer to the senior. Deep Truong Tan suddenly opened some kind of box. Along with that, a beam of orange-yellow light gradually became visible. Truong Huinjiren was dazzled by that orange-yellow light and had to cover his eyes. He exclaimed in amazement, what is this? Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha saw Deep Truong Tan unfold from the box a green tea leaf and then put it into the teacup. They gaped in astonishment, thinking a whole enlightenment leaf. Deep Truong Tan continued to put enlightenment leaves into other teacups. This caused Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha to be further amazed, thinking to themselves, in our lifetime, it's the first time seeing whole enlightenment leaves. Extravagant. This is too extravagant. Is this the wealth of a master? Seeing Deep Truong Tan happily pouring tea to rinse the enlightenment leaves, Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha were still shocked and continued to think. The first rinse of the enlightenment leaf. All the spiritual energy on the leaf surface will dissolve into the water. The tea water at this moment, rich and extremely pure. Just seeing the simple scene of pouring tea to rinse the enlightenment leaf was enough to make Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha jump for joy. But Deep Truong Tan's next action was to discard that tea. This caused Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha to be completely shocked. Both Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha had their eyes wide open mouths agape and stood motionless in utter surprise. Deep Truong Tan saw Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha standing still with shocked expressions on their faces. So Deep Truong Tan curiously asked, what's wrong with both Truong Huinjiren and Lu? Truongha shouted in unison, asking the cup. Deep Truong Tan understood the issue, so he turned to look at the puddle of tea he had just discarded and calmly said, oh, that was the tea rinse water. Not good enough, so I poured it on the ground. After finishing brewing the final tea, Deep Truong Tan quickly poured it out. In the cup was a piece of enlightenment leaf. Blending with the green tea water, the leaf was still steaming hot, and he then invited everyone to drink. Now you can try it. Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha picked up the teacups and looked at them. They were so nervous that sweat covered their faces, thinking to themselves about this cup of tea. They felt a bit hesitant to drink it. On the other side, Luke Vo Song and Yin Bang Tam also felt a bit anxious when picking up their teacups. Just the aroma alone was enough to slightly relax their state of mind. Deep Truong Tan, seeing the reactions of Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha being a bit strange, suddenly remembered where the problem lay and panicked, thinking to himself, oh no, I forgot that these senior figures don't have ordinary backgrounds. The tea they usually drink must be the best of the best. Deep Truong Tan looked at his own cup of tea and continued thinking. This tea leaf I made myself, they probably won't even consider worthy. So then Deep Truong Tan, feeling a bit embarrassed, stammered and said to Truong Huinjiren and Lu Truongha, if it's really hard to drink, then don't bother. Truong Huinjiren thought he had made Deep Truong Tan unhappy, so he frantically said, no, I was just smelling the tea's aroma first. After that, Truong Huinjinren, Luke Vo Song picked up their teacups. They drank it all in one gulp. Lu Truong Ha and Yin Bang Tam did the same. When all four of them had finished drinking, their faces were all flushed red, but showed clear signs of enjoyment and satisfaction that were indescribable. Lu Truong Ha closed his eyes, feeling the tea's flavor slowly seeping into his throat, then contentedly and happily exclaimed, "Ah, extremely refreshing." After that, he asked Truong Huinjinren, "Brother Ha, how do you feel now?" Truong Huinjinren joyfully expressed his feelings. Truly worthy of tea steeped from enlightenment leaves. Then, Truong Huinjinren seemed to sink into an illusion. There were majestic mountains, beautiful as if sketched in ink wash painting, along with cranes flapping their wings and flying freely. Down below, Truong Huinjinren was standing on a boat, and inspired by the scenery, he recited a poem. The small boat has passed through 1,000 layers of mountains. The group, including Truong Huinjinren, Lu Truong Ha, Luke Vo Song, and Yin Bang Tam, were enjoying tea together at Deep Truong Tan's house. Deep Truong Tan, seeing the somewhat exaggerated reactions of Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha after tasting the tea he brewed, couldn't help but helplessly utter a sound. Why are they drinking tea as if it were an aphrodisiac? Along with that was the image of Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha together displaying all emotions of joy, anger, love, and hate after enjoying the tea. Suddenly at this moment, both Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha seemed to sense something and were shocked with mouths agape. Cultivation level increasing rapidly. Both of them could feel as if there was a force gradually increasing inside their bodies. For Truong Huinjinren, it felt like a whirlwind sweeping through his body. As for Lu Truong Ha, he felt as if his entire body was immersed in the embrace of a volcano. So they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lu Truong Ha saw from within his body a golden light radiating out, so he suddenly shouted in excitement, "My cultivation level has increased." Along with that, an expression of surprise was clearly visible on his face. Truong Huinjinren beside him panicked, clutched his head, and shouted loudly. This old man feels like he has been pushed thousands of years ahead in cultivation. Along with that was an expression of surprise no less than Lu Truong Ha's. While Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha were still chattering about their increased cultivation levels, Deep Truong Tan quickly interrupted and with some hesitation asked probingly, "You too, how's the taste of this tea of mine?" Hearing Deep Truong Tan's question, Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha felt a bit worried, so they had to put aside their joy of increased cultivation. Then, scared to the point of sweating profusely, they consulted each other. Truong Huinjinren spoke first. "How should we answer?" Lu Truong Ha then spoke up. "Could it be that the senior is testing our Dao cultivation qualities?" Seeing that staying silent wasn't a good option, Truong Huinjinren spoke up first to answer. "Respected senior, the tea is sweet with a very good aftertaste. Going into the stomach, it's like soaking in a warm spring, making one's mental state feel as if it's been reborn. Extremely marvelous." Along with that, he gave a thumbs up, meaning it was delicious. On his lips was a smile that couldn't be more awkward. His heart was extremely tense, but he still tried to appear fine. But deep inside, he was crying an ocean of tears. Lu Truong Ha was even more exaggerated. He gave 2 thumbs up, meaning it was incredibly delicious beyond dispute. On his lips was still a professionally awkward smile. Then he let out a forced laugh and said, "That's right. This is definitely the best tea I've ever tasted in my life." But Deep Truong Tan had no idea how much he was trembling. Deep Truong Tan heard Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha praising his tea like that, so he was a bit confused and rested his chin on his hand, thinking, just 1 cup of tea, and they've experienced so many sensations. Why do I feel like these two are trying to deceive me? On the side of Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha, seeing Deep Truong Tan's expression, looking a bit displeased, they felt even more panicked. On the side of Luke Vo Song and Yin Bang Tam, they were still clear-headed. The two looked at each other, then glanced over at Deep Truong Tan's group. After that, they silently laughed at Deep Truong Tan's group, Truong Huinjinren and Lu Truong Ha. Just drinking a little tea, and they've created so many issues. Afraid of displeasing Deep Truong Tan, Lu Truong Ha bowed his head respectfully and said, "Mr. Deep," then took something out of his pocket. It turned out to be a wooden box. Then he continued, "This is a family heirloom. If you like it, please consider it a gift of gratitude for taking care of my young lady these past few days." After seeing the wooden box, Deep Truong Tan was surprised. His eyes lit up and he thought to himself, "It seems this person has been freeloading at my place for a long time." He feels ashamed. Deep Truong Tan pretended to be polite, but still reached out with both hands to accept the gift. Then he smiled and said, "You've come all this way. Why bring a gift?" But in fact, he was overjoyed in his heart. "Well then, I won't be polite." With that, Deep Truong Tan happily accepted the wooden box. Lu Truong Ha, seeing that Deep Truong Tan accepted his gift, felt somewhat relieved. On Truong Huinjiren's side, seeing Lu Truong Ha giving a gift to Deep Truong Tan, he jealously said, "Tch, this time I didn't bring anything out. This old man beat me to it." In contrast to the jealous expression of Truong Huinjiren, Luke Vo Song beside him felt a bit sad, thinking to himself, "If only I could give a gift to the senior too, that would be great." Deep Truong Tan, after receiving the gift, immediately opened the wooden box. Inside, a blue light suddenly shone out. Deep Truong Tan cast his gaze into the wooden box. He happily said, "Let me see what good thing this is." This made Truong Huinjiren and Luke Vo Song equally curious, craning their necks to look inside and see what it was. It turned out to be a beautiful blue pearl inside. After Luke Vo Song saw it, he exclaimed in surprise, This is..." Truong Huinjiren beside him shouted in panic, "Xianbang pearl." Lu Truong Ha smugly replied, "That's right." Deep Truong Tan curiously asked, "What's that?" Seeing that Deep Truong Tan seemed not to know, he immediately explained to him that the Xianbang pearl is a treasure from the extreme cold. One fingertip-sized pearl takes 10,000 years to form and can contain enormous energy. Along with it was an illusion of a mountain range in a frigid region with aurora lights shimmering in the sky. This is where the Xianbang pearl is contained. Truong Huinjiren stroked his beard and said, "This one is as big as an apple. Old Lu has spent all his fortune on this." Luke Vo Song also chimed in to explain further, along with the illusion of two spirit roots, ice and fire. Although it can increase cultivation for ice spirit root cultivators, for cultivators of other attributes, touching the Xianbang pearl will severely damage their cultivation due to the cold qi entering their body. In severe cases, it can turn them into cripples. After hearing the explanation, Yen Bang Tam suddenly felt a cold current spreading throughout her body and fearfully thought to herself, "I'm just standing nearby and already feel chilled to the bone." Luke Vo Song and Yen Bang Tam, when they saw Deep Truong Tan intending to pick up the Xianbang pearl, hurriedly panicked and tried to stop him. "It's dangerous, senior. You mustn't." Deep Truong Tan had already succeeded in touching the Xianbang pearl. Deep Truong Tan happily picked up the Xianbang pearl and said, "Wow, it's so cool. This thing seems to cool automatically." Deep Truong Tan found the Xianbang pearl quite interesting, so he happily said, "Not bad, not bad. In summer, using this ice ball to cool fruits, it should sell very well." When they heard the name Deep Truong Tan called the Xianbang pearl, all four people, Truong Huinjiren, Lu Truong Ha, Luke Vo Song, and Yen Bang Tam, were shocked and exclaimed, "Ice ball." Deep Truong Tan had been given a Xianbang pearl by Lu Truong Ha to gain his favor, but unexpectedly, Deep Truong Tan viewed the precious Xianbang pearl as an ice ball. He even held the pearl and rotated it in his hand, looking very pleased. This made Lu Truong Ha sigh. "We don't dare touch that thing, but in the senior's hands, it's like a toy." Truong Huinjiren beside him, full of admiration in his heart, couldn't help but exclaim, "The senior's power is indeed profound and immeasurable." Lu Truong Ha then clasped his hands and respectfully said to Deep Truong Tan, "Mr. Deep, my young lady has been troubling you recently. Today, I've decided to take her away from here." Yen Bang Tam beside him was surprised by Lu Truong Ha's words and exclaimed, "Ah." Deep Truong Tan hurriedly approached and grabbed Lu Truong Ha's arm with both hands. His eyes showing a mix of excitement and joy, he asked Lu Truong Ha, "Really?" Lu Truong Ha was startled by this sudden action from Deep Truong Tan. He was taken aback. Then Lu Truong Ha, somewhat anxiously, stammered in response to Deep Truong Tan, "Yes, yes." Hearing Lu Truong Ha's definite answer made Deep Truong Tan indescribably happy, but he still pretended to be composed. Slowly turning his back, he pretended to cough once. Lu Truong Ha was confused by the sudden change in Deep Truong Tan's behavior. He found it puzzling. Deep Truong Tan, on this side, was full of smugness. His face showed a bit of cunning as he smiled slyly and thought to himself, "Received a gift and sent off a big freeloader." double happiness at the door. While he was thinking, he didn't forget to secretly glance at Yin Bang Tam to see how she was doing. But she was still carefree and unaware of anything. Closing off his true appearance, Deep Truong Tan put on an extremely coy face. His tone seemed a bit regretful as he said, "Miss Yin, I didn't expect we'd have to part so soon." But in reality, Deep Truong Tan wanted to politely get rid of Yin Bang Tam. Yin Bang Tam thought that Deep Truong Tan was reluctant to part with her. So she shyly replied to Mr. Deep, "Don't worry, sir. Bang Tam will certainly not betray your feelings." Truong Huinjinren, seeing this tearful farewell scene, was a bit puzzled and thought to himself, what's so special about this ninth princess that she can be so appreciated by Senior Deep? But little did he know, Deep Truong Tan was just putting on a show for them. Suddenly, Yin Bang Tam raised her hand straight up, startling Lu Truong Ha a bit. Then Yin Bang Tam boldly spoke up. "This lady is not leaving anymore." This caused Lu Truong Ha, standing nearby, to panic, not knowing what trick the princess was up to now. Hearing these words from Yin Bang Tam, Deep Truong Tan felt as if his whole sky of freedom had collapsed. Gone were the peaceful days of the past. So he panicked and shouted, "Huh!" The wind also sensed that something was amiss and blew stronger, causing more leaves to fall from the trees. If he had known beforehand that the situation would turn out like this, then he would have just kept quiet and been done with it. Yin Bang Tam bowed her head, clasped her hands, and respectfully replied to Deep Truong Tan, "Mr. Deep, please rest assured, Bang Tam will certainly not betray your feelings." Then Yin Bang Tam took a defensive stance. Next, she put one hand on her waist and pointed the other straight at Lu Truong Ha's face, boldly declaring, "You go back and tell my father and mother that they don't need to miss me. I'll stay with Mr. Deep for a while longer. When I want to return, I'll notify them later." Deep Truong Tan blurted out what Deep Truong Tan thought to himself. "Young miss, aren't you afraid that on some cool, breezy night, I might perform the rice becomes cooked act?" Along with that, in Deep Truong Tan's mind, an illusion appeared of him lustfully forcing himself on Yin Bang Tam. Lu Truong Ha, hearing the princess's words, hesitantly said, "If that's the case." Deep Truong Tan was so nervous and panicked on his side, thinking it's over. This old man seems to really want to agree. If I don't make a move now, it'll be too late. Deep Truong Tan quickly gathered himself, pretending to be calm, and coughed a few times. Then he looked at Yin Bang Tam and calmly advised, "Miss Yin, filial piety is most important. If you really like staying with me, then you should go back and stay with your parents for a while, then come back here later." Although he said it like that, deep in Deep Truong Tan's heart, he still hoped Yin Bang Tam would understand and return home, no longer bothering him. Truong Huinjinren also chimed in with advice. "I remember when I was about your age, my parents had already passed away." Hearing this, Yin Bang Tam suddenly turned her head. Seeing that Yin Bang Tam showed some interest in his words, Truong Huinjinren stroked his beard and continued speaking. "Miss Yin, you are still young. You should cherish this family bond." But Yin Bang Tam was somewhat unwilling and said, "But." Deep Truong Tan stepped forward to the table and picked up a brush. He cheerfully made a few brush strokes. It looked ordinary, but in reality, it carried a great power. From the seemingly casual brush strokes, the first line of the poem appeared. "Huin grass grows on the porch," meaning the Huin grass grows all over the house's threshold. Beside it, an illusion gradually appeared of Huin flower clusters growing by the lake, swaying gently in the wind, the leaves soft as velvet, making people want to touch them lightly when passing by, carrying a sense of warmth and gentleness. In the distance were houses with blue-green tiled roofs, symbolizing prosperity. The child travels to the edge of the sky, meaning the child plays to the far horizon. Beside it was an illusion of a young man wearing white clothes, carrying a sword on his back along with great aspirations, moving straight ahead, leaving behind the Huin flower clusters wearily watching for the young man. The old mother leans on the door, waiting, meaning the elderly mother leans on the door, looking out. Beside it was an illusion of an old lady with gray hair, sitting in front of the house, wearily waiting for the day when her child fulfills his aspirations. Even if he stumbles along the way, there's still the old mother waiting to welcome the child's return. Not seeing the Huin grass bloom, meaning not seeing the Huin grass flower. Beside it was an illusion of a white crane flapping its wings. In ancient times, there was a legend that cranes would bring a child to the doorstep of families wishing wishing for children. So it can be understood that the symbols of the crane and Huin flower represent the mother. In short, the implication of the entire poem that Deep Truong Tan wanted to convey was to use scenery to express emotions, deeply revealing the profound feelings between mother and child, moving the listeners. Therefore, Huin grass has become the flower representing mothers. In no time, Deep Truong Tan had finished writing the poem. The group, including Truong Huinjinren, Luke Vo Song, Lu Truong Ha, after reading the poem Deep Truong Tan wrote, were moved to tears. Deep Truong Tan was composing a poem about parental love, aiming to politely send Yin Bang Tam home. Unexpectedly caused the group of people from Truong Huin Immortal School to burst into tears. Yin Bang Tam was no less moved than they were. Her eyes had turned red from crying. Yin Bang Tam was so touched that she quickly bowed down and said chokingly, "Mr. Deep, I understand your intention now. I will return now." Hearing this, Deep Truong Tan was very pleased but still tried to show regret. Slowly rolling up the calligraphy, he smiled kindly and said, "We were destined to meet. This calligraphy is a gift for you." Hearing this, Yin Bang Tam quickly knelt down, extending both hands to receive the calligraphy Deep Truong Tan handed over. Lu Truong Ha was still sobbing with emotion, then gently wiped her tears and said, "Just a poem can evoke my dust-covered memories. Senior Deep is truly a master of creation." Truong Huin Immortal beside her also sobbed and said, "Senior Deep speaks and creates poetry. I'm afraid those old men in the Central Plains who call themselves descendants of the literary saint can only look up and sigh in admiration." The surrounding scenery seemed to be moved by the poem Deep Truong Tan composed, so it gently blew through the treetops. Lu Truong Ha approached with Yin Bang Tam, clasped their hands, and bowed. Then she respectfully said with determination, "Mr. Deep, I will heed your words. I'll go home first. After some time I will come back to visit you." Deep Truong Tan, after hearing this, his angelic face smiled, waving at Yin Bang Tam, and Lu Truong Ha then slowly said, "All right. Have a safe journey, you too." On the demonic face side, he irritably raised his middle finger full of resentment and said, "It's best if you don't come back. I really can't afford to feed you anymore." Lu Truong Ha and Yin Bang Tam bid farewell to Deep Truong Tan, then turned and left. Watching the two of them walk away, Deep Truong Tan gave a cold laugh and thought to himself, "It's been 5 years since I came to this world. The farthest I've been is the foot of Tai Huin Mountain." The wind was blowing stronger and stronger. The day was already late, but Deep Truong Tan still stood motionless there. It seemed as if he regretted the two Lu Truong Ha, Yin Bang Tam leaving. But in fact, Deep Truong Tan's inner self was screaming, "If possible, I really want to go out and travel." Then Deep Truong Tan sobbed, crying from feeling so pitiful. The weather was still clear. The wind still blew, swaying the branches and leaves. Truong Huin Immortal, standing behind, seeing Deep Truong Tan like this, quickly exclaimed, "I didn't expect Senior Deep to be so refined and friendly." Then Truong Huin Immortal gently stroked his beard and continued, "He has reached a realm that we dare not imagine. Yet he still willingly saw off the two juniors." Luke Vo Song, full of admiration, continued the sect leader's words. "Perhaps this is the true demeanor of a genuine master." Suddenly, something caught Truong Huin Immortal's attention, causing him to exclaim. Then he quickly stepped closer. Finally, Truong Huin Immortal stopped in front of a table. This puzzled Yin Vo Song a bit. Seeming to understand something, Truong Huin Immortal quickly shouted in surprise, This is..." It turns out the thing that made Truong Huin Immortal behave strangely all this time was due to a landscape painting. Truong Huin Immortal continued to shout loudly, "That's right, indeed, it's not wrong." Next, Truong Huin Immortal gently placed his hand on the painting. Unexpectedly, a golden light suddenly flashed, causing him to be startled. Then, Truong Huin Immortal shouted, "Ah!" full of worry. Unexpectedly, Truong Huin Immortal was sucked into the painting. A Taiji circle appeared, causing him to enter a place he had never been to before. As soon as he arrived, under Truong Huin Immortal's feet was water surrounding him. Around were cranes flying leisurely in the sky in a very relaxed state. They seemed to regard him as non-existent. Everywhere were towering mountains piercing through the white clouds floating by. The trees were lush green. In Truong Huan Immortal's heart, he had a bit of doubt and thought to himself, is this the Tai Huin sacred land? Seeing a mountain in the distance with a halo radiating from it, Truong Huan Immortal, with a mix of doubt and surprise, spoke up, isn't that far away the main peak? The location of Tai Huin Palace. Truong Huan Immortal suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Senior Deep uses heaven and earth as his canvas, and the myriad things as his ink. Then, Truong Huan Immortal clasped his hands behind his back, immersing himself in the exquisite scenery with majestic mountains all around, cranes flying leisurely, still waters. The scene was so beautiful that no words could adequately describe it. This painting is truly too perfect, Truong Huan Immortal pondered to himself. It brings countless fortunes to our Tai Huin sacred land. In Truong Huan Immortal's mind at this moment, countless images appeared. He thought to himself, no wonder we've attracted so many talents this time. Along with that were images of the group of disciples. The most outstanding one must be Li Chun-feng. The image of Yuan Kim Immortal also suddenly appeared. Junior brother Yuan Kim advanced to Hoa, then stage 1,000 years early. This made Truong Huan Immortal gape in amazement, thinking to himself in admiration. Next, Truong Huan Immortal quickly raised his left hand. On the palm of his hand was an abundant source of power continuously increasing, causing Truong Huan Immortal to gape in amazement and think to himself, even I, as the sect leader, now have hope of ascending in this lifetime. Suddenly a voice called out, sect leader. It turned out to be Luke Vo Song, who was too worried about Truong Huan Immortal, so she spoke up. Sect leader, what's the matter? On her face, at this moment, beads of sweat had already formed, not knowing what Truong Huan Immortal had seen to display such strange behavior. In front of Luke Vo Song was the figure of Truong Huan Immortal, standing with his hand on the painting not having disappeared at all. It turned out he had only entered the painting with his soul, not with his physical body. Truong Huan Immortal, looking somewhat shaky, said, which made Luke Vo Song a bit confused. Truong Huan Immortal continued to exclaim loudly. It's true indeed. It seemed he had understood something far beyond his own imagination. Certainly, along with that was an expression of utter amazement and sweat soaking Truong Huan Immortal's face. Not knowing what it was that could make such a dignified sect leader, who always appeared majestic, so terrified like that. Suddenly, Truong Huan Immortal turned 180 degrees, switching to joyful laughter. Looking up to the sky, he exclaimed, Mr. Deep is that ancestral master. Truong Huan Immortal had just entered Deep Truong Tan's painting. Then he realized that he was the ancestral master. At Deep Truong Tan's house, a voice spoke up, sect leader. You're saying that Senior Deep is that person of our Tai Huin sacred land? Luke Vo Song asked curiously. Beside her, Truong Huan Immortal stood pensively with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, Truong Huan Immortal said with certainty, that's right. Senior Deep must be that ancestral master who ascended to the higher realm. Along with the vision of Deep Truong Tan, sitting on the mountaintop with a halo radiating from his body, and eyes as sharp as knives, Luke Vo Song quickly bowed her head, clasped her hands, and respectfully said, this ignorant disciple begs the sect leader for further guidance. Truong Huan Immortal slowly recalled the vision when he entered the painting. With majestic mountain scenery, lush green trees, clear blue waters, cranes flying freely in the vast sky. That scene was so incredibly beautiful. He couldn't help but say with emotion, just now, I entered the painting. I saw a sky of 5-colored clouds. Along with that was the vision of a crane flying towards where 5-colored light was emitting, illuminating the clouds, obscuring the sky-high mountain peak. This is precisely the fortune that Senior Deep bestowed upon our Tai Huin sacred land us, Truong Huan Immortal said, while waving his hands back and forth to illustrate. Luke Vo Song curiously asked about fortune turning into 5-colored clouds. Disciple has never seen fortune materialize into a physical form. Along with that was Luke Vo Song's very serious expression expressing her personal experience. Truong Huan Immortal quickly replied, it's very normal. Fortune is a mysterious and heaven-defying existence. I have only encountered it a few times myself. Moreover, fortune is very difficult to control. Along with Truong Huan Immortal's words was a vision of a beautiful blue stream of fortune, slowly gathering, forming a large blue physical entity. Just a slight carelessness and it will backfire. and bring countless disasters. Along with Truong Huynh Immortal's words was a vision of a young man who, due to carelessness, was struck back by fortune. His body covered in wounds, his face clearly showing pain and suffering. Truong Huynh Immortal stroked his beard while expressing his own speculation. He asked who could use supreme divine powers to increase the fortune of our Tai Huynh sacred land, risking defiance of heaven, granting an extremely bright future to protect disciples and descendants. Next, Truong Huynh Immortal pointed straight up to the sky. Then in an instant he transformed from the majestic Truong Huynh Immortal into the famous Detective Conan. Wearing glasses and a bow tie, he declared a sentence extremely professional for a detective. The truth, there is only one. It's as if he had been possessed by Conan. Senior Deep is the one who descended from the upper realm, who has been worshipped by our Tai Huynh sacred land for many years. Along with Truong Huynh Immortal's words was a vision of Deep Truong Tan, his body radiating five-colored light, with a red dot on his forehead, a kind and benevolent face, his right hand holding a gourd with a lid shaped like a great tree. Truong Huynh Immortal at this moment felt his deduction was so brilliant, no less than the famous Detective Conan. So he laughed proudly and said it's true, causing Luke Vo's song beside him to be helpless and speechless. Suddenly, at this moment, footsteps were heard. It turned out to be Deep Truong Tan. He walked out from inside the house looking at Truong Huynh Immortal and Luke Vo's song. It seemed they were admiring the painting he had drawn, so he smiled happily and said, "Oh, you two are looking at the Tai Huynh Truong Tan painting I drew. What do you think of this painting?" Truong Huynh Immortal and Luke Vo's song were deep in thought about Deep Truong Tan's identity. Unexpectedly, he suddenly came out and even asked for their opinions on the landscape painting on the table. So it made Truong Huynh Immortal and Luke Vo's song a bit surprised and worried. Seeing Deep Truong Tan approaching, Truong Huynh Immortal quickly clasped his hands together, bowed his head respectfully, and asked, "May I ask, Senior Deep, in this painting you've depicted Tai Huynh Mountain, right?" With a tone and posture that was extremely solemn, hoping to receive an answer from Deep Truong Tan. Deep Truong Tan was suddenly asked unexpectedly, so he was a bit surprised. It's still been discovered after all." Deep Truong Tan quickly lowered his head and said with a tone that was a bit sad. Then Deep Truong Tan turned his body around, not wanting to face Truong Huynh Immortal. Deep Truong Tan looked up at the sky. Deep in his eyes contained a lingering sadness. Then he spoke. 5 years ago, I suddenly wanted to visit Tai Huynh Mountain. The scene returns to 5 years ago. The wind was blowing gently. Leaves were fluttering in the light. The quiet scenery was suddenly broken by a tragic sound disrupting its original atmosphere. I beg you, this was Deep Truong Tan from 5 years ago. He was crying and sobbing, hugging someone's legs, pleading miserably. "Great Elder, I will definitely have a spirit root. Please accept me." The person Deep Truong Tan called Great Elder glanced at him looking as if he was very angry, said, "Get out of the way. We won't accept you." The Great Elder suddenly recalled moments that couldn't have been any better when meeting Deep Truong Tan. First was the image of him climbing over the fence, preparing to jump down to infiltrate inside, right when he was caught by the Great Elder. In the present, he was explaining to Truong Huynh Immortal and Luke Vo's song that he didn't know Tai Huynh Mountain was where immortals lived, unable to enter, so he could only walk around the foot of the mountain. Returning to the illusion of 5 years ago was the image of Deep Truong Tan crawling through a dog hole, but getting stuck, right when he saw the Great Elder holding a broom, sweeping the yard, passing by coincidentally. So he awkwardly asked the Great Elder for help. "I'm stuck, please pull me out." Deep Truong Tan continued to explain. "After returning, I thought about it, so I painted this Tai Huynh Truong Tan painting." Along with the words was an illusion. Deep Truong Tan picked up a brush and drew a few strokes. Returning to the illusion 5 years ago, Deep Truong Tan was beaten until his face was a mess, swollen and bruised in many places, because again he tried to infiltrate Tai Huynh Mountain but was still discovered. Deep Truong Tan was drawing with a brush while grumbling. "If you don't let me in, fine. But why beat people up?" Returning to reality, Deep Truong Tan was still reminiscing about past memories slowly, saying, "Today, I saw this old painting again. It seemed to be missing a bit of artistic conception, so I made some changes to the painting." As Deep Truong Tan spoke, he looked back at the Tai Huynh Truong Tan painting placed on the table. Beside him was Truong Huynh Immortal, who was listening attentively to his words. Truong Huynh Immortal had a realization. His eyes widened as he said to Deep Truong Tan, "So that's how it was." Then Truong Huynh Immortal thought to himself, "So Senior Deep had already come here 5 years ago." Deep Truong Tan smiled, welcoming both Luke Vo Song and Truong Huynh Immortal. Do you know how to drink? I'd like to have a few drinks with you too. Deep Truong Tan enthusiastically made such a suggestion. Truong Huynh Immortal heard it like thunder in his ears, feeling that his opportunity had come. Truong Huynh Immortal immediately said, Senior Deep, coincidentally, I brought along a precious bottle of snow spirit wine. As he spoke, Truong Huynh Immortal immediately performed a technique on the spaces above his fingers. From those spaces, he took out a bottle made of precious quartz. Deep Truong Tan laughed happily and said, If Old Ha has such good wine, you two wait a moment. I'll go prepare some snacks to go with the wine. Then Deep Truong Tan turned and went inside to prepare some food to eat with the wine. Luke Vo Song beside him looked at the newly produced bottle and exclaimed in surprise, Snow Spirit Wine. It's wine fermented from 1,000-year snow spirit flowers rarely found on mountains blooming once every 1,000 years. Even with 1,000 gold, it's hard to obtain. Luke Vo Song couldn't believe that Truong Huynh Immortal would take out such a precious wine to drink. Truong Huynh Immortal closed one eye. Raising 3 fingers, he confirmed that it was true. But this snow spirit wine isn't something ordinary people can digest. With my current level, at most I can only drink 3 cups. If Senior Deep wasn't in the mood, I wouldn't have taken it out. As evening fell, the sunset painted the vast sky in orange hues. The wind blew, leaves fluttering in no particular order. The sound of Deep Truong Tan's footsteps echoed. It was Deep Truong Tan bringing out the next dish. Deep Truong Tan carried the final dish. He happily said, The rib soup is here. On the stone table, now Luke Vo Song and Truong Huynh Immortal were already seated properly waiting for the final dish to be served. On the table were 2 other delicious dishes, steaming and fragrant. All 3 of them sat eating outside, enjoying the scenery and listening to nature, while savoring the wine and delicious food. Deep Truong Tan placed the steaming pot of soup on the table. He introduced each delicious dish in turn. This plate is spicy wild boar liver. This plate is smoked meat. This is braised charcoal meat. The dishes had eye-catching colors. They were decorated very delicately, making people look at them and know that the person who made these dishes put a lot of love into them. The 3 dishes, though simple in name, exuded an extraordinary appeal. The spicy wild boar liver dish was stir-fried with other vegetables like shallots and bell peppers. It was garnished with green onions to prevent the liver from being too rich when eaten. The smoked meat plate was elegantly arranged, accented with the green of basil leaves and the red of cherry tomatoes cut in half. The dish seemed to glow invitingly. The final dish brought out was a pot of soup. It had a reddish-orange color from the tomatoes blending with the fat released from the meat during long simmering. It was further accented by colors of other vegetables like carrots, potatoes, and the green of onions, making the soup's color palette far from dull. Deep Truong Tan was in a very good mood. He gestured invitingly, saying, These are all my specialties. Please, try them quickly. Both Truong Huynh Immortal and Luke Vo Song leaned in to closely examine the extremely appealing dishes. Their eyes lit up. They felt that this table of dishes was sparkling and glowing in their eyes. Truong Huynh Immortal couldn't help but comment on the dishes. This pleased Deep Truong Tan, who stood to one side, feeling satisfied. Truong Huynh Immortal looked at the tender meat dish, accented with the colors of bell peppers and onions, creating an irresistibly harmonious color palette. Truong Huynh Immortal stroked his long beard, realizing something as he said, This meat. Luke Vo Song, also surprised, asked, Could it also have Tao essence? Truong Huynh Immortal picked up a piece of meat that was emitting aroma and denied, No, this is clearly demonic energy. Truong Huynh Immortal exclaimed with a serious expression, Such essence. It must be from a top-tier great demon. In fact, it has the soul of a fierce demonic wild boar. One side of its face had a long scar stretching from forehead to cheek. 2 large, long, sharp tusks. Appearing behind Truong Huynh Immortal, it said, That's right, it's me. Truong Huynh Immortal felt the plate of meat before him emitting a magical, sparkling light. Deep Truong Tan looked at Truong Huynh Immortal's moved expression. His face showed a few confused black lines as he thought, What is he looking at? Are they going to eat or not? Then Deep Truong Tan saw Truong Huynh Immortal and Luke Vo Song, after eating the first bite, turn red-faced. Luke Vo Song even broke out in sweat and started breathing heavily. The atmosphere around them began to change strangely. Both Truong Huynh Immortal and Luke Vo Song felt the flavors exploding in their mouths, making it impossible for them to resist. Truong Huynh Immortal didn't hesitate to give a thumbs up, praising Deep Truong Tan's cooking skills. Senior's culinary skills are excellent. Deep Truong Tan didn't understand what had just happened. He just let out an off full of confusion. Deep Truong Tan didn't know how delicious his dishes were to make those two react in such a way. Truong Huynh Immortal happily ate continuously. He thought to himself, the blood and flesh of a top-tier great demon can even compare to spirit pills and herbs. Add to that this old man's snow spirit infusion. Truong Huynh Immortal's face was red as he ate and drank. Then he let out a fully satisfied sigh. His face looked as if he had just ascended to immortality. He breathed heavily a few times. Around him, a hazy mist appeared and disappeared. A sparkling atmosphere could be seen surrounding Truong Huynh Immortal. Even Luke Vo Song, who had looked cold earlier, now had red cheeks, wide eyes, and was breathing heavily, praising how good the wine was. Around Luke Vo Song, small and large hearts appeared. The feeling was indescribable. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Luke Vo Song's face slammed right into the empty plate. It made a crisp sound. Seeing this, Deep Truong Tan was so surprised his mouth fell open. He thought to himself, drunk after one cup, don't make a scene in my place. Seeing Luke Vo Song had collapsed, Truong Huynh Immortal confidently said, reckless girl. In his heart, Truong Huynh Immortal was also quite smug. Whether it's the food with wine or the snow spirit infusion, it's not something a small golden core stage cultivator like you can withstand. Even though Truong Huynh Immortal's face was flushed red from the wine, Luke Vo Song was sleeping and snoring lightly. Then Truong Huynh Immortal happily ignored Luke Vo Song sleeping on the table and turned to excitedly say to Deep Truong Tan, come on, senior, let's ignore this girl and keep drinking. After Truong Huynh Immortal's words, both Deep Truong Tan and Truong Huynh Immortal happily drained their cups of wine. The atmosphere was comfortable. Deep Truong Tan turned his cup upside down to see the wine in the cup with just a few drops of liquid left clinging. They were slowly sliding down to the rim and falling out. Deep Truong Tan smiled and guessed, old ha, tasting this wine, there's a hint of herbal fragrance. It must have health-nourishing properties, right? Truong Huynh Immortal, surrounded by blooming flowers, laughed heartily and praised Deep Truong Tan. Ha 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 ha. Senior is indeed perceptive. Deep Truong Tan placed the empty wine cup on the table. It made a clear sound. Deep Truong Tan leaned on the table and went straight to the point, saying to Truong Huynh Immortal, it said that one doesn't visit without a reason. You've already offered health-nourishing wine as a meeting gift. If you have any requests, just speak up. In his heart, Deep Truong Tan secretly laughed, thinking, as long as it's not about money, anything is easy to discuss. Truong Huynh Immortal saw that Deep Truong Tan had figured it out, although he was surprised in his heart, thinking, I didn't expect to be seen through already. But outwardly, Truong Huynh Immortal could only cough and say hoarsely, then this junior will no longer conceal. Senior Ye's painting Taiwan Chongqing Tuesday is indeed exquisite and skillful. Saying this, Jinchuan Jinren became a bit flustered. He stroked his long beard, wondering whether to ask directly or hint at it. Hinting might displease the senior, no chance to grow then, he thought while looking down. Having already drunk their life-nurturing wine, must show respect to them. After hesitating and pondering, Jinchuan Jinren finally made up his mind. Putting on a serious face, he clasped his hands and said, May I ask, sir? Before he could make his request, Yi Chongqing smiled and said, Then I'll gift you that painting. Yi Chongqing said generously, That painting is considered one of my proud works. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Jinchuan Jinren was surprised by Yi Chongqing's decision. He asked with a trembling voice, Ji, give it to me. Jinchuan Jinren thought to himself, with the senior's former status, he must know the significance of this painting to the Taiwan sacred land. If he just gives this painting to me, in an instant, Yi Chongqing in Jinchuan Jinren's mind became a generous person with a bright halo surrounding him, sitting in an extremely cool posture, handing Jinchuan Jinren that precious painting, then saying in a resounding voice, Here, take it. Imagining this made Jinchuan Jinren unable to hold back his tears, chokingly calling out two words, Senior Jinchuan Jinren secretly speculated in his heart. Indeed, it seems the senior has recognized my identity as the Holy Lord of the Taiwan Sacred Land. Jinchuan Jinren's eyes sparkled brightly, hands clasped, silently thanking in his heart. Thank you for the protection of the ancestral master. This disciple will certainly fulfill the mission to make Taiwan prosper for 10,000 years. Jinchuan Jinren made such a determination. As for Yi Changqing, seeing Jinchuan Jinren's slightly exaggerated attitude, he was puzzled, thinking, what kind of madness is this that I don't understand? Please, you crazy old cultivator, stay away from my life in the future. Night gradually fell. The full moon illuminated the starry night sky, reflecting the moon's image on the water surface. Something caused water droplets to splash up. It looked as if the moon was dropping bright fairy dust, falling, blending into the blue water. Everything in the dark night was quiet and peaceful. In the imperial palace banquet, mist was floating hazily, creating a very poetic scene. A voice announced from outside the door, "The ninth princess arrives. Lord Lu, master of the Night Manor, arrives." A servant beside respectfully bowed and reported to the emperor. This time Lord Lu has used a teleportation array to return to the imperial palace. There must be urgent matters to report. The emperor heard this and made an O sound. Then a cheerful young woman entered, casually waved to greet the person in front. Your daughter pays respects to father. While the man behind bowed respectfully according to protocol, saying, Lu Changhe pays respects to your majesty. Emperor Dai. Yin Yangning smiled and made a gesture. He said to the two, you have finally returned. Yin Yangning briefly assessed Yin Bingxin. He thought to himself, it seems little Nine's cultivation has improved quite a bit. Yin Bingxin happily approached, hugged Yin Yangning affectionately, and said, Father, it's been so long. Your daughter has missed you. Yin Yangning indulged his daughter and replied cheerfully, really. Just don't cause any trouble out there. You even know how to use the teleportation array to come back. Hearing this, Yin Bingxin pouted. She denied it, saying, that's not true, father. Then, Yin Bingxin affirmed to Yin Yangning that, this time, your daughter met a great expert. Yin Yangning thought his daughter was joking, so he played along with Yin Bingxin. Oh, a great expert. How great. Feeling that her father didn't believe her, Yin Bingxin pointed towards Lu Changhe standing behind her and said, Father, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Lord Lu. Lu Changhe, being mentioned, respectfully said to Yin Yangning, Your Majesty, this old minister can testify. The ninth princess speaks the truth. This is also the reason why this old minister used the teleportation array to bring the ninth princess back. Then Lu Changhe's expression turned solemn. He seriously reported to Yin Yangning, not only does the ninth princess miss you, this old minister also wanted to try to report this matter to your majesty as soon as possible. Yin Yangning, not knowing what had happened, said, Oh, tell me the details. Then in the pitch-dark night, only the light from the emperor's room was shining. Yin Yangning placed his hands behind his back. His whole body turned around, looking at the intricately carved golden wall, listening to Lu Changhe's account of their journey. Yin Yangning then said, Unexpected that our great Yin has such a hidden, powerful expert. The smoke from the incense wafted, making the space seem hazy, mysterious, and unpredictable. Yin Yangning, with a serious expression, turned his head to glance at Lu Changhe behind him and asked, Old Lu, in your opinion, what level of cultivation does this senior have? Lu Changhe recalled something. He swallowed a gulp of saliva, seriously said to the emperor, profound and unfathomable. The small courtyard where the senior lives, though simply arranged, is filled with opportunities for enlightenment everywhere. As Lu Changhe spoke, he recalled the scenes he had witnessed at Yi Changqing's residence. 100,000-year-old demon tree. The willow tree in the front yard emitted a very uncomfortable demonic aura. It felt like getting close would be affected. Or the enlightenment tea leaves, the miraculous leaf that Yi Changqing used, or the embroiderer playing with Yin Bang Chao. Deep Truong Tan at that time held a glowing blue orb in one hand. He even raised a demon king-level dog, recalling the wolf with jet-black fur, golden glowing eyes, and sharp teeth that could tear apart anyone who dared to invade their territory. Lu Truong Ha stood in the middle of the magnificent palace. His face showed a worried expression. Sweat dripped down his face, his voice full of concern. As this old minister, I couldn't sense any trace of cultivation from him at all. After saying this, his face darkened as he pointed to the sky. He began to state his speculation. If this old man is not mistaken, this senior deep has either reached the pinnacle or he is from the upper realm. This statement from Lu Chuangha surprised both father and daughter, Yin Bang Tam and Emperor Yin Duongnian. Yin Bang Tam's eyes widened in astonishment. With an unbelievable expression, she replied, "How is that possible?" Emperor Yin Duongnian was also very surprised. With a panicked expression, he asked Lu Chuangha again, "From the upper realm?" Emperor Yin Duongnian imagined Deep Truong Tan's appearance holding a blood-stained sword, a terrifying smile on his face. Thinking this, the emperor's face showed fear and caution. He thought deeply, if in my great Yin country there exists such a terrifying being, then he will certainly become a secret. Because no matter who it is, they cannot bear the price if this matter is revealed. Because no matter who it is, they cannot bear the price if this matter is revealed. Yin Bang Tam pondered, thinking about what Lu Truongha had just said. She thought to herself, I originally thought Mr. Deep was a hidden expert. Unexpectedly, he's an immortal from the upper realm. She suddenly thought of something. Her face showed both surprise and joy. Blushing with embarrassment, she covered her mouth with her hand. She thought to herself, if Mr. Deep is an immortal, then my relationship with Mr. Deep. Then she looked towards Emperor Yin Duongnian. Her lips curled up mischievously. She continued thinking, I'm afraid Father Emperor doesn't know yet that the immortal he speaks of has even cooked meals for his daughter. Suddenly, Yin Bang Tam thought of something. Her face turned completely red. She covered her face with both hands. Pink hearts seemed to be floating around her. She suddenly thought, wait, even though he's so high and mighty, he cooked for me. Could it be that Mr. Deep actually likes me? Emperor Yin Duongnian saw his daughter turn her face to a corner, acting strangely, and became very confused. Emperor Yin Duongnian looked sternly at Lu Truongha and asked him, Old Lu, you said after one night, Bang Tam appeared at the senior's place from the relay station. The senior wouldn't want Bang Tam to become his pawn, would he? Lu Truongha heard this and was terrified. His mind felt like it was exploding. He pondered over Emperor Yin Duongnian's words, then stammered out his thoughts. The chess piece is not without capability. Emperor Yin Duongnian was worried. He speculated about Deep Truong Tan's intentions. Or rather, he said this senior intends to use my most beloved daughter to control all of Great Yin, to make Great Yin dance to his tune. Yin Bang Tam, hearing her father speak like this, was shocked. In Yin Bang Tam's mind, Deep Truong Tan was a good person. Therefore, she couldn't bear to hear her father speak about him like that. She raised her hand, firmly refuting her father's words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Father, you have never met Mr. Deep. Mr. Deep is gentle and friendly. He certainly isn't that kind of person. Hearing Yin Bang Tam's objections, Emperor Yin Duongnian furrowed his brow. He tensely looked at his beloved daughter, speaking in a determined voice. You are still young, and your knowledge is limited. There are many cultivators out there who appear kind, but are cold-blooded killers inside. Moreover, someone of Senior Deep's level. Then Emperor Yin Duongnian waved his hand forcefully, ordering his servants, prepare the horses. Emperor Yin Duongnian continued, take me and the 9th princess to see the ancestor. Lu Truongha and Yin Bang Tam, hearing this, were so shocked that they gaped and cried out. The ancestor. Night was enveloping everything. Standing out in the night sky was a full moon shining softly like a giant silver platter. Under the mystical, milky moonlight was a magnificent and splendid palace. Lamps and torches were lit brightly. The space was filled with silence and majesty. On the vast courtyard of the palace, under the dim moonlight, Emperor Yin Duongnian and Yin Bang Tam stood in the vast and quiet space, seemingly waiting for someone. A group of soldiers stood behind, protecting the two. In the dark space, Yin Bang Tam put her hands on her hips, still firm in her own thoughts, refuting the emperor. Father, Mr. Deep is not that kind of person. The light from the lanterns and the moonlight reflected on the stern face of Emperor Yin Duongnian. The emperor anxiously raised his hand, gently explaining to his daughter, Bang Tam, father doesn't want to belittle Mr. Deep. Taking you to see the ancestor is just to ensure your safety. Hearing this, Yin Bang Tam pouted and puffed her cheeks. She folded her arms across her chest, questioning her father, really, Emperor Yin Duongnian clasped his hands behind his back. Seeing his daughter like this, he could only helplessly reaffirm with certainty. Of course, Yin Bingxin felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. She pouted, her eyes filled with determination. She thought to herself, I know I'm not worthy of Mr. Yi, but I can't let others doubt him, not even if it's father. Emperor Yin Yangyin seemed to be thinking about something. His face showed a proud expression. He said to Yin Bingxin, remember when you were born, you had a top-grade spiritual root attribute. Emperor Yin Yangyin recalled the appearance of his daughter when she was just born. The baby was wrapped in a yellow swaddling cloth. There was a snow-shaped symbol on her forehead. He then turned and continued speaking to Yin Bingxin. The old ancestor came out of seclusion once in 100 years for you. It shook the entire imperial palace. The scene of Yin Bingxin's birth appeared again in Emperor Yin Yangyin's mind. As soon as the old ancestor lifted Yin Bingxin up before the people, he said, this child is extraordinary. She will surely bring prosperity to our great Yin. I shall name her Bingxin. Yin Bingxin's body emitted a brilliant golden light. The people, hearing the words of the old ancestor, shouted in unison, may the old ancestor's blessings last 10,000 years. May the great Yan's blessings last 10,000 years. Emperor Yin Yangyin finished reminiscing and reached out his hand. He patted his daughter's head. He continued, you're also the only one among the princes and princesses highly regarded by the old ancestor. As Yin Bingxin was patted on the head by her father, she closed her eyes. Her face showed both embarrassment and satisfaction. Under the light from lanterns and moonlight, Emperor Yin Yanyin's face appeared clearly. He smiled kindly. His voice was full of care and love. Father must ensure your safety. Suddenly, the palace gates swung open. A voice came from inside the palace. It spoke to Emperor Yin Yangyin and Yin Bingxin, who were standing outside. Bingxin has returned. Come in. Inside the palace, the splendor was illuminated by the golden light from lanterns and the ivory moonlight. Emperor Yin Yangyin slowly entered the palace with a solemn manner. Yin Bingxin gracefully followed behind. Yin Bingxin clasped her hands firmly and respectfully. Both Emperor Yin Yangyin and Yin Bingxin bowed their heads and paid respects reverently to an old man with snow-white hair. Emperor Yin Yangyin said Yin Bingxin also respectfully bowed and greeted. Yin Bingxin pays respects to the old ancestor. In the brightly lit room, the great Yan's founding ancestor, Yin Tianshan, appeared with an imposing presence. His hair was white. He had a long white beard and ruby-red eyes. Hearing this, he smiled kindly. He said to the two, it seems Bingxin's departure from the capital this time has brought her good fortune and opportunities, hasn't it? Yin Bingxin clasped her hands. Her eyes showed seriousness and caution. Tell Yin Tianshan to report back to the ancestor. Bingxin has met a senior at the holy land of Taixin. Everything was guided by that senior. Yin Tianshan stroked his beard, raising his eyebrows. With a surprised expression, he said to Yin Bingxin, oh, what kind of senior was it? Yin Bingxin didn't know how to explain. Her face showed a look of difficulty. She said to the old man, how should I describe this? His specialties are zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As for other things, Bingxin hasn't seen them before. Yin Tianshan smiled kindly and asked gently again, is it very difficult to describe? Emperor Yin Yangni frowned upon hearing this. He looked over at Yin Bingxin. Yin Bingxin straightened her back. She gestured with her hand, explaining to Yin Tianshan. It's not like that. It's just that the senior has never revealed anything to me. I only know his surname is Yi and his name is Zhangcheng. Yin Tianshan frowned upon hearing this. Slightly doubtful, he asked again, surname Yi, name Zhangcheng. The old man stood in front of the desk, looking towards Emperor Yin Yangni and Yin Bingxin. He repeated his question, surname Yi, name Zhangcheng. Suddenly, Yin Tianshan saw something. His eyes narrowed and he frowned. His expression was extremely surprised, as if he couldn't imagine it at all. A halo of green and blue light was blending together and surrounding Yin Bingxin. Her entire body radiated a golden light. Her beautiful face looked extremely bright. Her lips were pursed together. Her eyes were wide open, looking very spirited. Her hands were clasped tightly together, looking very serious and careful. When Yin Tianshan saw that halo, his eyes flashed. His expression was complex. He playfully stroked his snow-white beard. After carefully pondering for a moment, he expressed his opinion to the father and daughter, Yin Bingxin and Emperor Yin Yangni. This name, I have never heard before, but I see in the ice attribute true chi around little 9. There is much more complex beneficial chi. It must be due to staying together for a long time and being influenced. So this person has some real strength. Emperor Yin Yangni was very worried. He clasped his hands and reported to Yin Tianshan. Ancestor Lu Fu, the Manor Lord Qi Shi, and Bing Xin have all met that senior before. Yin Bingxin stood behind, her hands clasped together, looking as if she was expecting something and very much in agreement with her father's words. After hearing Emperor Yin Yangni's words, Yin Tianshan's forehead furrowed. His eyes showed sharpness as he spoke. Explain clearly. Emperor Yin Yangni clasped his hands. He carefully imagined Yi Zhangqing's appearance. The image that appeared in Emperor Yin Yangni's mind was extremely terrifying, frightening, and seemingly treacherous. His body emanated a murderous aura. Red eyes with a cunning smile. His hand formed into a fist. He's raising his foot to step on a frightened person below. There's a fierce wolf guarding beside Deep Truongtan. Emperor Yin Duongnian was imagining while speaking to Yin Tian's son. I heard he's living in seclusion at Tu Tri Chan Ko. He claims to have countless opportunities there. He even raised a black dog, a demon king level beast. Yin Tian's son was surprised to hear this. In the Taihuan sacred land, there's such a character. Emperor Yin Duongnian's face was covered in sweat. He opened his mouth, anxiously thinking of a reply. That's why I'm worried he let Bang Tam stay for so many days. He wants to use Bang Tam as a handle to control our entire Dai Yin. To control you, ancestor. Emperor Yin Duongnian respectfully clasped his hands and continued. I beg the ancestor to examine Bang Tam to ensure the safety of the child. Yin Tian's son agreed. That makes sense. After speaking, Yin Tian's son joined 2 fingers. A brilliant golden light appeared on his hand. Yin Bang Tam saw this and widened her eyes in surprise, looking as she walked towards Yin Tian's son. Yin Tian's son placed his 2 fingers on Yin Bang Tam's forehead as if to transfer his power into her. A halo appeared on her head similar to the one on his hand earlier. After a series of actions by Yin Tian's son, 2 streams of energy, green and blue, emanated from Yin Bang Tam's body. Witnessing this scene, she opened her mouth in utter amazement. Emperor Yin Duongnian, standing nearby, was also very surprised by this sight. Both Emperor Yin Duongnian and Yin Tian's son showed expressions of shock. They looked at each other with narrowed eyes. Emperor Yin Duongnian turned to Yin Tian's son. He shouted, "Why are there 2 energy streams? Ancestor, Bang Tam." Before he could finish, Yin Tian's son hastily interrupted. Water attribute, top grade. Little 9 has dual spirit roots. Could it be because of that person? Yin Bang Tam, seeing the 2 energy streams surrounding her, was also extremely surprised and shocked. Her eyes widened as she watched the 2 streams merge. Her red lips parted slightly. Her long hair flowed with the movement of the 2 energy streams. Yin Tian's son continued to ponder. His face clearly showed astonishment. He seemed unable to believe this was happening to his granddaughter. He continued to question, how could this give Bang Tam another spirit root? At this moment, Yin Bang Tam still couldn't fully believe that she had dual spirit roots. Her body seemed immersed in the energy from the dual spirit roots, showing a mix of surprise, curiosity, and joy. She thought to herself, I actually have dual spirit roots. She hadn't yet recovered from witnessing the miraculous scene earlier when she heard Yin Tian's son ask her, Little 9, tell me more about that person. Yin Bang Tam hesitated, worriedly clenched her fists, and explained to Yin Tianshan, Ancestor, Mr. Yi indeed has great supernatural powers, as father said, but if you say he intends to use me to control the entire Yin clan, that's impossible. Emperor Yin Yangning heard this and turned around. He questioned his daughter Bingxin, why do you keep speaking for outsiders? Yin Bingxin refuted her father's words. I'm not speaking for him. When Mr. Yi kept me there, he didn't know my identity and still taught me music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Then she recalled the time she spent with Yi Changqing and Li Changming. She was taught chess and many other things. She carefully continued. Thinking about it now, the spiritual energy in that small courtyard must have been dense. And with Mr. Ye's guidance, that's why I gained a second spirit root. Yin Bingxin's words might have offended the elders. Yin Tianshan frowned and scolded her. Little 9, don't talk nonsense. Do you know how difficult it is to create a spirit root from external forces, let alone a second spirit root? Emperor Yin Yongning also sympathetically instructed the child. The king analyzed in detail for her. That's right. If it were really as you say, then just playing chess and painting could enlighten someone. Wouldn't everyone have dual spirit roots then? Then he posed a riddle for her to understand the issue. If you can prove that this senior truly cultivated the Tao through art. Before Emperor Yin Yongning could finish his sentence, Yin Bingxin already had an answer for herself. So she replied to the king boldly, I can prove it. Mr. Yi gave me a calligraphy piece. I'll bring it for you two to see now. A heated argument broke out in the imperial palace. Meanwhile, outside was the opposite. It was a poetic and lyrical scene, with a starry sky, leaves rustling in the cool breeze, the gentle sound of water flowing through the rocks, a simply yet elegantly decorated house with a small bridge. Opposite was the living quarters, a perfect space to enjoy fine wine. So now there were three people drunk with nature, very enthusiastically, shouting, drink up, have another cup. Of the three, one had passed out with 2 dishes on the table. Lu Wuxiong lay slumped on the table, sound asleep, leaving Yi Changqing with a face as red as a tomato still pouring wine. Come on, immortal sword master, come on. Let me fill your cup. Fortunately, he still maintained some sobriety and refused to drink more senior. If I drink more, I'll get drunk. Yi Changqing outwardly agreed, saying with a smile, all right then, I'll finish this one. You carry on. But inwardly, he was secretly judging the other. Drunk after just half a jar. This person is really weak. Drinking is for bonding. So the immortal sword master expressed his admiration for Yi Changqing's space. Senior, I see you have a chessboard in your courtyard. It's extremely mysterious. As he said this, his eyes lit up. The immortal sword master curiously asked further, I suppose your chess skills must have reached the pinnacle, right? Yi Changqing rested his chin, indifferently looking into the distance. He replied modestly, I know a little bit. Just hearing that was shocking enough. That was the expression of the immortal sword master. But at the same time, an idea occurred to him. He asked, inviting Senior Yi Changqing, I have a world-class endgame. I wonder if you're interested, Senior. As he finished speaking, in the immortal sword master's hand, there was already a scroll in his palm. Yi Changqing saw it and became very curious. His curiosity had been successfully piqued. Oh, let me see. The hands of the immortal sword master slowly unrolled the scroll. Was a mystery about to be revealed? He held up the paper to present it to Yi Changqing, proudly introducing, this position is called 4 dragons capturing water. He carefully studied the chess position on the manuscript. The immortal sword master was now lost in thought. The old man at the Ziqing Holy Land used this position to suppress me for several hundred years. I don't know if my master can solve it or not. Time passed by so quickly. The moon had risen high in the night sky. The entire space was illuminated by the soft moonlight along with the warm colors of the indoor lamps. Still in the same corner, Yi Changqing was seriously pondering. Lu Wuxiong was still sleeping soundly, oblivious to the world, while the immortal sword master sincerely hoped that he could help him. Please guide me, Senior. He looked at the chess position on the drawing, and his face darkened. His forehead was sweating, his phoenix eyes slightly furrowed. Gritting his teeth, he said each word, pressing his lips tightly, world-class endgame. Just that. Then he tilted his head to look at the immortal sword master with an expression of utter disbelief. His index finger pointed at the position drawing. The immortal sword master confessed, that's right. For decades, I still haven't been able to solve it. His eyes stared blankly at him. It's really infuriating. What's wrong with this immortal cultivation world? Yi Changqing thought irritably. Isn't this just a sample problem when first learning Go? These immortal cultivators call this an endgame. What do you normally play? Flying chess. The immortal sword master was honestly unaware of Yi Changqing's thoughts. With an attitude of seeking improvement, he clasped his hands respectfully, asking for guidance. Very much with the mindset of a diligent student towards Yi Changqing. Senior, can you show me how to solve it? Yi Changqing looked at that world-class endgame and sighed, his eyes narrowing. I see. It seems that in your immortal cultivation world, there really are no chess masters. Yi Changqing craftily stroked his chin and smiled. So in his heart, he had a dark calculation. It's my turn to show off now. Then he rested his hands on the table and placed the paper face down. He stood up, perhaps preparing to go somewhere. A tall figure with a slender build, dressed in blue, standing against the sky, shimmering with the light of the stars, confidently striding. Turning his back to the immortal sword master, his hand raised, beckoning sarcastically, "Follow me. Let's go to that marvelous Go board together." The small round black and white pieces were neatly arranged on the board. The wind rustled gently. Under the shade of the tree was a wooden table and chairs used for playing Go. The two, one in front and one behind, gazed at this tranquil scene together. The immortal sword master looked intently at the Go board. It seemed as if a beam of light was emanating from the board. The legendary divine mechanism appeared before the immortal sword master's eyes. He was so surprised that he was speechless. His white eyebrows seemed to grow longer. His mouth agape. The immortal sword master stammered a few words. "This is real indeed. This is the divine mechanism of the heavenly way, calculating all under heaven with the unparalleled power of black and white, like the two extremes of yin and yang. A power that has been passed down with the utmost respect. A masterpiece that made the immortal sword master marvel and praise endlessly. This board of yours, Senior, is 8 parts the legendary pseudo-immortal artifact divine mechanism, isn't it?" Yi Changqing opened the paper and gently explained. "This position has about 12 solutions. An imaginary space opened up between them, interspersed with the Go board showing the 4 dragons spewing water, position of the immortal sword master." Looking at it, Yi Changqing spoke with the demeanor of a true master. "I will only teach you the 4 most essential solutions. Go is an art as profound and vast as the clouds in the sky. There are people like the immortal sword master who have spent more than half their lives and still haven't found the solution for themselves." Returning to the conversation between Yi Changqing and the immortal sword master, he continued, "As for the remaining 8 solutions." Before he could finish, the immortal sword master replied, "I understand Senior Ye's intention. I will comprehend them on my own. Truly an intelligent and diligent student." Yi Changqing was very pleased and nodded gently. In his heart, he mischievously thought, "It's all made up by me. Otherwise, I would look very ignorant. How embarrassing that would be." Perhaps the immortal sword master was about to get what he had always wanted. But now, let's return to the Imperial Palace, a heavenly place situated high in the distant sky, where lush green trees at the back and sides provide shelter and protection. Illuminated by the natural light of the moon and small, delicate lanterns above, and surrounded by mountain ranges, a deep voice resonated. "Zuankao Sengtang Zizu Zi Xingtian Iya." It turned out to be Yin Tianshan's voice reading in the room. Perhaps he was reading Yin Bingxin's document for her and Emperor Yin Yang to listen together. From the body of Yitong Gate, not seeing the Xianqiao flower. Hearing these words, the emperor's heart became unsettled. This visit to the old ancestor was firstly to ensure Bingxin's safety, and secondly, to borrow the old ancestor's cultivation to deduce this person's level in order to respond in the best way. Sweat began to pour down the emperor's high forehead. Perhaps a bit of worry was revealed as his eyes looked at the hand firmly holding the paper. Now it's just a piece of calligraphy from that senior that has made the old ancestor so excited, as if he'd found gold. Yin Tianshan marveled at the poem's meaning. Not seeing the Xianqiao flower, he was moved to tears, as if seeing the entire landscape of the world. "I have cultivated for thousands of years. First, always hoping to achieve immortality. Second, to bless great Yin." Then he sighed with regret, ignoring the person beside him. Perhaps to him, the message that Senior conveyed was worth 1,000 gold. The Senior had imbued the Tao's meaning into each character, allowing him to find the original heart of cultivation. Folding the calligraphy in his hand, he drew a valuable lesson and said to Emperor Yin Yang and Yin Bingxin, Cultivation is cultivating the mind, more important than cultivating the body." But this lesson made the emperor somewhat apprehensive. Emperor Yin Yang thought to himself, "It's over. The old ancestor has taken it to heart too much." His eyes looked affectionately at the child. His voice gently called her little nine. Yin Tianshan handed her the calligraphy personally, expressing gratitude to the person who wrote this masterpiece. "If you have the chance, please thank that senior for me." Yin Bingxin respectfully received it with both hands. Stroking his white beard gently, his eyes contemplatively looked down. To him, The profound content conveyed in this was a treasure. This calligraphy has broken through my mental state. If not unexpected, I might be able to break through soon. The emperor, very surprised by Yin Tianshan's perception, gaped and asked the old ancestor, "Are you serious? It sounds unbelievable." Meanwhile, Yin Bingxin was extremely interested. She even proposed an idea for Yin Tianshan to express his feelings to the author of this supreme calligraphy. If the old ancestor feels this way, why not personally go meet Senior Yi? Hearing this, Yin Tianshan turned abruptly, staring at his granddaughter, asking once more to confirm. Perhaps because he couldn't believe his ears. "Little Nine, what did you say? Is it really possible?" So Yin Bingxin smiled as brightly as a flower, to the point of closing her beautiful eyes, and said, "Before I left, Senior Yi agreed with me to let me visit him." His heart was deeply moved. Yin Tianshan looked at her. "Really? So adorable. It's too much." Yin Bingxin also felt that way and smiled at the old man, nodding as if to silently confirm, blushing. But if he goes, wouldn't the emperor's plan, Yin Yangyin's plan, be ruined? So the emperor worriedly stretched out his arms to stop him, shouting loudly in protest, "Great ancestor, it cannot be. I see a problem with this matter." Knowing he couldn't deny it outright, so the emperor slowly argued to persuade Yin Tianshan to follow his will. This person indeed has cultivation, but how can there be such good things in this world? That was the first argument in the debate about why not to trust that high-level expert yet. Let's move on to the second argument. Not only giving Bingxin a second spirit core, but also allowing the girl to return there to visit anytime, making the two of them still bewildered. Is there anyone so generous and kind? Because according to Emperor Yin Yangyin, people often say that great experts use mortals as pawns in their schemes. It was just a deep thought now making Yin Tianshan a bit displeased. Emperor Yin Yangyin, standing from a father's perspective, commented, "I worry this person is using Bingxin as bait to lure the great ancestor into the game, making the great ancestor get involved." These words had touched Yin Tianshan's limit. The old man shouted enough and scolded the emperor. "You, being the emperor of the great Yin ancestral country, yet your heart is so petty." With a heart full of indignation, he strongly criticized Emperor Yin Yanyin's viewpoint and loudly defended that expert despite never having met him. That senior has bestowed upon our great Yin ancient country an extraordinary genius. Yet you dare doubt the intentions of that senior. It's truly ridiculous. Noticing the father-son relationship between the emperor and Yin Tianshan, Yin Bingxin, caught in the middle, felt very awkward, so she spoke a few words in defense of her father. "Great ancestor, father is not that kind of person. He's just concerned for our great Yin, that's all." Perhaps Yin Bingxin was still young and inexperienced, so she couldn't see through the matter like Yin Tianshan could. This interference by the emperor was actually part of a deeper plan. So the old man spoke indirectly, making Emperor Yin Yanyin turn his face away, shuddering at the dark intentions. If it wasn't for this reason, then an emperor like him would no longer need to exist, not wanting to lose the noble image of a wise ruler. Yin Tianshan only scolded Emperor Yin Yangyin for not understanding enough. The old man turned around and called Emperor Yangyin's name. "You haven't reached that level yet, so you still don't understand." Then came the analysis, rebutting Emperor Yin Yangyin's arguments above in an inspired manner by Yin Tianshan. If it's as the emperor imagines, only those with evil hearts who have no real strength would resort to dirty tricks to achieve their goals, using the weak as pawns. It's just the way those who have reached the peak of their realm do, because those guys can't break through even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. That's all there is to it. Just look at the world of Go to understand. No matter how much we grow, we're still just children who don't understand life in the eyes of our parents. And Emperor Yin Duangnian is the same. That lesson about the calligraphy was truly a valuable experience after being explained the principles of life. The emperor knelt, clasped his hands, and bowed his head to admit his mistake. "Old ancestor, Duangnian knows he was wrong." Then Emperor Yin Duangnian sincerely replied to Yin Tianshan, enthusiastically supporting the old man's decision. If the old ancestor has decided to meet that senior in a moment, Duangnian will go prepare the gifts. Yin Tianshan turned his back to the Emperor Yin Duangnian and Yin Bangtam, his long white hair cascading down his frail back, standing straight with arms folded behind. Seemingly satisfied with the emperor's response, he advised that knowing one's mistake is enough. A person like that senior, probably doesn't care about treasures anymore. So thinking the old man was hesitating because of this reason and would postpone the plan or decide to visit another time. But unexpectedly, the old man turned around and ordered the emperor, "I command you to stay in the imperial capital for Senior Yi," a way to express gratitude in an indirect meeting that couldn't be better. That is to have people renovate the temple by building a beautiful wooden temple, then proceed to establish a golden statue to commemorate that senior's immense contributions like a saint renowned across the land. Only then can the great person's kindness be repaid. Receiving annual offerings from tens of thousands of people, Emperor Yin Dongnian was indeed a filial person. So from then on, the people of the Great Yin Kingdom had a new traditional custom soldiers announced everywhere for people to know the information in large markets where many people pass by and trade. By imperial decree, 3 days later, on the 6th of September, all citizens of our Great Yin must go to Dongshan to celebrate, causing everyone to buzz with discussion. For this was an unprecedented precedent. September 6th. What day is that? Dongshan is the royal family's feng shui treasure land. Could it be celebrating someone? A series of questions were raised. And not just questions about the new custom. People also learned some information about the person being worshipped. I heard recently the whole city had to build a temple within 3 days. It seems to be called Chongqing Temple. This information was quickly gathered by spies. A soldier in black attire was no exception, watching the Great Yin people discuss while silently memorizing the information. Chongqing Temple, the royal family's feng shui treasure land. This is a bit strange. Must return to report to the emperor. So the Great Xia ancient kingdom, the neighboring country with the dazzling beauty of red and pink hues, the ruler of Great Yin, has received this news. In the court of Great Xia, the wise ruler on the golden throne is discussing with his close ministers about the name of the temple. Just heard Great Yin has built a new Chongqing temple. Do you know what Chongqing means? Everyone in the court was extremely curious, enthusiastically offering their opinions. Perhaps it's another way of saying, growing up. It means hoping the country will continue to prosper. What scheme does Yin Yaning have? Some people were a bit skeptical that the mastermind behind this was the emperor. The person behind it was none other than the infamous Yin Tianshan. There's an 80% chance that old Yin Tianshan is up to something. Yin Yangning intentionally spread misinformation to deceive us. There are too many conspiracy theories surrounding this issue. So a minister suggested to His Majesty to request sending someone to Great Yin to investigate the truth. Meanwhile, in the neighboring country with ancient beauty, the story in Guqin Kingdom seems different. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The king was so angry that he raised his fist as if civil war was about to break out. The powerful punch cracked the table. The king lost his composure and shouted. Every line on his face was forced to scrunch together, looking wrinkled and unsightly as the anger inside him was flaring up. What are those spies doing? They can't even investigate the news properly. What's the point of keeping them anymore? The ministers below were sweating in fear, trying to calm the emperor. Your Majesty, please calm down. Although we don't know the identity of Elder Yi, but building a temple, casting a golden statue, receiving offerings from people, this kind of treatment is not something an ordinary cultivator can receive. To receive such special treatment, unless it's a great cultivator who has attained the Tao and is just one step away from ascending. At this point, the minister's face suddenly turned purple. Or there's another possibility, something that both the king and the ministers in court guessed and said in unison. Or the supreme figure has already ascended to the higher realm. Another minister, with a stern expression, boldly stated, "In my opinion, we should send a group of highly skilled spies to investigate this matter thoroughly." On June 9th, when the people of Great Yin visit Chongqing Temple, as rumored in other countries, we will have arrived. This is the story of 3 days later on a sunny day. The sky was clear, embracing the floating clouds. The emperor was gazing at the red palace against this beautiful sky. Seeing a figure in the distance from the palace gate, the emperor bowed to announce the good news. The construction of the temple for Elder Yi is complete. I invite the ancestor to inspect it. A palace made with long brown hair, perhaps a confidant of Yin Tianshan, which is why the emperor spoke like that. Wearing pink clothes, she approached respectfully, bowing to the emperor and reporting, "Your Majesty, the ancestor is about to have a breakthrough. He instructs you to be very careful in your work. Do not be careless." The emperor respectfully replied, "I understand. I am just a king. I never expected this brief conversation to exchange information would be overheard by spies hiding on the roof. One of them who heard this turned smugly to his ally and said, "Brother, did you hear that? That Yin Tianshan is about to have a breakthrough." His Majesty's guess was correct. Another one, seeing this one speak somewhat incorrectly, corrected him. Didn't His Majesty guess it was Yin Yangning's plot? Oh, how are they different? The one on the left side glanced over, while the one on the right immediately replied. Such different sources of information. Could it be that we're not on the same mission? So what is the one on the right saying? Which department are you from? The answer seemed clear. As soon as the words Neem, Kinsu, Great Xia Country were heard, brothers turned against each other in an instant. I'll kill you, even though we're on the same mission and are brothers. Why are you attacking? But the country comes first. We can't treat enemies as friends. That's why there was a commotion on the roof of the city. Who's your brother? Daring to infiltrate the 5 detectives of Guchin Kingdom. Beat him up for me. Perhaps because they were arguing too heatedly, the group of spies hadn't yet noticed the new development. That Emperor Yin Yangning had called his attendants to prepare for departure, setting off for East Mountain. The scene is on the vast East Mountain Square, spacious with long staircases above leading to a majestic palace, painted red and gilded. Behind are poetic mountains, majestically surrounding them. There, many people of all ages are gathering, men and women. Everyone has come here to admire a statue covered in red cloth, looking extremely tall, massive, towering, and equally mysterious because no one knows what's under that cloth, what the statue will look like. Meanwhile, a group of men are discussing with each other. A young man spoke up to ask, "Who is this red-veiled statue of?" A man with sideburns who looked to be middle-aged answered loudly, "Certainly, it's the person who contributed the most to our great yin." Another person said, "Could it be someone from the cavalry office?" Amidst the noisy bustle of the crowd, discussing excitedly about the statue, suddenly a loud announcement rang out. His Majesty arrives. The 9th princess arrives. Immediately after hearing that announcement, everyone stopped talking and knelt down to pay respects, kowtowing to the emperor and the 9th princess. They said in unison, "Your subjects kowtow to your majesty and the 9th princess." The emperor, in his very majestic dragon robe, imposing, he clasped his hands behind his back along with the 9th princess, Yen Bingxin, extremely beautiful, noble, and graceful. He then replied, "Everyone, please stand up." After everyone, including subjects, soldiers, and officials, had all stood up, the emperor then explained about the statue. "I know you all are confused in your hearts. Why I have built so grandly in the imperial capital like this, building the Chongqing Temple, enshrining this senior Yi Chongqing." At that time, everyone was listening to the emperor speak very attentively. Quiet, no one dared to make a single sound as he was explaining in detail for everyone to understand about the senior Yi Chongqing and why he was made into a statue right in the middle of this vast square. Then he continued to explain and affirm that this matter is extremely important. "The only thing I can tell you is that Senior Yi Chongqing has done a great favor for our Great Yin, and this favor will affect tens of thousands of years of Great Yan's future. It's the nation's fate for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years. Oh my goodness." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They were utterly astonished, surprised to hear that information from the emperor. A man then said, "What kind of existence is this senior?" After all, curiosity arose among them. There was also a bit of doubt. Could this senior Yi be an immortal? Turning to the soldiers who were also buzzing about this senior, 2 young soldiers in black were chatting, looking very cheerful with each other. A guard said, "Have you guys heard anything yet? Great Yin might be protected by an immortal." The other one replied, "That's right. Moreover, he ordered the construction of a temple. And there's that old man in the palace too." This proves it, that guy affirmed that it proves that old man in the palace is still not dead. The other one had a look on his face, as if he was thinking of something dangerous. A deep, sinister plot. He rubbed his hands together and said, "We must quickly return to the palace to inform the Lord. Hurry and report this news back to the palace." The scene shifts to the square. The emperor then told the old official with gray hair and beard standing nearby waiting for his order, "Imperial astronomer, begin." Then that old official took out a strip of paper and read aloud, June 9th. At noon, everything is favorable. No need to avoid bad omens or taboos. Feeling the court's blessings, People standing nearby also quietly listened to the old official read. Today, the construction of Chongqing Temple is complete. The old official's face suddenly tensed, veins showing on his neck. He opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly. The emperor began to pull down the huge red cloth, revealing the golden statue of the talented senior who had contributed greatly to their great yin. The statue was unveiled, emitting a radiant glow. Strangely beautiful, the statue was sculpted in the likeness of Senior Yi, with a posture of stretching and two muscular arms, rippling muscles, and a very robust physique. Strong with six-pack abs, the statue of Senior Yi became very sturdy, muscular build that left everyone astonished. Suddenly, from the armpit area of the statue, a strange beam of light emerged, yellow in color, spreading all over the ground. Where everyone was standing, the emperor was extremely alarmed, stunned when he saw them, and exclaimed, "What's going on here? What is this?" Everyone was extremely confused, hurriedly rushing to protect His Majesty. Quickly protect His Majesty. That beam of light spread to the ground, causing many people who just smelled it to have a very peculiar reaction. Far different from what was imagined, that the beam of light would have an unpleasant smell, strong enough to make people feel nauseous. Churning inside, instead it carried a very pleasant fragrance, relaxing and pure in a strange way. All people, from old to young, everyone after smelling that fragrance felt happy. Their faces brightened up noticeably. "What is this? It's so comfortable." Another person said, "I feel much more energetic now." The statue. Is it because of the statue? His Majesty shouted. So it's the Tao fortune. Even if it's the statue of the literary saint in the past, this situation has never occurred. He frowned, looking stern, with a slightly disbelieving expression when seeing the marvel of the statue about Yi Chongqing again. Could it be that even as a statue, Senior Yi is still the top-tier existence of an immortal? From somewhere in the sky, patches of five-colored light appeared, beautifully colors shining over the entire Dongshan Square at that time. The way they appeared also made people feel surprised. And truly it could be considered this is a rare experience, hard to find, an extremely rare opportunity, difficult to encounter in everyday life. People began to buzz with discussion when they saw them. The five-colored light is caused by Senior Ye's statue, bringing good fortune to us. A series of predictions from people arose, making the atmosphere more lively than ever. Suddenly, a row of dark clouds appeared, accompanied by lightning striking the ground, causing everyone to feel worried, frightened, because they had never encountered such a strange situation. Stunned and dumbfounded. Shocked are the words to describe their emotions now. Everyone was amazed by that mysterious phenomenon. Why are there both halos and thunder? The celestial phenomenon is too bizarre. The ninth princess and the emperor were no exception. They were all amazed and perplexed. The ninth princess said, "Father, this strange phenomenon has never been heard of. Should we call old Lu here, Your Majesty?" He calmly replied, "Not in a hurry. Let's observe first." After a while, the dark clouds gradually retreated to reveal sparkling clouds. Shimmering beautifully appeared in the clear sky. It's five-colored clouds. Look, everyone. There are people in it. Someone's voice rang out. Indeed, those were not ordinary clouds. Were five-colored clouds, a rare sight in the mortal world, almost non-existent. They had vibrant, sparkling colors, adding more beauty and romance to the sky of great yin than ever before, more than ever. The light shone down, bathing the palace and square in golden sunlight. It looked so warm. How wonderfully miraculous. From the sky, suddenly appeared a series of deities riding on clouds. Each person emitted a beautiful halo that was indescribable. Some held zither, others held flutes. Among them was a goddess playing a jade-green pipa, adorned with the image of a pure white crane. The sound of that instrument deeply moved the souls of everyone in the mortal world. The Emperor of Yin was extremely surprised. Stunned by this scene, he exclaimed, "Such a miracle! Could it be because of Senior Ye's temple and golden statue?" Suddenly, there was a loud shout from a soldier. His voice was extremely urgent, hurriedly reporting, "Your Majesty." Deep in the palace, unusual celestial phenomena can also be seen. The Great Tao's aura is chaotic. Not surprisingly, that ancestral emperor is also about to break through. Right after hearing that soldier speak, his expression gradually changed changed to a different attitude. His face turned to an extremely radiant expression, beaming with joy beyond measure. The old ancestor is finally about to break through. Like this, are we getting closer to ascension? Then he and the ninth princess clasped their hands to show gratitude to Yi Chongqing, that is, Senior Yi. Thank you, Senior Yi, for your care, he said loudly, boldly expressing his own wishes and hoping that the master could fulfill his intentions if one day. Senior, if you could protect our ancestral emperor as he enters the upper realm, then our great Yin could enjoy eternal peace. A few days later, the scene changes to the ancient Qin kingdom. At that time, in the study, there was some matter that made the king of ancient Qin extremely angry. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration and shouted loudly, "Ugh! That old man indeed hasn't died yet." The king's voice rose, visibly irritated when hearing news from the scout soldiers reporting information just obtained from various places. Those three black-clad soldiers could only stand still, enduring the king's scolding. Then he asked again, "Is there any other news?" In that study room with red as the main color, majestic and luxurious, it still couldn't make the king feel calmer, soothing his anger. After hearing this, the faces of those three became brighter. In order from left to right, each soldier reported different information. The one on the left with a scar near his eye, nostrils flaring, reported that other matters are all trivial. For example, Great Yin has a supreme powerhouse backing them. Then the one in the middle said, "It's said that the old man of Great Yin has also been guided by this person." The last one chuckled, eyes narrowing as he continued. When building the temple and golden statue for this person, strange phenomena appeared. The king sighed, nodding slightly. He replied to the three soldiers, "So that's how it is." Suddenly his expression changed, shocked as if discovering something unusual in the information the three had just reported. His pupils dilated, looking tense. He then gave each of the three soldiers a blow with a bamboo scroll. That throw to their faces caused each of them to fall to the ground, frightened, their cheeks all swollen and red. A painful throw to warn them for taking the news from various places lightly. The king, angry, his face flushed red. Eyes bulging, he shouted loudly, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. Is this a small matter?" Due to his extreme anger, the king kicked all three soldiers out. Get out of my sight." At that moment, night had fallen over everything. The moon seemed brighter, rounder, highlighting the entire dark sky. Dotting it further were the twinkling stars in the night sky. How beautiful it was in the palace of the great Xia kingdom. Amidst such a clear, moonlit, and breezy night, the emperor was sitting, pondering the news just reported. His hands intertwined, focusing his mind to make the right decision. It seems this Yin Yang has indeed stepped in dog shit. Along with him were officials, young and old, with gray hair and beards, discussing important matters. One official said, "Your Majesty, it seems Great Yin will certainly grow stronger. If that old man in the palace of Great Yin successfully breaks through, won't our three countries be at their mercy like ants?" Another official in his 40s continued, "The urgent matter now is to quickly find out who exactly this Senior Yi is. The urgent matter now is to decide who to ally with." That official replied. The older official was no less quick to respond. "Of course, it's ancient Qin kingdom. The enemy of our enemy is our friend." After a while, both moved closer to each other, arguing fiercely and decisively. That old man, one look, and you know his mind isn't right. Quickly show a good attitude towards Great Yin Kingdom. The old official was no pushover, retorting, "What about Great Shu Kingdom? Who can contact them if Central Plains shakes? I'm afraid history will repeat itself." The argument between these two officials made the emperor feel uncomfortable. He frowned. His body suddenly got goosebumps as he reflected on history. In ancient times, when the country was founded, history tells that 10,000 years ago, the great land of Central Plains was divided into 7 countries. Powerful armies rose, shaking the land for 100 years. All forces competed for power and land, causing countless people to lose their lives on distant battlefields, leaving extreme pain for their hometowns. At that time, an extraordinary, brave figure stepped forward, pacified the world. Yes, That was none other than Senior Yi, a person with extraordinary skills and vast divine powers. Gradually, the four great ancient kingdoms were formed. The ancestors of the four great ancient kingdoms wanted to build temples, erect golden statues for this extraordinary figure to receive offerings for 10,000 years. But for some unknown reason, it didn't go anywhere, and suddenly Yi Changqing gradually disappeared into the mist and smoke. Only golden rays of light remained. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and woke up. His face was haggard and bewildered. Sweat poured down as he cried out, "No." It turned out to be just a dream, but that dream felt so real. Could it be another premonition about Yi Changqing's future as he woke up? His hand reached out, trembling, as he gasped for air. After waking up, he regained his composure and scratched his cheek. This dream was too beautiful. I even dreamed of people building temples and burning incense for me. They even praised me as an extraordinary figure. Then he stood up and got out of bed, stretching his shoulders and yawning long and short. He said, "This dream was too real. If it weren't for the fact that I have no spiritual roots, I would have believed it." Yi Changqing then pushed open the door to go outside to enjoy the fresh air and breeze. But ever since he started having this dream over and over again, the quality of his sleep seemed to have improved greatly. Outside, leaves were falling. Rustling sounds could be heard along with the pleasant weather. The cool air made him think to himself, "That old man, Ha Changxian, has been gone for a month now, hasn't he?" Sitting down at a nearby table and chairs, curiosity crept into his mind as he wondered if he had understood the so-called four dragons spitting water yet. Yi Changqing's expression softened. Looking a bit dazed, he counted on his fingers and pondered. I've already taught him all four ways to break it. On a bright morning full of energy, Yi Changqing dejectedly held his head. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He sighed in frustration. Then he changed his tone to a sarcastic one. "A great immortal cultivator, what level is he to give me gifts like these?" As he spoke, Yi Changqing reached out to take the round stone on the table. In his hands were two objects, a stone and a command token. His left hand held the large round stone with a gray color scheme, and the other hand held the command token with red characters engraved in the middle. He held up both objects looking puzzled. "Both a stone and a command token. Aren't you afraid of devaluation?" Yi Changqing recalled that night when he had frowned and gotten angry with the old man. No matter what he said, the old man just mumbled and brushed it off. "You must do this first, then this, and finally this. Do you understand?" Even though he explained this and that, the old man just listened absent-mindedly, in one ear and out the other, leading to a situation where they were talking past each other. But Yi Changqing thought again and again about that night, and realized he was indeed a bit foolish, with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. But he came to understand that even learning the basic examples of Go takes such effort. Then he grabbed his hair with both hands and sighed, looking utterly discouraged. His eyebrows lowered, expressing boredom and reluctance to speak, but the Taiwan sacred land has such elders. TSK, 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 TSK. It must be because of that night that made Yi Changqing become so frustrated. He sighed, but it's not always because of that made him upset, or that his mind was tired. Early morning, flowers and leaves are fresh. For such a small matter, he shouldn't be like this. So he reconsidered. If I had spiritual roots, along with my intelligence and comprehension, I would surely quickly become an unparalleled genius. Shocking the entire cultivation world, he held the objects with both hands. One hand raised the command token, showing confidence. And because of that self-confidence, the rays of sunlight, the aura of the protagonist shone, making Yi Changqing's pride more distinctive than ever before. Even though he knew this, instead of choosing something meaningful for life or doing something positive that he desired, in the end, Yi Changqing threw away the command token in his hand. To hell with the token, whether it was good or bad, he threw it away without much regret. He simply held the large round stone in his hand and said decisively, "Forget it." It seemed as if Yi Changqing would also show indifference to the stone, but no, he still took the trouble to check if there was anything inside the stone despite showing boredom. His eyebrows furrowed continuously in confusion, and he kept tapping on the stone, whether there was a response or not. He kept tapping repeatedly and said with slight discouragement, "It's like making bubble tea." After many moments of frustration, waiting hopelessly without any response, he finally chose to turn away, ignore it, and leave, completely unaware. But he was greatly mistaken. From the moment he turned away, the stone began to crack bit by bit, and suddenly a light appeared right in the center of that stone. In an instant, the stone became even more intense as the cracks had broken through, clearly visible. The shimmering light and smoke swirling around the stone made it look strange and somewhat mysterious, mesmerizing and arousing people's curiosity. In another space, in Yi Changqing's room, on the table were all the tools including pens, notebooks, and ink prepared and ready for Yi Changqing's work. But instead of being full of energy to work, he stretched out his hand, looking listless. Feeling a bit sleepy, perhaps due to overworking last night or having nightmares, so his energy wasn't very fresh, but he still had no idea about that stone at all and just said idly, "Early morning, an important time of the day. Time to practice calligraphy." While holding the pen and writing on paper, suddenly a strong energy appeared before his eyes. A powerful stroke of red light appeared, and he was bewildered and awe. He tilted his head slightly, with countless questions in his mind, with a huge question mark before his eyes that he couldn't possibly answer about his ink pen. One hand holding the paper he was writing on earlier, the other hand holding the pen to check, trying to see if there was any problem, and countless doubts he didn't know, just wondering. The pen had no problem, the paper had no problem either. He concentrated for a moment. Instead of seeking answers from others, he chose to find the answer for himself. He tried writing again to see what would happen. While writing, he focused on those characters and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's even emitting yellow smoke." Yi Changqing, to find the answer for himself. He repeatedly took the pen and wrote large, clear characters. "I write, run out of ink, then dip, and I write continuously." Writing continuously without stopping writing until satisfied with his intention, only then would he stop. The more he wrote, the more light illuminated the entire room. Yellow smoke shining before him, extremely powerful. As expected, heaven won't disappoint those who try hard. He was surprised and impressed. His mouth broke into a satisfied smile. The yellow smoke appeared again. Obviously, this strange, unexpected thing made Yi Changqing shout so loudly that it echoed outside, causing the white birds on the tree branches that were peaceful chirping to be startled and fly away. Not only the birds, but He Huang was also affected, sleeping soundly, but because of the loud shout it had to wake up from its sleep. Jumping up, he shouted loudly, "Could it be that my golden hand has awakened?" He Huang, also because of that voice, had to be bewildered, half awake, half asleep, thinking to itself, "The master is so powerful. Even his hand can turn into gold." In Yi Changqing's room, he looked down at the paper, eyes wide with amazement because he was so delighted looking at the paper. This step is, he had to diligently practice writing beautifully and pleasingly. And the lines he wrote on the paper with 3 short lines, but they made that paper become more unique, with some kind of power making Yi Changqing's writing create dazzling light with yellow smoke, creating a novel feeling writing. And the lines he had devotedly written were so cool it seemed like it was over. He was also patient and continued to work diligently. He warmed up his arm and started again. Yi Changqing began to write seriously and attentively. The more he wrote, the more the yellow smoke light appeared clearly before his eyes, becoming bolder than before. Yellow smoke appeared with the lines, "Love her lonely." Dark alley. While he was diligently practicing writing, far away at the door, suddenly there was a mysterious dark energy, extremely fierce. A violent blue vortex was happening before his eyes. He had to pause his writing to see what was strange outside. Yi Changqing frowned and thought, "Could it be the anomaly I caused?" But he told himself to try and see. Then he quickly put his pen down and wrote a very meaningful verse. "Who says only standing in the light is considered worthy?" Immediately, from the sky came an angry bolt of lightning, blue and purple mixed, looking very scary. He gently stepped out of the room. Then he was startled, realizing the strange thing appearing in the sky. Thunder and lightning struck directly at Yi Changqing's small courtyard. A loud bang resounded, shaking the entire sky. But then it gradually brightened. The dark clouds disappeared, leaving a beautiful orange sky. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "Finally, the heavens haven't let me down." Yi Changqing frowned with joy and said, "The legendary supreme expert, just a slight movement will lead to anomalies of thought can fly across heaven and earth, roaming freely, commanding the 8 wildernesses, riding the void endlessly. He raised his hand to the sky, his whole body emitting a miraculous yellow light. Unlike Yi Changqing's illusion, nothing appeared when he gave the command. Only a black crow flew by with 7 huge dots. He looked at his hand, couldn't help but wonder. His head was full of question marks. Perhaps I need to use an incantation. Saying that, Yi Changqing immediately took up the brush pen and commanded, as you wish, follow my will. Fly for me. Immediately from the sky came another bolt of lightning down to his small courtyard. But this time it struck directly at the hand holding the brush pen, pointing straight to the sky. The pen was hit by lightning, making its bristles stand up. The lightning bolts converged in one place, flickering. Of course, he couldn't escape the fate of being struck so hard that the white bones inside his body showed. The lightning even concentrated and struck Yi Changqing's vulnerable spot. He now looked no different from a charred pig. The brush pen in his hand was also burned down to just a few hairs, while his hair stood straight up. His clothes were burned so black that they were smoking. His whole body still had a few lightning bolts that didn't want to leave, struck by lightning in one go. He stood dazed amidst the black smoke rising from his body. What's going on? I've been able to summon anomalies already, but why do I still have no magical power at all? Are they just giving me effects to experience and play with me? Suddenly, thousands of lightning bolts flashed through his mind. Yi Changqing suddenly realized, no, there's still one possibility. Is this a hint that I have a spirit root now? A few days later, in a small town, in the sky, a strange winged boat flew up into the sky. The people below who saw it stared in amazement. Look quickly, it's the boat of the Holy Sun Qing. It seems it's time for the martial arts competition between the 2 holy lands. So impressive. Indeed, cultivating immortality has a bright future. I also want to send my child to cultivate immortality. On the luxurious boat, a red-haired man stood proudly in the middle, arms folded, shouting ridiculously. The Sect's holy land is not a place they can enter just because they want to. A servant nearby heard this and nodded in agreement. That's right. The most important thing in cultivation is foundation. If the quality of the spirit root is too poor, then everything else is not worth discussing. A bespectacled man with a prominent chin spoke up, Senior Brother Liu. If I remember correctly, you also don't come from an immortal cultivation family, do you, Senior Brother Liu? Hearing this, his face turned purple. He asked in an annoyed tone, what do you mean? Immediately, Senior Brother Liu waved his hand. Dozens of attendants suddenly appeared, as if threatening Junior Brother Su here. This guy smirked, pushed up his glasses, and said it was nothing. I'm just reminding Senior Brother. The common people in your eyes, they in the eyes of powerhouses like Senior Sister Dan Tai, are nothing more than ants. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, interrupting the conversation. Junior Brother Su, it seems you've gained quite some insight recently. Seeing the person who spoke, the attendants behind began to bow, clasped their hands respectfully, and greeted, paying respects to Holy Sun, Senior Brother. This purple-haired guy is the Holy Sun of the Holy Land of Qing and Changfeng. He slightly tilted the fan in his hand and asked with a smile. In the eyes of powerhouses like Dan Tai Qing Shui, Senior Brother Liu, seeing Junior Brother Su speak carelessly, secretly smiled with satisfaction. Ha! Daring to praise Senior Sister Dan Dai in front of Holy Sun Senior Brother. You're finished. In Changfeng fanned himself, his eyes full of menace, and spoke. So even a holy son like me is ranked behind others. Junior Brother Su, who had offended the wrong person, trembled like a sewing machine and stuttered. Holy Son Senior Brother and Holy Maiden Senior Sister are both powerhouses of the sect. Hearing this, he nodded with satisfaction and grunted. It's good that you know. Although you lack innate talent, in the end, your status is still lower than Junior Brother Liu's. Old and young are different, don't misunderstand. And Changfeng turned away, not forgetting to remind this guy a few words about his lowly status. Junior Brother Su was so scared he grimaced, held his buttocks, and clasped his hands in response. Junior Brother knows his mistake. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Chuangfang Senior Brother, please wait a moment. Looking in the direction of the voice, the excited Hua Junior Brother's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Damn Dai Senior Sister. Hearing this, and Chuangfang startled and turned his head. A fluttering white skirt descended, revealing the beauty's long, slender legs. Her melodious, pleasant voice spoke again. May I ask where Hua Junior Brother was wrong? Everyone on the boat who saw her was as happy as if it were harvest time. Everyone's eyes turned into heart shapes. Some even shouted joyfully, "It's Damn Dai's senior sister. She's truly like a pure, beautiful immortal descending to the mortal world. My first love." Even in Truong Fong was mesmerized, his red eyes fixed on her two melons, he retorted shakily. Hua Jr. brother committed the crime of disrespecting his senior brother. How is that not wrong? She took her zither and pressed it against the softest part of her body. Fluttering butterflies appeared around her, creating an ethereal effect that captivated people. She tilted her head, revealing her lovely red lips, then let out a sigh. This beautiful white-haired beauty, with an incredibly alluring body, is the holy maiden of the Ziqing Holy Land. Zam Zai Tang Dui. She tilted her head slightly and asked, "Is mentioning Tan Tuet's name also considered casual speech?" Every day, the Holy Lord Teacher calls Tan Tuet many times. Is this considered disrespectful or not disrespectful to anyone? With her innocent face and breathtaking beauty, no one could imagine that her words could be so sharp. Damn Dai's hardcore fans saw her tilt her head so adorably they cheered excitedly. No one can resist senior sister Tan Tuet's head tilt. But in Truong Fong was still clear-headed. Angrily, he pointed at Damn Dai Tan Tuet and shouted, You are twisting logic here. Do you dare to make a bet with me? This martial arts competition between us and Tai Huin Holy Land. Whoever loses will give up their position as future Holy Lord. He smiled cunningly, his heart full of dark schemes. But Damn Dai Tan Tuet was beautiful, but not easy. She wasn't provoked by his taunt. She crossed her arms and said, "Hasn't the Holy Lord Teacher already promised? Whoever between you and me reaches Yuaning before 40 years old, that person will be the next Holy Lord of Ziqing, Holy Land." Truong Fong senior brother, are you being too impatient? She hugged her zither and tilted her head to ask, making Truong Fong so angry he almost coughed blood as he shouted, "You're talking nonsense." Suddenly, a melodious music that stirred the heart reached her ears. She was awakened by the melodious music. Her eyes widened in disbelief at this melody. The others of lower levels, unable to understand the depth of this music, made a comment as stupid as a pig. Where is that zither sound coming from? It's beautiful, but compared to Damn Dai's senior sister, it's still far inferior. Another person in that group nodded in agreement. That's right, senior sister Damn Dai is a genius when it comes to music theory. Their voices were too noisy, so I angrily told them to shut up. They were startled when they heard that. Delighted to the core, they said they were scolded by senior sister. Another one happily replied that senior sister had scolded him too. Because that group of people talked too much, the music was getting further and further away. Damn Dai Tan Tuet decided to jump off that boat right away. The people on the boat saw this and were scared out of their wits. They rushed over worriedly and shouted, "Senior sister Damn Dai." Damn Dai Tan Tuet jumped from the boat, using all her speed to fly towards the melodious sound. She felt the rhythm like a small bridge over flowing water. The rhythm like a waterfall from a high mountain. Such music must come from a world-class expert with an extremely high level of musical proficiency. Or perhaps it's my destiny. If on this trip I could decipher the ancient zither score that I couldn't comprehend before. And Truong Fong on the boat looked down and thought to himself, Damn Dai Tan Tuet has always pursued the path of music. Could there be something strange about that music just now? It's just a pity that I couldn't understand it. He bit his lip and made an embarrassed face. On this side, Damn Dai Tan Tuet flew to a small town surrounded by hills and mountains. She lightly tapped her heel down. Unfortunately, she stepped on a strange yellow barrier. Immediately, a lightning bolt struck from nowhere. Before she could react, she took the full brunt of that lightning strike. But the feeling of being struck was strange. She was stunned, her face turning red like a tomato. Not understanding what was happening, she asked herself, "What's going on?" Before she could finish thinking, she fell. The barrier around that small town also broke in one spot. She was pulled by the Earth's gravity and fell inside. As Damn Dai Tan Tuet fell into the small town like that, a blue lightning bolt struck fiercely from the sky, making a loud boom. Deep Truong Tan in his small courtyard was still passionately playing the zither without noticing anything strange behind him. Landing, the melodious zither sound, captivating the heart in the twilight sky, created an extremely beautiful melody. While playing the zither, he opened his eyes with question marks all over his head when he heard the loud boom and wondered if it was thunder. Meanwhile, on this side, Dame Daitan Tuet fell as if being sucked down, plummeting down with a shrill scream. Then she crashed into a chicken coop. The fall was so heavy that it caused dust and debris to fly everywhere, creating a large crack. The chickens saw this and ran around in chaos. Some were so scared they laid eggs right there. She tremblingly reached out her hand, silently lamenting how painful it was. Dame Daitan Tuet sat up in the middle of the chicken coop. The chickens, seeing something strange, gathered around clucking. She painfully thought to herself, I didn't expect there to be a restriction here. It makes sense. After all, it is the dwelling place of an expert. It's normal to have some protective measures in place. While lost in thought, suddenly the zither sound rose again, causing her to snap back to reality. She followed the direction of the music. On that side, she tiptoed to see the face of the expert who played such mesmerizing music. Dame Daitan Tuet tapped her heel once. Then she flew forward like a bolt of lightning. Wherever she went, light emanated from that spot. Seeing a fairy glide by as fast as lightning, the young men in the small town rushed out to see. One of them exclaimed, "It's really a fairy." Others who didn't see anything asked back, "How do you know?" That guy laughed with delight and replied, "Look at that hairstyle. Normal people couldn't possibly manage it." Dame Daitan Tuet's hair was all messy with a few dry leaves stuck in it. She approached the door of Deep Truong Tan's general store. Hak Hong was sleeping outside, guarding it. She gently looked up at the sign hanging in front of the door. Then she sensed an abundant life force behind. Indeed, it's just as I predicted. This zither sound must certainly come from a master with supernatural skills in music. She smiled slightly, ignoring the dry leaves in her hair. As she walked, she suddenly startled seeing Hak Hong sleeping soundly on the ground. From the outside, Hak Hong looked no different from a black dog sleeping deeply. But in her eyes, it was actually very frightening. She was so scared that she screamed out loud. Demon King. No matter how deeply asleep Hak Hong was, hearing the piercing scream, it immediately woke up. It looked at her fearfully, backing away, and contemptuously thought, "Another human cultivator. Could it be they've also come after hearing the rumors? I should help my master a bit." It flashed a sinister smile. Its eyes turned deep purple and sharp, looking at Dame Daitan Tuet like prey. Seeing Hak Hong stand up and approach her with a frightening smile, Dame Daitan Tuet curled up as if about to cry. Hak Hong unleashed its power. Part of its terrifying true form appeared as it spoke threateningly to her. "Girl, if you've come with sincere intentions to ask, then this king will show great mercy." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Hak Hong's neck and pulled it back. Sensing the familiar presence, it pretended to bark once. Deep Truong Tan used one hand to throw it back into the backyard and shouted, "Go sit in the backyard." Hak Hong barked in response while flying. Seeing a customer arrive, Deep Truong Tan smiled warmly to welcome them. "Miss, do you want to buy something? Please come inside. We have everything in the store." Dame Daitan Tuet still couldn't believe her eyes when she saw him throw Hak Hong away with one hand. She blurted out in confusion, "What? How is this possible?" She stood there dumbfounded like a lost soul. Her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Demon kings always have unpredictable temperaments. They are ruthless and decisive beings. Now being scolded by this young person, obediently listening to the sound of music also coming from inside this house. All signs prove that. He is indeed that musical master. It must be so. Her eyes clearly showed the words peerless master as she blushed with delight. Seeing her dazed, Yi Chongqing awkwardly clasped his hands and bowed, calling out. Miss Dame Daitan Tuet seemed bewitched. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she said, "May I ask, was it you who played the instrument just now?" She blushed happily. Her eyes clearly showed the words master, eagerly awaiting Yi Chongqing's answer. But on the contrary, he felt a chill. Awkwardly stepping back, he replied, "Yes, it was me." Dame Daitan Tuet smiled. A deep smile. Not knowing what she was planning, she whispered, "That's wonderful." Immediately her hands spread out, condensing spiritual energy into a small vortex. From it emerged a delicate zither made of extremely precious materials. It floated in front of her. Yi Chongqing on this side didn't understand a damn thing. Bored, he broke into a sweat, asking himself, what does she want to do? Is she going to play music with me to ruin my reputation? Teach me a lesson? Well then, Bring it on, he smirked confidently, because he was certain of victory. No one can defeat me in my field, even if I can't cultivate immortality. But contrary to his expectations, Dame Daitan Tuet cheerfully called out, Master, this junior has some questions regarding music theory that I'd like to ask you. Yi Changcheng felt relieved upon hearing this. So it wasn't a challenge. I got excited for nothing. Wait, she called me master. Thinking of this, he became elated, his eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Dame Daitan Tuet was thinking to herself, the senior said everything is available in the shop, so he'd only treat me as a regular customer. But if I directly call him master, he certainly won't be able to refuse. Just as she predicted, Yi Changcheng was so pleased his eyes curved as he said, I dare not accept the title of master. I don't dare. Then he regained his elegant demeanor, cleared his throat, and introduced himself. I am Yi Changcheng. This place is not convenient for demonstration. Let's go to the backyard to discuss in detail, please. He smiled and gestured, inviting her inside. Dame Daitan Tuet happily clasped her hands and said, Yes, Master Yi, I understand. Once inside, Yi Changcheng briefly introduced everything. This is my humble courtyard. I often sit here to practice music and paint. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the wooden door, inviting the guest inside. She was dazzled by the bright light inside, making her uncomfortable. Squinting slightly, she silently cursed too bright. But when she focused, what met her eyes inside was like a miniature landscape. Thick Tao energy surrounded the extraordinarily beautiful scenery. Everything was truly magnificent, as if being inside a painting. She slightly furrowed her brows as she looked at everything. Is this a simple courtyard? This is clearly a sacred place of creation, where staying for a day is certainly better than 1,000 days of ascetic practice elsewhere. I really want to stay here forever. She joyfully felt the fresh air. Her eyes were dazed and her cheeks flushed with excitement. Seeing the familiar, dazed expression, Yi Changcheng couldn't help but feel exasperated. These cultivators are starting their daily crazy mission again. Then he briefly introduced everything inside. First, this is the calligraphy I write and paint daily. Next is the chessboard I often play on. Seeing a round stone, she pointed and asked him curiously, What's this? Yi Changcheng awkwardly explained, That stone there is a tea pet. If you like it, I can give it to you. She shyly declined, thanking Master Yi for his kindness. But it's too precious. Please forgive Tan Tuet for not being able to accept it. Yi Changcheng looked at her, puzzled. He put his hand on his head, wondering, Isn't it just a stone that looks a bit pretty? But Dame Daitan Tuet on this side didn't think like him. She sweated, biting her lips worriedly and thinking. Using Chaos Stone, a heavenly treasure, as a tea pet, and casually giving it to others. Such a man who doesn't care about fame and fortune. I want him to teach me even more now. She flashed a mischievous smile behind Yi Changcheng's back. Her whole body exuded such a dark aura, as if about to devour someone alive. In the morning in the garden, the two people, Yi Changcheng and Dame Daitan Tuet, were standing on the porch. In front of them, there were two wooden chairs and opposite was a wooden table with a very mysterious zither. On top of the zither was a paper with many lines of text that were strange to observe. Dame Daitan Tuet's eyes suddenly caught sight of that strange zither, and she was curious and intrigued. She walked over, one hand politely covering her mouth. Her eyes were full of astonishment as she asked, Is that? She didn't doubt anything at all. She knew right away, but was also shocked by the truth in front of her that she couldn't have imagined, but wasn't unexpected that it was the heavenly zither. When she learned this truth, the heavenly zither, she was extremely startled. In her mind, she just wanted to explode. The burning flames in her mind. Thoughts of wanting to shout out loud to the world, but she couldn't. She could only silently think to herself. The heavenly zither in her heart, but on the outside, she was completely different. Sweat covered her entire face. She was extremely nervous. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't believe the truth before her eyes. Could it be the legendary celestial instrument Xian Tian I Ching, the heart-guiding righteous path? Yi Changcheng must have seen Dame Daitan Tuet's surprise to the point of bewilderment, so he reassured her. He smiled with squinted eyes and politely gestured, wanting to say something. Young lady, if you wish to discuss music theory with me, then please play a tune for me to hear first. Let's see. He thought she would listen to what he said, but he was wrong. She didn't hear anything Yi Changcheng said at all. Ignoring what he had said, she just stared intently in one direction, not looking anywhere else. Her two big round eyes were fixed only on that heavenly zither. Her eyes were like that. Her mouth was drooling, looking extremely eager. Her two hands were clenched, fidgeting, eager to try. This made him feel somewhat helpless, 7 parts like 3. He could only look on a little, sighing and disliking what he was seeing. Yi Changqing had also seen her eagerness, impatient to try her hand at the zither, so he suggested to her. He was polite in front of the girl. One hand pointed towards the heavenly zither. The other hand was politely behind his back and respectfully invited her to try it out. If you don't mind, please use this zither of mine. Dame Daitan Tuet couldn't believe his precious offer, so she was extremely surprised and overjoyed. Her eyes widened, sparkling, and she responded, "Use your heavenly zither. Is it really possible? Am I worthy of this honor?" Of course. Seeing her eager for the zither, who could refuse to lend it? Suddenly, he felt a bit of emotion in his heart. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. His eyebrows furrowed with some nostalgic memory. His hand lightly touched the heavenly zither as he thought. The body of this zither is made of Shanghai pearl in the woodpile. Going back to the past, on a day when the weather wasn't very good because the weather at that time was extremely harsh, extremely cold. Snow covered everything around. There was no alley that wasn't filled with layers of snow covering everything. So Yi Changqing had to go to the forest to chop wood for burning, to warm his pale body. Wearing only a few thin clothes wasn't enough to warm his entire body, so his body was freezing cold and numb. He hugged 3 logs tightly to bring back in the freezing weather. This winter, I'll have to rely on you all. After trying hard to bring the logs back, instead of waiting until the next day, he continued to work diligently to have something to keep warm. He took a log. One foot held it down to prevent it from rolling away. Then he prepared the axe, holding it firmly with both hands gripping the handle tightly, and began to chop it into pieces. With a very stern face, "I'll start with you first," forcefully. He began to swing the axe hard onto the log. Then suddenly, unexpectedly, the axe bounced back at him, hitting him right on the chin. Perhaps because the log was too hard for his strength, it caused him to spit out blood from his mouth, making him unable to react to the sudden event. And it made him fall backwards, rolling onto the cold, snow-white ground. The log, due to the strong impact from the axe, had rolled onto the ground. On the surface of the log, there was a hollow in the center, making the writing stand out. And that writing meant heavenly zither. And what's more is that it could be detected entirely based on this keen eye of mine regarding the precious zither. At this moment, Yi Changqing stood in front of a simple shop, but it could be said to be well-stocked. The shop's full name was Kam Kai Bok Ward. At the shop's entrance, he held up something white. Then he turned and asked the owner, "How much is this string?" The shop owner with snow-white hair smiled and said to Yi Changqing, "This is silk thread, 6 taels of silver." Upon hearing the sky-high price, he was shocked. He angrily exclaimed to the owner, "Why don't you just rob me outright?" The owner began to lower himself and cover with his hand, getting close to his ear with a very sly voice. "Without spiritual roots, this is the price." With the encouragement and provocation, it made him become even more irritated, becoming even more furious. Yi Changqing found the price too exorbitant and walked out the door angrily, fuming as he said to the old man, "You just wait and see." The old man waved goodbye with nothing more than a farewell. "Walk slowly. No need to see you off. Welcome to come again." Back at his house, he tied a red string on his forehead, holding a bunch of green vegetables in his hand. But his mood was extremely angry and frustrated. Isn't it just a silk zither string? Then suddenly, he discovered a small silkworm in the bunch of vegetables, and he made up his mind. "I'll start by raising silkworms." Not long after, all his efforts were rewarded. A beautiful long zither with a distinctive wood-color tone, perfectly made. To make a perfect zither, heaven's time, earth's advantage, human harmony. Yi Changqing held the zither gently to check its completeness. Then he commented with great satisfaction, "Not a single thing is missing." Yi Changqing stood in front of the zither. He extended his hand towards Dame Daitan Tuet, gently saying to her that music theory originally comes from the heart. "Fairy, you can do it as you wish." Dame Daitan Tuet heard this and became shy. Her hands clasped together as she replied yes. She touched the zither. Her snow-white hands, delicate and smooth, caressed each string carefully. In front of the sturdy and clean wooden house, on the spacious courtyard, peaceful, illuminated by warm sunlight, under the shade of a tree casting cool shadows, Dame Daitan Tuet played the zither while carefully thinking. Her pure white hair was tied up, looking very neat and delicate. Sweat ran down her beautiful face. Her slender fingers gently plucked each string. She thought to herself, the magical items of this world are divided from high to low. Celestial items, Taoist items, ancient treasures, spiritual treasures, and so on. She continued to immerse herself in her own thoughts. In her mind appeared the scene of magnificent palaces lined up next to each other. Lanterns lit up the entire space. Separating the two rows of palaces was a crystal-clear river, reflecting the scenery on both banks. Spanning across the river was a bridge with many people standing on it. She thought ordinary sects have one Taoist item. An ancient treasure is already considered a sect's guardian treasure. Then she recalled a treasure shaped like a bell cast in gold. Around it was surrounded by a ring of brilliant golden aura. Then she pondered further. As for celestial items, they only exist in a few ancient texts rarely seen in the world. Thinking of this, Dame Daitan Tuet associated it with a torn book and a meticulously carved brush. Around them were beautiful golden rays of light. She gently raised her hand to each string. Her fingers curled and plucked the zither surface, creating wonderful melodies. While playing, she continued to ponder. The Tao energy on this zither of Master Yi, she thought. She strummed the zither forcefully, then raised her hand high. Her face showed seriousness and caution. Golden flashes appeared between the zither, along with an aura gradually spreading out, enveloping Dame Daitan Tuet's surroundings. The bright space around her suddenly darkened strangely. After finishing the melody, her hand lowered, trembling as if she was too excited. The space around gradually brightened again. Yi Changqing saw this scene and didn't understand why. On his head appeared two huge question marks. Having completed the music, Dame Daitan Tuet's face showed joy and satisfaction. Her cheeks flushed. She smiled radiantly, smiling so much her eyes narrowed. She politely clasped her hands and said to Yi Changqing, "This junior is named Dame Daitan Tuet. If you don't mind, please call me Tan Tuet." Yi Changqing let out a dry laugh. It's unclear what he was thinking. His face darkened, making it impossible for others to guess his expression. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Yi Changqing stood in the vast space. His jet-black hair fluttered in the gentle breeze that was blowing. He smiled, looking extremely refined and at ease. His right hand held a book, appearing very scholarly. His left hand extended. He said to Dame Daitan Tuet Xiaomin Y Tianshan 6. Hua Fa Sang Bien Tu Yu Jing. Then he continued to praise her beautiful name. After speaking, the expression on his face changed. He picked up the book to cover his increasingly distorted smile. Yi Changqing silently praised himself. I've impressed her again. This time, she must be head over heels for me. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Dame Daitan Tuet's excited voice. She turned to look at him, hesitantly inquiring, as if eagerly anticipating to continue playing the zither. May I ask if I can start now? Yi Changqing's face darkened upon hearing this. He looked extremely disappointed, blaming himself for completely failing to impress her. Since she had said that, Yi Changqing could only smile and agree. He extended his hand politely. Smiling, he said to Dame Daitan Tuet, "Please, fairy maiden." Having received Yi Changqing's approval, Dame Daitan Tuet sat down and placed the zither on her lap. Her nimble hands plucked the strings. Each clear, melodious sound gently echoed in the pristine morning air. Moreover, she constantly changed her posture, sometimes sitting to play the zither, sometimes standing up to dance to each melody, sometimes tilting her head back, feeling each rhythm swirling throughout the space. She focused entirely on her music. Nothing could hinder the passion flowing through her at that moment. The melody she played seemed to make the plants, flowers, and leaves in the house's grounds even more beautiful, more exquisite and lush. Finally, she completed the piece. Her beautiful face, joyful, sparkled under the bright sunlight. She shyly turned to ask for Yi Changqing's opinion. How was it, senior? Under Dame Daitan Tuet's expectant gaze, Yi Changqing stiffened his jaw, closed his eyes in thought, and said, "Not bad." Hearing Yi Changqing's response, Dame Dai Tan Tuet's face darkened. It seemed she couldn't accept the words "not bad" from him. She forced a smile that looked very frustrated, thinking to herself, "Just not bad. Then I'll use my full strength." Her hands on the zither created 2 sound waves. It seemed that now she was extremely determined to prove herself to him. Her eyes closed tightly to feel the melody more accurately. Her face slightly raised, looking both resolute and confident. Her 2 hands nimbly alternated plucking each string. The vast, beautiful space was once again enveloped in the intense zither sound, overflowing. At this moment her zither sound no longer emitted golden light, but instead streams of blue energy. Her beautiful face showed determination mixed with self-satisfaction. Her 2 hands moved incessantly, causing streams of energy to rise, not only enveloping her, but also spreading throughout the surrounding space. It seemed that her zither sound at that moment was expressing her anger and desire to prove herself. Looking at the fierce appearance and determination of Dame Dai Tan Tuet, Yi Changqing carelessly smiled, as if not understanding that his words had irritated her. He continuously clapped his hands, praising good. Dame Dai Tan Tuet continued playing. Her hair fluttered gracefully. Determination still showed on her face, but it seemed she was no longer as angry as at first, and now was enjoying the melodious music. Each snow-white finger plucked the strings. The zither strings produced what seemed to be a wave of sound that made her hair fly up while her face remained calm, playing as if nothing had happened. But deep down, she was already exhausted. She kept questioning Yi Changqing. "Master Yi, do you acknowledge me now?" Yi Changqing's face beamed with joy. He clapped incessantly, praising. The zither's sound is graceful and moving, although there are some minor flaws. His face smiling, he said in a sincere tone, "But now it seems being able to perform like this is already quite difficult." Hearing those words from Yi Changqing, Dame Dai Tan Tuet suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. As if something was stuck in her throat, she coughed loudly a few times. He then recalled the days gone by. Reminiscing about the past, those were days dominated by fear. He recounted, "I knew a young lady. She also once said she knew how to play the zither. That young lady had long, lustrous golden hair. A graceful, virtuous lady holding a zither. She played with all her might, eyes closed, enjoying the music. But somewhere it was the sea of suffering causing love and hatred." Yi Changqing sighed. "In this world, it's hard to escape fate." Then, Yi Changqing turned his gaze towards her. His eyes lit up like stars. He gave a thumbs up, praising profusely. Compared to her, Miss Tan Tuet is still several levels higher. Dame Dai Tan Tuet was a bit startled hearing this. She froze, mouth agape, looking at him. Hearing that, she couldn't help but turn away angrily. Her whole body emanated a gloomy chill. Her hands clenched in a fist as she thought to herself, "How dare he compare me to that person?" But then she reconsidered and shook her head in denial. No. The master is very reasonable." Tan Tuet looked at him with an innocent face. 2 fingers pressed together. She spoke softly with some hesitation. "Tan Tuet has little talent and learning. I've only heard half of it," but Yi Changqing was extremely surprised. His eyes widened as he looked at her, as if sensing something unusual. She slowly moved closer, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her eyes, mesmerizing and captivating, gently spoke each word. "Where I'm lacking, please instruct me more." It was already around noon. Sunlight also filtered through each small window. The space was strangely quiet. Not even a breeze stirred. Dame Dai Tan Tuet stepped back, her hands in front of her chest, solemn, eyes closed, head slightly bowed, solemnly speaking loudly. "Please, Master Deep, I seek your guidance." She felt somewhat tense mixed with a bit of fear. Beads of sweat also dotted her pretty face. Worried thoughts surrounded her. "The holy decree," Master often said. She recalled his words from before. In a room, he turned his back, while she knelt down, listening intently. "Tan Tuet, your master is an experienced person." Then he slowly turned his head and continued. "You must remember well on the path of cultivating music. You can certainly do it, unless you don't receive the great master's teachings." Deep Truong Tan still looked at her with loving eyes. But deep down she was still thinking, wondering if Master Deep could express understanding accurately surpassing the Holy Master's teachings. Deep Truong Tan was a bit hesitant. He raised his hand to scratch his face, smiling politely. Answering the request for guidance, he didn't speak much. Each person understands, interprets melodies differently, so the insights gained from the music are also very different. Dame Dai Tan Tuet listened, but stood rooted to the spot. Her expression changed, standing motionless in place, only uttering 3 words master deep. Suddenly, she seemed to regain her vitality, overjoyed. He had spoken words far surpassing those of the Holy Master. Joyful, she felt the air around her was truly fresh. The wind gently brushed through her clothes and hair, carrying the warm, rustling fragrance of leaves. She felt as if standing on a cliff. Below were waves following one another, arms spread, immersing herself in the majestic mountain scenery of nature. Deep Truong Tan's face dark and frowning. He coughed heavily a few times. He raised his hand towards her and said cheerfully, "I have memorized the melody you played." He directly went to sit in front of the zither. He began to gently raise his hands above the instrument, slowly saying, "I will play next." Deep Truong Tan looked straight at her. With gentle eyes, he said, "For Miss Tan Tuet to comprehend the difference between me and you." Dame Dai Tan Tuet stood opposite. He looked up, saw her hands clasped sincerely, saying, "Yes." Tan Tuet will listen attentively. She anxiously looked ahead, imagining the scene of a volcano beginning to erupt. Red-hot lava, terrifyingly hot. She fearfully raised her hand to her chest, placing the initiative of understanding into her own hands. This is Master Deep's special method of enlightenment. As he raised his hand, then lowered his hand to play the zither skillfully, yet gently. Each of his movements, plucking the strings, sent out bursts of bright light. Dame Dai Tan Tuet stood there witnessing it all. Admiring, she watched those lights, listening to those sounds of Deep Truong Tan, realizing something. This is him playing leisurely and slowly. He closed his eyes to feel. The strings seemed to resonate with the great way. Deep Truong Tan immersed himself in the music. The melodious tune made the surroundings seem like a fairyland, with distant mountains and hills appearing and disappearing. Several white cranes flew in flocks together. Deep Truong Tan sat amidst this scenery, no different from a celestial musician, making others' minds calm and clear. Dame Dai Tan Tuet also closed her eyes to feel. The music also took her to that land. She felt as if riding on the back of a crane, or passing over high mountains, feeling herself lying in the mist, like riding on a celestial crane flying into the sky. After a while, Deep Truong Tan finally finished playing. He stopped and placed his hand on the strings. The piece is finished. Deep Truong Tan wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. He sighed and said casually, "This piece of music, on the contrary, was a bit more difficult than imagined." Although the music had stopped at this moment, Dame Dai Tan Tuet was still enchanted and absorbed, arms spread wide, immersed in her own dreams. Deep Truong Tan looked and pondered. This method of comprehension is so deeply internalized. He stood up from his seat, turned towards Tan Tuet, and said, "All right, it's good that you can feel it. This child is considered easy to teach." A wisp of incense smoke wafted up. Dame Dai Tan Tuet finally snapped out of it after a long trance. Her whole body seemed to awaken. Her entire body glowed. Leveling up experience, I've enlightened. She thought Master Deep's level in the field of music is indeed profound and immeasurable. Dame Dai Tan Tuet frowned slightly. Perhaps he could help solve the biggest confusion in her heart. She Tan Tuet began to recall with thoughts from the past. Since childhood, I joined the holy land of Ziqing and began cultivating the way of music. Tan Tuet learned wholeheartedly, practiced everything. Everyone praised her innate talent in the way of music. When anyone heard her play, they had to praise her, applauding endlessly, saying, "Very good playing, really impressive." But once, Dame Dai Tan Tuet waved her hand to conjure an object. It was a book called Hua Fan. At that time, Tan Tuet was taking a stroll. I found this book of music scores in the cave dwelling of some deceased great master. Every time I start to perform, it's easy because I can't withstand the profound meaning in the score and can't move. But once I successfully performed this song, that book emitted a strange light. So dazzling, Dame Dai Tan Tuet had an idea. She smiled with a mischievous expression. But if I take this Hua fan book, she glanced and thought, how will Master Deep deal with it? At once Dame Dai Tan Tuet approached Deep Truong Tan and spoke in a gentle voice. Master Deep, this music score has troubled me for many years. Could you please give me some guidance? Dame Dai Tan Tuet handed it directly to him. Deep Truong Tan reflexively took it. Deep Truong Tan held the book and read it with a surprised expression. Is this Hua fan piece so difficult? Dame Dai Tan Tuet's face darkened and showed clear signs of fear. Her hands trembled slightly. That's right, although those who understand music theory can comprehend the score, but when it comes to performing it, even the master. She recalled the image of Tu Chi Tien when playing that score. He was struck by forces that shattered his bones. Crying out in agony, she became even more frightened. Tu Chi Tien stood frozen, his whole body trembling. His eyes were vacant. Dame Dai Tan Tuet's whole body shook, her voice filled with fear. Trembling, she said he couldn't withstand the impact of the Tao's pressure within it. She stood there watching Deep Truong Tan hold the book, somewhat panicked, saying, so that's how it is. Deep Truong Tan turned to look at Dame Dai Tan Tuet and said, if I'm not mistaken, the composer might have been a woman. That statement from Deep Truong Tan was like a thunderbolt to her ears. Dame Dai Tan Tuet, startled, gaped and said, that's right. That cave dwelling indeed belonged to a female immortal before. Dame Dai Tan Tuet turned away, unable to hide her admiration, her face beaming with joy. Master Deep, you could figure it out just by looking once. Truly worthy of being my idol. Deep Truong Tan's face became extremely gloomy. He sighed with exasperation. His eyes also became lifeless and emotionless. He looked at the book with its exquisite handwriting and thought, how could a man write such handwriting? Deep Truong Tan coughed once and said, then I'll play this score for you. Hearing this, Dame Dai Tan Tuet beside him was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up as she asked again, fearing she had misheard really. She exclaimed, then I'm troubling senior brother Deep. So under the golden sunlight of the sky, Deep Truong Tan sat down to play for Dame Dai Tan Tuet. He raised his hand over the zither, hesitating slightly. But he quickly regained his seriousness and reassured himself. Although this piece is very complex, it won't be difficult for me. Then his hand gently touched the zither, creating a deep, flowing melody, like a song that seduces heaven and earth. The sound echoed like the voice of mountains and sky. The sound was clear, bright, giving people a feeling of nostalgia. Even Deep Truong Tan, who was playing, was immersing himself in it. Suddenly, Dame Dai Tan Tuet let out a loud scream. At the same time, everything around them at this moment seemed about to be blown away by Deep Truong Tan's music. She was no exception. Deep Truong Tan remained unaware and seemed not to care about anything around him, just silently playing the zither. Just raise her hand to block the wind, Dame Dai Tan Tuet wondered. This stream of power. Deep Truong Tan was still engrossed. At this moment, something unexpected happened. It was the musical notes flying up one after another. They blended with the sound of the zither. Then these musical notes began to fly around Dame Dai Tan Tuet, causing her to be caught off guard. She was startled and opened her eyes wide to see what was happening. Then suddenly what? The musical notes from earlier had turned into a rope tightly wrapping around her legs. Then up to her chest. Dame Dai Tan Tuet's hands and stomach now looked very panicked at the current situation. It's Master Deep, she said. As she spoke, she panted, her face flushing red. Then looked towards Deep Truong Tan. Could he be using this musical score to impart the great Tao of musical theory to me? Dame Dai Tan Tuet sensed there was something very strange. She softly said, wait, could there be something about to burst out? At this point, Dame Dai Tan Tuet had no more breath to speak. Her whole body trembled, her breathing becoming heavier. Ah, she cried out. At the same time, a shimmering golden lotus was also released. It emitted a dazzling halo, blinding to the eye. That golden lotus floated in the air. Then it slowly began to open, then fully bloomed. Inside was something that seemed very small. Upon closer inspection, it was a naked newborn baby. Its whole body radiated rainbow light like a protective covering. Dame Dai Tan Tuet now opened her eyes, then exclaimed in amazement, nascent soul condensation. But then Dame Dai Tan Tuet regained her senses. she blurted out, just by listening to Master Deep play the zither. I directly entered the nascent soul realm. As she thought, she stared at Deep Truong Tan, who was still playing the zither. The scene changes to the northern, icy wilderness, the territory of the demon race. Here is surrounded by a blanket of cold white snow. Thick, all the trees have been frozen. Only a desolate, chilling landscape remains. Over there, a pack of black wolves is running past as if fleeing from something. Surprisingly, the sound of Deep Truong Tan's zither has floated to this frigid place. Suddenly, a handmade arrow flies from somewhere, piercing one of the fleeing wolves. On the other side are three people with quite bizarre appearances standing and cheering joyfully for their successful hunt. While they were grinning widely, the clear musical notes slowly floated over, causing these people to ask in surprise, "What's that sound? Where is that zither sound coming from?" Suddenly, the ice below began to crack. The ground was shaking, terrifying these bizarre people. Then they shouted, "The ground is shaking." In the sky above, an unclear beam of light also appeared. A thunderbolt struck from the sky. The ground shook violently, terrifying the demons, who said it was coming from the direction of the Holy Land. The surrounding demons exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be because of that great demon emperor is finally about to awaken? After so many years, why are there signs of awakening now? Could it be because of the music that just reached here?" One of them ran up, pointing ahead, saying, "Elder, what exactly has happened? What are the tribal leaders saying?" The elder frowned and recounted the legend. In the endless depths of the frozen wasteland, there is a most terrifying demon emperor sleeping. When she awakens again, she will lead the great demon army to occupy the central plains and once again unify the world. After speaking, the elder fell to his knees, causing those nearby to panic as well. The elder clasped his hands, crying and saying, "As long as the demon emperor awakens, the suffering and exile our demon race has endured for 10,000 years will soon come to an end." The music also reached the 10 Directions Mountains in the south, the resting place of the monster race. Following the melody of the music, it reached every corner of the monster race's territory. It echoed even in the deepest caves. The song also reached the ears of the Monster King in seclusion. His sharp eyes turned as he asked, "Who is it? Who is playing this music?" As soon as he spoke, he flew out of the cave and landed at its entrance. As the words left his mouth, all the monster beasts of the entire clan had gathered outside the cave. Seeing the monster lord emerge, the group of monster beasts bowed in greeting. All the monster beasts of the entire clan knelt down, respectfully saying, "We pay our respects to the monster lord." Looking at his subordinates below, he replied, "All of you stand up." Among the demons, a monster beast asked curiously, "Monster lord, you have been in deep sleep for 1,000 years. Why have you suddenly emerged now?" He looked at that monster beast and said, puzzled, "Could it be that you didn't hear any sound just now?" The monster beast was surprised. This junior did indeed hear some sounds, but we thought it was just ordinary music. Hearing this, the monster lord explained, "Ordinary. This music is the mortal transformation song." The monster beast then said the legendary notes. Beside him, another one also spoke up curiously, "Monster lord, what exactly is the mortal transformation song? How could it disturb you?" "Our old master." The monster lord sat down. He began to explain, "This mortal transformation song was 10,000 years ago, composed by a demon woman whose magical power rivaled the demon emperor's. She wrote it for her human lover." Everyone was shocked and said in unison, "A demon woman as powerful as the demon emperor. Why would she have a human lover? How could humans and demons love each other?" 10,000 years ago, demons were still revered in the world. Moreover, this demon woman possessed such powerful magic. The monster lord began to explain to help them understand. The mortal transformation song was composed by a female demon whose magical power rivaled the demon emperor's, written for her human lover 10,000 years ago. The three demons stood listening attentively. Then all three spoke in turn. How could humans and demons love each other? 10,000 years ago, demons ruled the world. Moreover, this demoness possessed such powerful magic. The monster lord raised one hand and continued, "That's right, 1,000,000 years ago, demons and monsters divided the world. As for humans, a green vortex appeared in the monster lord's hand." The monster lord continued at this point. "They were merely the lowest existence. Later, the small human race unknowingly grasped a cultivation method suitable for them within the great laws of heaven and earth. Then they quickly rose up, and humans, along with demons and monsters, divided the world into three parts. That's why the union of these two was unexpected. Originally, this woman's realm was about to ascend, but because of that human cultivator, she cut off her supreme cultivation. She not only suffered the price of cutting her cultivation, enduring heavenly punishment, but was also sealed by her lover using some ancient secret technique. She was sealed deep in the northern wilderness, in a mysterious ancient bronze coffin. Legend has it that the human cultivator left behind a mortal transformation song. Only by playing this song can one break the seal on the mysterious bronze coffin of this female demon emperor. And the legend also mentions only the reincarnation of that human cultivator can play the mortal transformation song. The fox demon exclaimed in surprise, "Monster Lord, you mean if you've heard the mortal transformation, then in the northern icy plains, they must have heard it too?" The fox demon said joyfully and respectfully, opening the seal on the demoness bronze coffin, "The future is indeed something to look forward to." The monster lord laughed with pleasure, saying, "That's right. I believe it won't be long before the demon race returns to wage war against humans." The fox demon said in unison, "We understand, Junior. We will immediately send someone." Everyone says that once the demon race launches their attack, we can also take the opportunity to act. Launch an attack on the central plains at once. At the same time, on the airship of the Holy Land of Ziqing, two flying ships simultaneously entered the territory of the Holy Land of Taixien. Someone spoke up, "I can see the Holy Land of Taixien." Chang Feng walked forward. He went to the bow of the ship and said, "That's right. It's the 7 peaks of the Holy Land of Taixien. It seems we've arrived earlier." Suddenly, the ship shook violently, causing chaos everywhere. Chang Feng was shaken so hard that he fell sprawling on the ground. He cried out in pain, "What's happening?" The ship is now hitting the formation of Mount Taixien. Several disciples panicked and shouted for help as the ship was still rocking. "What on earth is wrong with the Holy Land of Taixien?" Several people angrily spoke up. "This is them showing their might against us. They're trying to damage our ships." On the way to pick up many people from the Holy Land of Ziqing, the true persons were walking down the stairs. Suddenly, Qingyi couldn't resist teasing the Holy Lord and called out, "Senior brother Changxian." He leaned in and whispered strangely to Changxian, this time, "Have you really grasped how to break Ziqing Tian's 4-dragon earth-water formation?" Changxian couldn't help but punch Qingyi in the chest. He said proudly, "I have obtained the true teachings from our ancestor. Breaking that damned old man's game board is as simple as eating and drinking. Just wait, this time I will definitely win back everything that belongs to the Holy Land of Taixien." His words excited the 3 elders who cheered, "That's right, senior brother. A real man must do it. True men never say they're afraid." Hearing this, Changxian raised his finger and said, "But, junior brothers," his face turned gloomy as he continued, "when we see that old fool Ziji Tian later, we should still be humble and restrain ourselves a bit." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, Holy Lord Senior Brother." As if thinking of something frightening, he said, "That old fool Z has always been suspicious. What if he changes his tactics? This year I might end up doing all this for nothing." Suddenly someone approached and said, "Brother Ha, long time no see." Changxian turned around flustered and greeted, "Long time no see, Brother Z." He clasped his hands and said, "I heard that over the past 10 years, your skill in the way of chess has improved by leaps and bounds." Hearing this, the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Ziqing, Ziji Tian, sneered. "The 4-dragon earth-water formation from decades ago, you still haven't solved it. Why would I need to improve by leaps and bounds?" He said with a mischievous face, "Taking so many treasures from the Holy Land of Taixien like that, don't you feel ashamed?" His words made the people from the Holy Land of Taixien tremble with anger. Someone from afar approached, saying if you play, you must accept losing without losing face. It turned out the speaker was an elder from the Holy Land of Ziqing. Qida Long Yuan Jian suddenly pulled out a sword from somewhere. He angrily rushed forward, saying, "Old Qi, it's fine if Holy Lord Z mocks us a bit, but who are you to speak?" He sneered, "Brother Yuan Jian, your temper is still as bad as ever. How about we have a little clash another day?" The sword on his forehead began to glow. He said, I believe you haven't forgotten my one-sword strike. Seeing nothing happen, he suddenly said, wait a minute. Yuan Jin's body suddenly emitted a strong spiritual energy, startling Qi Delong. You've broken through. He gritted his teeth angrily, thinking of 10 years ago when this old man had said he needed 2,000 years. The spiritual energy surrounding Yuan Jin grew thicker. He said smugly, that's right, Qi Delong. You didn't expect that, did you? He laughed loudly and continued, this old man has successfully stepped into the divine transformation realm. Seeing his junior brother like this, Zhang Xian held his head in confusion. Damn it, didn't I tell you all to tone it down a bit? He approached and touched Yuan Jin's shoulder. On one side, he stopped Yuan Jin from causing trouble. Senior brother, don't stop me. On the other side, he awkwardly explained to Zi Zhitian, I'm so sorry. We've made a fool of ourselves in front of Brother Z. Meanwhile, Zi Zhitian was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He clasped his hands in apology to the people from Ziqing Holy Land. Brother Z, although Yuan Jin has broken through to Chain Realm, this old fool's aptitude is poor. I'm afraid I'll always be a step behind in the way of chess. As soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, another eager voice chimed in. Holy Lord Senior Brother, you don't need to act so weak. The elders took turns issuing challenges. Today is different from before. Holy Lord Senior Brother, we're not afraid of you anymore. If you're a man, you should do it. It's just a game of chess, right? Play with us. Let's add a bet to it. Hearing this, Zhang Xian was so angry he was about to explode. Damn it, are you all acting for me? Zhang Xianjinren, seeing the two sides arguing back and forth, it seemed quite troublesome. Especially Yuan Jianjinren, who had a naturally hot-tempered personality. Fearing that a fierce battle might break out, causing discord between both sides, he hurriedly stood in the middle and advised, don't get excited. Don't get excited. But in fact, the group on his side was more excited. This left the group from Ziqing Holy Land at a loss for words, looking dumbfounded. Then, the group from Ziqing Holy Land quickly huddled together to discuss. Suddenly, someone from Ziqing Holy Land hastily spoke up before. It was always those rotten old men who would cry and whine when they lost at chess. Qi Delong beside him chimed in as well. So arrogant. Nan Gong Xuanji stroked his beard and spoke. Now it's not like before. On everyone's face was an expression of discomfort mixed with irritation. Only Zi Zhitian was in his own world, seeming to notice something different. So he thought to himself that things were not normal. There must be something unusual. It seems that this group from Taishan Holy Land must have received guidance from an expert behind the scenes. Back in the main hall of Taishan Holy Land, Zi Zhitian's group had arrived. Chang Feng, walking behind, spoke to Zi Zhitian Master. All the disciples of Ziqing have been properly arranged. Hearing Chang Feng's report, Zi Zhitian quickly turned his head to listen, seeming to understand. Suddenly, Chang Feng noticed something that caught his attention. It was Zhang Xianjinren's group approaching him. Then Chang Feng quickly clasped his hands respectfully and said, Junior Chuang Feng pays respects to the elders of Tai Huan Sacred Land. Seeing Chuang Feng's polite manner, Chuang Huan True Person stroked his beard and said with a smile, no need for excessive courtesy. It seems the holy son of Tutan's sacred land has made considerable progress. Hearing Chuang Huan True Person's praise, Tu Chi Tien spoke with a hint of pride. It's just a small achievement, but in reality, he wanted to show off. Tu Chi Tien quickly approached, patted Chuang Huan True Person's shoulder, then spoke in a low voice. I heard that your holy son Lai Chuang Min, who cultivates the 15th longevity scripture, has also made rapid progress. It looked like he was flattering for business. This time, please give us some guidance. On this side, Chuang Feng's face showed clear disdain as he laughed mischievously and chimed in. Why hasn't senior brother Lai shown up yet? Could it be he knows he can't compare to me, so he's deliberately avoiding us? Chuang Feng, don't be disrespectful. Tu Chi spoke up to remind Chuang Feng, but he seemed somewhat amused, so he turned his head away and cleared his throat. Then Chuang Feng pretended to admit his mistake and spoke. Yes. This junior has offended. On the fan in Chuang Feng's hand was written, advertising for Chu Tu. His eyes avoided looking at others. Chuang Huan True Person stroked his beard and answered Chuang Feng's earlier question. During this time, Chuang Min is in closed cultivation. This is an image image of Lai Chuang-min holding a manual, frantically studying the profound mysteries hidden within the Tao techniques. Odd changes, unchanging. Talisman resists Sangshan. Odd changes, unchanging. Talisman resists Sangshan. Chuang Huan true person continued speaking. Moreover, Chuang Min has now abandoned the longevity Tao. He switched to cultivating the sword Tao. Zhongfeng et Gelim in super yi, Swat Da Swat Zhao. Tu Chi Tian beside him was equally astonished and blurted out, so suddenly. Chuang Huan true person spoke quietly. Young people who haven't experienced society's setbacks are easily impulsive. Then he turned 180 degrees, his face beaming with a bright smile. He rubbed his head sheepishly and said, fortunately, he met a renowned master for guidance. He's completely enlightened now. In fact, Chuang Huan true person's main purpose was just to show off. Tu Chi Tian and Chuang Fong froze, mouths agape. In their hearts, they thought, what the hell is this old man trying to do? Chuang Huan true person quickly turned his head and gave a thumbs up to Nguyen Kim true person, thinking to himself, see, this is what you call being humble. Nguyen Kim true person also smiled brightly and returned the thumbs up, indicating, senior brother, you're amazing. Then, the two groups of people returned to their own groups for a mid-match discussion. Tan Deep, immortal on this side, pretended to speak loudly. Are you afraid or just stupid? The real purpose was just to let the people from Tu Chi Tien hear. Nguyen Kim immortal on this side didn't understand, so he questioned with a sound on this side. Nam Kung Huin Ko coldly said, change means change. Who is this old man trying to fool? The person next to him also spoke up, then looked towards Tu Chi Tien as if wanted to clarify the doubt. He is a disciple. How can he give up so easily? Tu Chi Tien, with a scheming face, gently stroked his beard and said, if what he says is true, then we must be careful. Then he furrowed his brows tightly. With a cold, fluctuating gaze, he said to the two people beside him, this martial arts gathering, something will happen. Nam Kung Huin Ko, as if remembering something, hurriedly spoke up. It seems Ha Chuang Huin just said something earlier. A famous master that caught Tu Chi Tian's attention. Nam Kung Huin Ko suddenly seemed to discover something. Then he anxiously said to the other two in surprise, could it be that Lai Chuang Min has received the true sword teachings from that great expert? The great expert in Nam Kung Huin Ko's words could be Deep Chuang Tan. Tu Chi Tien quickly waved his hand and said with some displeasure, forget it, thinking more about it now is useless. Before the Holy Disciple Martial Arts Gathering, I still have to play chess with Ha Chuang Huin. At that time, I'll find a way to get information out of him. Although hearing Tu Chi Tien say this seemed to tell them not to worry, the two people beside him were still a bit uneasy. What if some shocking event occurs, causing the Holy Land of Tutan to lose? Then from that point on, the group from the Holy Land of Tai Huin would constantly bring up that matter to mock their Holy Land of Tutan. Tu Chi Tien's eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he was very angry from constantly thinking about who that great figure could be. Then he coldly said to the two people beside him, let this old man see what great figure can make you so confident as if you have such strong backing. Who exactly is this divine being? In Tu Chi Tien's heart, he seemed to think, what if Chuang Huin's group is just bluffing? Therefore, we must know the truth clearly to be at ease. And if it's really a great expert, we must find a way to extract the information at all costs. After a fierce verbal battle on the side of the Holy Land of Tai Huin, now at Deep Chuang Tan's house, out of nowhere, Deep Chuang Tan suddenly sneezed loudly. Beside him at this time was Dam Dai Tan Tuet. Deep Chuang Tan, dumbfounded, used his hand to rub his nose and said, who's thinking of me? According to my guess, it can only be Tu Chi Tien, but remember in the previous chapter, he seemed to want to know information about the great figure which is you. Seeing Deep Chuang Tan suddenly sneeze out of nowhere, causing Dam Dai Tan Tuet beside him to worry. So she quickly turned to Deep Chuang Tan and asked, Great Master Deep, what's wrong? At this moment, Deep Chuang Tan had successfully extracted a booger from his nose. Then he stared at it blankly and calmly replied, oh, it's nothing. Right after that, with a flick, Deep Chuang Tan had successfully shot the booger away. Deep Chuang Tan naturally remained calm, as if nothing had just happened. On his face was a bright smile. Looking towards Dam Dai Tan Tuet, he asked, Tan Tuet, are you passing by here? Dam Dai Tan Tuet, seeing Deep Chuang Tan ask about her, happily replied, yes, Great Master Deep. Deep Chuang Tan outwardly appeared gentle and friendly, then smiled brightly and said, well, It's not early anymore. But deep in his heart, he had transformed into a lustful wolf and thought to himself, can you think about leaving here? Along with a face that couldn't be more lecherous. A young and single man like me finds it very difficult to control himself. As for Dame Dai Tan Tuet, she had no idea that Deep Truong Tan, who looked so gentle and refined on the outside, actually had such a deep and unfathomable inner self. Dame Dai Tan Tuet seemed to understand the meaning of Deep Truong Tan's words, so she smiled and replied, "Ah, you're right." Deep Truong Tan, seeing Dame Dai Tan Tuet being so understanding, felt a bit relieved and thought to himself, it's good that she understands. In case I really can't control myself. Dame Dai Tan Tuet winked and waved her hand, smiling brightly as she said to Deep Truong Tan, then Tan Tuet will stay at Great Master Deep's place for one night. After saying that, Dame Dai Tan Tuet turned her back and ran into the house without giving Deep Truong Tan a chance to say anything. Then she happily thought to herself, tomorrow, I can learn more about Great Master Deep's zither skills, leaving Deep Truong Tan on this side panicking and saying, hey, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Then he reached out as if wanting to grab Dame Dai Tan Tuet, saying again, don't. Dame Dai Tan Tuet's figure had gradually disappeared, but Deep Truong Tan on this side was still standing, panicking and frozen in place. He thought to himself, these immortal cultivators. Then he went to the zither and sat down, placed his hands on the zither, and let out a slight sigh. With an extremely disgusted look, Deep Truong Tan quietly cursed, just because you can cultivate immortality, you think you can do whatever you want. In Deep Truong Tan's heart, he seemed to think they rely on their spiritual roots, so they want to bully someone useless without spiritual roots like me. Then he vented his anger on the innocent zither on the table. At the same time as Deep Truong Tan's zither playing motion, simultaneously, on the zither, golden rays of light appeared, as if each pluck would release magic. The inner voice of the zither thought irritably, don't add any more effects to me. Along with that was a series of continuous sounds produced by Deep Truong Tan's playing. The angrier he became, the longer the zither had to suffer. While playing, suddenly Deep Truong Tan realized something and stopped his hands. Startled, he thought to himself, wait, although everyone in this world has spiritual roots, their level and understanding in terms of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting can be described as disastrous. Along with that were images of people who had previously encountered Deep Truong Tan's skills in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, from left to right including Yin Bang Tam, Luke Vo Song, Dam Dai Tan Tuet, Truong Huyen Chan Nan, and Lu Truong Ha. After some thought, Deep Truong Tan put his hand on his chin and came to a final conclusion. So each of them, after seeing my works, became crazily obsessed with me. But actually it's not like that. What they worship is the profound mechanism within those things. They're not completely ignorant about art. Seeing this deduction becoming more and more reasonable, Deep Truong Tan's mind seemed to be enlightened. He clapped his hands and came up with a new idea. If that's the case, then as long as I can make more people see my works, then Deep Truong Tan slowly extended his hand, then clenched his fist tightly, and said with an extremely excited expression, I want to become famous in this world. It's not a problem at all. Along with that excited appearance was a bright smile on Deep Truong Tan's lips. In his heart, he seemed to think if I can successfully make many people know about my works, then I'll definitely become rich. Then Deep Truong Tan put his foot on the table. Glancing down with a profound expression, he said, if a person doesn't have a dream, how is it different from a rotten fish? Deep Truong Tan said loudly and boldly. Along with those words was his posture with foot on the table, hand resting on his thigh, eyes looking straight towards the bright ideal in the distance. Deep Truong Tan's next action was to point his hand straight up to the sky, along with a smug smile. Then Deep Truong Tan closed his eyes, smiled, and said, set a small goal first. Then Deep Truong Tan suddenly shouted loudly, bring my works to the imperial capital of the Yin. Being very determined, suddenly Deep Truong Tan thought of something. It seemed that thing made him a bit unhappy, and he said dejectedly, but outside this world are all spiritual beasts and wild monsters. Along with Deep Truong Tan's words was an image of a desolate land where a monster suddenly appeared looking like a cat that had become a spirit. Its body was covered by a red aura of killing intent. It looked many times larger than him. Its eyes were fierce, sharp teeth looking at Deep Truong Tan as if wanting to devour him alive, causing Deep Truong Tan to shudder in fear. Then it suddenly let out a roar, making Deep Truong Tan want to die on the spot. Thinking of that terrifying scene, he seemed to ponder what if as soon as he steps out of here, he encounters some monster, then gets torn apart by it. His dream of getting rich would vanish into thin air. So on Deep Truong Tan's face, now beads of sweat had formed. Along with fear, he trembled and spoke. A handsome young man without spiritual roots who can't fight anyone. How to get to the imperial capital safely? Do I have to beg those immortals for help? As he pondered, Deep Truong Tan brought his thumb to his mouth to bite. In his heart, he seemed to think, what if they refused to help? That would be so embarrassing. At the tea house where Truong Huin Chan, Nan along with Tu Chi Tien and other immortals were relaxing, drinking tea and chatting. Truong Huin Chan, Nan then spoke up first. Brother Tu, try this supreme enlightenment tea. In his heart, he seemed to think, you old man, usually you like to bully us a lot. Today I'll make you open your eyes. As Tu Chi had just picked up the tea cup, the fragrance of the tea was spreading, rushing straight into his nose, causing Tu Chi Tien to be a bit surprised. He let out an "Oh." Tea brewed from extremely rare enlightenment leaves. In Tu Chi Tien's heart, he seemed to think, this old man is trying to show off here, and then Tu Chi Tien slowly raised the teacup to appreciate it. Hearing Tu Chi Tien praise him, Truong Huin Chan Nan felt a bit smug, smiling and saying, it's just decent. It's just crumbs of enlightenment leaves. In his heart, he seemed to think, you old man, I have a lot more enlightenment leaf crumbs. You can drink to your heart's content. The more angry you get, the happier I become. Truong Huin Chan Nan feeling a bit unsatisfied, so he continued to boast. In the past, this old man has drunk tea brewed from complete enlightenment leaves. In Truong Huin Chan Nan's heart, he seemed to think, it was tea that the ancestral master personally brewed for me. How could you have such fortune? Hearing Truong Huin Chan Nan mention complete enlightenment leaves caused Tu Chi Tien to be slightly startled. Seeing Tu Chi Tien just hearing Truong Huin Chan Nan mention complete enlightenment leaves, his hand holding the tea cup involuntarily trembled. Truong Fong worriedly asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Tu Chi Tien lowered his head. The expression on his face was a bit complex, then coldly replied to Truong Fong, it's nothing, just my blood pressure suddenly rose a bit. In his heart, he seemed to think, that hateful old man, Truong Huin. When I get the chance, I will definitely make you regret it. At this moment, suddenly there was a loud bang. The quiet space in the tea room was instantly shattered. Tu Chi Tien heard a loud noise, so he stood up in panic, then said loudly, what's going on? Nguyen Kim Chan Nan cheerfully spoke up quickly. It seems Truong Min has successfully broken through, causing Tu Chi Tien beside him to be slightly surprised. Nguyen Kim Chan Nan glanced over at Tu Chi Tien. Seeing him extremely surprised, Nguyen Kim Chan Nan in his heart was now as happy as can be, couldn't help but feel smug. Then he pretended to sigh and calmly continued, in just 1 month, he's already reached this level. Then Nguyen Kim Chan Nan continued to pretend to say in admiration, Truong Min indeed has talent in the way of the sword, causing Tu Chi Tien behind to be a bit apprehensive mixed with anger. And Truong Fong beside him was still not over his surprise. Only cultivated for a month, Truong Fong shouted in extreme astonishment when hearing Nguyen Kim Chan Nan speak. His face was now drenched in sweat. His whole body was now trembling. Nguyen Kim Chan Nan seeing Truong Fong like this couldn't help but feel delighted inside, but still pretended to show concern and asked Truong Fong, my disciple, why are you trembling? In his heart, he seemed to think, my disciple, are you scared now? Usually, you like to act all high and mighty. Truong Fong tried to suppress his trembling, pretending as if nothing happened, and calmly replied, it's nothing, my blood pressure suddenly rose a bit too. In his heart, he seemed to think, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Seeing me tremble like this must make you very happy. Then Truong Fong, slightly worried mixed with some unwillingness, thought to himself, only cultivating for a month and already having such strong sword energy. Li Chungming, you might fool others, but you can't fool someone who has cultivated the sword for nearly 100 years like me. The more he thought, the angrier he got, so Truong Fong decided to use magic. On his body was now surrounded by a purple light. Then Truong Fong shouted in his head. Dream on his face now was anger mixed with unwillingness. Along with that was a purple magic beam from Truong Fong's fingers shooting straight ahead. The purple light had now passed through the door, heading straight towards the tower in front of Truong Fong. There was a blue light covering the entire area. Above the tower was a giant sword floating in the air. The surroundings were filled with tall, majestic mountains. The light beam had flown close to the tower and headed straight up towards the floating sword above. The purple magic beam had arrived. One would think there would be another big explosive shock, but no, in front of the tower, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking it, stopping the attack of the purple magic beam shot by Truong Fong. Thus, the attack failed. Truong Fong's face was contorted, his eyes wide open in shock. He thought to himself, "Impossible." Truong Fong was agitated. He couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. On the side of the tower, there was a halo of light emanating and surrounding the sword floating in the sky. Seeing this image, Truong Fong was sweating profusely, his face drenched. Mouth agape, he thought to himself, this is an extremely pure sword Dao true intent. And yet Li Truong Min was able to cultivate it in just 1 month. Truong Fong still spoke with disdain. In his heart, he seemed to think, could it be that he, who had cultivated the sword Dao for nearly 100 years, would be defeated by a brat who had only cultivated for a month? Because the more he thought, the more frustrated he became. Truong Fong formed hand seals again to cast another spell. From Truong Fong's hand, a purple magical beam gradually appeared. Then, in front of Truong Fong appeared a large black sword, both big and long, floating in midair. This caused Tu Chi Tien beside him to be terrified. Then he shouted loudly, "I must see this with my own eyes." The sword, following Truong Fong's control, carried him along, flying straight towards the tower in front. Tu Chi Tien beside him shouted, "Ansio Li, Jung Feng, don't be so reckless." Then Tu Chi Tien quickly reached out his hand, as if wanting to stop that purple magical beam. Tu Chi Tien was so worried he couldn't sit still. He wanted to run and stop Truong Fong. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind, and a calm voice reassured him. It's all right. If they weren't reckless, they wouldn't be young people. It turned out to be Truong Huin Shan Nan, who seemed as if nothing was wrong, hence his calmness. But in fact, deep in Truong Huin Shan Nan's heart, he was extremely pleased seeing Tu Chi Tien so worried. Tu Chi Tien beside him also looked at Truong Huin Shan Nan with eyes clearly showing disdain. In his heart, he seemed to be thinking, I usually bully you. Now seeing me like this, you must be very happy, right? Truong Fong and his sword were still on their way to Li Truong Min's location. Around him now was a landscape of majestic and magnificent mountains. Mist obscured the mountain peaks. Cranes flew freely around. Green trees swayed in the wind. In the far distance were pavilion roofs. The ancient tower stood out without being overshadowed. The place where Li Truong Min cultivated was truly a land of green mountains and blue waters, just like a painting. Truong Fong glanced down below, then coldly spoke to confirm whom found it. In Truong Fong's heart, he seemed to think, let's see how formidable this Li Truong Min really is. And yet in just a short month, he had already reached this level. The mountain peak where Li Truong Min was. Truong Fong and his sword had already flown close to the tower where the sword was floating. At the foot of the mountain, near the tower, Li Truong Min was forming hand seals to cast a spell. Then he slowly recited each incantation. Hold the sword. Kim Khan follows the cycle. Khan thunder guards the mystic wind. Around where Li Truong Min sat was a circle of the 8 trigrams. Along with that was a blue light surrounding his body. Above his head was the floating sword. That power source seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. Extraordinary changes, yet unchanged. Talisman resists the upper limit. As Li Truong Min recited the incantation, the wind swirled accordingly, causing the surrounding trees to lose quite a few leaves. Suddenly, Li Truong Min opened his eyes and shouted the final incantation. Sword opens. After this incantation from Li Truong Min, the surrounding space suddenly changed. The sword above Li Truong Min's head suddenly transformed and gradually grew larger. Along with the growing expansion of the sword, the sky above Li Truong Min's head also appeared with continuous thunder and lightning flashing around. Li Truong Min also slowly rose into the air because of this. Behind his back was a circle with brightly colored glowing spheres. Surrounding him was a stream of blue light. Truong Fong was dazzled by the scene before him, quickly using his hand to cover his eyes and furrowing his brows tightly. Along with that dazzling light was a terrifying power, causing Truong Fong to let out a scream. On Li Truong Min's side, he was still accumulating energy ready to release at any moment. The surrounding rocks and soil were also peeling off because of this. Chuang Fong saw the sword and Li Chuang Min as if merging into one. He was somewhat startled and terrified, his face now dotted with beads of sweat. Then he spoke. I didn't expect this guy to have achieved man-sword unity. Impossible. Then Chuang Fong cast a spell to make his sword fly closer to Li Chuang Min to better grasp the situation. In Chuang Fong's heart, he couldn't help but think with a mix of screaming and envy. On Li Chuang Min's side, now around him many other small swords had appeared. It seemed that Li Chuang Min at this moment sensed something, so he became somewhat alert. Li Chuang Min thought to himself, there's killing intent. Li Chuang Min cast a spell, and a sword flew towards Chuang Fong. Then he coldly said, take this. Chuang Fong saw that Li Chuang Min had discovered him, so he was shocked and thought to himself, not good. Seeing the sword flying towards Chuang Fong's face, he ducked his head backward to avoid the sword shot by Li Chuang Min. However, unexpectedly things didn't unfold according to what Chuang Fong had hoped for. Because he bent down a bit too much, Chuang Fong leaned backward and fell. He panicked and let out a scream, slowly falling to the ground like that. On Li Chuang Min's side, after successfully blocking the killing intent and achieving the state of man-sword unity, he slowly descended. Li Chuang Min landed on the ground in a very leisurely manner. His appearance was somewhat imposing, but also contained a hint of indifference. On his body, Li Chuang Min now wore a white outfit with a black outer robe. At the waist was a yellow belt. He wore black shoes. His head had no additional accessories, just a simple hair bun. But it didn't diminish Li Chuang Min's handsome appearance. On Li Chuang Min's forehead, there was now a clear imprint of a sword. Around it radiated a dazzling golden light. It looked very impressive. Li Chuang Min saw that he had reached the highest level in swordsmanship. He felt very satisfied and smiled happily, saying, the state has stabilized. As expected of the 10 true words passed down by the ancestral master. The fellow disciples nearby, seeing this scene, were also overjoyed for Li Chuang Min. So the 3 people clapped their hands and praised him. Congratulations, senior brother Li. Congratulations, holy son. In this very proud moment, suddenly something cut across, causing Li Chuang Min and his fellow disciples to be surprised. It turned out the thing that caught Li Chuang Min and his fellow disciples' attention was the killing intent that Li Chuang Min had just deflected from Chuang Fong. He was now falling from the sky, causing the ground to shake and crack. As for Chuang Fong himself, he was now unconscious, unaware of his surroundings. Looking closely, Chuang Fong's outfit was quite soiled with mud and dirt. His usually bright light pink hair was now disheveled and quite dirty. Li Chuang Min looked towards the source of the sound and saw what seemed to be a person. He felt that this fall of Chuang Fong seemed quite severe. So he approached to check the situation and said, this fellow, he looks very much like Chuang Fong from the holy land of Cyan Death, doesn't he? Li Chuang Min voiced his guess. As for the fellow disciples nearby, they also had some doubts in their minds, thinking this person looked a bit like the Holy Sun. But they felt it wasn't quite right. Suddenly, one of the disciples spoke up. This fellow's hair is a bit thin. He looks older than senior brother. This fellow disciple looked at Chuang Fong's hair, then offered his own speculation. Suddenly, another disciple spoke up, answering everyone's doubts. Senior brother Li, this person is the Holy Sun. After hearing this assessment, Li Chuang Min was a bit shocked and replied, what's wrong with him? Quickly take him back to his room. Li Chuang Min poured tea into a cup slowly. Each warm drop of tea flowed down like soft silk ribbons, blending together, creating an intricate artistic picture. Steam slowly rose from the warm cup of tea, swirling like pure white clouds, carrying the rich aroma of tea spreading throughout the room. That scent was so refined, gently wafting like the fragrance of spring flowers and grass, seeping into every nook and cranny, awakening all human senses. Chuang Fong, standing out in his mysterious black robe with yellow and purple collar trim, was sitting curled up on a rustic wooden chair. His long purple-pink hair was disheveled, partially obscuring his pale face. His eyes were dazed, his lips trembling. Li Chuang Min calmly finished pouring the tea. The tea steam was still rising, carrying the gentle fragrance of jasmine tea spreading throughout the room. He pushed the cup of tea towards Chuang Fong. His deep, warm voice sounded, "Drink some tea and calm down a bit." Seeing Chuang Fong pick up the teacup, sipping slowly, one sip at a time, Li Chuangmin couldn't help but be curious. His eyes followed Chuang Fong's every gesture, carefully inquiring, "Brother, do you remember yet?" Hearing this, Chuang Fong put down the teacup, turned his face towards Li Chuangmin with a calm expression, calmly said, "Remember what?" Li Chuangmin's face was puzzled and confused, one hand pointing his index finger to the sky, one hand resting on his thigh. His deep, warm voice echoed in the room. "Just now you fell from the sky. We hurriedly carried you into the room." Then he smiled and said to Chuang Fong, "But now you're all right." Hearing this, Chuang Fong put one hand on his head, one hand holding the teacup, and also smiled along with Li Chuangmin, then said, "That's good then." He put his hand on his head and suddenly let out an ah, as if stimulated by a flash of light sparking in his mind. His face wrinkled in utter confusion, his eyes wide open and glistening, mouth agape, as if wanting to swallow the entire atmosphere. It seemed as if something extremely important, long forgotten, now came rushing back like a flood, making him overwhelmed and confused. Chuang Fong shouted loudly, "Where's my figure? H-shaped bangs." His shout echoed throughout the space of Taihuan, like thunder in a clear sky, breaking the silence of the entire palace and mountainous region. The majestic cry was filled with pain and anger. Perhaps he viewed his bangs as his entire life. He slammed the teacup down on the table, shouted at Lai Chuangmin, still having. It seemed that at this moment he was very angry. He lost his usual composure and could no longer control his emotions. After that, Lui Chuangfong grabbed Lai Chuangmin's collar, angrily shouted loudly, "Lai Chuangmin, why did you switch to cultivating the sword path?" Faced with his aggressive action, Lai Chuangmin fearfully closed his eyes tightly, frowning, not knowing what to say. Chuang Fong's eyebrows furrowed. His eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open. His face showed extreme annoyance and surprise, as if he couldn't believe the truth revealed before his eyes. He shouted at Lai Chuangmin, "Moreover, in just a short month you've been able to achieve unity of sword and person." It seemed he couldn't imagine that Lai Chuangmin could reach such a high level in just 1 month of practice. Lai Chuangmin, being held tightly by the collar, was extremely confused. His eyes showed bewilderment. He explained to Chuang Fong, "I received guidance from a supreme figure. It was he who told me to switch to cultivating the sword path." Chuang Fong's face darkened, showing suspicion. His eyebrows still tightly furrowed, he thought to himself, "Who on earth could change the cultivation path of the Holy Sun?" His hand trembled and slowly released Lai Chuangmin's collar. His face was pensive, eyebrows furrowed. His eyes looked distant and vacant. He continued to think to himself, "If only I could also receive guidance from that great master." Chuang Fong rubbed his head, pretending to be remorseful, wanting to extract information about the great master from Lai Chuangmin's mouth. "Just now I was too excited for junior brother Lai. I've been disrespectful. Junior brother, who is this supreme, great master you mentioned?" Lai Chuangmin moved closer to Chuang Fong, putting his hand to his mouth. Seeing this, Chuang Fong also leaned in closer. His face showed joy and anticipation. Lai Chuangmin whispered to him, "You know this is..." But Chuang Fong's excitement was in vain, because Lai Chuangmin didn't want to reveal anything about that great master to him, only saying it was a secret. Hearing this, Chuang Fong's face showed annoyance. His eyes rolled back as he asked, "Oh." Lai Chuangmin reluctantly shook his head, his expression determined, as if he had resolved not to reveal anything more. He continued, "It's not that I'm being selfish. The Holy Lord ordered everyone to be forbidden from mentioning this great master." Then he made a contemptuous face, squinting his eyes and giving a sinister smile, revealing his white teeth as if to scare Chuang Fong. His voice sounded threatening. "Anyone who violates this will be immediately expelled from Taihuan." The next day, the martial arts competition began. On the vast courtyard, bustling with voices and colors, countless people from all over gathered. They wore colorful outfits, carrying burning hopes and dreams. They chatted animatedly with each other. The lively conversations blended with laughter echoing throughout the space, creating an extremely vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, a resonating sound caught everyone's attention. That sound was like a ringing bell, signaling the beginning of a major event. The holy palace was filled with hope. 2 true persons were sitting in the pavilion, seemingly waiting for someone. One was elegantly drinking tea, while the other couldn't sit still. He kept pacing back and forth in the pavilion, showing signs of impatience and worry. The white-haired true person anxiously asked the other. "Where is the Holy Lord, senior brother?" After speaking, he sat down. The other true person, hearing this, picked up his teacup, calmly said, "He's having a skill contest with Tu Chi Tien." The white-haired true person sighed upon hearing this and said, "I hope this year there will be some progress." The Holy Lord senior brother that the two true persons just mentioned. Truong Huin true person was far away when he suddenly sneezed. Truong Huin true person was sitting in a pavilion amidst a vast bamboo forest, peaceful under the warm morning sunlight. He muttered, "Why do I feel like someone is talking about me behind my back?" Suddenly, the person he was having a skill contest with, Tu Chi Tien, pointed at the chess pieces. He said to him, "Brother Ha, this time let's play quickly and decisively. One game to determine the winner." A chessboard and a bowl of chess pieces were neatly placed on the table in the middle of the pavilion. Tu Chi Tien wore a long robe with a purple fur collar. His expression was very serious. He asked for the opinion of Truong Huin true person sitting opposite him. "We can increase the stakes at any time during the game." Hearing this, Truong Huin true person stroked his long, snow-white beard. Agreeing, he accepted Tu Chi Tien's proposal. "All right." Tu Chi Tien's face, full of crow's feet, showed a calm expression. His long purple hair swayed in the gentle breeze blowing through the bamboo forest. He extended his hand and said, "Please." Truong Huin true person placed a black chess piece on the board while saying to Tu Chi Tien, "Junior brother 2, you can lower your hand." He continued, "Your 4 dragons spewing water formation is truly powerful. All these years, I still haven't been able to break it." His face showed a serious expression. He asked Tu Chi Tien, "Could it be that you've received guidance from some famous master too?" After hearing Truong Huin true person speak, Tu Chi Tien calmly placed a white chess piece on the board, as if affirming his confidence. Each chess piece was placed down carefully and meticulously, as if Tu Chi Tien was drawing out a formation with perfect strategy. Then he folded his arms. His face showed a smug expression as he asked Truong Huin true person, "Have you ever heard of the Saint Nam Kung?" His question echoed through the hall, carrying a hint of pride and a bit of challenge. As he finished, his eyes became sharp as a sickle, staring intently at Truong Huin true person, waiting for an answer. Truong Huin true person was stunned upon hearing this. He asked Tu Chi Tien again, "You mean the saint who currently leads Trung Chao, Nam Kung Huin Company?" Tu Chi Tien sat opposite, smiling. His eyes stared intently at Tu Chi Tien, as if wanting to confirm what he had just heard. Tu Chi Tien's face darkened, showing a look of arrogance. Appearing slightly superior, his mouth curled up, smirking as he answered Truong Huin true person, "That's right, I have received guidance from him." Truong Huin true person frowned. His aged face revealed a look of shock, as if he had understood everything. His sharp eyes stared intently at Tu Chi Tien, as if wanting to penetrate his heart. He said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to have the help of the saint." Then he smirked, his voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. He continued, "To put it bluntly, it seems you feel that this time you can still win for sure." Tu Chi Tien, arrogant and conceited, pretended to be humble. He replied, "It's not that I'm just not as petty as you, that's all." The two engaged in a fiery staring contest. It seemed as if sparks of electricity were flying between their eyes. Tu Chi Tien, slyly, with a somewhat mocking face, said to Truong Huin true person, "Keeping tight-lipped about your senior's affairs, not willing to reveal any information." Truong Huin true person angrily asked back, "I am petty." Suddenly, Truong Huin true person rotated his hands, creating beams of golden light mixed with some pink hues. He added the stakes. Extremely precious spiritual treasures appeared one by one. Each spiritual treasure emitted a unique aura, attracting everyone's gaze. First was an ancient sword, its sharp blade glimmering with a silver light. A jade pendant as big as a fist, emitting a soft green glow. Also a wine flask and so on. Truong Huin true person reached out with a determined look. "I bet 5 spiritual treasures." Truong Huin true person's declaration made Tu Chi Tien jump, his mouth agape in utter shock. He shouted at him, "Are you mad? I have the help of Senior Nam Kung, you know." Truong Huin true person stood opposite. Hearing this, he calmly stroked his beard. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, shining down on the small leaf fragments, creating shimmering, mystical spots of light. The wind howled, weaving through the desolate bamboo forest, sweeping away the bamboo leaves. The leaves flew into the pavilion. Truong Huin true person smiled slightly, his gentle smile hidden behind the flying bamboo leaves swirling about. His eyes exuded the serene composure of a great master. He said, "Relax, my junior brother. No need to hold back. Whatever skills you have, use them all." After saying that, his eyes closed slightly and he fell into silence. His face became solemn, exuding an iron-willed determination. In his mind, wandering thoughts appeared, intertwining with each other. He thought about Deep Ancestor, imagining the image of Deep Truong Tan with his calm and carefree demeanor. Seriously, he raised the folded fan forward. Blue light rays gathered in front of the fan. Mysterious green light rays suddenly gathered before the fan, forming an energy vortex. As he placed the black chess piece on the board, he continued to think the chess saint is nothing but a child after all. He placed the chess piece down forcefully. A golden halo surrounded the hand that was placing the chess piece. The halo spun continuously, emitting sparkling rays of light. When the black chess piece was placed on the board, a powerful aura emanated from his hand, enveloping the entire chessboard. An extraordinary energy seemed to be released, creating an 8 trigrams formation. Tu Chi Tien was utterly shocked upon seeing this scene. He stood like a stone statue, eyes wide open, mouth agape in astonishment. His entire body trembled with intense emotion. His face showed disbelief, thinking to himself, how is this possible? Unexpectedly, he could see a life gate in the 4 dragons, spewing water formation after 1 incense sticks time. Based on what Deep Truong Tan had taught, Truong Huyen had broken all the life gates in the 4 dragons spewing water. Outside the bamboo forest, an incense burner was placed on an ancient tree trunk, emitting billowing smoke. The smoke swirled like dragons flying in the sky, full of mystery and authority. Perhaps that incense burner was also watching the intense battle between Truong Huyen and Deep Truong Tan, as if cheering for both of them, hoping they could display all their skills and achieve victory. Tu Cheatin looked at the chessboard, panting heavily, and asked, "Who on earth taught you your chess skills?" Truong Huyen smiled triumphantly, his eyes curving, stroking his long, snow-white beard. He thought to himself, "Old man, don't ask anymore. I won't tell you." Seeing Truong Huyen saying nothing, Tu Chi Tien's face showed a look of frustration. He thought, all right, you want to play like this. Suddenly, he pulled out a jade-green stone from somewhere. He laughed loudly, looking at that stone as if with this stone, he could defeat Truong Huyen. He thought, if that's the case, don't blame me. Outside, the wind blew gently, carrying the soft fragrance of flowers and grass. Sunlight shone brightly throughout the lush green forest. The tree leaves rustled in the wind, creating a melodious and soothing symphony. Tu Chi Tien channeled energy into the stone. A brilliant green light radiated from the stone. He furrowed his brow tightly. Sweat covered his face as he gritted his teeth and thought, Truong Huyen, this is your undoing. In the pavilion, the two sat facing each other. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining into the pavilion, bathing the entire space in gold. On the mahogany chessboard between them, black and white pieces were locked in fierce conflict. Tu Chi Tien looked at the chess position and thought to himself, fortunately, I gave Senior Nam Kung a sample boundary stone. Tu Chi Tien closed his eyes, letting his imagination run wild. Before his eyes, a scene of majestic mountains appeared. Towering peaks stood closely together, their summits shrouded in mist. The red sun shone brightly in all directions, dyeing the sky and mountains crimson. He continued to think, even if we're at opposite ends of the earth, we can still communicate instantly. So this was the trick he had been hiding all along. He called out softly, Senior Nam Kung, Senior Nam Kung. Senior Nam Kung Huyen Ko, whom Tu Chi Tien was calling, was in a distant mountain range. It seemed he had heard Tu Chi Tien's call at that moment. While Nam Kung Huyen Ko was practicing alchemy, in his hand, he was using his power to support a burning emerald-colored stone when suddenly a loud voice called out, Senior Nam Kung. Nam Kung Huyen Ko was a bit displeased as he hadn't finished his work and was interrupted. His face darkened slightly, but he still responded politely. Say, Master Tu, what matter brings you to this old man? After all, it was someone close to him. Looking at the emerald light in Nam Kung Huyen Ko's hand, Tu Chi Tien felt nostalgic. Perhaps not wanting his senior to feel discouraged or disappointed, he still decided to speak what was on his mind. Your 4 dragons spewing water formation is about to be broken. Nam Kung Huyen Ko was stunned upon hearing this. The formation this old man spent over 1,000 years creating, yet someone in this generation can break it. The effort and passion he had poured into it had been shattered. Curious about how this person had done it, he asked Tu Chi Tien, tell me his method of solving it. As he spoke, beneath Nam Kung Huin Ko's brown robe, a mysterious power appeared. A beam of green light from his hand stretched into a straight line. It flew far into the space of lush green vegetation interspersed with rocks. A go board configuration appeared before their eyes thanks to Nam Kung Huin Ko's power. Perhaps he was recreating his prized possession. The four dragons, spewing water formation, unbroken by any talent for 1,000 years, was now as easy as turning one's hand for others. Touching the imaginary chessboard, in an instant, the paths to escape this formation transformed before his eyes. Nam Kung Huin Ko couldn't help but marvel at its ingenuity. It truly is ingenious. Watching the black and white pieces move to escape the four dragons spewing water formation, he sensed the subtlety of this Go world. Nam Kung Huin Ko looked at his 1,000-year creative achievement that had changed. The gray hair on his brown robe and his eyes gleaming with joy, as if discovering a new continent. He couldn't stop marveling. I myself wasn't even aware that there were so many paths to survival in this situation. What was this emotion of Nam Kung Huin Company? Tu Chi Tien had initially thought differently, expecting Nam Kung Huin Co. not to let his brainchild be so easily solved by others and find a way to restore it. So he widened his eyes and asked Senior Nam Kung, Agape, could it be that even you are at a loss? Seeing through Tu Chi Tien's thoughts, and with his own sense of pride, Nam Kung Huin Ko denied it outright. Affirming his own thoughts, he smiled and replied, at a loss. After all, this old man has cultivated the way of Go all his life. How could I be so easily defeated by someone? In the heart of the lush bamboo forest, sunlight gently filtered through the leaves. There stood a small house with a tea and cake table where they continued the conversation about the unparalleled situation that had now found its match. A man with gray hair sat opposite Tu Chi Tien, offering his perspective. As a true Go player, in my opinion, breaking down and rebuilding is the way to win in danger. That's right, Tu Chi Tien said smugly, clenching his fist. He rested his chin on his hand, his sharp eyes narrowing. A sinister smile spread across his face as he achieved his goal. Senior Nam Kung will make his move. Old Ha is sure to lose. So he said to the brother he was chatting with, Brother Ha, why don't we make a big bet? It turned out to be Truong Huinjinren. He agreed because he felt it wasn't a big deal. Truong Huinjinren, with his usual calm demeanor, replied, all right. What do you want to bet? Tu Chi Tien proposed a very simple condition. This old man carries two ancient treasures, one medium grade and one high grade. Just hearing this, one could tell their value was worth a treasure trove of gold. With sharp, challenging eyes, he looked at Truong Huinjinren. How about we bet these? Truong Huinjinren's eyes were in a world of their own thoughts, deeply analyzing Tu Chi Tien's intentions. Two ancient treasures, sitting opposite each other in the fresh air of nature. Truong Huinjinren closed his eyes to feel that cool breeze. At the same time, he voiced his analysis of Tu Chi Tien's request. But this old man feels that Brother Tu's intention is not here. Indeed, they were brothers. Truong Huinjinren understood Tu Chi Tien too well. So Tu Chi Tien had no qualms about admitting it. That's right, this old man dares to put up two ancient treasures as a bet. Not just to play Go, but also want to bet on that expert you mentioned. His voice grew sharp, asking who it really was. Then suddenly his hand stretched out, moving his white piece forcefully forward, as if wanting to carve into the wooden Go board to its destination. His skilled fingers then touched the black piece. Its new position on the board was arranged with tremendous force. An earth-shattering power originated from the Go board in that hall. Purple sparks clashed fiercely with flashes of orange light. An intense battle of strength unfolded. Who would emerge victorious? The most thrilling moment had passed, returning the blue sky to its inherent peace. The leaves once again joyfully blended with the sunlight. After Nam Kung Huin Ko personally entered the battle, Truong Huinjinren gradually lost his advantage, thinking he had understood his brother's playing style. Unexpectedly, the person before him underwent a spectacular transformation. Truong Huinjinren couldn't believe his eyes. He thought to himself, this isn't right. How did Tu Chi Tien's game suddenly change? Of course, it had to change with the stone treasure in his possession. Tu Chi Tien easily displayed his Go skills and dominated the board. This was a psychological attack, highly damaging to Truong Huin Jinren. The feeling of not being able to understand his opponent's moves surrounded him, making him tremble in waves. Meanwhile, Tu Chi Tien calmly smiled. Brother Ha, why are you so tense? Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best option. Truong Huin Jinren saw that the situation was already at knife's edge, so he decided to use this 36th stratagem. He stood up, smiled kindly, clasped his hands, and excused himself. This old man suddenly has urgent business. Please allow me to ask my younger brother to wait a moment. It won't affect the outcome much anyway. Tu Chi Tien agreed. Please go ahead. After Truong Huin Jinren left, through the Jade Stone, Tu Chi Tien proudly thanked Nam Kung Huin Company. As expected of senior Nam Kung, the opponent has no strength left to fight back. He turned his head in the other space after finishing, advising his junior not to underestimate the enemy. A fair distance ahead of the house, the slender fingers of the immortal cultivator raised up. Perhaps it was lightness skill, for Truong Huin Jinren was running for his life to escape, fleeing first then seeking Master Deep for guidance on a few moves. It turns out both brothers were not clean in their Go game. The sun was already high. Bright sunlight shone down on the tree canopies. At a corner of Pho Hoa Tap Tan Truong, it turned out that inside there was also a backyard garden, where lush trees caused leaves to fall abundantly whenever the wind blew by, making people clean up all day to keep the green space clean. Deep Truong Tan was enthusiastically sweeping the garden when he was startled by a noise from a nearby trash pile that made him jump. Fortunately, his grip on the broom remained steady. A small brown object with red engravings was wriggling in the pile of dry leaves that Deep Truong Tan had gathered. Around it, there was a yellow light emanating. Deep Truong Tan panicked when he saw this sight. What on earth is that? He bent down to observe. Using the broom as support, he reached out his hand to pick it up. Looking at the object in his palm, he was very puzzled. Is this the wooden tablet that old Master Ha gave? What's going on? There's even light surrounding it. What's happening here? Before his confusion could subside, the wooden tablet from his hand flew up into the air on its own, and a loud voice rang out. Senior Deep, so loud that he had to back away and squint his eyes. The wooden tablet was still in the palm of his hand. That power suddenly swirled into a circle, and then the image of Truong Huin Jinren appeared in the sky, with a pitiful face and puppy dog eyes looking at him. His aggrieved mouth cried out, Senior Deep, save me. Seeing Truong Huin Jinren, Deep Truong Tan's face turned pale, white as a sheet, his mouth agape from shock. Oh my God, is this real? Is this a video call tool for immortal cultivators? Not letting Deep Truong Tan stare at him like that anymore, Truong Huin Jinren continued to wail and cry, his hair and white beard drooping down as he needed help. Senior Deep, this old man is in trouble. You must help me. Seeing Truong Huin Jinren in such a miserable state, Deep Truong Tan felt a bit hesitant. What on earth is going on now? All right, first we need to help him. Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas. So Deep Truong Tan told Truong Huin Jinren to explain his problem. You speak first, but still afraid. He involuntarily stepped back 3 paces, his hands raised up as a shield for protection. His stance looked quite untrustworthy, but his good heart made up for it. Getting help now, Truong Huin Jinren clasped his hands together. He moved to a corner to display the Go position that Tu Chi Tien forced him into. His eyes squinted with joy as he asked Deep Truong Tan, please look, how should the black pieces move to escape the encirclement? Deep Truong Tan looked at the Go position before him, squinting his eyes, then pointed with his index finger. Huh, just like that. Look, isn't it disappointing? For him, it was as easy as eating cake, but for Truong Huin Jinren, it was extremely difficult. Looking at Deep Truong Tan's angry speechlessness, like a teacher seeing his student unable to do such a basic exercise, Truong Huin Jinren's eyes filled with tears as he looked at him, welling up. No matter how much explanation, it wouldn't work. Teacher Deep Truong Tan was at his wit's end. His head was really starting to ache, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse Truong Huin Jinren. I had to tell him to forget it. I said, wherever I go, you go like that. That's awesome, Truong Huin Immortal. When he heard Deep Truong Tan agree to help, he smiled as brightly as a flower. very obediently thanking his effective teacher. Yes, thank you, Senior Deep, you're so kind. Holding the wooden token, as if his victory over Tu Chi Tien was certain. Truong Huynh Immortal smiled smugly. The puppy-eyed plea for help has now been etched away. Only the cunning of someone using dirty schemes is seen, calling for the ancestral master's personal assistance. Today it's settled. Perhaps in the bamboo forest earlier, Truong Huynh Immortal was shown a few moves by Deep Truong Tan to defeat Tu Chi Tien. Let's watch his response. Returning to the unfinished Go board, Truong Huynh Immortal smiled. Junior brother has been waiting long. His demeanor extremely confident, far different from when he was pressured by Tu Chi Tien or Nam Kung Huynh Company. Tu Chi Tien also noticed this unusual change. He crossed his arms and said to Truong Huynh Immortal, "Brother Ha has become so relaxed. Have you gone down 1,000 miles? Just asking to open the conversation. Now let's continue the intense match between Truong Huynh Immortal and Tu Chi Tien." Truong Huynh Immortal's eyes were half closed. Perhaps he was using his mental power to prepare for the best move. The battle position was ready. His finger took a black piece from the Go box. And now, Deep Truong Tan guided from afar with mysterious power like moonlight. His steady voice rang out inspiringly. Black plays after 8 positions, cutting off 2 stones. Telepathy was put to use. Truong Huynh Immortal replied, "Yes," then placed the stone at the move Deep Truong Tan suggested with great confidence. What's this? Surprising. Playing an outside move. Anticipating how the duo of Tu Chi Tien and the 1,000-year Go player Nam Kung Huynh Ko would resolve it. Seeing this position, Tu Chi Tien's face darkened a bit, slightly confused and worried. He thought he had already secured victory. Unexpectedly, Truong Huynh Immortal returned with such inspiration. Through the Jade Tablet, Nam Kung Huynh Ko decided to choose White 9 to respond as the next move. Tu Chi Tien relayed the thought, understood. His hand quickly placed the stone on the board. Like a strong wolf in the darkness, Deep Truong Tan chose Black 10 at an unusual position for himself. Connecting heaven and earth, he transmitted from afar to command Truong Huynh Immortal. On the board, a clack sound was heard as the move was made. Deciding to fight them with this power, Nam Kung Huynh Ko certainly wouldn't admit defeat. Let's make a killing move right away. That is White 33, a dragon-forming move. The mighty power of the dragon. Will it challenge the other team? A black stone was placed on the board. A fierce counterattack to Black 10's unusual position. Heaven-Earth connection is right here. The contest between the 2 seniors of Tu Chi Tien and Truong Huynh Chan Nan is so exciting. Let's see Deep Truong Tan's counterattack. Through Truong Huynh Chan Nan, what will it be? Nam Kung Huynh Company, you don't know about the existence of the chess master Truong Huynh Chan Nan, please help. Looking at his chess pieces and constantly smirking with satisfaction. Let's see how you handle this. Deep Truong Tan won't let you happily win like that. Stop struggling. Sooner or later, I will capture you on this chessboard. Are these 2 evenly matched opponents? Let's wait and see in the next part. Why can Deep Truong Tan confidently say that Nam Kung Huynh Ko's side should stop struggling? Because the trap has been solved. Although the white pieces are strong, they have reached their limit. It seems the expert below the immortal realm Nam Kung Huynh Ko is no match for him anymore. Unparalleled power is coming. Deep Truong Tan shouts out the final move. His hand controls his power. Thanks to telepathy, Truong Huynh Chan Nan can mimic his exact movements, preparing to launch a move that will make the opponent look up. Indeed, the 2 people Nam Kung Huynh Ko and Tu Chi Tien stare blankly at Truong Huynh Chan Nan. What will this move be? Can the 2 of them solve it? And that is Deep Truong Tan's powerful weapon. The Golden Dragon Stone shines brilliantly. The essence is gathered here. How can the Jade Dragon withstand it? Is there such a move? Nam Kung Huynh Ko is shocked speechless, his eyes wide open staring at Truong Huynh Chan Nan's move. How can this be? Tu Chi Tien also can't believe his eyes. He has already lost to Truong Huynh Chan Nan. Senior Nam Kung has been defeated. The white pieces are surrounded on all sides. There's no escape. Truong Huynh Chan Nan is overjoyed. Deep Truong Tan sees this scene from afar and can't help but think this old man is treating me like a buff again. Everything really does come to me. Looking at the wooden tablet in his hand, Truong Huynh Chan Nan is beaming like a flower, saying to the benefactor who saved him in a game of chess, "Thank you, Senior Deep. Thank you, Senior Deep. Oh, how could you forget?" Tu Chi Tien sees his brother and turns to stone. Is this guy normal? Winning 1 game of chess and being so happy. The main task is done. Deep Truong Tan also has to continue with the cleanup, so he quickly responds, "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up," his eyes looking at the wooden tablet. As for Nam Kung Huin Company, he is burning with anger, because in the immortal realm, the position of number 1 in Go once belonged to Nam Kung Huin Co. has now collapsed. His whole body unsteady, the palm of his hand holding the stone slab trembling in waves of anger. I have cultivated the art of Go for nearly 3,000 years. I feel like my position has been stolen. He is not content. He considered himself unrivaled in the world of Go. Now not only has someone broken through my skills, but also defeated me in Go strategy. Who has put you in this situation? You must know through the stone tablet you asked from Chi Tien. The Holy Lord's voice shouted in anger. Where are you now, and with whom are you playing Go? Chi Tien listened in fear. Perhaps he realized how much the anger in Nam Kung Huin Ko's heart had flared up. He stammered in reply, Holy land of Tai Huin, north of the great Yin kingdom. He was heartbroken too. So the two ancient treasures and his wish could not be fulfilled. Therefore, his face was pouting and his eye sockets were full of tears. The person playing Go with me is the Holy Lord, Truong Huin, true person of the Holy Land of Tai Huin. But Chi Tien knew Truong Huin, true person, couldn't be that profound. He also cheated like him, so he honestly reported what he knew to Nam Kung Huin Company. But behind him is a mysterious master. Even I don't know who it is. He meant Deep Truong Tan, with unparalleled power, who had effectively supported Truong Huin, true person. That was clear. Nam Kung Huin Co. replied to let Chi Tien know. Then, as quick as lightning, Nam Kung Huin Co. flew like the wind across the blue sky, training with the swallows spreading their wings and flying to a suitable place. Perhaps he's coming to find the person who dethroned him in the great Yin kingdom. Truong Huin, true person, and the master Deep Truong Tan prepare to welcome the distinguished guest from afar and be ready for another game of Go. Crossing over thousands of high mountains, Nam Kung Huin Co. is still continuing his journey to find the person who defeated him. This determination is truly admirable. It's really admirable, an example of effort in his twilight years. Thousands of miles have been traversed, crossing over mountains and clouds high above. Nam Kung Huin Co. keep going. Of course, because he wholeheartedly wants to learn. He must meet that master. If not, my cultivation will stop here and never progress. A person pondering because he feels his 1,000 years of Go skills have collapsed. A golden empire threatened. One person calmly thinking about the Go position. Deep Truong Tan is the second person. Reflecting on that Go game, he can't help but feel exasperated. This kind of position I stopped playing since middle school. Looking at the platinum-haired beauty, playing music while pondering. Next time, increase the difficulty a bit. Seeing the figure of a man standing shoulder to shoulder, the fair and graceful hand stopped on the strings, no longer continuing with her favorite instrument. Dame Dai Tan Tuet gently smiled at him. Beautiful and radiant, she smiled with squinted eyes. Her voice, clear as forest spring water, spoke up. Great Master Deep, the tune Tan Tuet just played, is there any issue with it? Deep Truong Tan tilted his head and took a sip of water. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy that piece of music like a true connoisseur. He placed the brick cup down on the stone table with a clink. He was about to give his critique, as expected of a protagonist, understanding and knowing every issue. Surely this Deep Truong Tan was skilled in chess, poetry, and painting in his old world. He tilted his chin in thought. His long black hair fell to his shoulders over his blue robe. His eyes closed, but he could still give an objective critique. Overall, this piece is quite good, but it lacks a certain feeling. What's that? This guy really talks in a complicated way. This time, Dame Dai Tan Tuet also found it difficult to understand his comment. She widened her eyes in contemplation. A certain feeling. It's another piece of advice she had never heard before. Please explain it more clearly. Can you? She tilted her head. Her sparkling eyes looked towards him, looking incredibly adorable and lovable. You've hit the reader's hearts, Dame Dai Tan Tuet. She gently asked Deep Truong Tan. What exactly is the feeling you're talking about? Deep Truong Tan heard Dame Dai Tan Tuet's music and felt it was lacking something, so he was giving her his critique. Deep Truong Tan gently closed his eyes. While hugging his chest with both hands, he slowly gave Dame Dai Tan Tuet his critique on the correct way to play. In the process of nurturing the instrument, you focused too much on technique, while overlooking the emotion of the music. You must learn to use it freely, releasing your innate nature. As he continued speaking, Deep Truong Tan changed his posture. From hugging his chest with both hands, he raised one hand high, as if to touch the sky. The other hand pointed straight to the ground. Surrounding Deep Truong Tan was an illusion of beautiful white flowers, along with twinkling lights. Dame Dai Tan Tuet looked at her own hands, appearing very pensive, as if thinking to herself. So all this time, she had always felt that she was still missing something, but didn't know what it was. Until today, when hearing Deep Truong Tan's critique, it suddenly awakened Dame Dai Tan Tuet. She then stammered, repeating the mantra Deep Truong Tan had just said, "Use it freely, releasing your innate nature." Dame Dai Tan Tuet felt as if she had worn out iron shoes searching, but couldn't find it. Yet when found, it took no time at all. Could this be what the Holy Lord and Master once said? The highest meaning of the way of music, the state of an unstained mind. Dame Dai Tan Tuet seemed to realize a philosophy of life distilled from the key points in Deep Truong Tan's words. Just in her eyes alone, a sharp light was hidden. That source of philosophy, like volcanic lava erupting violently, caused Dame Dai Tan Tuet to awaken. Deep Truong Tan felt that if there was only theory without practice, it wouldn't be very good, so he quickly spoke up. "Let's do this. I'll play this piece again. Listen carefully and feel it." Dame Dai Tan Tuet replied yes. After saying that, Deep Truong Tan moved closer to the zither and sat down. Then Deep Truong Tan began to use his slender 10 fingers to touch the strings. He tuned and plucked a few notes to test. When Deep Truong Tan touched the strings, it was as if there was magic, because along with the sound of the instrument, there were streams of golden energy that were spreading more and more. Dame Dai Tan Tuet was beside him, attentively listening to Deep Truong Tan play and learning. The clear sounds produced by Deep Truong Tan gently floated up, blending into the bustling space of Shao Chi Jun. On the streets at this time, many people were busy trading, shopping, and strolling. That melodious music, along with the notes, gently flew to the front of the eatery Wei Ji of Wei Zhongguai. Inside, Wei Zhongguai and a Fu were standing next to the counter of the shop, pricking up their ears to listen. Wei Zhongguai heard the music sounding a bit different, so he remarked with feeling, "Oh, the sound of the instrument has changed. This must be the music that Mr. Deep is personally playing." A Fu beside him also felt that it seemed to be Deep Truong Tan playing personally, so he also said that's right. It's on a completely different level from the sound just now. Back at Deep Truong Tan's house, he was still immersed in the art. The rising and falling sounds were still ringing steadily. After finishing that piece of music, Deep Truong Tan happily turned his head to look at Dame Dai Tan Tuet and asked her probingly, "How does it feel?" On her side, she seemed to still be trembling a little. Dame Dai Tan Tuet was deeply moved. In her eyes shone many complex, intertwined emotions. Around her was an illusion of blooming roses. Dame Dai Tan Tuet felt that the piece she had played earlier sounded very ordinary. But the music played by Deep Truong Tan, how profound it was. Then, Dame Dai Tan Tuet looked at Deep Truong Tan and said with feeling, "What Great Master Deep said just now was indeed reasonable. Tan Tuet needs to try harder." Deep Truong Tan, hearing Dame Dai Tan Tuet's response, knew that she had understood the deeper meaning within the music. So he stood up and then said to her, "It's good that you can feel it." After saying this, Deep Truong Tan left, but not before leaving a message for Dame Dai Tan Tuet. "It's not early anymore. Let's end it here for today." As for Dame Dai Tan Tuet, her emotions at this moment seemed a bit complex, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Dame Dai Tan Tuet's face darkened as she bit her lip. Suddenly Dame Dai Tan Tuet turned her head to look at Deep Truong Tan and called out, "Master Deep." Then Dame Dai Tan Tuet lowered her head. She seemed a bit unhappy, but also looked at Deep Truong Tan with admiration and said regretfully, "Tan Tuet has been here for quite some time now. I plan to leave tomorrow." Deep Truong Tan was surprised to hear that Dame Dai Tan Tuet wanted to leave, so he was a bit shocked. "Ah, you want to leave already?" Deep Truong Tan thought to himself with a sad mood and melancholy. "Ah, indeed she's still a fairy from the capital." Suddenly Dame Dai Tan Tuet took out from her person some kind of book. Then Dame Dai Tan Tuet, somewhat shyly and blushing, said to Deep Truong Tan, "This ancient book is something I happened to acquire, but I don't understand its contents. Tan Tuet has always been unable to comprehend it. I'm afraid only Master Deep can understand it. So Tan Tuet wants to give it to you." With these words, Dame Dai Tan Tuet blushed. She closed her eyes tightly, using both hands to offer the book to Deep Truong Tan. Deep Truong Tan reached out to accept the book Dam Dai Tan Tuet was giving. Then Deep Truong Tan slowly opened the book. A beam of white light emanated from the book. Then he looked closely at the musical score written on it and said the text on it seems to have been deliberately scrambled. But it's not impossible to decipher. I'll try tonight, Deep Truong Tan said happily, pointing his hand to the sky and speaking. It seems like it might be successful, so he was a bit smug. The scene changes to another place. At a small pavilion somewhere, surrounded by bamboo trees. The scenery looks so peaceful. It turns out this is the place where Truong Huynh True Person and Tu Chi Tien are competing in skill, and the content of their competition is the game of Go. Truong Huynh True Person stroked his beard while looking at Tu Chi Tien with an expression that seemed challenging, saying, "Brother Tu, that last game was certainly an exceptional game. Very rare to encounter." Tu Chi Tien looked a bit angry. His hand trembled as he clenched it. The purple ring on his finger shone brighter than other ordinary rings. But Tu Chi Tien still tried to control his temper. He looked at Truong Huynh True Person and said, "Brother Ha's skill now has indeed opened my eyes. The two treasures wagered as conditions are in this ring. You take it." Having said that, Tu Chi Tien removed the glowing purple ring from his finger. He placed it on the Go board, then pushed it towards Truong Huynh True Person. Now Truong Huynh True Person was feeling very excited about defeating Tu Chi Tien, staring at the ring while thinking to himself, losing for so many years, finally seeing a day of victory. Contrary to the joyful expression waving goodbye to Tu Chi Tien and saying, "Farewell, Brother Tu, go slowly," said Truong Huynh True Person. On Tu Chi Tien's side, he was deeply disappointed by the miserable defeat, so he hung his head low and dejectedly left, while Truong Huynh True Person was still cheerful, smiling as brightly as a flower to bid farewell to Tu Chi Tien. Suddenly, from behind, Nguyen Kim True Person also peeked out to spy his heart also filled with joy. Then he stepped towards Truong Huynh True Person. Truong Huynh True Person turned his head and saw Nguyen Kim True Person speaking. "Congratulations, Holy Master Senior Brother. Today you can finally hold your head high." Along with the congratulations, Nguyen Kim True Person didn't forget to give a thumbs up to show that his senior brother was excellent. Truong Huynh True Person knew that Nguyen Kim True Person would come here to spy, so he wasn't too surprised to see his appearance. Truong Huynh True Person's whole body trembled as he clasped his hands. His heart was filled with joy and emotion as he said through tears, "If it weren't for the dedicated guidance of Master Deep, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to win in this lifetime." Nguyen Kim True Person, who was spying earlier, had seen Truong Huynh True Person win 2 antiques. So he joyfully said, "Senior Brother, quickly take out those 2 antique treasures and let's have a look." Truong Huynh True Person was so overjoyed he almost forgot. So he clenched his fist excitedly and said, "All right." Truong Huynh True Person performed a magic spell. Then an orange circle appeared. In the center was the ring he had just won from Tu Chi Tien floating in the air. After successfully summoning the 2 antique treasures, Truong Huynh True Person seemed a bit solemn, while Nguyen Kim True Person's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, This is a brush and a bell." In front of Truong Huynh True Person and Nguyen Kim True Person now appeared a black brush surrounded by a green aura of killing intent. A bronze bell with a red-orange glow intricately carved with patterns looked very beautiful, surrounded by a purple aura of killing intent. Looking closely, on the body of the brush, the black bristles were decorated with very intricate patterns. The top was further adorned with a red string. The body of this brush seems to be made of Yule Shuejing. Nguyen Kim True Person said, "Yule Shuejing is very rare. From birth it carries a fierce aura. It can easily harm the divine soul of cultivators. It's better not to touch it." On Nguyen Kim True Person's face, the surprise had not yet faded. Next is the bronze bell. On the body of the bell, there seemed to be a faint appearance of countless souls flying around this bell with extremely strong killing intent. Only by repeatedly killing countless souls can such a terrifying aura be produced. Truong Huynh True Person said. On the face of Truong Huynh True Person and Nguyen Kim True Person now was filled with surprise mixed with terror. Truong Huynh True Person looked at the 2 antique treasures with a cold gaze, silently thinking about something in his mind. Then he spoke. "An antique treasure containing enormous power. If it can be made into a magical weapon, at the center of our Tai Huyen mountain protecting Grand Formation. Along with Truong Huyen True Person's words was an illusion of the bronze bell in the center of a Bagua circle. Around it were many large chains wrapped around, looking quite terrifying. Then Tai Huyen can enjoy eternal peace. Nguyen Kim True Person exclaimed joyfully. Truong Huyen True Person had now collected the two antique treasures with extremely large killing intent into the purple ring. Then looking at it, he said coldly, "We'll talk about this later." Nguyen Kim True Person standing behind exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the Holy Sun's martial arts competition is about to begin. Let's go watch." After saying that, Truong Huyen True Person and Nguyen Kim True Person stepped out of the bamboo forest, heading to the competition. Scene changed to in front of the competition arena. Tu Chi Tien shuddered. It seemed he had sensed the presence of Nam Kung Huyen Ko's group. Tae Duk Long and the man with gray hair and beard, six-pack abs, while Nam Kung Huyen Ko's group was now staring intently at Tu Chi Tien with extremely sharp gazes, as if wanting to eat him alive. As for Tae Duk Long, his gaze, fixed on Tu Chi Tien, was even more fierce. It was so terrifying it seemed to want to burn Tu Chi Tien. Tu Chi Tien shuddered, turned his head back, and fearfully said, "Why are you all looking at me?" But in his heart, he knew full well the reason for this. Tae Duk Long angrily furrowed his brows, his eyes looking at Tu Chi Tien, full of judgment, then spoke loudly to Tu Chi Tien. "Holy Master Senior Brother, you just lost two antique treasures." Along with those words, Tae Duk Long also held up two fingers to express clearly, causing Tu Chi Tien to be so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. His teeth clenched and trembled, his eyes wide open, his whole body frozen, unable to move. Tu Chi Tien trembled even more when he saw the man with gray hair and beard, six-pack abs, glaring and pointing straight at his face, then shouting loudly, "Holy Master, can the lost items be put on your tab?" Nam Kung Huyen Ko beside him showed no emotion, just standing there gently stroking his beard, then coldly spoke. "Although our Teuton Holy Land's assets are vast, we cannot withstand such wasteful destruction." Tu Chi Tien was interrogated by all three people at once, was so terrified he couldn't bear it anymore, so he had to raise both hands to indicate his surrender, then said the two antique treasures were items he had secretly hidden. "You can rest assured." Hearing these words from Tu Chi Tien caused Tae Duk Long to feel as if the anger in his heart had lessened. While stroking his beard, he calmly said, "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" The man with gray hair and six-pack abs beside him had also become cheerful again, lowering his voice, saying, "You made us worry endlessly." This gave Tu Chi Tien quite a fright, but he also felt a bit annoyed inside. Nam Kung Huyen Ko was now calm and satisfied and spoke, "Why have we never heard Holy Master Senior Brother mention this before?" Tu Chi Tien had now returned to his normal state. Thinking deeply about the two antique treasures he had given to Truong Huyen True Person, he quietly said, "Because these two items are the rarest great killing weapons in the world." Hearing this statement from Tu Chi Tien caused Nam Kung Huyen Ko, Tae Duk Long, and the man with gray hair and beard and six-pack abs to be startled and shout loudly, "What?" Hearing the startled shouts of Nam Kung Huyen Ko's group, Tu Chi Tien still showed no emotion. The two treasures that Tu Chi Tien had lost to Truong Huyen all came from the Great Perilous Land. Countless fellow disciples died to suppress these two antique treasures until now. Tu Chi Tien said bitterly, "Even with our current cultivation, brothers, it's not easy to break the seal. If not, disaster will surely befall." The old man standing next to him was startled. Such dangerous objects. Why did Senior Brother want to give them to Tai Huyen's holy hand? Another person beside him said worriedly, sweating, "That's right. What if he breaks the seal on them? Won't all living beings suffer then?" Tu Chi turned his face and said smugly, "I have my own intentions." He looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "Ha, brother, if you really can break the seal." He gave an evil smile, thinking to himself, "When disaster befalls Tai Huyen Holy Land, I want to see for myself if that mysterious senior you spoke of will stand by and do nothing." His face showed a hint of evil as he thought. The two old men beside him looked at each other while sweating profusely. The three people standing around, Tu Chi Tien advised, "Senior Brother, isn't this too risky? Tai Huyen only beat you in one game of chess. Yet you're destroying their territory. If word gets out, it will damage Teuton Holy Land's reputation." All three people said in unison, "Holy Master Senior Brother, please reconsider carefully." After hearing the advice of those three people, Tu Chi Tien just waved his hand, then frowned and said, I understand your concerns, but I have my own plans. You 3 juniors don't need to advise me. He looked down at the courtyard and asked, where is that girl Tan Tuet? She came to Tai Huan Holy Land, but I haven't seen her for days. The gray-haired old man beside him stroked his beard and said, earlier on the way here, the girl Tan Tuet heard the sound of a zither, so she went after it. It seems she has sensed an opportunity. Tu Chi Tien nodded in agreement, that's right. He said, although Truong Fong and Tan Tuet were both appointed as holy children, the holy daughter's talent for the Tao is not much inferior. But when Tan Tuet was born, she had a special aura about her. She can also encounter opportunities most beneficial to herself. Truong Fong is plagued by bad luck, while Tan Tuet is blessed with good fortune. He rested his chin on his hand, frowning as he said, but if we talk about the proactivity of the holy leader position, if Tan Tuet had half of Truong Fong's, that would be good. At this moment, a sound came from outside, inviting the 2 holy leaders to the stage. He turned and said, oh, it's about to begin. At this time, 2 mysterious beams of light, one blue and one purple, descended. It was Truong Fong and Truong Min standing face to face. On the stage, the crowd gathered to watch excitedly shouted, look, it's Senior Brother Lee. Someone outside sighed. Ever since Senior Brother Lee switched to cultivating the sword path, it's as if he's become a completely different person. He even seems to have an animal nature now. Truong Min stood with his hands clasped, emitting an aura. The people behind cheered and encouraged Senior Brother Lee, do your best. Tai Huan Holy Land will surely win. The red-haired man, annoyed with Truong Min, made a few mocking remarks. Changing cultivation methods, so what? The person standing next to him chimed in. That's right, Senior Brother has been leading in the sword path for 100 years. Truong Fong now held a sword in his hand. The crowd behind cheered, deal with Tai Huan Holy Land. Senior Brother, do your best. Tu Chi Tien turned to look. He said, Brother Truong Huan, we're just waiting for you to preside over the event. Truong Huan, hearing this, laughed heartily and replied, all right, Brother Tu, I've been waiting for a long time. He stood up and announced loudly, the martial arts competition will now begin. Truong Fong smiled at Truong Min and said, Junior Brother Lee, please advise me. But Truong Min's words surprised Truong Fong. He raised his hand gently and said, Senior Brother, may I say something? Truong Fong thought to himself, what trick are you trying to pull? But he still reluctantly said, what do you want to say? Truong Min clasped his hands together. A halo of light emanated from all around him. I've only been cultivating the sword path for half a year. My level is still far behind. Looking throughout Tai Huan Holy Land, the one who can compete with Senior Brother in swordsmanship is only junior sister Vo Song. Truong Fong frowned. You mean Luke Vo Song, the female sword cultivator of the metal attribute from your Tai Huan. Truong Fong pointed his sword angrily and shouted, she's nothing more than an ordinary direct disciple. How can she compare to holy children like you and me? Truong Min smiled and pointed his finger, saying, Senior Brother, you're being narrow-minded. Vo Song's swordsmanship must be above mine. Truong Fong thought nervously, sweating. This lie Truong Min has already cultivated the true essence of the sword. If what he says is true, what level is Luke Vo Song's strength actually at? He looked up at Tu Chi Tien and couldn't think straight. It's my turn to shine. He thought to himself, I absolutely cannot lose at this martial arts gathering. In front of the Holy Master and my teacher, Truong Fong angrily gripped the sword in his hand. He shouted, Junior Brother Lai, stop beating around the bush. Let's you and I have a match instead. His eyes lit up as he stared straight at Truong Min. Then he swung his sword, leapt up, and shouted, watch my sword. At that moment, a beam of light appeared in the sky, standing tall. Luke Vo Song was floating in the air, sword in hand. Then she plunged straight down towards Truong Min and Truong Fong. Seeing this, Truong Fong panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. He squinted and gasped, what's that? That's Luke Vo Song. Luke Vo Song was now standing, glaring down at him. Tu Chi Tien, seeing this, also exclaimed, that's. He frowned, his eyes and mouth wide open, speechless. Rin Yang Surat Inten. The old man standing next to Truong Huan smiled and said, not bad. Yin Yang Sword Intent, a high-level comprehension. Much better than ordinary sword intent. At this point, Luke Vo Song landed on the ground. Truong Min turned to look at Truong Fong, startled. Suddenly, the crowd outside cheered. cheered, sixth senior sister. Senior sister not only increased her cultivation, but she's even more beautiful. Senior sister's cold face is like the sun in midwinter. I understand the cold beauty. Truong Min clasped his hands and said, sixth junior sister, congratulations on your breakthrough in the sword path. She smiled, her beauty like a flower, and said, thank you, senior brother. Vosong originally wanted to cultivate for a while longer, but not wanting to miss this martial arts gathering, I came out of seclusion earlier than planned. At the palace city, the two met at a location. Luk Vosong apotek chung fong en bao et. She politely clasped her hands and said, Holy Son has studied the sword path for many years. Taking this martial arts gathering as an opportunity, Vosong would like to seek some guidance from you. Where Truong Fong was standing, upon hearing her request, he was extremely startled by this condition. Then suddenly, someone appeared. Lai Truong Min broke the atmosphere between the two. He casually smiled with both hands. That's great. Both of you specialize in sword cultivation. You're just the right opponents for each other. But during that time, Truong Fong gritted his teeth. He was sweating profusely, and his face showed extreme tension. In his mind, he thought about one thing. This Luke Vosong is still young, but has already cultivated the yin-yang sword intent. Even if I use all my strength, the outcome is uncertain. Seeming to guess the opponent's strength right in front of him, he felt somewhat very worried in his heart, not knowing where he would end up in this martial arts gathering. During that time, he pondered with a serious expression. Facing her in such an important situation, I cannot risk failure. After thinking for a while, Truong Fong raised his hand, showing a challenge towards Luke Vosong. He smiled and said, Sixth junior sister, this is a competition between holy children. An ordinary disciple like you, I'm afraid, doesn't have the qualifications to fight me. Hearing his words, Lai Truong Min clasped his hands and clapped them together. He smiled with squinted eyes. Ah, that's perfect then. Then he pointed at Luke Vosong and said to him, Earlier, the master announced, that sixth junior sister is now the holy maiden of our Tai Huin sacred ground. It seems that after Lai Truong Min's words, Truong Fong will be very surprised. And as predicted beforehand, he was extremely shocked, as if struck by lightning. Frowning, mouth agape, he shouted after hearing the earth-shattering news. What? At this time, Du Chi Tian, Herding Test Tozi, Dun To Chung Huin Chen Yen Es Wat Li Chung Ming Sai Chu. Truong Huin stroked his beard and calmly replied, of course. At this moment, Truong Huin Chan, Nan spoke loudly from above for Truong Fong to hear clearly. Tung Fong, Mi Dit Sin. Vosong has been appointed as the holy maiden of our sect. It's just that the conferment ceremony hasn't been held yet. So her fighting with you is not considered overstepping boundaries. Hearing this, he was extremely startled. What? Because basically, it was not within Truong Fong's calculations. Meanwhile, someone who heard Truong Huin's news, Tu Chi Thien, broke out in sweat from his forehead to his cheeks. He pondered deeply, very worried in his mind. After all, Luke Vosong is only a golden core realm cultivator, still one step behind Truong Fong's nascent soul realm. She certainly can't lose. After thinking, he raised his hand from above and spoke loudly to Truong Fong. If Holy Lord Truong Huin has said so, then you should accept the challenge. Don't let outsiders look down on our Teuton sacred ground. Truong Fong immediately broke out in a cold sweat all over his face. He exclaimed, It seems that Chi Thien's words of encouragement weren't very feasible for Truong Fong, because the opponent before him could be very strong, so he was extremely apprehensive about challenging Luke Vosong. When receiving Chi Thien's words, it made him grit his teeth. His anger in his heart grew exponentially. Increasingly, the pressure and burden on his shoulders became heavier than ever before. Originally wanting to defeat Lai Truong Min to establish authority, how did it turn out like this? So after thinking, he calmly reassured himself. Although knowing it would be difficult, he had to stay calm. Otherwise, he would become agitated and unpredictable, leading to total failure. He extended his hand and said, Sixth junior sister. Then Luke Vosong clasped her hands. Thank you, senior brother. His words at this moment seemed quite timid, not as confident as before. This could prove one thing. On the surface, he was very challenging towards the sixth junior sister, but in his mind, he was extremely afraid. Truong Fong's uneasiness and worry grew increasingly higher, showing no signs of cooling down. At that tense moment, Lai Truong Min, far outside the competition area, raised both hands and waved. He smiled encouragingly at the two young members and shouted loudly, "You two, keep it up." When they heard the voice coming from the outside area, the two young members turned their heads to look. One side seemed quite calm, but the other side, which was him, was utterly helpless and at a loss for his action. Everything had come to this point. Everything was ready for both sides. Now they just needed one side to make a move. To act first, that's all. And to not wait long. Truong Fong was the one to strike first. On his face, right at this moment, from forehead to cheeks, there was a streak of sweat. He was extremely worried, but he had to continue to fulfill his duty. He raised his hand to cast a spell, materializing his sword. At this very moment, he frowned, his face contorted, sweating profusely, and thought, "Even if you have cultivated the yin-yang sword intent, I have cultivated the sword path for 100 years. After this thought, he immediately ran at full speed towards Luke Vo's song and shouted loudly, "Take this." Despite her not being ready to make her move. As soon as she saw her opponent preparing to act, she quickly closed her eyes, brought her hand to her chest, summoning a sword for herself to fight, and at this moment, her eyes became sharper than ever before. Right here, she used her own unique technique. Behind her appeared an extremely large shadow. A shadow that was incredibly terrifying and fierce. Kim Gwyn Sword Sutra, 8th level. On the outside of the martial arts gathering area, when they saw the powerful force on the female side, everyone was amazed and astonished, as if split into two different reactions. One side had their mouths agape, eyes wide open, mouths forming in shock at what they were seeing. The other side was completely dumbfounded with no way out. For Trong Min, it was very different. He was completely calm, proudly clapping his hands, praising Vo's song. How formidable. In another area, upstairs, two people were watching, Trong Huin Chan Nan and Tu Chi Tien. When they saw the technique, they couldn't help but be stunned, shocked, sweating, and exclaiming what. But for everyone else, it was nothing yet, because Truong Fong was the one most heavily shocked, witnessing something he couldn't believe. His face was covered in sweat. His mouth agape, panicked, he shouted loudly, 8th level. Seeing the unbelievable truth before his eyes, he stood frozen in place and yelled, "How? How can this be?" At this moment, her eyes lit up brightly and then closed. She focused her power into the sword, and she remembered the technique that Truong Tan had taught her. Then she opened her big eyes and decisively pointed her sword. She slashed down with a powerful strike at her opponent. The slash cut off a few strands of Truong Fong's hair, causing him to be stunned. His face could only stand frozen, unable to do anything because her power was too strong compared to his abilities, leaving him standing in shock. Because Luke Voson's attack just now was too powerful. It created an enormous shockwave as a long sword strike was released, causing the distant mountain to crack, and the tower house there was also affected. At this moment, a young man with pink hair suddenly knelt down on the floor with a dark cloud above his head with droplets resembling rain. That young man was none other than Truong Fong. He looked up to show respect to someone. His face darkened. His eyes were fearful and trembling as he stuttered, "I have lost." Suddenly, from somewhere, a beautiful girl holding a sword appeared, unexpectedly approaching. Suddenly, the sword in the girl's hand gradually disappeared. It seemed that the sword was dissipating. That beautiful girl was Luke Vo's song. She knelt down, clasping her hands in front of her chest as if she was reporting to someone, and said she had yielded. Below, although there were many spectators, Luke Vosong was kneeling, reporting information to a mysterious woman, and it seemed that she held a very high position. Among all those present at that moment, no one dared to speak up, yet only one young man was clapping, his mouth continuously praising Luke Vosong, saying, "Excellent, excellent." That young man was Lai Truong Min. He was smiling and clapping while praising, as expected of Six's junior sister. Up above, there were two men, one with white hair and one with red hair, looking down, and the man with red hair was starting to complain. This Luke Vosong is what's going on. That red-haired man was Tu Chi Tien. He was angry. With a furious face, he grabbed the collar of the white-haired man next to him and shouted, "What was that just now?" The white-haired man was intimidated by Tu Chi Tien, that was Truong Huin Chan Nan. He was frightened, his whole body trembling. He coughed once and then stuttered in response to the angry Tu Chi Tien. This old man doesn't know either." Faced with Tu Chi Tien's frightening expression and his hand gripping tightly at his collar, he was so terrified that sweat drenched his face as if he had just been doused with water, and continued, "She must have gained enlightenment during her Seklushao." After hearing the answer, Tu Chi-tien seemed still unsatisfied. Still not appeased, he was angry, his face darkening. The anger was fully visible on his face. He gritted his teeth, thinking in his mind, detestable. Tu Chi-tien sat down on a nearby red chair with a face full of anger. Arms folded across his chest, legs steady, his mind was now filled with questions. Previously, Luke Vo Song was just an ordinary direct disciple. It must be that mysterious high-level person playing tricks behind the scenes. While Tu Chi-tien was angry, Truong Huin Chan Nan turned away, secretly glancing at him, then covering his mouth to laugh without letting him notice. In his mind, he thought, he's angry, he's angry. The late night was quiet. The scene was peaceful with a bright, full moon, the entire night sky filled with twinkling stars along with a few clouds. On the outside, the rooms were lit by yellow lamps. Surrounding were trees with small fireflies flying around. In the distance were the foot of the mountain and drifting clouds. On the stone table with 4 seats, there were 3 people sitting there, a young girl sleeping with her head on the table, a young man sitting reading something, and an old man sitting watching the 2 of them. In front of the old man and the young man were 2 dishes, perhaps already finished. The surrounding scene was quiet, beautiful with the stone lamp. A pond with a wooden bridge crossing in front of a house, with a gentle breeze passing by, causing leaves from nearby tree branches to fall, then float in the air. Perhaps the previous scene was in the young man's imagination. That young man was none other than Deep Truong Tan. He lay on the bed, hands behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, thinking about that long night, unable to sleep. Beside him was a glowing book. A girl with white hair and purple eyes was smiling in his mind. That girl was none other than Dam Dai Tan Tuet. Deep Truong Tan lay on the pillow thinking about Dam Dai Tan Tuet, then let out a sigh. His face flushed, probably from embarrassment. A new thought appeared in his mind. It's not because Miss Tan Tuet left. Suddenly, Deep Truong Tan, lying down, turned towards the glowing book. When he saw the book, he widened his eyes in shock, stunned, his eyes forming an O shape and his mouth an A shape without realizing. Unable to wait any longer, Deep Truong Tan picked up the glowing book and then sat up quickly and nimbly. Unable to fall asleep, he decided that it would be good to read the book she had given him. He quickly moved to the edge of the bed. Glancing at the title of the book and seemingly very confused, he said, "But this book is called In Dat Peaceful Land." Deep Truong Tan squinted his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up as he guessed, "Why does it feel like it's mocking me?" He touched the extinguished candle on the table, causing the candle to light up the flame in the dark room. Deep Truong Tan sat on the chair near the table with the candle, then began to open the book and read aloud. To practice this technique, one must. Although he had only read the first few words, he seemed very interested in this book. It was so good that suddenly, while reading, he raised his hand, snapped his fingers, laughed loudly, and said, "Interesting." Scene changed to a pitch-black place. Suddenly, from somewhere, a white dove flew out into the dark sky with white streaks. The sky had already brightened. The rooster outside in the yard, with its eye-catching red comb, began to crow cock-a-doodle-doo. Inside the room, sunlight shone through the window. Deep Truong Tan was sleeping on the table, surrounded by pens and books. It seemed he had a good sleep on that table. When he sensed it was already bright, he was still lying on the table and only sighed with an O. Then Deep Truong Tan raised his head. He was confused, not yet fully awake from his short sleep, with drool still running down the corner of his mouth. Then he wiped it off with his hand and said casually, although his eyes were still tightly shut, not yet fully awake from his sleep, he still picked up the pile of documents on the table and then exclaimed, "Oh, last night, I kept studying this book until late at night. I unconsciously fell asleep." It seemed he had read very enthusiastically and diligently, but fell asleep without realizing it. As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Truong Tan walked out of the room, greeting the fresh morning sunlight. He stretched while yawning widely, with a tear of morning sleepiness still lingering on his eyelashes, perhaps before falling asleep. He had finished reading the book called In Dat Peaceful Land. He said, "Fortunately, I've understood it all." Images of rooftops appeared along with lush green trees and with pure white birds chirping to welcome the morning, greeting the warm sunlight, fresh from the early morning sun, somewhere in the peaceful scenery. Quietly among the objects, suddenly a loud call rang out, "Miss Tan Tuet." Not surprisingly, that call for Miss Tan Tuet came from Deep Truong Tan. He had been standing in front of the house for a while. Then, while walking around, he raised his hand to wave and look for her. With a happy face full of vitality after a night of studying the book, she gave him to the point of falling asleep on the table. Suddenly, while looking for Miss Tantuet, he saw something. He was very surprised, his mouth agape when he saw it, and it seemed he was stunned. In his mind at that moment were filled with so many questions: why, how, and huge question marks. The thing that made Deep Truong Tan raise those question marks in his head was a piece of paper rolled up and fastened with a string lying neatly on a wooden chair. He reached out and took that roll of paper. As soon as he opened it, he was very surprised by the content inside, to the point his eyes widened. His mouth couldn't close, and then he began to read each word inside. Master Deep. This was the letter that Dame Dai Tan Tuet left for Deep Truong Tan. He imagined her sitting at the table surrounded by white flowers, hand holding a pen, slowly and carefully writing each stroke, completing the content of the letter. Thank you for these days you have taught and hosted me. Tan Tuet will surely remember for life. It seemed that when writing the next words, Dame Dai Tan Tuet was a bit shy, hand on chin, that delicate face blushing on both cheeks from shyness as she continued to write, if we have the chance in the future. When reading this part, Deep Truong Tan blushed shyly. He smiled, looking like a fool, thinking that if there's a chance, she could teach him to cultivate. Repaying with his body would be even better. At this point, his thoughts began to drift towards other matters. However, when he read the next sentence, he could no longer imagine wildly, but returned immediately to reality. Deep Truong Tan's face froze. He read aloud, if we have the chance in the future, but reality slapped him in the face painfully when he read the next sentence. He gaped in surprise. I will visit you again. At this moment, his head was filled with a series of question marks as he looked at the paper with each carefully written word. If we have the chance in the future, I will visit you again. It seemed the letter was completely different from what Deep Truong Tan had imagined. After reading it, he immediately threw it behind him with a resentful look. His mouth curled up and he hissed, showing his annoyance. Finally, he accepted the truth. Forget it, if she's gone, then I'll try the technique she gave me. That's what Deep Truong Tan said after finishing reading Miss Tan Tuet's letter. He looked at the notebook she gave him in his hand and decided to try the technique in the notebook that he had stayed up late studying to the point of falling asleep on the table yesterday. Deep Truong Tan sat on the chair placed right in the middle of the yard, both hands raised to support his head, legs crossed, looking quite relaxed. And then came the names of a series of techniques such as Sin Tung, Phu Mu Du, Lai Tien Dia, Vo Tui Vo Trung Bat. Vibat Diet appeared as he was lying reading the book. Suddenly his face darkened. Perhaps this was one of the techniques with considerable power. It was Bak Zau Tu Hi Manhwa Am Zoom. A series of light beams from somewhere surrounded Deep Truong Tan. His long hair flew up in the air. He continued to practice the Han Twin Bat Phuong technique, Tu Kai Tru Duong. The light beams were getting closer and closer to Truong Tan. Gusts of wind swept the leaves from the trees, falling to the ground. The technique was still being practiced. Hu Tui Hu Trung, Fun Fut Sin Hoa, Fun Chan Fun Eli. The sky was still clear blue with bright rays from the sun when suddenly they disappeared. Dark, menacing gray clouds had replaced the gentle blue skies without anyone noticing. The sky that was bright and full of life had now become dark, gloomy, and much more somber. Lightning flashed across the sky, as if wanting to tear the sky into pieces like shreds of paper. Lightning bolts began to strike the ground with increasing intensity, as if wanting to rip the sky into 100 small pieces. The largest lightning bolt seemed to be striking near where Deep Truong Tan was sitting practicing his technique. He was still practicing with his eyes closed. Beside him appeared a blue dragon, symbolizing the power of water, looking very fierce and frightening. As if sensing something unusual, Deep Truong Tan frowned in discomfort. Suddenly, he opened one eye. His eye flashed like the lightning in the gloomy sky at that moment, and around him, there were a few lightning bolts surrounding where he sat. In the sky of Chu Tri Chan, a beam of light suddenly appeared. Amidst the pitch-black clouds, from that beam of light, a massive lightning bolt struck the ground. The townspeople panicked, wondering why the sky had suddenly changed when just a few minutes ago there were still bright rays of sunlight filtering through the treetops. The leaves cast shadows, but now dark clouds and lightning had invaded the entire town. Two residents with extremely bewildered faces were talking to each other. That's right, wasn't it sunny just now? The other said, "This thunder and lightning is terrifying." In the yard, while gusts of wind shook the tree branches, there was a dog sleeping soundly, and it hadn't yet noticed the sudden weather change that had occurred so quickly and frighteningly. A large lightning bolt struck the ground, causing the earth to light up and shake momentarily. Because the lightning was so intense, the dog felt the vibration of the ground, causing its body to shake, so it opened its eyes and woke up. It woke up in surprise and confusion, having seen the beautiful weather and just enjoying a little nap, not expecting to be awakened by the noise of lightning and the ground's vibration caused by the thunder. To satisfy its curiosity, the dog raised its head to look for where the lightning had struck. Suddenly, the dog stood up with a panicked expression, eyes wide open, mouth agape, looking towards the lightning. This was the Tutien keep. When it saw its master practicing the technique, floating before its eyes, surrounded by a yellow circle like a power, the dog was filled with many questions. Thousands of questions why, having been by the master's side for so many years, this is the first time I've seen the master cultivate. Suddenly, Deep Truong Tan frowned and opened his eyes wide. He looked down at his hands with protruding veins that had turned yellow and was startled. He thought to himself, "Suddenly, I can feel countless heat currents moving through my body. Could this mean I can now cultivate?" Thinking of this, Deep Truong Tan was overjoyed. He jumped up and down, shouting with joy at successfully cultivating the things he had spent his precious evening sleep time researching. It seemed that Deep Truong Tan was very interested in cultivating the technique again, as he spoke with great excitement. His eyes were filled with so much joy, so much dedication, his hand with 3 fingers raised as if to concentrate his power. The white hole in the middle of the sky, full of pitch-black clouds, began to shine down on Deep Truong Tan, who was enthusiastically cultivating after understanding the book on eating soil given by Miss Tan Tuet. He continued to practice the heaven and earth interaction technique. Hu ta hu dun, van fatsin hoa, van chayen van eli. Around Deep Truong Tan were streams of golden power surrounding him. He was floating in midair, spreading his arms to concentrate power towards himself. Thunder kept striking, making the sky dark gray with occasional flashes bright as electric sparks. A huge lightning bolt struck down. Thunder rumbled across the entire sky. The lightning bolt seemed to want to tear the sky into 100 pieces. The black dog looked up at the sky. In its joy, it smiled with squinted eyes. It opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue to show Deep Truong Tan that it was very proud of him. As expected of my master, just by reading the incantation, he can summon the minor heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, a pebble on the ground began to glow and float in the air, emitting streams of power in various colors: blue, red, purple, yellow. The stone flew next to Deep Truong Tan, who was sitting and reciting the incantation. The multicolored streams of power began to grow larger. The circle where Deep Truong Tan and the stone were in displayed a rainbow color, causing the black dog to freeze when it saw it. The black dog's eyes lit up brightly, its tongue sticking out at the power of its master's technique. It was surprised he can even refine the heavenly treasure, the primordial stone. The dog seemed to be very passionate about this magic. Deep Truong Tan sat cross-legged, eyes closed, silently reciting the technique. The stone that was intact suddenly developed many cracks, as if it was about to shatter. Streams of power in various colors gradually escaped from the stone, flying towards Deep Truong Tan. It seemed he was absorbing power from this stone. The black dog on the side, upon seeing this scene, widened its eyes and dropped its jaw as it understood the type of technique that its master was using. So that's how it is. The dog kept looking at its master and barking continuously, its long tail wagging as if it was signaling something to its master. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this small town is not enough for the master to cultivate, so he's refining the primordial stone. It seemed the dog had understood something while its master was practicing the technique. The black dog looked very confused. It used its front paws to hold its head. Sweat broke out on its forehead. Its eyes panicked, tongue sticking out as if afraid of something. It seemed to have discovered that. It's a pity that in the house there's only one primordial stone. For the master, it's certainly not enough to fill a tooth gap. What should we do? Suddenly, in the storm of ideas in its head, the dog came up with a big idea. Got it? At this moment, the black dog looked very cunning. It squinted its eyes and smiled, baring its sharp teeth, looking quite scary. Its paw clenched near its mouth. A scene of a remote mountainous area appeared. Here, mountains overlapped. Countless mountain peaks were blurred in the mist. However, there were many stones here, and there was a chain surrounding them. This could be a forbidden area. There was a bamboo bridge spanning across, and beneath that bamboo bridge were countless skeletons piled on top of each other. It seemed many had tried to reach this place. The dog thought to itself, I remember deep in the forbidden area of the southern Din Lin Ho clan, there seems to be such a strange place. The black dog suddenly grew larger. Its fur grew longer, and it seemed to be transforming into a wolf with a fierce expression, teeth clenched tightly. The wolf laughed in its mind, thinking my moment to shine has finally arrived. From a small puppy, it suddenly transformed into a very large wolf. The black wolf slowly moved towards the door, and it seemed very confident about its decision. Master, rest assured. Exiting the door, the black dog turned wolf with a fierce face, its eyes glowing. A stream of purple power escaped from its body. For your great cultivation endeavor. For the master, the gentle dog could turn into a wolf and do the best things for Deep Truong Tan, its respected master. The wolf gradually moved away from the gate along with the purple power. Black Emperor will climb knife mountains and descend into seas of fire without hesitation. Suddenly the wolf became even larger, standing on two legs with muscles as robust as a grown man. Its sharp eyes emitted a source of purple power. Its sharp teeth looked very frightening. The night sky became brighter with clouds and small stars peeking through the sky. The gate leading to where Deep Truong Tan was cultivating seemed to be emptier than usual due to the absence of the black dog. Inside, the lights were dazzlingly bright. The power gradually dissolved into specks of light floating up into the air. The power ring had disappeared. Deep Truong Tan sat in the courtyard with his eyes closed, practicing cultivation with a small beam of light right in front of his abdomen. Almost all the light streams were concentrated towards him. Suddenly, Deep Truong Tan opened his eyes with a panicked expression. Perhaps he had sensed or seen something while practicing cultivation. His face darkened, his body trembling, sweat streaming down. He exclaimed, "So that's it." Suddenly, he returned to a cheerful state, grinning. Raising his fist, he said, "This is the feeling of self-cultivation." But Deep Truong Tan wondered, but why couldn't I do it for over 5 years? Today, suddenly, thousands of questions arose, appearing in his mind, in his head. Suddenly, he noticed the stone at his feet. His attention had begun to focus on this glowing stone at his feet. The stone had now turned purple. He unexpectedly exclaimed, "Huh." He bent down to pick up the stone and examine it. At this moment, a series of doubts arose. A series of questions appeared. Isn't this my tea pet? Why has it changed color? Deep Truong Tan held the stone up, examined it for a while, then panicked. Could it be? He looked at the book given by Miss Tan Tuet, then looked at the stone, and then exclaimed in panic. Could it be that this book Miss Tan Tuet left for me is actually written specifically for those without spiritual roots like me? Deep Truong Tan gaped with countless questions, looking at the book and the stone in his hand. It seemed that the stone and the book had a close connection to each other. A method to absorb energy from this stone for cultivation. In the late night, the moon illuminated the scene. The dim light of the moon seemed to hide and appear through the drifting clouds. The weather tonight was perfect. The lights were still on in the mansion. Fireflies began to hover around, glowing small spots in the bushes. Deep Truong Tan smiled happily and said, "Reasonable. Extremely reasonable. Indeed, heaven hasn't abandoned me." Deep Truong Tan could see a chef, with blue hair tied with a red headband, wearing an outfit like old Hong Kong people. In his hand was a large knife used for chopping meat, for chopping bones. But his eyes couldn't be seen as they were covered by a black line. That person was Lu Maoxing, a talented chef in Chinese cuisine, specializing in cooking for the imperial court. Deep Truong Tan thought it seemed that some people became officials through cooking. Next, Deep Truong Tan saw another boy about the same age as Lu Maoxing, whose eyes were also covered by a black line. He had strange hair with the bangs and back hair clearly divided in color. The front bangs were yellow while the back hair was black. He was holding a go stone in his hand. The way he raised the stone and held it exuded professionalism. That was the boy Hikaru, a Go player who became an excellent Go player when he grew up. Deep Truong Tan thought differently when some people became saints through playing Go. Then another young man appeared, looking older than the other two. His eyes were also covered by a black line. He had a smile on his face. Black hair combined with a black outfit with many strange details. On his back hung a black sword with many intricate patterns. It was none other than Kirito, the one who specializes in conquering games. And Deep Truong Tan thought, so people can even open a harem while playing games. And the people who just appeared represented Deep Truong Tan's examples of talents they suddenly acquired or obtained through their own efforts and diligence. Deep Truong Tan quickly reached out happily. In his hand was a strange object, looking like a sweet potato, constantly glowing like a gold bar reflecting when hit by light. Deep Truong Tan happily shouted, "I've been transmigrated for 5 years. Today, thanks to this stone, I'll reach the peak of life." Then Deep Truong Tan quickly deflated, realizing that there was only one of these things. Looking at the pebble as big as his palm, "Dai Chung Tang Vet Pho Phun Con Tin. This is also a gift that old Ha gave me before. I can't be so thick-skinned as to find him and ask for another one." As Deep Truong Tan said this, he let out a tired sigh, his face full of black lines. Deep Truong Tan lamented, "What should I do now?" Somewhere in the Tai Huin Holy Land, there were lanterns hanging on thin strings glowing, as if they were floating in the air, adorning the starry night sky, creating a wonderful scenery. At a high position, there were bright orange lights, shining, blending with the color of flames lit in the lanterns hung around. There was a scream saying in a grievous tone, "I'm so angry I could die." It was from Chi Tien. The owner of that grievous statement was fuming with anger. His head was so hot it seemed to be smoking from rage. He cursed, "That old devil Ha Truong Huin, just how many things has he hidden?" Truong Fong, standing nearby, not knowing what to say, spoke like this upon seeing Tu Chi Tien's angry appearance. Then immediately a thud sound was heard. It was Truong Fong kneeling down, right in front of Tu Chi Tien to admit his fault. "Master, I am an incompetent disciple. I have brought shame to the Tu Tan Holy Land." Seeing the sincere appearance of admitting fault, repenting and regretting of Truong Fong, Tu Chi Tien had just placed his hand on Truong Fong's head, his face full of commotion, smiling to comfort him. "Ah, today's failure can't be blamed on you. That Luke Vo Song's strength has surpassed your master's imagination." Hearing Tu Chi Tien comfort him like that, Truong Fong was moved to tears. He lunged forward to hug Tu Chi Tien, calling out twice, "Master," then cried, "Hoo hoo hoo." Tu Chi Tien, suddenly hugged, lost his balance. He let out an ah, and then fell backwards. After Tu Chi Tien regained his footing, he hugged the person who was crying miserably, softly saying, "It's okay, don't cry, don't cry." Inside, he could still hear sobbing and hoo 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 in a miserable way. Suddenly, the door opened. Entering was a white-haired girl, wearing white clothes with blue patterns. The person who entered was Dam Dai Tan Tuet. Dam Dai Tan Tuet entered without prior notice. When opening the door, she just casually said, "Master, Tan Tuet has returned." Afterwards, Dam Dai Tan Tuet saw the scene of Truong Fong in Tu Chi Tien's arms crying uncontrollably. Tu Chi Tien was even hugging Truong Fong. Tu Chi Tien's and Dam Dai Tan Tuet's eyes met. Both of them froze. The atmosphere suddenly became frighteningly silent, as if understanding something from the overly ambiguous situation. At night, in a room with only two people, one crying and hugging the other, while the other hugged back, making people constantly think of things in the forbidden category. Dam Dai Tan Tuet tried to stay calm. Turning her head and covering her face with her hand, she said to Tu Chi Tien behind her, "I'm sorry. It seems I've come at the wrong time." Tu Chi Tien hurriedly pushed Truong Fong to the side, smiling awkwardly, not knowing how to explain the situation. He could only reply, "No, no, no, you've come at the right time." Truong Fong, being pushed aside, let out a painful ow. Then Tu Chi Tien stepped towards Dam Dai Tan Tuet. His steps were frighteningly quick. Tu Chi Tien, with a heart full of sincerity and concern, asked, "Tan Tuet, where have you been?" Dame Dai Tan Tuet respectfully answered Tu Chi Tian's question. Disciple took the opportunity when Phi Chao flew over Chu Tri Chan's sky. Suddenly fell an opportunity, so I went to search for it. Tu Chi Tien, not fully understanding, asked again about the two words opportunity. Suddenly, on Dame Dai Tan Tuet's forehead, right in the middle, appeared a glowing five-petaled blue lotus flower. Seeing this, Tu Chi Tien exclaimed in surprise, You have cultivated the moonflower. Truong Fong, lying awkwardly on the floor nearby, now also sat up and came closer. As if unable to believe it, he asked again, What? Seeing Truong Fong ask like that, Dame Dai Tan Tuet couldn't help but smile mockingly. She gently covered her mouth with her hand, but still intentionally let her smile show through. Her whole being seemed to exude the dark aura of a villain. She said to Truong Fong, Yes, untalented Tan Tuet has surpassed senior brother by one step. Hearing that sarcastic, humble, yet mocking remark, full of ridicule, Truong Fong was so angry he almost coughed up blood. Tu Chi Tien, not caring much about the rivalry between his two disciples, just laughed loudly and said cheerfully, Ha ha ha, this is truly an unexpected surprise. Then Tu Chi Tien proposed to Dame Dai Tan Tuet, tomorrow I need you to participate in the martial arts gathering. Defeat the Holy Sun, Li Changming of the Tai Huin Holy Land. One would think Dame Dai Tan Tuet would agree, but surprisingly, Dame Dai Tan Tuet shook her head and said decisively, I refuse. In the dark room, only lit by lanterns, Tu Chi Tien and Truong Fong stood facing each other. He waved his hand and said, Truong Fong, go out first. I need to talk to your junior sister. Truong Fong clasped his hands behind his back, bowed his head, and said to his master, Yes. In the distance, Dame Dai Tan Tuet was slowly walking towards the two. As Truong Fong strode out of the room, his face wrinkled and darkened. Dame Dai Tan Tuet slowly revealed her slender figure, accentuated by her pure white dress. She approached Tu Chi Tien, who was standing with his hands clasped and a serious expression. Seeing Dame Dai Tan Tuet approach, Tu Chi Tien sat down on a wooden chair. He slowly raised his arm, his slender fingers gently rubbing his brow. He sighed deeply. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife sweeping over Dame Dai Tan Tuet, who was clasping her hands and bowing respectfully before him. His voice rang out, full of authority and not hiding his anger. Tan Tuet, why don't you want to fight? Dame Dai Tan Tuet, hearing her master's question, maintained her posture with hands clasped. Her face calm and composed, she said, Now that this disciple has entered the Yuaning realm, her gentle voice, yet full of determination, rang out again. Whether it's holy son Li Changming or junior sister Lu Wu Song of Tai Huin, they are all still golden core cultivators. She slowly raised her head. Her bright eyes radiated confidence, but still did not lack respect. Continuing, Tan Tuet used her cultivation to suppress, even if she wins, it wouldn't be impressive. Suddenly she thought of something. Her face darkened as she added further. She moved closer to Tu Chi Tien. She leaned in, covering one side of her mouth as if to whisper a secret. Her voice rose. If Tai Huin still has a trump card, and if Tan Tuet also loses, then Holy Lord Master, you will never be able to hold your head up again. Dame Dai Tan Tuet's words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly into Tu Chi Tien's mind. His eyes widened to the extreme. His pupils contracted as if fearing something terrifying. Seeing her master show such fear, Dame Dai Tan Tuet not only didn't stop but asked in return he can't win, but also can't lose. What do you want your disciple to do? Tu Chi Tien listened to Dame Dai Tan Tuet's words. His face turned pale. A forced smile appeared on his lips, trying to hide the worry and fear that was engulfing him. He agreed with Dame Dai Tan Tuet's opinion. Right. He cleared his throat and continued. I've lived for 1,000 years, yet today I let the matter of winning and losing cloud my judgment. I almost made a mistake. After saying this, he furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, this girl, in just a few days of not seeing her, not only has her realm increased greatly. He looked at Dame Dai Tan Tuet, who was smiling brightly, thinking further, but her demeanor seems to have changed significantly as well. She has a bit of the air of a great person. Tu Chi Tien stood up abruptly. Looking at his student, he said, Girl Tan Tuet, you've reached the Yuaning realm. I've decided that after this martial arts gathering ends, I will announce to the upper realm of the Holy Land of Qing that the position of future Holy Lord will be taken by you. How about that? He smiled, asking for her opinion. Dame Dai Tan Tuet didn't hesitate and decisively shook her head. She flashed a radiant smile. Her red lips slightly parted. Forgive Tantuet for not being able to obey. Tu Chi Tien was as if struck by lightning, unable to believe what he had just heard. Cold sweat poured out like a waterfall. His mouth gaped open. A shrill cry rang out, tearing through the atmosphere. What, Master? Your disciples' thoughts from now on only want to cultivate to reach the sect realm, pure and not thinking about the position of Holy Lord. Senior Brother In is the most suitable person. She bowed her head, clasped her hands, and explained. A storm of anger was swirling in Tu Chi Tien's chest. He widened his eyes, grabbed both shoulders of Dame Dai Tan Tuet, and shook her, as if wanting her to come to her senses and reconsider. He shouted, "What exactly have you been through these past few days? To the point that even my position as Holy Lord you no longer care about." Dame Dai Tan Tuet stood up straight, her eyes shining with faith and determination. Her hands clenched into fists and raised up. Tan Tuet unexpectedly made acquaintance with an extraordinary master. Tu Chi Tien heard this and stood frozen. His whole body seemed to turn to ice. He looked at his beloved disciple with a face full of shock and confusion. His heart was filled with anger, but outwardly he still showed disbelief. Doubtfully, he asked again, "You also met an extraordinary master." After saying this, he thought to himself, how can everyone meet great masters except for me? Suddenly, he moved closer, urgently asking Dame Dai Tan Tuet, "Quickly tell me who exactly he is. What realm has he reached now?" She, with her half-loose, half-tied white hair and large, sparkling eyes, suddenly became serious and honestly replied, "As for the realm, this disciple doesn't know." But saying this, she fell silent for a long time. A stream of memories was flooding her mind. She recalled the image of Deep Truong Tan, the imposing and majestic great master, gently patting Ha Kuang's head, the large dog with jet-black fur and bright eyes along with a fierce appearance. She continued, "Master Deep usually keeps a demon king at home, thinking of the heaven and earth primordial stone, a stone emitting a brilliant golden aura." She added, "Uses the heaven and earth primordial stone as a tea pet." The image of the zither appeared in her mind again, the zither emitting a pure blue energy. There seemed to be a fish swimming around the body of the zither. She continued explaining to her master, "He can use the celestial instrument Tian Yu Jian to play and transform mortal tunes. That's nothing special." Tu Chi Tien, hearing his disciple say this, turned pale and his face contorted. His eyes darkened and his mouth opened wide, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. His whole body trembled. After a long while, he finally shouted, "You say this is nothing special." Tu Chi Tien, seeing this, fearfully swallowed hard, struggling to breathe. He thought, if the great master that girl Tan Tuet met is the supreme elder mentioned by Ha Truong Huyen, then with an angry expression, he frowned and asked himself, does such a terrifying being really exist in this world? The image of a young man floating in midair, surrounded by 1,000 character seals, appeared in his imagination. In an undefined space, there was the floating figure of a middle-aged person. Opposite was a strangely colored shape. The Tao energy around was dense. At this moment, Truong Huyen Jiren saw what was happening before his eyes. He was deeply contemplative. This seal is an ancient top-grade treasure passed down since the founding of Tai Huyen Holy Land. After saying this, he silently touched each character with his hand. As he touched it, he said, "Now it has become the formation I protecting Tai Huyen for a long time." His tone became heavy as he said loudly, "If today we take the bronze bell that Tu Chi Tien gave me and integrate it into the formation I, unifying it with the Tai Huyen seal." He then exerted himself to cast a spell. His face contorted, using all his power to decipher the ancient artifact in his hand. Two ancient treasures forming the formation I. In a clear sky, there were sunbeams filtering through the leaves, so poetic and beautiful that on that mountaintop there was a small house. That house emitted extremely mysterious power circles. And there was also a very mysterious saying, "The mountain protecting Grand Formation must be extremely solid." But then that bell suddenly emitted a purple light that was very strange. Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Truong Huinjiren showed surprise and caution as he exclaimed, "This old devil, Tu Chi Tien. I'm afraid he won't be content with just giving me an ancient treasure, but also use talismans to seal this bell." After saying this, he had a distant look and said, "Wait, let me use the Tai Huin seal to break the seal on this bell." With a meaningful smile, he continued, "Tomorrow, I'll go provoke that old devil again," and then laughed mischievously. Truong Huinjiren released spiritual energy, making it fly forward. He quickly released his hand and commanded it to go. As soon as he finished speaking, the bell quickly left his hand. The intricately carved bell flew towards a transparent cubic box. Seeing this, he ordered it to come closer. So the bell approached the cubic box. The bell touched the enormous cube, gradually entering inside. He was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" when he saw the box completely envelop the small bell and emit a dazzling light. Truong Huinjiren squinted and wondered what exactly is happening here. Yet that bell quickly burst forth with a mysterious power, causing the small house to shake. Not only that, at the foot of the mountain, the ground suddenly shook, startling everyone. Everyone was shocked. Trying to stand firm, they asked each other, "What's happening?" Everywhere is shaking. Hearing this, suddenly someone shouted, "It seems to be coming from Tai Huin Palace." At that moment, the old immortal anxiously asked, "What exactly is happening? Why are the earth and mountains moving? Where's senior brother? Where is he now?" Seeing this, Tan Deepjinren remarked, "It seems there's a great power that hasn't erupted yet." Hearing this, everyone was alarmed and said, "A disturbance of this scale, there's only one possibility." Suddenly, from somewhere, 3 people appeared, Tu Chi Tien and Truong Fong and Dam Dai Tan Tuet, startling them. They called out in surprise, "To Holy Master." With a serious expression, Tu Chi Tien said, "It must be that old man Ha Truong Huin using the ancient treasure that I gave him to reinforce the mountain-protecting grand formation of your Tai Huin sect." Hearing this, the old immortal was surprised. Could it be that bronze bell containing a bit of killing intent? Immediately, Tu Tai Tien replied, "That's right." With an angry expression, the old man silently cursed the old geezer. "Why are you in such a hurry?" The sky had turned pitch black, but people were still standing gathered in crowds in front of the palace. Tu Chi Tien stood behind. Looking at everyone, he thought to himself, "I originally thought I would only unseal the ancient treasure, release the spirit, then naturally invite that mysterious senior to handle it. Who knew you would be so reckless?" His face darkened, sweat covering his face. Eyes wide open, lips tightly pressed. Thinking further, if the mountain-protecting grand formation cannot withstand the power of the ancient treasure, and suddenly breaks, suddenly a pillar of bright golden light flashed from inside the palace, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone around was attracted by that brilliant light. They looked up at the sky with expressions of amazement and curiosity. The sound of discussions arose everywhere. One person gaped. Pointing at the light pillar, he said, "Quick, look at Tai Huin Palace." Another person anxiously asked, "What's happening?" Tu Chi Tien looked up at the sky, looking towards the light pillar. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "It's over." He furrowed his brows, his eyes still fixed on the distant scene. Thinking to himself, the worst-case scenario has happened. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a dazzling beam of light. In the dark night, a pillar of bright golden light suddenly flashed from behind the towering walls of the palace. The 2 true persons looked at the light pillar while struggling against the energy emanating from it to the point where one couldn't help but exclaim, "The energy is too strong." Tan Deep True Person turned back in panic, ordering, "Quickly protect the disciples." Then he clasped his hands and chanted a spell. A golden light flashed from his fingers. The other true persons also gathered, concentrating all their power to form a protective circle for the disciples. Outside the Tai Huin sacred ground, the brilliant light pillar grew, increasingly powerful. The initial golden color had turned into a fiery red, emitting a hot and powerful energy, causing the earth and sky to shake. The disciples of Tai Huin stood safely in a circle protected by the true persons. A circle of light enveloped them, creating an invisible shield against the power and violence of the light pillar. From the top of Tai Huin Palace, brilliant beams of light flashed like fireworks, adorning the dark night with a mysterious and magical beauty. But its destructive power was also terrifying. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a loud explosion echoing everywhere. Right after the explosion, a gigantic flame erupted in front of everyone. The bright red flames rolled like a ferocious beast, radiating intense heat that scorched everything around. People standing in the protective circle, witnessing this scene, shouted loudly, "It's not working. This power is too strong. We're afraid we can't hold on much longer." Amidst the chaotic scene enveloped by countless beams of light, a strange object suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic bronze bell. The bell appeared from nowhere, floating in midair as if held by some invisible force. Surrounding the bronze bell, a deep pink aura emanated, enveloping it. Everyone looked up at the bronze bell with amazement and curiosity on their faces. Never had they seen such a marvelous object. Murmurs of discussion arose. "Wait, what is that?" At this moment, besides the pink aura surrounding the bronze bell, it also emitted strange black beams of light that were extremely bizarre. The sky, which had just been illuminated by the brilliant golden pillar, turned dark again. From afar, true person Truong Huyen was flying at an extraordinary speed, heading towards Tai Huyen Palace, which was engulfed in flames. Surrounding true person Truong Huyen was a circle of brilliant light, radiating powerful energy, forming a shield protecting him from the surrounding dangers. As he flew, true person Truong Huyen shouted loudly, full of anger and authority, "Tu Chi Tien." The figure of true person Truong Huyen flashed by, but his voice still echoed everywhere. "You have made this old man an eternal sinner." This shout seemed to tear the sky apart, stirring heaven and earth, expressing the extreme fury of the true person at the tragic scene unfolding at Tai Huyen Palace. Li Changming and Lu Wushuang were inside the protective circle. Hearing the furious shout of true person Truong Huyen, they turned back in panic, saying, "It's master." Seeing the figure of true person Truong Huyen appear, Li Changming rejoiced as if finding a ray of hope. The other true persons, seeing true person Truong Huyen enter the protective circle, were overjoyed and shouted, "Sect leader, senior brother." After entering the protective circle, true person Truong Huyen urgently asked the other true persons, "What exactly has happened?" He looked ahead, his face pale and ashen, his expression filled with terror. His body trembled, sweat poured down like rain, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes wide open, the whites rolling, pupils contracted, his gaze fixed on the object in front, not moving even a bit. That bronze bell. He looked as if he was afraid of something. His extremely panicked face was not due to any treasure, but rather a pseudo-celestial artifact with spiritual energy. He looked at the bronze bell that was emitting that dark energy, fearfully saying the surrounding space became dark, obscured by the energy from that bronze bell. True person Truong Huyen continued to explain. This old man unsealed it, and only then discovered it was such an evil object. Everyone, don't crowd each other in the protective circle, full of fear and worry. Looking up at the bronze bell from above, the dark mist obscured their vision. The voice full of regret and despair of true person Truong Huyen rang out again. "It's a pity, but it's too late." Hearing this, Tu Chi Tien's face darkened, and he clenched his teeth. From behind, he approached true person Truong Huyen. His disciples Li Changming and Dam Dai Tan Tuet also followed behind. Tu Chi Tien clasped his hands, saying to true person Truong Huyen, "Brother Ha, if this was caused by me, then the Teuton Holy Land will certainly not stand by and watch." Tu Chi Tien solemnly turned his head decisively. His eyes were sharp as knives. He ordered all the people of the Teuton Holy Land, "Disciples of the Teuton Holy Land, hear my command. Form the Teuton Extreme Sword Formation." His voice echoed throughout the space, carrying immense determination. The disciples of the Teuton Holy Land, hearing Tu Chi Tien's order, shouted in unison a clear yes. Then they performed magic, gathering Tao energy in their hands and shooting it straight ahead. The disciples raised their swords high. Then a purple light appeared along with sword beams rushing straight into the sky, creating an extremely majestic scene. In that battle formation, those sword beams continued to shoot down. Many formations appeared in the sky. After those sword beams combined together, suddenly a purple dragon appeared, twisting and flying down. It roared, echoing everywhere. This purple dragon formed from sword beams had white eyes, but looked very soulful. Its horns and eyebrows shone with purple light mixed with white. Its dragon whiskers were thin, but extremely long. Its appearance was extremely majestic. True person Truong Huyen, after seeing this purple dragon, was startled and amazed. But he also understood Tu Chi Tian's intention, not wanting the Tai Huyen Holy Land to be inferior to the Teuton Holy Land. Immediately after, true person Truong Huyen, still standing within the barrier along with everyone else, raised his arm and called out, "Disciples of the Tai Huyen Holy Land, hear my command." Then, true person Truong Huyen quickly clasped his hands together, formed the Tai Huyen Dragon Transformation Formation. The disciples of the Tai Huyen Holy Land shouted in response. Clearly, their formation was created. The formation was covered by a stream of golden light. Surrounding it were tens of thousands of characters. Then in the sky, suddenly appeared another powerful pink dragon flying parallel with the purple dragon from earlier, causing everyone present there to look up with eyes full of admiration before this pair of majestic and powerful dragons. When both Tai Huyen and Teuton Holy Lands had completed the first step, true person Truong Huyen and Tu Chi Tien immediately formed hand seals to perform the next step. On each person's fingers was a different colored energy. True person Truong Huyen's was light pink. Tu Chi Tien's was purple. Both of their faces were now covered in beads of sweat. Eyes wide open, they then shouted loudly, "Suppress." And so the two dragons, one pink and one purple, as if gaining more strength, opened their mouths wide and roared loudly, as if to show their might. Just like that, they charged straight towards the bronze bell ahead. Before these two majestic dragons of the two holy lands now was the large bronze bell, floating in the air. Around it emanated a full stream of black killing intent. Seeing that it was about to be attacked, the mysterious creature inside the bell showed no sign of fear at all and spoke out with a tone full of contempt. "Useless bunch of ants." The black killing intent gradually disappeared. Only a red light remained, radiating out. Surrounding it was a ring of five-colored light. Suddenly, from inside the bell appeared two pitch-black hands reaching out and grabbing both dragons. Before they could react, they were ambushed. The people of both Tai Huyen and Teuton Holy Lands below all panicked and shouted loudly. What? Their eyes wide open, forgetting to blink, as if not believing what they were seeing, because all of them thought that the two mighty dragons they had jointly created would be more than enough to defeat the strange bronze bell floating in the sky. At this moment, the bronze bell had transformed into a fiery face that was extremely large. It suddenly laughed loudly, triumphantly looking at the people of both Tai Huyen and Teuton Holy Lands, as if wanting to show off its abilities. After laughing, it spoke 5,000 years. Then it continued to laugh wickedly, and the bronze bell had transformed into the shape of a fire demon, its entire body as if burning, floating in the sky. Surrounding it was a ruby-colored flame with an oppressive aura. Then it looked straight at the people of both holy lands, Tai Huyen and Teuton, and coldly spoke. This lord has finally been unsealed. Its hair was a flickering flame. Its two eye sockets were deep, but had no pupils, just a white color with a red rim. Its teeth were sharp, with a grin stretching from ear to ear. Its entire body was covered in black. The hands of the fire demon grabbed tightly onto the tails of the two dragons created by Tai Huyen and Teuton Holy Land's joint effort. This caused the two, true person Truong Huyen and Tu Chi Tien, to suffer a backlash, damaging their chi and blood, making them immediately cough up blood on the spot. Then they let out a groan. True person Truong Huyen said in panic with wide eyes, "How can this be?" True person Truong Huyen put his hand on his chest and said with a heavy heart, "Could it be that today our Tai Huyen will truly face destruction?" The fire demon was now much larger than before. Its enormous height allowed it to stand towering behind the main hall of Tai Huyen Holy Land without being obscured. It stared intently at them, as if wanting to devour them all alive. Below was a protective barrier emitting a dazzling golden light that was protecting them. The fire monster bared its teeth, grinned maliciously, gathered energy in its hand, and spoke contemptuously. "Let this lord see how much skill you possess." Then it swung its arm to launch an attack spell. At this moment, the power and energy of the fire monster emanating looked like fiery arrows. These fire arrows were successively shot outward. They flew straight down towards the barrier, as if wanting to pierce through everything. Each arrow that hit its target created a plume of smoke. This caused the entire barrier to be covered in a thick white smoke. True person Truong Huynh frowned, raised his arm, gathered his energy, and then shouted loudly, "Try to hold on." The fire demon, seeing that the people of both Tai Huynh and Tutan Holy Lands could withstand its first ultimate move, immediately launched its second ultimate move. In its hand now appeared a ball of fire. Then it raised the fireball high, smiled mockingly, and said, "Try this move." Then from within that fireball, the fire monster pulled out a spear made of fire. It then held it in its hand, then glared at the people below. Next, the fire monster threw the spear. The spear flew straight towards the group of people from both holy lands, Tai Huynh and Tutan. It shouted loudly, "Die, you insects!" The spear continued to rush towards the barrier where the people of both holy lands, Tai Huynh and Tutan, were standing inside. Then there was a huge explosion that shook heaven and earth. It caused the barrier to shatter. The impact of the immense force caused the people of both Tai Huynh and Tutan Holy Lands to be thrown far away. They were flung through the air. The people of both holy lands, Tai Huynh and Tutan, were all covered in injuries. They lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by the remaining embers after the recent impact. The fire demon, seeing the people from both holy lands, Tai Huynh and Tutan, defeated, laughed contemptuously with tears in its eyes and spoke, "You are truly too weak, unable to withstand even one move from this lord. Obediently become my bait." Hearing such a contemptuous remark, true person Truong Huynh, now trembling, struggled to stand up, not wanting to be looked down upon by that lowly fire demon, their group of cultivators. After successfully standing up, true person Truong Huynh, though injured all over, in extreme pain, still boldly shouted loudly, "People of Tai Huynh, hear my order. Quickly take all disciples below the Hopdao realm and everyone from Tutan Holy Land away from this place." True person Truong Huynh's face was now full of injuries, but deep within those aged eyes was an indomitable will that was hard to defeat. Even if flesh was torn and bones were broken, he would not give up. Hearing this order from true person Truong Huynh made true person Nguyen Kim, true person QQ, and true person Tan Deep startled with worry and speak in unison. "Holy leader, senior brother, you mean to?" True person Truong Huynh then narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to form a seal, creating a formation of the 8 trigrams emitting a golden light full of spiritual energy. On that circle were strange characters. Then true person Truong Huynh seriously said, "I want to risk my lifelong cultivation." True person Truong Huynh then immediately opened his eyes wide. His gaze was sharp, as if wanting to fight to the death with it. He frowned and then spoke boldly, ready to explode with it. Tu Chi Tien, hearing true person Truong Huynh wanting to explode together with the fire monster, broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitantly asked true person Truong Huynh, "Brother, do you mean to sacrifice yourself?" The monster, seeing the people from both holy lands, Tai Huynh and Tutan, in internal conflict below, laughed as if it had struck gold and glared while speaking. "You alone want to stop this lord." That sentence implied that even if true person Truong Huynh risked his life, he still couldn't defeat him. Although looked down upon by the fire monster, true person Truong Huynh remained calm. He turned his face and instructed Tu Chi Tien, "Tu Chi Tien, I entrust Tai Huynh's disciples to you." This statement somewhat surprised Tu Chi Tien. Unexpectedly, in this life and death moment, true person Truong Huynh wasn't concerned about himself, but was worried about the disciples under his command. He even entrusted his arch-rival to take care of them. For them, hearing these words from true person Truong Huynh, although reluctant, Tu Chi then raised his hand to open a passage right in midair. Then Tu Chi Tien spoke loudly to the disciples of Tai Huynh Holy Land, saying, "This is the path leading to my Tutan Holy Land. Everyone, go there temporarily to take refuge." Behind Tu Chi Tien at this moment was the image of Tutan Holy Land with its tall, magnificent tower in a grayish-blue hue, looking very imposing. After hearing those words from Tu Chi Tien, the disciples of Tai Huynh Holy Land, although reluctant to leave their holy leader, true person Truong Huynh, behind, still managed to suppress their sorrow and immediately one by one ran through that doorway to save their own lives. After all, if one doesn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. But the fire monster, seeing the disciples of Tai Huynh Holy Land about to flee, immediately raised its axe high, preparing to smash it down on the ground, and angrily shouted, "Not a single one of you will escape." Seeing this, Lai Truong Min and Luke Vo Song both shouted in panic, "Master, holy leader." Their faces were filled with concern for true person Truong Huynh. After all, he was already old, weak, and with injuries from the battle so far, so the two felt even more heartbroken. Seeing the fire monster's axe about to come down, but Lai Truong Min and Luke Vo Song were still standing there hesitantly, true person Truong Huynh quickly shouted for them to get out of the way. "Hurry and go." In this critical moment, within the ruins of Tai Huyn's main hall, suddenly a crack appeared on the ground. Then from within that crack, a beam of light shot out. It was unclear what it was. It flew straight towards the fire monster who was standing in front, holding the axe. Just in time, it created a protective barrier blocking the earth-shattering force from the axe, striking directly at true person Truong Huynh and the disciples. Seeing its attack blocked, the monster was stunned. Many question marks appeared in its mind, and it exclaimed, "Oh, what the hell is this?" True person Truong Huynh thought he was done for. Who would have expected to be safe and sound? It truly is that good people receive good karma. So true person Truong Huynh stood still, gently stroking his beard and squinting his eyes, carefully observing to see what was going on. What had saved them? Could it be that some expert, seeing Tai Huynh Holy Land in danger, had lent a helping hand? Or was it something else? At that moment, true person Truong Huynh saw from the top of Tai Huynh Mountain a dazzling light appeared. It covered the entire towering mountain. That light gradually flew towards true person Truong Huynh. He squinted to look more closely, and it turned out to be a piece of cloth flying, hovering in the air. Around it, a beautiful circle of five-colored light radiated. On the side of Lai Truong Min and Luke Vo Song, and Nguyen Kim True Person, they stood hidden, watching the cloth floating in the sky, not knowing why it had come to help them in this precarious situation. Truong Huynh True Person suddenly realized what it was, and stood stunned, as if not believing his eyes. He stood there with his mouth agape in shock, his voice trembling as he stuttered. "It's the Tai Huynh Truong Tan painting." This was the painting that previously Truong Huynh True Person had visited Deep Truong Tan's house and was given by him. The landscape painting was still unfolding. Inside, the image of Tai Huynh Mountain rose up, majestic and blue, identical to the original, with white clouds floating behind, covering it, looking very poetic. The tower appearing and disappearing beneath the mountain was Tai Huynh Holy Land. The surrounding scenery was beautiful as a painting, with five-colored halos mixed with golden light. The powerful aura emanating from this was truly a sight to behold. Tai Huynh Truong Tan painting. Looking at the large, beautiful painting above made everyone below stare wide-eyed, looking up at the group of Luke Vo Song, Lai Truong Min, Quang Marshall's sister, and other disciples. Looking at the painting, they were a bit dumbfounded, but secretly knew that it was Deep Truong Tan coming to their aid, so they shouted out, "Senior Deep." Luke Vo Song stared intently at the painting and placed both hands on her chest. With an extremely strong belief in an imminent victory, she then spoke, "It must be Senior Deep." Truong Huynh True Person beside her also agreed with Luke Vo Song. He was so moved that he burst into tears and exclaimed, "That's right, everyone around understands. Only Tu Chi doesn't understand anything." This made Tu Chi Tien look around bewildered, not knowing who Truong Huynh True Person and the others were referring to. The Tai Huynh Truong Tan painting was still floating high above. Below was Truong Huynh True Person, still very emotional, raising both hands high. Joyfully, he continued speaking. "Surely the senior sensed that Tai Huynh was in danger, so he lent us the painting." Tu Chi Tien beside him, still with an expression of lingering surprise, not knowing what was happening before his eyes. As for that mysterious senior, why did no one explain it to him? Tu Chi Tien then stood there dumbfounded. His face was covered in sweat, panicking. He thought to himself, what's going on? Who is Senior Deep? While Tu Chi Tien was still confused, not knowing who Senior Deep was, Dam Dai Tan Tuet behind looked at the Tai Huynh Truong Tan painting along with Truong Huynh True Person's words and also frowned in confusion, thinking to herself, Senior Deep. Dam Dai Tan Tuet's eyes widened as if she had realized something and thought, could it be that Master Deep from Chu Tri Tran? As soon as she thought of Deep Truong Tan, Dame Dai Tan Tuet suddenly smiled mischievously. Then her face immediately turned bright red. Her eyes narrowed, filled with affection. She covered her mouth and laughed shyly, thinking to herself, I knew it. The fire monster now was still continuing to strike the protective barrier of the people from both holy lands, Tai Huyen and Tutan, but it couldn't manage to break through this protective barrier. Around the protective barrier, a five-colored light radiated when the fire monster's hammer just touched it. The fire monster then took out a new weapon, a trident. Then it looked down at the protective barrier created by the Tai Huyen, Truong Tan painting, and angrily said, Damn it, this trivial thing dares to stop me. Around the fire monster was now also protected by a circle of fire. Next, the fire monster gathered all its strength, tensed its body, and lunged down, preparing to strike the protective barrier once more. It was all or nothing. Although the fire monster had put all its strength into this strike, this attack also had no effect on the protective barrier at all. It was like a wall with invincible power that nothing could shatter. The scene changes to Deep Truong Tan's small courtyard. The sky was still pitch dark. One would think the surroundings would be very quiet. Unexpectedly, there was some kind of rumbling sound, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of this place. The window in Deep Truong Tan's room began to slowly open. Deep Truong Tan was curled up, using both hands to cover his ears on the bed, his face full of discomfort. It seemed that the rumbling sound had disturbed his sleep. Deep Truong Tan began to open his eyes wide with bloodshot pupils, biting his lip and frowning. He looked very panicked due to the lack of sleep. It seemed he could no longer bear that annoying sound. So Deep Truong Tan immediately sat up and angrily shouted, It's deafening. His eyes looked very resentful. Suddenly at this moment, Deep Truong Tan slowly raised his right arm and shouted loudly, Stop for me. Then Deep Truong Tan used his hand to slam hard on the bed, to vent all his frustration from earlier until now. Eyes wide open, eyebrows tightly knitted. The force was so strong that it made his hair stand on end. On the bed, the image of a large hand faintly appeared, surrounded by a golden energy flow. Scene changes to the main hall of the Tai Huyen Holy Land where, along with Deep Truong Tan's action, from inside the Tai Huyen Truong Tan painting, a large arm suddenly appeared. Deep Truong Tan's arm also began to slowly emerge from the painting. The people from both Tai Huyen and Tutan Holy Lands along with the fire monster were startled by the scene before their eyes. Beneath Deep Truong Tan's large arm was a stream of golden energy. After a moment of bewilderment, the fire monster realized that the large arm was about to strike towards him, so he stupidly panicked and shouted, What is this? In front of the fire monster now was the illusion of Deep Truong Tan with a giant body appearing. Then he raised his arm high, glancing at the fire monster with contempt and angrily spoke. Stop down there. The people from both Tai Huyen and Tutan Holy Lands were also closely observing the situation above. After Deep Truong Tan's command to stop, there was a tremendous explosion of smoke and fire. A ghostly wail erupted. The sound echoed violently. Seeing the situation was not good, with a sense of foreboding in his heart, the fire monster became frightened and thought to himself, This is not good. Before the fire monster could react, Deep Truong Tan had already begun to attack him. The two forces of Deep Truong Tan and the fire monster collided with each other, creating a loud, shocking sound. The fire monster was in a dangerous situation, about to fall straight to the ground at any moment. Next, Deep Truong Tan continued to slam his arm down under the 8 trigrams formation, emitting golden light. He boldly said, Continue for me. His tone sounded somewhat like a warning. Truong Huyen True Person and Tu Chi Tien stood motionless, stunned by the scene of this smoke-filled battle. Seeming to have seen something that terrified him, Tu Chi Tien's face was covered in sweat. He gaped in shock and shouted, What? After being defeated by Deep Truong Tan, he perhaps realized his position and limited power. He had to admit, so it turns out there exists such a terrifying presence here. Trembling, he said, I must have caused a great disturbance just now, disturbing the high-level expert. He hurriedly fled to save his small life. Can't mess with this. Can't mess with this. For him now, staying alive was more important than anything else. Quickly returning to where he belonged. After returning to the Bronze Cauldron, the Demon Lord was surrounded by a gloomy aura. making people focus their gaze on him, unable to help but be amazed. Of course, both Tu Chi Tien and Truong Huyen True Person were no exception. Tu Chi Tien was so surprised that he gaped and exclaimed, "The bronze cauldron has actually been tamed." No one could believe what was happening right before their eyes. Has the bronze cauldron really been tamed? Not hesitating to express gratitude for Deep Truong Tan's extraordinary feat, Truong Huyen True Person also knelt down. Clasping his hands and trembling, he said, "Thank you, Elder Deep, for coming to our rescue." Bowing repeatedly while continuously saying, "The ancestor spirits have manifested. Heaven bless Tai Huyen." For Truong Huyen True Person and all the people of Tai Huyen, Deep Truong Tan was like a representative of their ancestors. When people face trouble, the ancestor spirits manifest to help. But let's sing Tai Huyen. At that moment, in his deepest thoughts, Tu Chi Tien seemed to have a sudden realization. It seems this is the expert behind Hai Truong Huyen. Perhaps he had secretly understood something. Scene changes. In the bedroom, where early morning light was flickering, Deep Truong Tan, with a dazed face and dark-circled eyes, mumbled, "Finally, it has stopped." Who renovates their house in the middle of the night? After saying that, he fell asleep without thinking about anything else, sinking deep into his own dream world. In contrast to the scene of warm blankets and soft pillows, on the side of Tai Huyen's people, everyone was still standing admiring the exquisite painting. Perhaps they had never seen a painting so beautiful that it captivated people's hearts. Everyone examined it carefully. There were constant exclamations of amazement. The painting gradually grew larger, as if satisfying the desires of those present. They buzzed with excited discussions. "Wow, what kind of painting is this?" People were endlessly surprised and amazed. That painting was truly a magical work of art. How could it make everyone's eyes widen and exclaim, "Wow, wow," in unison? Luke Vo's song was no exception. She and Lai Truong Min gazed at it with fascination, satisfying their eyes with the view. Their eyes filled with admiration, truly magnificent. At Truong Phong Dam, Dai Tan Tuet was present there and certainly couldn't help but be amazed by the magical beauty of the painting illuminating a corner of the sky. In the heart-stirring scenery that was no less magical, what was depicted on paper gradually enlarged and left the canvas, descending to the ground. It was truly astonishing. Such a scene had never occurred before. Tu Chi Tien also exclaimed in amazement, This. I have lived for over 1,000 years. Never have I seen such a sight before." Everyone there also gaped and widened their eyes in astonishment. "What is happening here? The painting of the founder has renovated our sect for us. I see that the founder has bestowed the prosperous scene in the painting to Tai Huyen." Suddenly, the bronze cauldron emitted a miraculous golden light. Then it flew towards the Tai Huyen Hall, causing those who looked up to exclaim. The bronze cauldron flew towards the Tai Huyen Hall. It slowly descended and gradually disappeared. Truong Huyen True Person couldn't help but be surprised it disappeared. How could that be possible? The bronze cauldron flew towards the Tai Huyen Hall and merged with it, becoming one. He was certain of his assumption. This is Elder Deep, who has merged the bronze cauldron with the Tai Huyen seal, making them both become the eye of the great host sun formation. He even hesitated. While observing the magical scene unfolding before his eyes, he spoke about the energy leaking out which had all been restored to its original state. "This is truly wonderful." Truong Huyen True Person and Tu Chi Tien went from bewilderment to amazement. Indeed, never before in this world had they ever once witnessed such a magical scene. Suddenly, Tu Chi Tien put his hand on the shoulder of Truong Huyen True Person and said, "Brother Ha, today's events have truly opened my eyes. Could you introduce me a little? I really want to pay my respects to the elder you all speak of." His words somewhat implied that he might have been enlightened by Deep Truong Tan's power, broadening his perspective. He truly had never witnessed such a magical scene before. Hearing Tu Chi Tien speak like that, Truong Huyen True Person casually expressed, "Old brother, the great power of Elder Deep you have already witnessed. We cannot rashly go there. It's better to wait for 2 more days. After I've recovered from my injuries, we'll think of a plan," he said with a smile while putting his arm around Tu Chi Tien's shoulder. Hearing this, Tu Chi Tien had no choice. He had to comply with Truong Huyen True Person's words. It could only be like that. Before leaving, Tu Chi Tien had to turn back to remind Truong Huyen True Person with a respectful attitude, but also emphasizing the need to meet Elder Deep, whom the Tai Huyen people were talking about. Brother Ha, you must recover as soon as possible. Hearing the words coming from Tu Chi Tien's mouth, surely Truong Huyen True Person had already detected the true meaning hidden in those words. It could be seen how eager you are. After Tu Chi Tien and his people, No Truong Fong and Dam Dai Tan Tuet left Tai Huyen Mountain, Truong Huyen True Person also reminded everyone to return and rest. Fighting all night, you all from the holy land of Tu Tan have worked hard. Please return quickly to rest. But before returning, Luke Vo Song still had a few words to say to Truong Huyen True Person. Holy Master, my teacher, do you remember the words that Mr. Deep said when he gave you the Tai Huyen Truong Tan map that day? At that time, the elder said he had a premonition in his heart, so he later drew this Tai Huyen Truong Tan map. Recalling the day Deep Truong Tan gave the Tai Huyen Truong Tan map to Truong Huyen True Person, Deep Truong Tan pondered and said, "But the more I look, the more I see. It seems like the painting is still missing a few things." He asked if it was the mood, but I said it wasn't quite that either. The palace at first wasn't drawn very magnificently. The atmosphere and lighting were also quite gloomy. His words clearly showed doubt and dissatisfaction. Now looking at it, it seems like a pile of ruins. In short, it's not beautiful. To correct it according to his thoughts, Deep Truong Tan used his skilled craftsmanship to embellish the painting with a few strokes. He turned to Luke Vo Song and said, "So this time I've redrawn the palaces, enhanced the colors, to make the entire Tai Huyen Mountain look like a fairyland." Returning to the dialogue between Truong Huyen True Person and Luke Vo Song. After he finished recounting that detail, he hesitated, thinking about the ruins being redrawn, wondering what Luke Vo Song meant to say. "Little Vo Song, do you mean to say that? Everything that happened last night?" She nodded, confirming his thoughts were correct. Before Truong Huyen True Person could finish his sentence, Luke Vo Song quickly nodded, expressing that Truong Huyen True Person's current thoughts were correct. Actually, it was already within Elder Deep's predictions. Luke Vo Song's eyes welled up with tears, as if in admiration for Deep Truong Tan's clear calculations. She replied, "This disciple thinks that is indeed the case." Hearing this, Truong Huyen True Person had to exclaim, "Truly worthy of a great master with heavenly powers. Thank you, Elder Deep, for your protection. This junior is endlessly grateful." As he spoke, he clasped his hands towards the direction of the dazzling light in the sky, showing his respect. This scene was hard not to be moved by. Tai Huyen Mountain was immersed in the magical early morning scenery as the sun rose, shifting the scene to another town. A pair of clean, beautiful black shoes stepped lightly. A person who seemed mysterious, wrapped in black clothes from head to toe, walked briskly to a place called Chu Tri Chan. Each step, his gait showed agility and urgency. He walked while thinking, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes darted around cautiously. I never expected that in the Tai Huyen Holy Land, there would be such an extraordinary spiritual place. He continued walking forward, towards the direction of the dazzling golden light. Thick spiritual energy filled the small town. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. Squinting, he looked up and wondered, is this the place with the strongest Tao energy? He squinted towards the direction of that dazzling light. It seemed he had realized something, causing him to stare in surprise and shock. No, it's not just Tao energy. Here, there's even the aura of various heavenly and earthly treasures. Could this be some ancient relic, or the dwelling place of some supreme master? Each word expressed his astonishment. His mouth gaped in surprise. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The mysterious person wrapped in black from head to toe was none other than Nam Kung Huyen Company. The door suddenly opened gently. It seemed the spiritual energy here was indeed so strong that it caused the wind to rise. He felt his knees struggling to resist. Suddenly his teeth chattered, trembling. I'm actually drenched in sweat. Nam Kung Huyen Ko's face turned pale, sweating profusely. His whole body shook with fear. The door opened. The person who appeared was none other than Deep Truong Tan. He looked bewildered at the person standing before him. Nam Kung Huyen Ko, seeing Deep Truong Tan suddenly appear, couldn't help but jump in surprise. Seeing the stranger in front of him looking surprised, Deep Truong Tan gently inquired about the old man. "What's wrong with you? Could it be you've got heat stroke?" While asking, he stepped closer to examine the situation, showing clear concern. Nam Kung Huin Ko was still lost in his thoughts. There were still things in there that made him feel confused. This young man looked ordinary. His body showed no trace of spiritual energy, but he was actually able to walk out from that place full of Tao energy without being harmed at all. Lost in thought, surprised by the identity of the young man standing in front of him. Meanwhile, Deep Truong Tan was still worried. He anxiously inquired about the old man's condition. After that call, the old man respectfully greeted him. "This one is Nam Kung Huin Company." "Greetings, esteemed one." Deep Truong Tan was once again startled. He jumped in surprise. Again. He was perhaps no longer too surprised as before he had encountered such strange people. But even so, he was still quite alarmed by the actions of these strangers suddenly greeting him. Outside, branches and leaves swayed back and forth with the breeze. Inside, Deep Truong Tan calmly offered tea to Nam Kung Huin Company. "Old sir, you must have gotten heat stroke and are hallucinating. Drink some tea to calm your mind first." He spoke while handing the tea to the old man sitting opposite him. Nam Kung Huin Ko still awkwardly clasped his hands and respectfully thanked the esteemed one. Suddenly, he was surprised to see a chessboard with intricate moves before him. Black captures 13, seizing the spirit. White settles 10 to guard the origin. Hearing Nam Kung Huin Ko speak, Deep Truong Tan's eyes lit up and he asked, "Old sir, you also understand chess?" Nam Kung Huin Ko shyly admitted, "I dare not hide from the esteemed one. My entire life has been devoted to the art of chess." Hearing this, Deep Truong Tan became even more excited and exclaimed with joy, "How wonderful. It's been so long since I've met a worthy opponent." Nam Kung Huin Ko seemed astonished upon hearing this. His mouth gaped open, eyes wide. He thought to himself, so my lifelong study was meant for this very moment. Deep Truong Tan made the first move. Then it was the old man's turn to make his move. Nam Kung Huin Ko thought to himself, so his entire life of studying the art of chess was for this moment to play with a master. The game began with 8 pieces on the board. 4 white pieces for Deep Truong Tan, 4 black pieces for Nam Kung Huin Company. Deep Truong Tan's face showed clear joy. He had finally found a worthy opponent. Nam Kung Huin Ko's hand trembled as he held the piece, calculating each move carefully. "Su Den Li Dai Chung Teng spoke Oop." "Old sir, I've heard that. Chess masters at their peak have profound chess insights. They can calculate all the changes and variations on the board. Is that true?" Nam Kung Huin Ko, holding a piece, replied, "That's correct. Although there are profound chess insights at the peak, capable of calculating all the changes and variations on the board, despite years of diligent study, I cannot see through this game of Deep Truong Tan's. Indeed, every move on Deep Truong Tan's board was admirable. Wanted to think carefully before making a move. Looking at the board, he thought, could it be that the one who used Tai Huin Holy Lord's hand to defeat me before? Is this person in front of me? Images of the divine one move flashed through Nam Kung Huin Ko's mind. That strategy, could its owner truly be Deep Truong Tan? Nam Kung Huin Ko, recalling, was taken aback. What? This pressure must be a test from the master for me. If I can grasp it, it will be a great opportunity. Black 2, white 1, 14 moves. He calculated each move on the board clearly, not wanting to make any mistakes, frowning and gritting his teeth in thought. Finally, he unleashed the Thai Thursday Tram Chow technique. As soon as Nam Kung Huin Ko made his move, Deep Truong Tan quickly responded with a delighted expression. He let out an ah. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed the 4-sided encirclement. Deep Truong Tan's white piece clicked on the board as he placed it. Seeing Deep Truong Tan's classic move, Nam Kung Huin Ko was startled and let out an ah. That brilliant move by Deep Truong Tan illuminated a corner of the board. Nam Kung Huin Ko, trembling, held his peace and said only. The hesitation in his voice revealed his worry and deep thought. Perhaps he had never met such a skilled chess player before. It forced him to use all the skills he had honed over the years. "People call me the chess saint," Nam Kung Huin Ko said, looking at each move on the board between him and Deep Truong Tan. But today, in this game, at that moment, the board clearly showed black losing by 7 points. Nam Kung Huin Ko continued to express, "I now feel that beyond men there are men, beyond heavens there are heavens." Suddenly, he seemed to sense a new energy. The realm boundary cultivation that has troubled me for 1,000 years seems to be loosening up now, he thought to himself. His hand holding the chess piece trembled, but he still reassured himself. Just a little more effort, and it will be possible. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ignorant Junior. It came from the tree next to where he sat. It emitted a turbulent energy. Nam Kung Huin Ko was also surprised by this strategy. He was startled. It was the tree speaking again. You still cannot break through now. The strategy, as if words were being transmitted to Nam Kung Huin Company. He sat there, mouth agape, terrifyingly astonished. Each branch on its trunk suddenly moved. The tree emitted a purple energy that shone brightly in the moonlight. Before Nam Kung Huin Ko's eyes, a massive tree now appeared, surrounded by that bright purple energy. Under the divine willow tree, that voice continued to criticize intensely. Ignorant Junior, you still cannot break through now. Nam Kung Huin Ko, in his dreamlike state, solemnly looked towards the tree, suspiciously thinking to himself. This willow must be a 10,000-year-old spirit tree. If it's planted in the garden, it must have been planted by a great master. He silently asked himself, why did it suddenly speak up? Though puzzled, he still clasped his hands respectfully and apologized to the willow tree. This junior was momentarily excited. I hope the senior will forgive me. He seemed to recover, raising his voice to ask about that criticism. I just don't know why you said this junior still cannot break through. What's the reason? Hearing him say this, that voice suddenly loudly scolded his ignorance. Why don't you bow your head and look at the master's chess position? Nam Kung Huin Ko turned his head to look at the chessboard. As if realizing something, he suddenly exclaimed in his heart. This is the light flashing on the chessboard. How on earth did it fall into a chess position where the situation shows the character for danger? He stared intently at the chessboard in front of him. Suddenly his eyes widened, looking at the current situation and startling inwardly. Could it be that this is the master reminding me that breaking through now would be extremely dangerous? Deep Truong Tan, sitting opposite, bored, raised a chess piece, looked at it and said, when playing chess, if you don't adjust your mindset well, at best you'll lose a few pieces. Then he placed the piece down calmly, emphasizing his final words as if reminding Nam Kung Huin Ko, at worst, you'll lose the entire game. Nam Kung Huin Ko, as if realizing a truth, thought to himself, the master has seen that my realm is not stable right now. If I force a breakthrough, at best I'll fail to advance and damage my essence. At worst, I'll fail at the last moment and suffer chi deviation. As if reading his thoughts, the divine willow said, that's right, in the master's heart are all things. Not wanting to make you lose face, he used this subtle way to remind you. Hurry up and express your gratitude. Hearing this, he suddenly stood up, startling Deep Truong Tan. Then he clasped his hands respectfully towards him and exclaimed to the person opposite, the master is indeed formidable. I am in awe. He stared blankly, bewildered, and silently asked himself, we've only played a few moves, and he's already surrendering. I still have some killer moves I haven't used yet. Then he said, flustered, what are you saying, sir? Let's continue. Nam Kung Huin Ko calmly replied, no, even if I use all my life strength, I couldn't compare to 1/10,000th of the master's skill. I dare not show off before an expert. As he finished speaking, suddenly a leaf fell from the willow tree. Nam Kung Huin Ko reached out with both hands to catch the willow leaf. The leaf was still glowing from the moment it fell until it was in his hands. Then the willow tree said, consider yourself sensible. This leaf is a gift of fate for you. Now, leave quickly. Nam Kung Huin Ko solemnly obeyed and said, understood, I comprehend. Then he bowed to bid farewell to Deep Truong Tan. I've troubled you today, I'll take my leave. He replied, all right. Then helplessly watched as Nam Kung Huin Ko turned back every few steps to say goodbye again. Deep Truong Tan, seeing him walk far away, couldn't help but ask himself in confusion, strange, why did he suddenly leave? He suspiciously looked up at the tall willow tree above his head and couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that he's allergic to willow trees? Scene change. Nam Kung Huin Ko was riding his Ching Tuan sword on his way back. As if realizing something, he said, I didn't expect that in the Tai Huin's sacred land, there would be such a great expert living in seclusion. It seems that losing to him earlier can be considered reasonable and understandable. Finally, we've reached the final stage of the martial arts competition between the two sacred lands. Inside the Tai Huin's sacred land, Ha Truong Huin, with a radiant smile, looked at the achievement board and couldn't help but proudly exclaim, "Not bad, not bad." We've made some small gains in sword techniques, alchemy, and talisman crafting. This made Tu Chi Tien, who was standing beside him, unable to help but think angrily. Our group didn't gain anything at all. We even had to compensate with 2 treasures. He suddenly cleared his throat. Then, behind Ha Truong Huyen, he asked with a serious tone, "Brother Ha, when do you plan to take me to pay respects to that elder you mentioned?" This made Ha Truong Huyen, who was in good spirits, suddenly feel a bit fearful and startled. Ha Truong Huyen turned his head, nervously and awkwardly smiled and said, "Brother Tu, it's not that I don't want to take you there. It's just that our ancestor needs to meditate in peace. It's really not convenient to disturb him." Tu Chi Tien, hearing this, thought Ha Truong Huyen was unwilling, so he spoke as if making a threat. "Brother Ha, it's not that I'm in a hurry. Nam Kung Kai Tan will arrive soon. His purpose is also for the expert behind your sect." Ha Truong Huyen was startled, turned around, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Really? Is that so?" Tu Chi Tien stood opposite, calmly nodding to confirm what he had just said. He further explained that Senior Nam Kung entered the Tao through chess. Now he has reached the peak of Dong Hu. Probably in less than 5 years, he will break through. The image of Nam Kung Huyen Ko appeared full of vigor, controlling chess pieces in a majestic and imposing manner. Ha Truong Huyen raised his hand to support his chin. His face darkened with fear, thinking such a character cannot be offended. After much deliberation, he didn't expect Tu Chi Tien to borrow his name to force me to take him to meet Senior Deep. Suddenly, news came from outside. Chess Saint Nam Kung Huyen Ko has arrived. Nam Kung Huyen Ko entered. Both Ha Truong Huyen and Tu Chi Tien went to greet him. Tu Chi Tien respectfully said, "Senior Nam Kung has arrived." Ha Truong Huyen also came out to welcome him. Ha Truong Huyen pays respects to the chess saint. Nam Kung Huyen Ko, still wearing a bright smile, greeted them back. "Greetings to the 2 holy lords." Then he stepped in front of Ha Truong Huyen and apologetically said, "I came uninvited today. I hope true person Truong Huyen will forgive me." Hearing this, Ha Truong Huyen respectfully clasped his hands and replied, I wouldn't dare. But that serious expression disappeared in an instant. Ha Truong Huyen's face bloomed with joy as he said to Nam Kung Huyen Ko, "Senior Chess Saint's visit is an honor for our Tai Huyen Holy Land." Nam Kung Huyen Ko quickly stepped forward to support Ha Truong Huyen, saying, "Tai Huyen Holy Lord, no need for such formalities." He spoke with a radiant smile and continued, "Last time you broke through my 4 dragons spewing water formation. It was truly remarkable. I am impressed." Hearing him say this, Ha Truong Huyen began to sweat profusely. Suddenly, from behind, Tu Chi Tien's face appeared, and he said to Nam Kung Huyen Ko, "Senior Nam Kung, there's something you don't know. Although Brother Ha is skilled in chess, he's not yet capable of breaking your formation. There was a master behind him." Hearing this, Ha Truong Huyen suddenly froze, his face turning red. He, as if emboldened, loudly asked Ha Truong Huyen, "Why don't the Tai Huyen Holy Lord lead you and me to meet the person who actually intervened?" Hearing this, Ha Truong Huyen became furious. Unable to contain himself, Ha Truong Huyen, full of anger, grabbed Tu Chi Tien's collar and shouted, "Old devil too, don't you dare go too far." But he still smiled contemptuously and asked, "What's wrong? Does Brother Ha want to hide something?" He thought maliciously to himself, who doesn't know that Senior Nam Kung is a chess enthusiast? He wouldn't give up on any chess master. On one side, Nam Kung Huyen Ko said to the 2 in front of him, "Actually, before this old man arrived, Tai Huyen had already met that master." "Huh!" The other 2 exclaimed in unison, full of surprise. Nam Kung Huyen Ko, with a smile on his face, stroked his beard and said, "It truly exceeded my expectations." But couldn't believe his ears. Tai Chi Tien asked him in shock, "It can't be. Nam Kung Sr. is already at the peak of void transformation. Could that person's power really be even higher than yours?" Nam Kung Huyen Ko reached into his sleeve, took out something glowing, and said, "Look at this, and you'll understand." A leaf. He seemed to doubt his own eyes and blurted out in an instant, seeing the leaf. He was full of surprise and asked loudly, "How can it contain such great energy?" Ha Truong Huyen was equally surprised, expressing the doubt in his heart. "This is a leaf from the 10,000-year demon tree in the master's mansion." Not letting the 2 of them continue to wonder, Nam Kung Huyen Ko looked at the leaf and answered with certainty, "That's right, just 1 leaf could help me break through to void transformation." Entering the great vehicle, he added, "The cultivation of this expert is basically not something that you and I can speculate about." Tai Chi Tien was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth and exclaimed, "It can't be. What kind of character is this after all?" At this moment, in a very majestic place, everywhere in the holy palace was covered and decorated with red cloths. It seemed this place was preparing for a wedding ceremony. Namjing Tenko, the place where the Spirit Fox clan occupied, calling itself Huhotan. At this very moment, Black Emperor startled and suddenly said, "Finally arrived at the most prosperous territory of the Fox clan." Then he immediately cast a spell to transform, changing himself into human form. His face showed a smug smile, looking extremely sinister. Contentedly said, "It wasn't in vain that this king ran for days and nights." Black Emperor, with a muscular physique, fully clothed from top to bottom, but he had a dark brown fur coat on that only covered half of his back. He began to squat down and observe the residents below, triumphantly declared, "There must be primordial stones here that the master needs for cultivation." After thinking for a long enough time, he immediately jumped down very professionally, without missing a beat. While walking alone on the street, a man shouted loudly. One hand raised, he yelled out loud, making him start to be startled. "Congratulations on the marriage of the 13th princess and the young master of the Black Fox clan. 3-day big sale at the stall." At that time, at a small shop next door, Black Emperor also saw a pretty young girl, cute, standing in front of the shop, and also because of what happened earlier cheerfully shouted to announce to everyone, "The shop will be closed tomorrow. The manager is invited to attend the grand wedding ceremony." And Black Emperor saw the girl and heard those words, then his mouth grinned widely, a very sinister smile. Then suddenly Black Emperor looked to the other side. There was also a girl running out, one hand raised with the purpose of stepping further out to call people more clearly, and loudly announced, "The supreme hardcover portrait of our clan's ancestor. Demon power protects your cultivation." After hearing this information, Black Emperor stood in a distant corner silently, glancing and pondering. "Oh, a grand wedding ceremony. Unexpectedly, the Fox clan is marrying their daughter to the Black Tiger clan." Then, as he was walking on the road, he approached the entrance when suddenly 2 unfamiliar young men appeared. One of the young men unexpectedly recognized Black Emperor. He knew him and immediately called out joyfully, "Black Emperor," as if the words he spoke weren't pleasant at all. His eyebrows furrowed, his mouth curled into a smile, making him look extremely sinister. After speaking, these 2 men stepped out from the shop to greet an old acquaintance they hadn't seen in a long time. When they exited, the 2 of them folded their arms, arrogantly standing in front of Black Emperor, implying to him, "The 7 great demon kings are searching for you with all their might across the southern territory. You still dare to come here?" Then he continued to slander him, saying out of consideration that you were once seriously injured, "We brothers won't be rough with you. Why don't you surrender?" Meanwhile, he silently listened to everything they said, letting them speak ill of him. At this moment, Black Emperor heard these unpleasant words. He began to glance, then energy started to appear all over his body, surrounding him. Then he smiled, revealing 2 sharp fangs. At this point, his anger began to escalate quickly. He allowed himself to use his energy to unleash a fierce aura. This energy sent the 2 who had just mocked him flying, causing these 2 to be thrown far away and panic in fear. They exclaimed, "What?" From then on, his power grew increasingly stronger, clearer than ever before. One hand added more power, shining upon the 2 men from earlier. His eyes revealed red beams, looking so fierce. His power blew away the cloth on his pants. His legs spread wide. Everything around was extremely chaotic, and at that moment he laughed like a madman for dealing with those 2 worthless men, daring to speak to this prince. But at this very moment, the entire surrounding area was filled with energy, his power. This could prove how immense his power was. At this point, he began to extend his sharp claws, focusing his power, attacking and causing the 2 standing in the center to be restrained, struggling, unable to do anything as their necks were gripped, only able to wave their hands to block the power. He laughed mockingly at the 2 and said, "You 2 fools, where do you see this king being seriously injured?" Then Black Emperor sighed and thought, after going through the master's Black Emperor transformation, "I am stronger than before." At that moment, the 2 men restrained by Black Emperor. One of them frowned with discomfort, but had to try to speak at all costs, "The aura on your body," while the other one glared with fear and worry. A streak of sweat rolled down his cheek. Tensely gasping, he said, "You're about to break through to the demon realm." Hearing this, Black Emperor became even more violent. He used his strength to make those 2 tremble more and more. they were about to suffocate. He punished them and made it clear to them. I heard your 13th princess is about to marry Ming Yin of the Black Tiger clan. He laughed and said, but one hand still maintained his energy with no intention of sparing their lives. 3 months of besieging this king. The mastermind was that Ming Yin. After saying this, Black Emperor became even more brutal, thinking he would spare their lives. But no, he began to tighten his grip again, making the two increasingly suffocate, both hands holding their necks against the force. Heads tilted back, a streak of sweat rolled down their cheeks. Their faces were full of fear. Their throats began to feel uncomfortable, and they groaned. But one of the two still tried to hold on as much as possible. His whole body was trembling with fear, but his words were still very challenging, not minding that he was about to die. So what? Let me tell you, at that time, the ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan will also attend the grand wedding ceremony. You won't be able to cause trouble. Then Black Emperor laughed smugly, looking extremely arrogant, the eyebrows on his face furrowed. Oh, you have provided this king with some good information. His expression at that moment after hearing the news was very pleased because he heard things very useful for Black Emperor. Finally, Black Emperor turned his head, and he was not about to easily spare those two's lives. Ignoring them, he immediately clenched his fist, then strangled the necks of those two rude men. Then the two fell down and lay dead on the spot. But before they died, he said a few things to them. If the ancestor of these insolent foxes also comes to the grand ceremony, I might as well take this opportunity to infiltrate the forbidden area of the Spirit Tiger clan, to get the primordial stone for the master. The next day, everything prepared yesterday was now ready. Everywhere was bustling in anticipation of the wedding day. People around the city stood waiting, shouting loudly, "Young Master Ming Yin of the Black Tiger clan is coming to receive the bride." All over the city was filled with the joy of the festival. Everyone was jostling each other to watch the important day. Everything around was decorated with bright lanterns with red as the symbolic color. The Black Tiger clan people were coming in flower palanquins. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Why is the Black Tiger clan's bride reception so quiet? That person saw this and replied, "That's right. There's not even anyone blowing horns or beating drums. Could it be that the Black Tiger clan doesn't accept this marriage?" At that moment, there was a pitch-black foot that looked very strange starting to move forward. It turned out to be an extremely fierce leopard. Growling, its entire body was black, but its eyes were of a different color. Yellow, but strangely, the person riding on its back was a familiar face, one we often mention. It was the young master of the Black Tiger clan, named Ming Yin. While everyone was buzzing with discussion, his face frowned with tension, thinking, marrying a woman from outside the clan, such an embarrassing matter. This young master doesn't want many people to know. Suddenly, in his subconscious, he suddenly remembered the scene from yesterday of 2 men killed by Black Emperor, which made him think, and on the bodies of those 2 guards in Yuhu City, there was indeed Black Emperor's aura. I'm certain I didn't mistake it. Then he gritted his teeth, trembling and afraid perhaps because of what Black Emperor did yesterday. "If you dare to appear before me, I will certainly." Then suddenly a sound came from somewhere, making everything here seem more lively. Everyone around was excited and cheerful, buzzing. "The bride's team has arrived," a strange man explained, saying, "I told you the marriage between 2 clans is a good thing. How could there be no commotion at all?" Ming Yin heard the sound of music playing and turned his head, frowning angrily and shouting loudly, "Damn, who's bringing bad luck to this young master? What's meant to happen will happen." The person who made the whole city seem empty due to lack of music on the wedding day. When there was music, everyone became happier, more excited. But at the same time, it also made one person, Ming Yin here, become more irritated by its presence. None other than Black Emperor. The musical notes rang out, each lyric, each word creating a very magnificent song. Black Emperor danced along with some of his subordinates, all dancing to the humming melodies, remembering grudges and resentments, not gathering under the bright moon. West wind, falling leaves, withered flowers, our swords and blades hard to sleep. Then Black Emperor stepped towards Ming Yin, provoking and angering him with a dancing posture and his 2 hands raised as if dancing with fans. He danced and joked with him. "For young Master Ming Yan's grand wedding, we specially instructed the brothers to perform a village dance to celebrate with everyone." The lyrics of the song kept ringing with each musical note whistling in the air. meaning we are travelers in mountains and rivers, always sighing long at the sorrow of parting. When hearing his provocations, he stepped down from the leopard's back with a very irritated demeanor. Then he moved forward. Approaching Black Emperor, he pointed straight at his face, angry and fierce, shouting loudly, saying, "Black Emperor, you dare to appear before this young master again." Because he was so extremely furious, he then raised his hand. Then he channeled fiery energy into his palm and leaped towards Black Emperor, with his facial expression at this moment extremely ferocious. He frowned in rage, his eyes bloodshot. He looked just like a fierce beast. He shouted angrily, "That day, I spared your life. Didn't expect you to come seeking death today." Ming Yin went berserk, fiercely rushing forward to strike at Black Emperor. At this moment, seeing the opponent's action, Black Emperor's eyebrows furrowed fiercely. A wide grin appeared, revealing teeth fangs on his beautiful teeth. And at the same time, clearly showing his inner nature, he arrogantly said, "Is that all the skill you have? Then everything that was meant to happen, happened." Ming Yin rushed forward, attacking Black Emperor with his own fiery energy. But unfortunately for him, Black Emperor knew the situation right in front of him. He was quicker than Ming Yin. Black Emperor had already dodged to the side. He quickly pointed his finger ready to retaliate against Ming Yin. His face at this moment, he smiled with extreme satisfaction about this, so he looked extremely confident at this very intense moment. But due to lack of calculation, unable to foresee the future, Ming Yin was pushed to the side. As a result, he missed, and of course, because Black Emperor was smarter and quicker, he used magic to chain him up, making him tremble. Panicking at his action, shouting loudly what's going on, Black Emperor ignored everything Ming Yin did, even if he shouted loudly, panicked, or whatever. He couldn't care less about him even a bit. And what he did was clearly shown right before their eyes. He had pointed his finger down at Ming Yin, making him slam headfirst into the ground violently, without a hint of mercy. Even so, he was also very surprised by Black Emperor's strength. Although he was slammed head first into the ground, he still frowned in discomfort. Sweat covered his entire face, twisting his face and shouting, "Haven't seen you for months. Didn't expect you to have broken through already." Meanwhile, Ming Yin thought further. Before he was injured, now not only has he recovered to his original state, but also surpassed me by a step. How is that possible? While he was thinking at that moment, Black Emperor was extremely pleased, satisfied, laughing heartily at his own actions. At this moment, Black Emperor tilted his head, slightly showing no concern for his opponent, instead looking extremely arrogant, smiling with pleasure. Hands on his hips, laughing and saying, "Haven't even congratulated the young master yet for marrying the 13th princess with the purest soul and bloodline." Because he was so angry at Black Emperor's provocative words, making him frown in frustration and intense anger. There was a streak of sweat on his cheek. Frowning, he hurriedly said, "Stop showing off and release me at once. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." He snapped his fingers, sparing Ming Yan's life. As we can guess, perhaps because today is his important ceremony, letting him die seems quite pitiful to everyone, as well as the bride. After snapping his fingers to spare his life, releasing Ming Yin at this moment, he immediately turned around and immediately spoke words of challenge to him. "All right, then we'll meet again at the grand wedding banquet." Ming Yin was so angry that his face turned red, hating the person standing in front of him, shouting with a voice full of resentment, "You dare to ruin my good affairs." Black Emperor didn't care about Ming Yan's hateful expression, just smiled sarcastically and replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? I have always been a man of my word." After speaking, Black Emperor turned and left, leaving Ming Yin behind. He was furious, grinding his teeth, but unable to do anything. If looks could kill, Black Emperor would have been dead long ago. Then Ming Yin turned to speak to the guards behind him, ordering, "Quickly go inform the Fox clan that Black Emperor has reached the Demon Emperor realm. Moreover, instruct all guards at the grand wedding banquet venue to be on high alert." The guard heard Ming Yan's angry voice. His face turned pale, and he shouted loudly. In another place, the town was immersed in a scene of cherry blossoms. The large, ancient cherry trees were in full bloom. The ancient trees were like huge pink umbrellas, the delicate petals constantly being swept away by the wind, falling randomly on the roof tiles. The scenery was extremely poetic. In that mansion, the cherry blossom trees were especially numerous and blooming all around. The calm surface of the lake was also tinted with cherry blossom colors as petals floated on the lake. This is Peachbone Palace, home of the Spirit Fox clan leader. There was a guard giving orders to other guards around. His voice seemed urgent. Mobilize all personnel from the back mountain to the ceremony venue. Search for Black Emperor. Everyone must not disturb the great ancestor. Everyone around who heard the order was solemn. They shouted in unison. Then those guards quickly ran off. 2 or 3 of them ran past a tree trunk. A black-haired man with long arms looked at the scene and laughed scornfully, saying, "A bunch of fools." The person sitting on that tree was Black Emperor, the one those people were looking for. Black Emperor sat leisurely on the tree, with a leaf in his mouth, happily watching this scene, and said with satisfaction, "Indeed, they've fallen for my trick of luring the tiger from the mountain." After seeing those people leave, when there was no one lingering around anymore, Black Emperor jumped down from the tree, transforming into his animal form and gently touching the ground. As soon as he landed, Black Emperor quickly ran forward. Around him there was a thin purple mist surrounding Black Emperor. In his mind he thought, "The guards and that old fox have all gone to the ceremony venue. The forbidden area should be free for me to come and go as I please." As Black Emperor was running eagerly, something jumped out from behind, leaving a white streak of light along with lightning bolts. It wasn't clear what had just appeared. Black Emperor was surprised by the unknown white thing that had just appeared. Black Emperor startled and let out a sound. The 2 white things gradually became clearer. It turned out to be a white-furred animal, walking on 4 legs. Its legs were slender and gently touched the ground, surrounded by a glowing pink demonic aura. It was a fox, with green eyes and pure white fur. Its tail and ear tips were orange, adding to the majestic appearance of that white fox. Around it were streams of demonic aura and white smoke created by the white fox. It appeared right in front of Black Emperor. Seeing the appearance of that fox, Black Emperor was startled. Then the demon fox immediately jumped onto a cherry blossom branch. It looked down at Black Emperor below and smiled, speaking with contempt. "Besides, there's someone else you didn't notice. That demon fox kept mocking Black Emperor, the legendary one, is just this much after all." Black Emperor, of course, was angered by the fox's mocking words and became furious. He bared his sharp teeth, growling at the demon fox. "Little fox, if you've already recognized me, then you won't be able to leave this flower forest today." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Emperor used illusion to transform himself into human form, escaping from his previous animal form, while rubbing his wrist ready to fight. Around him, streaks of light and demonic aura, purple and blue, mixed due to Black Emperor's illusion technique. The demon fox, lying on the tree, saw Black Emperor return to human form. Without any fear or hesitation, gently said, "What's wrong?" Then around the fox a stream of pink light radiated around. Then that fox also used illusion to transform back into human form. A woman appeared from the form of that white fox, sitting with legs crossed on the tree. Long legs, wearing black stockings combined with snow-white skin, creating sensuality. A cheapao dress. The dress was low-cut at the chest, forming a heart shape. The fox ears didn't disappear. The white fox that had just transformed into a human was the Spirit Fox clan princess. "Do 13, she smiled seductively, saying, "Just right. I also want to test your strength." Suddenly, Do 13 smiled, revealing her fangs characteristic of carnivores. Breathing out heavily, her face turning red, Do 13 gracefully lay face down on the large tree branch, using her own seductive charm, her fox tail swaying gently to a rhythm, her bewitching voice captivating any man who heard it. "Black Emperor, sir." Black Emperor suddenly smiled lustfully, thinking to himself. Unexpectedly, this fox transformed into a human and became so beautiful. Seeing that, Black Emperor seemed to have fallen for her seductive trap. Do 13 laughed haughtily, "Ha ha ha." Then she jumped down from the tree, immediately pressing herself against Black Emperor's firm chest, her warm hand touching his bare chest. The 2 skins in contact suddenly became hot. Do 13's chest pressed against Black Emperor's body. Smiling seductively, she said, "We're here." The surrounding space was filled with heart shapes. Everything was covered in a pink hue. That bewitching voice still echoed. Or rather, Do 13 spoke with full of implications, secretly using spiritual energy to cast it on Black Emperor. But Black Emperor was a cunning fellow. Not letting Du 13 play tricks, he immediately struck down, causing Du 13 to let out a cry and then faint with foam at her mouth, before she could act according to the plan in her mind. After Du 13 fainted, Black Emperor immediately carried her on his shoulder like a sack of rice. Laughing arrogantly, he said, "Sorry, you might not be human, but I'm truly a dog." After saying that, Black Emperor, to be safe, took small jumps instead of transforming into an animal and running like before. Carrying Du 13 along actually had a purpose. He said to the unconscious Du 13, "To your Fox Clan's forbidden area. I'll borrow you to scout ahead, At the ceremony venue, red banners fluttered. A joyous atmosphere spread everywhere. Today was the grand ceremony of the wedding between the Fox Clan and the Black Tiger Clan. A red carpet stretched from the main entrance up to the stairs. Numerous guests were gathering in the main courtyard. Most of the guests were members of the demon race. Some demons had not fully transformed, looking like beastmen walking around the courtyard. Du Sanju slowly descended the stairs, happily speaking to the guests present. "Thank you, elders and brothers from all demon clans, for coming today to this grand ceremony, the wedding of my daughter and young Master Mingyan." The demons below, hearing Du Sanju's words, excitedly shouted, "Clan leader Du, let's not do these complicated rituals anymore. That's right, invite the bride and groom to come up." Two beastmen below shouted loudly. With someone starting it, the demons behind also followed suit, applauding and speaking loudly. "We've long heard that Princess 13 is a great beauty, but you've kept her hidden in the inner chambers. Ha, we've wanted to see her for a long time." Fox Clan leader Du Sanju crossed his arms to stop them, smiling awkwardly at the unruly demons below, lowering his voice to pacify them. "Everyone, don't rush. Give the girl a bit more time to comb her hair." Unexpectedly, as soon as Du Sanju finished speaking, suddenly, an impatient voice was heard. "How much longer do you want this lord to wait?" The one who just spoke was a middle-aged man wearing black clothes and a red cloak. As soon as people in the courtyard saw this figure, they turned around excitedly. "The groom has arrived." Ming Yu Sheng angrily approached. "That old fox Du too still hasn't arrived." Ming Yu Sheng appeared in his familiar black attire. 6 black tiger stripes on his face made his countenance appear even more fierce. The blood-red cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. The surrounding demons buzzed and made way for Ming Yu Sheng to pass. They even grinned and flattered him. "Young Master Ming is in such a hurry. Congratulations, young master." Ming Yu Sheng slowly ascended the stairs, walking straight to where Du Sanju was standing. Du Sanju heard how he addressed Du Tu and was naturally displeased. He just opened his mouth to rebuke Ming Yu Sheng. "Young master, please watch your words. That the great ancestor could come out of seclusion to attend is a blessing for you too." Ming Yu Sheng suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Du Sanju's neck. Thud. Ming Yu Sheng's hand gradually tightened. Ming Yu Sheng disregarded that this was Fox Clan territory, brazenly choking Du Sanju, a member of the Fox Clan. Du Sanju was choked so tightly by him that he could barely breathe, frowning, looking at the vicious smile on Ming Yu Sheng's face. Ming Yu Sheng scornfully said, "Ha," when that old fox suddenly broke through and destroyed his core. He still waited for our clan's Black Tiger fan to come and save him. Ming Yu Sheng grabbed Du Sanju's collar, pulling Du Sanju close to his face, smiling fiercely as he warned Du Sanju, "You'd better be more careful with your words, Boom." Ming Yu Sheng said, then changed his hand to a palm. One palm strike sent Du Sanju flying far away, making intimate contact with the courtyard bricks. Dust and smoke billowed. The reason Ming Yu Sheng could act so recklessly without fear was because the Fox Clan had already declined early and was no longer the Fox Clan of unlimited glory from years past. Du Sanju struggled to support his dust-covered body, standing up, coughing a few times, cough, cough, cough. Ming Yu Sheng paid no more attention to Du Sanju, but stood straight in the middle of the courtyard, arrogantly announcing, "Now the Black Tiger fan is in my hands. Tell that Du Tu to hurry out here and pay respects to me." The red cloak and black hair following Ming Yu Sheng's strong voice fluttered in the wind. Du Sanju was both angry and afraid, his face as white as paper, trembling as he spoke. All right. Ming Yu Sheng watched Du Sanju's back as he staggered away to inform, scornfully snorting in his mind. "Humph. If it weren't for our Black Tiger clan urgently needing the primordial stone in Du Tu's hands, You bunch of lustful foxes wouldn't be worthy. Ming Yucheng's face clearly showed a contemptuous smile. He couldn't help but think smugly. There's no need to respect the great lord of our clan here. It won't be long now. The entire Fox clan will become subordinate to our Black Tiger clan. Ming Yusheng spoke while imagining their troops marching towards the Fox clan. The Black Moon clan's flags fluttering in the sea breeze, fire engulfing Tu Shan Diao's weak Fox clan. Ming Yusheng even had evil intentions towards Tu Shan Diao's daughter. As for your 13 daughters, they will all become toys in this king's hands. At this moment, 213 was sleeping soundly under a peach tree, her young face seductive and alluring, her fiery red hair spread out on the grass, truly befitting a beauty of the Fox clan. This beauty could indeed topple nations and cities, captivating all beings. 213, who was sleeping soundly, slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed. As soon as 213 opened her eyes, He Huang's smiling face appeared in 213's line of sight. "You're awake." 213 sat up abruptly. Bewildered, she discovered her hands were tied behind her back. "What is this?" He Huang held one end of the rope binding 213. Using his foot to step on 213's buttocks, he laughed wickedly and said, "You recognize this king. You must be some princess or other." He Huang reached out, grabbing 213's chin, forcing her to look up at him. "Now this king wants you to lead me to the forbidden area in your clan." 213 glanced away, remaining silent as if in thought. When she turned back, the face of this fox woman had changed to a seductive smile. "All right then." He Huang held the rope binding 213, allowing 213 to lead the way for him. As 213 walked, she blushed and looked at He Huang, appearing shy as she asked, "How did you manage to infiltrate here?" He Huang raised a hand holding the rope, proudly answering, "Of course, it was during the grand ceremony of 213 and Ming Yan's wedding. I snuck in during the chaos." 213 looked at He Huang, smiling and pretending to ask, "You know about 213 too?" He Huang suddenly became alert, looking around for a moment. Then he turned back to answer 213, who doesn't know about the 33 princesses of the Spirit Fox clan, the purest bloodline among the current Spirit Foxes, hidden and raised from childhood. Today is her first public appearance. 213's footsteps suddenly stopped here. "I've led you past the battle formation at the valley entrance." He Huang looked in the direction of 213's gaze. Before them was a luxurious mansion, surrounded by peach blossoms. Peach petals fluttered gently in the courtyard. The scene was beautiful like a dream. 213's soft voice spoke up. "This is the ancient Forbidden Palace." 213 had completed her task and turned to ask He Huang, "Can I go back now?" He Huang pushed hard on 213's shoulder, almost causing 213 to fall forward. "Dream on. Be a good hostage for this king." The two in the courtyard below were unaware. At this moment, on top of the ancient palace, a white fox with blue eyes was silently observing the two people who had just arrived. Returning to Ming Dian's location, he frowned, his attitude somewhat hesitant as he asked Tu Sanru, "I ask you, today did you see He Huang and Qing Tian?" Tu Sanru calmly replied that he hadn't seen him. After hearing Tu Sanru's answer, Ming Dian frowned again and clenched his teeth. Slightly suspicious, he thought to himself, could He Huang be playing games with this young master? While Ming Dian was still deep in thought, suddenly at this moment someone rushed in frantically reporting, "Clan leader, it's not good. The 13th princess is nowhere to be found." It turned out that the person who had just rushed and panicked was a fox spirit maid. On her face was now filled with worry. Hearing this news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Ming Dian to open his eyes wide, his mouth agape in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" Tu Sanru, hearing this news, was equally surprised and widened his eyes, mouth agape, as he shouted loudly, "What?" Tu Sanru still couldn't believe it, so he immediately approached the fox spirit maid and loudly asked again, "What exactly happened?" causing the fox spirit maid to be so frightened that she fell to her knees, her whole body trembling, face covered in sweat, fearing that she would be blamed. Then she began to answer, stutteringly. "The princess dismissed us servants, saying she wanted to prepare by herself. Until just now, when we servants opened the door to enter, we discovered that the princess had jumped out of the window." As she spoke, the fox spirit maid recalled the scene beside her as an illusion. When she entered the 13th princess's room, she couldn't see her anywhere. Only the window was wide open. The fox spirit maid's face was now completely flushed, her whole body weak, tears and snot streaming down her face. Slap! As soon as she finished speaking, the fox spirit maid immediately received a slap. The pain caused her to cry out with an ah. Then she fell down. Ming Jian, while slapping, was so angry that his eyes were wide open as he looked at the fox spirit maid and shouted loudly, "You fools! What have you all been eating?" Tu Sanru tried to calm Ming Jian down, saying calmly, "Young master, please calm down. Now I will send people to search for that girl." Meanwhile, Ming Jian beside him was now silent, not saying a word. His face looked ashen. Although Ming Jian didn't speak outwardly, inside he was now so angry he was going mad. His eyes glowed with a red light, as if wanting to destroy everything. Around him, a wave of heat radiated out. Then he thought to himself, "You, 13, you will pay for your ignorance today towards me." As for Tu Sanru and the fox spirit maid, they had no idea about Ming Dian's thoughts. They simply thought he was angry for a moment and would calm down soon. The scene changes to the ancient forbidden palace of the Fox clan. "Lord He Huang, how do you feel about this marriage arrangement of our Fox clan?" As she spoke, 213 rested her chin on her hand. Her eyes were charming but slightly seductive as she looked towards He Huang. He was lying flat on the ground, his legs constantly moving back and forth. Turning to He Huang, ignoring 213's intentional attempt to seduce him, He Huang only focused on what he was doing. So while rummaging through the large mirror for the Chaos Origin Stone, causing objects to fly everywhere, he said, "In my opinion, that Ming Jian is just a pile of stinking dung." While He Huang was speaking, suddenly the image of Ming Jian flashed across his mind, causing He Huang to show visible disgust. So he immediately stopped what he was doing. With a piercing gaze, he voiced his pity for 213. It's a pity that the 13th princess has to marry such a specimen. Hearing He Huang's pity for her, 213 also felt sorry for her own beauty. Happened to be a flower planted in a pile of cow dung. 213 then let out a long sigh, unconsciously saying with sadness, "Indeed, I want to marry." As 213 was speaking, she suddenly realized she had misspoken. She immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Then 213 sat up, pretended to cough a few times, and corrected herself. "Indeed, I heard the 13th princess say the one she wants to marry can only be a supreme expert with heavenly cultivation." As she spoke, 213 clasped her hands together as if praying. Her voice raised in a sweet tone, her eyes gazing into the distance, filled with intense emotions as she thought about her ideal husband. 213's face was now completely flushed, gentle and refined in character, every action making others submit. 213 had now stood up, her face becoming increasingly red, her eyes sparkling like stars, both hands cupping her small chin, her heart now filled with love. But the more 213 described, the more it felt like that ideal model was actually Yi Zhangcheng. Tall figure, with an outstanding demeanor, holding a fan, gently waving it back and forth, his eyes looking at 213 full of love, the corner of his mouth slightly smiling as he walked to her side. But unfortunately, life is not like in dreams. 213's mind had now returned to reality, her pretty face clearly showing regret. Disappointedly, she said, "How could such a person possibly exist?" Hearing this, He Huang turned and said, "Who says they don't exist? This king's master is exactly such a person." Mentioning his master, Yi Zhangcheng, He Huang's mind immediately conjured up his image with a glowing halo, giving a thumbs up to indicate he's number one. His current facial expression clearly showed boundless pride and worship. Then he raised both hands high and exclaimed, "Master not only has profound and unfathomable cultivation, but also bestows opportunities on others without asking for anything." As he spoke, He Huang glanced down at 213 and then asked, "Do you know how long this king has been cultivating until now? How much time has it taken?" 213 thought for a moment and then replied, "Now that you've reached the Demon Emperor realm, even with exceptional talent, it must have taken over 500 years to achieve, right?" He Huang then held up 5 fingers. This left 213 somewhat confused. Then He Huang smiled smugly and said 5 years. Upon hearing this, 213 was utterly shocked and thought to herself, "That's impossible." 213 was now extremely astonished and thought to herself, "Can 5 years really allow an ordinary demon beast to ascend to Demon Emperor?" As she pondered, 213 stared intently at He Huang. He was now continuing to rummage through the items to find the Chaos Origin Stone. If such a powerful expert truly exists, even if 213 had to serve him for a lifetime, she wouldn't have any complaints. Just thinking about the master He Huang mentioned earlier made 213 blush. Although her face seemed frightened, there was also a hint of shyness. Hei Huang, as if reading 213's thoughts, turned and said, "Once my mission is complete, I'll take you to meet my master. How about that?" After hearing Hei Huang say that when he finishes his task, he'll take her home to meet his master, who is Yi Zhangcheng, it made 213's heart joyful and full of excitement, causing her to raise her hand high. With an excited face, she exclaimed, "It's a deal." Just as 213 finished speaking, suddenly at that moment, not far away, Hei Huang discovered what he had been looking for. "It's the Chaos Origin Stone." Hei Huang shouted joyfully and then thought to himself, "It's just like the saying goes, wear out iron shoes in searching, but find without effort. What you seek comes without toil." The special edition Chaos Origin Stones were now scattered on the table, their bodies emitting a jade-green light mixed with purple hues. There were at least a few dozen of them. Hei Huang laughed joyfully and exclaimed, "Heaven is on my side." Then he rushed on all fours towards the Chaos Origin Stones. Hei Huang was excited as he ran to grab the Chaos Origin Stones. But suddenly, 213 held him back and shouted, "Wait!" Then 213 warned him, "I advise you not to go there. It's very dangerous." This made Hei Huang turn his head to look at 213, as if thinking, "Dangerous? What could be dangerous? If you don't explain, how am I supposed to know?" Hei Huang no longer cared about the danger 213 mentioned. Then he slowly stepped forward and calmly said, "What's there to be afraid of, old fox? Didn't 2Z go to attend the celebration?" This left 213 behind, not knowing what to say next in response to the actions and words of the extremely arrogant Hei Huang. After hearing what Hei Huang said, 213's face had now turned completely black, as if thinking to herself, "This black dog really doesn't know his place." Her expression, now a bit cunning, but still seriously, said, "The celebration hasn't even started yet." Hei Huang had already squatted down on this side, one hand holding a bag, the other scooping up Chaos Origin Stones, showing no concern as he said, "How do you know?" Then he continued to gather the Chaos Origin Stones. Hearing Hei Huang ask this, 213 replied, "Because I am the bride, of course. How can the ceremony start if I'm not there?" 213's face was now completely flushed red. She stood posing coquettishly as if to prove, "I'm the main character and also the bride. I'm not lying to you. Believe it or not, you have to believe it." Hei Huang had finished his task here, collecting Chaos Origin Stones and filling up his bag. But as soon as he heard what 213 had just said, it made Hei Huang extremely surprised. He turned his head abruptly to look at 213, eyes wide open, then shouted loudly, "You are the 13th princess." Suddenly at this moment, the nearby coffin began to emit light. This caused Hei Huang to peek his head in to see what was happening. Suddenly, from inside that coffin, a purple light emitted a shocking wave of pressure that knocked Hei Huang back. It made Hei Huang so shocked that his mouth gaped open as he let out a yell. Along with it was a pink aura spreading out. A terrifying black light was gushing out violently. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow Hei Huang whole. The aura inside the coffin suddenly spoke in a voice. "Audacious youngster, put down the Chaos Origin Stones." That aura now seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. Hei Huang heard such a warning, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. Hei Huang's next action was not only to not put down the bag of Chaos Origin Stones he had just collected, but to stuff them all into his clothes. Then Hei Huang coldly snorted. The aura inside the coffin, seeing that Hei Huang seemed to be ignoring it, immediately launched an attack. It shot straight towards where Hei Huang was standing. Knowing the danger was approaching, Hei Huang immediately jumped up quickly to dodge the attack that the aura in the coffin had fired. Hei Huang displayed an arrogant demeanor. He smiled mockingly, then shouted in a provocative tone, "If I drop them just because you say so, I'd lose face. Bye-bye now." As soon as he finished speaking, Hei Huang hugged the Chaos Origin Stones and ran quickly towards the door. The aura in the coffin also quickly chased after Hei Huang. At this moment, 213 also quickly chased after him. This made Hei Huang extremely surprised. He didn't know what trick 213 was up to now. 213 then winked at Hei Huang. A beautiful smile bloomed on her lips, implying as if she was about to do something naughty to him. 213's next action of running away without looking back, made He Huang surprised and confused, mixed with bewilderment. He then reached out as if wanting to hold 213 back and shouted, "Ha! What are you trying to do?" Ignoring He Huang, who was still confused, not knowing what was happening inside. 213 had now successfully jumped out of the door, causing dust to fly all around. But her landing posture was very graceful. 213 turned around and smiled mischievously, her eyes fixed on the door in front of her. Then she thought to herself, "He Huang, let me see your abilities." 213 was both channeling her energy and pulling down the door lever while thinking, "If you can survive and come out, I'll go with you to meet that supreme expert." Just as 213 finished thinking, the door was about to close. 213 stood still there, one hand on her hip, coldly watching towards He Huang, who was still inside. He Huang saw that 213 not only ran away first, abandoning him, but also pulled the mechanism to close the door, trapping him inside. This made He Huang furious, and he shouted loudly, "You stinking fox." Along with those words, the light from outside gradually was blocked by the closing door. Only a small amount of light was left shining on He Huang's face. He Huang's eyes now showed clear helplessness. It was too late for He Huang to escape. The door was now completely shut tight. Even if He Huang shouted until his voice was hoarse, that closed door would be very difficult to open from the inside. The situation became even worse as now He Huang had been caught up by the aura from that coffin and was being surrounded by it. "Ah!" He Huang shouted in surprise. Those auras from the coffin had now transformed into countless chains of various sizes, binding He Huang's body, making it impossible for him to move. He could only stand still and be tied up. He Huang let out a miserable cry, because now He Huang had fallen into a situation where he was hanging by a thread, not knowing how to escape and bring the Chaos Origin Stones back to his master, Yi Chang. That imposing aura was tightening more and more around He Huang. He Huang, now in human form, faced the fox shadow that appeared from the forbidden area in front of him, angrily thinking, "Black Dog, you spoke disrespectfully in my clan's forbidden area first, and now you want to take away the Chaos Origin Stones." A woman with terrifying power suddenly appeared. Flashing a blinding light, she spoke boldly. "You thought I was dead, didn't you?" She swung her hand, unleashing her attack. He Huang used all his strength to break free from the chains that made him feel uncomfortable. He Huang replied, "I've offended you, but my master needs to use the Chaos Origin Stones for cultivation. I hope you can be lenient, senior." She sneered, "You liar. The Chaos Origin Stones are heavenly treasures. Even someone as powerful as me can't refine them. Who does your master think he is?" It turned out she was the old ancestor of the Spirit Fox clan, the human form of the fox from earlier. With every word she spoke, her face showed nothing but contempt. "He's not worthy of using such heavenly treasures." Hearing her speak of his master like that, He Huang gritted his teeth in anger. He swung his hand forcefully and said, "How dare you insult my master's cultivation level? He could kill you with just a flick of his wrist." The ancestor frowned, her eyes clearly showing dissatisfaction with He Huang's words. "I've cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. This is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her hand, unleashing her technique. He Huang's eyes quickly sharpened, detecting it. He used his power to counter the ancestor's attack. Her power made him feel a bit overwhelmed, forcing him to step back. His feet retreated to gain momentum. The two, with their powers evenly matched, both launched deadly attacks. He Huang, strong and confident, charged straight at the ancestor. She immediately counterattacked. The two forces collided head-on. The power of both was so tremendous that it caused a massive explosion. Smoke filled the air. Both retreated to avoid the blast. The ancestor used all her strength to fight. He gritted his teeth in anger. The ancestor also suffered some injuries from the explosion. She was irritated, her eyes showing intense anger. She said, "Prepare to die." Hearing this, He Huang just laughed out loud. "You think you alone can kill me? Old fox, look at what I have here." As he spoke, he pulled out a mysterious scroll. After finishing his words, He Huang held out the scroll. The scroll flew into the air, emitting a dazzling golden light that was blinding. Then the scroll unrolled, revealing a painting of a golden dragon. This caused He Huang's power to increase exponentially. The ancestor, stunned by the sight before her, asked, could it be the Demon Emperor's scroll? The aura surrounding the golden dragon painting was a power that even made the ancestor wary. The painting unleashed its power, striking directly at the ancestor. She couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward. The power was truly terrifying. It caused another massive explosion. The ancestor was hit without being able to respond. She was struck so hard that she coughed up blood. She was furious beyond measure. Her eyes filled with hatred as she looked towards the source of power that defeated her. She clutched her aching body. I never expected the Demon Emperor's scroll to appear in the world again today. Seeing that she couldn't react in time, He Huang quickly unleashed his power to destroy the gate of the Forbidden Palace. Then he retrieved the Demon Emperor's scroll and said seriously, I have no grudge against your Fox clan. Today I'm only here for the Chaos Origin Stones. Take care. After saying this, he turned abruptly and left, ignoring the ancestor who was still in pain, clutching her body behind him. The scene changes to after he ran out of the Forbidden Palace. 213 jumped down a cliff. She glanced ahead. Suddenly, she saw someone appear. Father, are you looking for me? She asked softly to the person in front of her. It turned out to be 213's father, Tu Sun Ru, and his men. Tu Sun Ru frowned and questioned her sternly, expressing his displeasure with his daughter's actions. Girl, how dare you run away from the wedding? Do you want your father to die to apologize to the Black Tiger clan? The two disciples behind him also spoke up to advise her. Princess 13, this marriage alliance with the Black Tiger clan is of great significance. You can't act recklessly like this. The other person also hurriedly spoke up. That's right. Even if you don't think about the clan leader, you should think about the old ancestor. Tu Sun Ru kept advising his daughter. That's right. This time, the old ancestor failed to break through and suffered a backlash from the Great Tao. Only the Black Tiger flag in Ming Diem's possession can heal her internal injuries. You are a princess. You should think about the long-term plan of the Spirit Fox clan. If we lose the old ancestor, our clan is doomed. While listening to Tu Sun Ru explain the situation, He Huang quickly escaped outside. He didn't know that all his actions at that time were within 213's sight. She thought to herself, this black dog has really gone outside. Then she confidently said to her father, Tu Sun Ru, what if I can find a stronger mountain for our Spirit Fox clan to rely on? Hearing his daughter say this, Tu Sun Ru couldn't help but be surprised and asked, what do you mean by that? Looking at the entire demon race, who could be stronger than the Black Tiger clan? 213, as if she had found someone who could help her clan, replied with a triumphant expression and tone, well, just wait and see, father. Her proud demeanor, along with the wind blowing her hair and dressed gently, gave people the impression that she was certain she had found that higher mountain to rely on. After saying this, she smirked, confident in what she was about to do. Then she leaned back, letting herself fall down the deep cliff, leaving her father in shock, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Tu Sun Ru called out loudly for his daughter, 13. The two disciples beside him also shouted, Princess, Princess. All three could only stand there, dumbfounded, watching in panic as 213 threw herself down the deep cliff. While everyone was still standing there, looking down the deep cliff in panic where 213 had fallen. Right behind He Huang, who was transforming into a wolf form, flying like a rocket. He Huang charged out like a hero, knocking down the Fox clan members who blocked his path. He rushed straight down the cliff without a second thought. Tu Sun Ru saw He Huang rushing towards him and was suddenly surprised. He turned abruptly towards him. His face was full of suspicion towards He Huang. Why was he here? He Huang risked his life and plunged straight down the deep cliff. In an instant, there was a commotion at the bottom of the cliff. Tu Sun Ru witnessed the scene before his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? He Huang has succeeded in using his strength to save 213, who was free falling down the mountain. She seemed to have anticipated this situation. He Huang reproached, why do you have to suffer like this? 213, who was now being carried on He Huang's back, pretended to be scared. Performing a tragic act, she sobbed and said, thinking about being forced to marry Ming Diem, unable to see the supreme expert you mentioned, 13 would rather die. In the blink of an eye, He Huang, carrying 213 on his back, leaped from the cliff to face Tu Sun Ru. Seeing this situation, Tu Sun Ru couldn't keep his composure. Angrily, he shouted at He Huang, put my daughter down. The affairs of the Fox clan are none of your business. Hearing those words come out of his mouth, He Huang, sneered contemptuously. With an arrogant expression, I said, old fox, you understand shit. He Huang, while bending his knees to land, continued speaking. If Princess 13 is lucky enough to serve by the master's side, it would be the greatest fortune for your clan. With these words, He Huang carried 213 and flew away, leaving Tu Sun Ru reaching out, wanting to hold on to his daughter. Helplessly, he demanded, "You stop right there." 213, having escaped from her father's grasp, freed from the arranged marriage with the Tu clan, her face now extremely smug, with the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, laughed inwardly, thinking, the plan succeeded. Tu Sun Ru still stood there, unable to do anything. He vented his anger on his two disciples by shouting, "You two, hurry up and chase after them for me." He could only frown and grit his teeth, fearfully watching He Huang take his daughter away. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, asking, "Has that black dog run away?" Tu Sun Ru heard this and turned around. He looked at the woman in front of him, full of panic. Old Ancestor. Seeing it was Tu Zu of the Spirit Fox clan, he, who was frowning and panicking a moment ago, immediately showed a respectful attitude. "How have we disturbed you?" Tu Zu showed clear dissatisfaction, angrily replying, "That black dog forcibly took Girl 13, entered our clan's forbidden area, and stole the Chaos Origin Stones." Tu Sun Ru heard this and was even more shocked. But he couldn't believe his ears. Although he was angry enough to grind his teeth, wanting to protect his daughter, he tremblingly explained, "Old Ancestor, 13 was taken away. This marriage alliance, I'm afraid." Contrary to his angry and trembling attitude, Du Tu Van turned around calmly and replied, "Then announce it outside. The Black Emperor kidnapped a 13-year-old girl, intending to take revenge on the Black Tiger clan." As she spoke, she displayed a proud demeanor, hands on hips and a smug expression on her face. Du Sun Du heard this and panicked. Wise Ancestor. His emotions became even more fearful at this moment. He was so scared that beads of sweat appeared on his face. He said, "We urgently need the Black Tiger flag to treat your wounds." Du Tu Van waved her hand. "It's fine. I have discovered a sacred object 100 times more valuable than the Black Tigers. If they take my granddaughter, then compensate with your Demon Emperor's treasure." Then she flew away smugly. At the scene in the Great Hall, Du Sun Du, seemingly dying, explained, bowing his head before Min Diem, "That's how it is. The Black Emperor is despicable and shameless." His face showing hatred and anger as he continued, "Not only did he kidnap my daughter, but he also injured our clan members." He suddenly spoke loudly like that, wanting the person in front of him to hear clearly. He even spoke words to insult you. Min Diem began to tremble with anger all over his body. A stream of bright red power, fierce and violent, appeared surrounding him. He said, "Black Emperor, you dare to provoke this young master." This caused Du Sun Du to startle in fear. He growled, saying, "On this wedding day, you even stole this young master's bride. This is an insult to our entire Black Tiger clan." Min Diem's power began to erupt violently. The pupils in his eyes also disappeared. He frantically shouted to the heavens and earth, "Vi quiet Vin de Tin the Dong Nga Chi Zeng Guan Ni Lai Te." The beastmen around were all surprised to exclaim, when they saw a jade piece carved with a tiger shape, that it was the Black Tiger Jade. The jade talisman passed down through generations of Black Tiger leaders. It said it can be used once in a moment of crisis. Two Demon Clan members gasped and exclaimed. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind appeared, bearing a dark color. Along with it was a resounding voice, summoning the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. From within that whirlwind appeared a mysterious figure. It must be the true old ancestor. Everything around suddenly disappeared. The shape of a middle-aged man could be clearly seen with long white hair flowing. Behind him were strange tentacles. Min Diem immediately clasped his hands and knelt down. All the beastmen around also knelt down, bowing their heads both respectfully and fearfully, saying, "Greetings, old ancestor." "Greetings, demon venerable Black Tiger." Du Sun Du seemed panicked, not expecting to summon this old ancestor. The old man is a wolf-level demon venerable known for slaughter. This little Black Emperor is completely done for. Min Noyet Thuong raised his voice to ask the one who had just summoned him. "Min Diem, why did you use the Black Tiger Blood Jade to summon me here?" He looked up with determined eyes, staring straight at the Black Tiger clan's old ancestor, and replied, "Ancestors, a year ago, grandson once pursued a powerful Yin Wang who called himself the Black Emperor. But he escaped." He stood up abruptly. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted that now he actually kidnapped the 13th princess of the Spirit Fox clan who was about to marry grandson. It's clearly an insult to our Black Tiger clan. At this moment, Moon's spear had slowly descended, while Ming Yin continued to speak. So I summoned the Blood Jade to invite the ancestors. Then, unexpectedly to him, that Black Tiger clan ancestor used one finger, emitting a dark red-black energy, shooting straight at Ming Yin. The useless Ming Yin couldn't react in time and was shot flying tens of thousands of meters away. His mouth spitting saliva, he was shot until exploding a patch of land. Rocks and soil around scattered everywhere. Moon's spear glanced at Ming Yin, seemingly quite angry at his actions, and shouted loudly. Unable to completely defeat the opponent, yet daring to seek revenge is indeed a disgrace. He turned his hand and then flew up. The beastmen around were all surprised with mouths agape. He asked further which clan that person belonged to. Tu Sanju quickly replied respectfully. It seems he came to the central continent, transformed into a black dog, hearing that the one who wanted to insult their clan was a dog. Moonspear contemptuously said just 2 dogs the humans raise. He turned to ask the Fox clan ancestor where he was now, letting descendants be kidnapped. His mouth curled into a savage smile. Tu Sandu then replied, "The ancestor has gone to pursue already." Moonspear let out an "oh" in admiration, thinking to himself that Tu San was very cunning, yet willing to personally go out to chase after a Yin Wang. He raised his hands, revealing sharp claws like Satan's. Using a stream of power turned into chains wrapping around the neck of Ming Yin, whose face was all bruised. He pulled him close and tightened, causing Ming Yin to tremble in pain throughout his body. He tightened more and more, forcibly taking out a red flag with a powerful tiger image from Ming Yan's body. He shouted, "You're not worthy of having the black tiger flag." He frowned, with a disdainful expression, sharp eyes scolding. "This old man will take care of this matter, then you get lost and reflect behind closed doors." Ming Yan's face turned purple, his whole body trembling because he couldn't breathe, but still managed to utter a sound to answer him, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Gritting his teeth, not adding a few more scratches from Moonspear's sudden attack, made him look very miserable now. 2 mysterious figures flashed by. It was a female beast human with chestnut brown hair. It was 213. She wore a seductive outfit, showing off her beautiful figure. The other was a male beast human with sharp eyes. His hair was jet black. It was Black Emperor. The 2 gently stopped on the branch of a bamboo tree. 213 put her hands on her hips, her eyes following the direction Black Emperor was pointing. He said, "It's right there." His hand was pointing towards a large mansion. 213's expression suddenly changed. Her green eyes, her small mouth agape, in surprise at the vast, magnificent mansion. It was splendid. This could be considered a blessed place for cultivation, she thought to herself afterward. The 2 lightly jumped down near a giant tree. Before they could steady themselves, a sudden voice spoke up. "Fox Demon, where did you come from?" Startling her, worried about some terrifying pressure, a vine flew towards her at an extremely fast speed. Her body stiffened, unable to move. "This is a 10,000-year-old demon tree. I'm done for. Can't move my body." A hand suddenly grabbed the vine. It was Black Emperor who had come with her earlier. He excitedly said, "Tree brother, don't be upset. She's someone I brought to pay respects to the master." In his hand, he held a vine, but Tree brother, he hadn't finished what he wanted to say. He turned his head towards that big tree and curiously asked, "Haven't seen you in days. Why did you cut your hair?" The tree demon recalled the past. The tree demon began to recount. "The master saw these branches were too dense. Kindly help me trim them a bit." According to the tree demon's story, an image of a young man appeared holding scissors, trimming leaves for the giant ancient tree while singing in the small garden. "Peach, ah peach, ah, that beautiful female fox demon." The beautiful female fox demon began to feel extremely confused when thinking about who would dare to cut the branches of a demon tree of this level. Who exactly was this Master Black Emperor mentioned? Suddenly, behind the 2 of them came a woman's shout. She called out directly, "Black Dog." When Black Emperor turned around, he recognized it was the figure of 2Z, rushing over while shouting loudly, "Hand over the treasure." Just as she raised her fist to strike Black Emperor, he managed to jump up in time to dodge 2Z. Black Emperor gritted his teeth and looked at 2Z, saying, "Old fox, I didn't expect you to dare chase me here." She arrogantly replied, "Stop wasting words. Hand over the Demon Emperor's map. This seat will spare your life." He glanced at her, smiling contemptuously and snorting. "In the Fox Clan's territory, I might have been somewhat wary of you. But here, You'd better show me some respect." Hearing this, she became angry, raising her sharp claws and rushing towards Black Emperor while shouting, "If you won't drink a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit." Her speed was too fast, causing Black Emperor to only be able to raise his hand to block and step back. He felt a wave of pain hit him. His blood splattered. He closed one eye and gritted his teeth. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Black Emperor turned to ask for help from that ancient tree. "Tree brother, help me." The ancient tree replied that it wasn't time yet. On this side, 2Z gathered spiritual energy into a large purple-pink sphere. Then she launched that sphere to attack Black Emperor, shouting with an angry and confident tone, "Stupid dog, you're finished." 213 was filled with panic, her voice trembling and sobbing. Filled with extreme fear, she raised her voice in a desperate plea. "Great ancestor, please show mercy." Under the clear blue sky without a trace of clouds, Yi Chongqing was immersed in his work amidst the peaceful natural scenery of the garden. He stood under a tree. In front of him was a wooden table. It seemed he was concentrating on doing something. He was humming a tune. Plant little ideals, and they can all bloom. He raised his hand, gripping an old pair of scissors in his palm. With a decisive motion, he cut across a leaf. Yi Chongqing complained that it was cumbersome. Lifting the branch high, he threw it far away towards a hidden corner. The branch he threw away, seemingly lifeless, suddenly became magical. It emitted a brilliant golden-orange aura, enveloping the entire leafless branch. It seemed as if a source of life was hiding within. It suddenly flew at high speed. Then it shot out of the house, brushing past the roof tiles. No one knew where it was heading. 2Z and Black Emperor in human form were engaged in a fierce battle. 2Z channeled her inner power into her palm, forming a circle of energy. The circle spun at a dizzying speed. Black Emperor possessed astonishing speed and agility. His body was also enveloped by a pink energy force. He bent down slightly, looking as if he was about to launch another attack to counter 2Z. Suddenly, the branch that Yi Chongqing had thrown away earlier flew back towards 2Z, carrying a terrifying force. This was the Tich Navang Haiyang Lui. 2Z squinted at the branch flying rapidly towards her, carrying a violent force. Her face showed a look of shock. She exclaimed in astonishment. The violent force from the branch suddenly erupted, creating a dazzling pillar of light piercing through 2Z's body, shooting straight up into the sky. 2Z screamed in pain. Her body shook violently under the power of the light pillar. Black Emperor stood up straight. His hand still continued to emit electricity. That pink-purple aura enveloped his entire body. Seeing 2Z being beaten to pieces, Black Emperor couldn't contain his extreme joy. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes as he muttered, his voice trembling with emotion. "Tree brother, you finally made your move." The tree demon rustled its drooping leaves and transmitted a message. "It wasn't me, it was the master who acted." The ancient banyan tree in front of 2Z stood tall and majestic. Its wide canopy shaded a large area of the sky, bearing the marks of time. 2Z looked at the lush trunk and branches. It seemed to contain an endless source of power. Surprised, she wondered if the 1,000-year-old tree demon was angry. Her face showed a cruel expression. Her eyebrows furrowed as she bared her teeth. Her voice filled with anger as she spoke threateningly. "You have some skill, but I'm no pushover either." The branch from the tree demon was like a soft silk ribbon, twisting and transforming. It extended and curved. A strange energy radiated from it. This energy flickered in every grain. Each leaf delivered a fatal blow to 2Z. The tree demon showed no mercy to 2Z. It warned her that 2Z, while you haven't yet disturbed the master, he advises you to leave quickly. One strike from the tree demon left 2Z unable to defend, forced to kneel on the ground. Her face contorted in pain as she let out a groan. 2Z suppressed her pain. Her face wrinkled in agony, but her eyes still exuded the look of an arrogant person. Haughtily, she shouted at the tree demon, "How dare you, a mere thing, order me around?" The tree demon concentrated its power to form a bagua circle, emitting a terrifying energy, stirring the entire space. It seemed to want to make a final move to defeat 2Z. It spoke with determination, making noise outside the master's dwelling, and attacking the pet that the master raised, not knowing heaven from earth. It launched its final attack. A massive energy was released from the bagua circle, carrying destructive power. It rushed straight towards 2Z. 2Z tried her best to resist, but ultimately lost to the tree demon. She was struck down. Her face contorted, her eyes narrowed with hatred, clearly showing her unwillingness. As if wanting to swallow the world whole, she thought bitterly, in this world, very few cultivators can surpass me. Today I've suffered at the hands of this old tree. I consider it my bad luck. Thinking this, she looked at the tree demon curiously. But he actually has a master. Who on earth could it be? Unlike the chaotic battle on the other side, this place was strangely quiet and peaceful. Yi Chongqing let go of the scissors. The sound of metal hitting the table surface rang out with a clatter. It seemed he heard some noise. Surprised, he turned around. He squinted, looking into the distance, trying to find the source of the sound. His face showed clear confusion. He concentrated, trying to listen carefully to distinguish the sound, then wondered, what's that noise outside? Suddenly, Yi Chongqing stepped forward. His whole body emitted a strong spiritual energy. He asked calmly what's happening. Hearing his voice, 2/13's eyes widened in surprise. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she shouted anxiously, "Not good." Black Emperor heard the familiar voice and was equally startled. It's the master. At this moment, Yi Chongqing stepped out, walking while emitting an incredibly strong spiritual energy, causing others to be cautious. 213 was now uncomfortable and afraid. Looking at the man in front of her, she thought the feeling of oppression covered the sky. Because his spiritual energy was too dense, others who couldn't withstand it were pushed away. The three of them were thrown far away, crying out in pain. Suddenly, all three unexpectedly rolled on the ground, transforming back to their original forms. This surprised Yi Chongqing, making him gasp. Two animals, a fox and a dog, stood facing each other, growling at each other several times. At this moment, he realized and said disappointedly, "Oh, so it's just animals fighting." Then he called out loudly, ordering, "Black Emperor, come here quickly." Hearing this, Black Emperor arrogantly made a face at the fox opposite him. "See, this is the power of my master." Hearing this, the fox opposite barked back 3 times and said, "Dog relying on its master, truly a disgrace to the demon race." At this point, Yi Chongqing was angry because he called, but it didn't listen. He shouted, "I called you, didn't you hear?" Helpless, he sat down and said, "Disperse. You're making noise here. It's not good to disturb the neighbors." At this moment, the golden fox calculated in its heart. Its eyes lit up, thinking to itself, "Now's the time for this lord to try." It pounced on Black Emperor to attack. "Your strength right now." It immediately leaped up and rushed forward swiftly, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and sticking out its long tongue. At this moment, Yi Chongqing's face suddenly changed, his expression darkening. He quickly raised his hand and then grabbed the golden fox's neck, startling it. It felt its body being lifted and closed its eyes tightly, thinking, "Not good." Yi Chongqing angrily shouted, "Little one, you still want to scratch me?" The fox looked at him blankly, as if it thought he would eat it. It was angry as he threw it, causing it to cry out, "Ow." As he threw it, he cursed, "Go away quickly, or I'll skin you." At this moment, as he was about to go inside, he heard something and turned back with a huh. A small, pure white fox, beautiful but injured, trembling in fear and backing away. As soon as he saw the beautiful little fox, his eyes lit up with delight. Immediately, he hugged the little fox tightly, pressing his cheek against it, rubbing its cheek. His voice full of excitement, "Little white fox, so cute." But then he became worried when he saw the little fox was injured and asked, "You're hurt?" Then he gently said, "Little fox, come home with me. I'll bandage you up, okay?" Seeing the young man's sincerity, the little fox whimpered once. Seeing this, 2Z curled her lips and thought to herself, "Shameless human." Yi Chongqing, holding the little fox lovingly, turned to Black Emperor and scolded, "Next time don't fight outside, you hear me?" Black Emperor had a lump on its head from his punch. Feeling wronged, it cried woof woof once to show agreement. In its heart it thought, "Yes, master." Black Emperor knows its mistake. On the other side, the one thrown by him angrily stood up and cursed at humans to release 13. 13 revealed its human form and turned to whisper back, "Old ancestor, don't worry, 13 has a plan." Then happily returned to its original form, being carried inside by him. Hearing this, the other one was very curious and made a questioning sound. Then with a captivating gaze, 13 said, "I have heard clearly." Compared to this extraordinary figure, the conditions of the Black Tiger clan are not worth mentioning. He carried 13 into the house, slammed the door shut while she happily waved and transmitted a message. 13 will definitely find a treasure to heal the old ancestor. Hearing this, the other one was very surprised and wondered what exactly did it come here for. At the Yin-Yang sacred land, in a certain room, several old immortals gathered and sat in a circle. One of them was the Yin-Yang sacred master, Duan Dang-duk. He calmly closed his eyes and said nothing. It felt like he was waiting for something. Suddenly someone came in and reported, "Sacred Master, according to the disciples guarding the human realm, Demon Lord Black Tiger Ming, Tuet Thuong, and Demon Lord Fox Clan Du Tu have broken through the barrier and have now entered the Central Plains continent." Hearing this, Yin Tian's son frowned angrily and shouted loudly. Two demon lords forcibly entered the human realm. Why? Hearing this, the servant reported, "It seems to be to chase after a black demon dog." Hearing this, Yin Tian's son was puzzled and thought, a black demon dog can alarm two great demon lords. There must be something suspicious. Then he tapped the staff in his hand, calculating. Forget it. Demon lords appearing must be handled by the sacred masters of the four great sacred lands. This old man will go meet Trung first, he thought. Then he ordered, "Elders, lead the disciples to station at the sacred land and await orders as the situation develops." Hearing this, the elders responded, "Yes, we will carefully follow the sacred master's orders." Then the sacred master stepped on his brightly shining sword. The wind blew fiercely, kicking up dust and sand. With dizzying speed, Yin Tian's son flew high into the sky. He flew off to somewhere. Then he pointed two fingers up, creating a small sphere of spiritual energy, and muttered, "Old friends, Demon Lord Black Tiger Ming Tuet Thuong and Demon Lord Spirit Fox Du Tu broke through the Yin-Yang Sacred Lands barrier and entered the Central Plains continent. Judging by the traces of demonic energy, I'm afraid they've gone north. What do you all think?" As he finished speaking, the small sphere grew larger and flew high into the sky. In an instant, it flew to the sacred master of the great sacred land. Lala Van Fong received it and said, "Whatever the purpose, if demon lords dare to intrude, we cannot turn a blind eye." Then she stood up, walking and speaking, "Brother Doan, don't worry. I will depart immediately to meet with you." Then she looked angrily at the beam of light as it left. At the Tai Huin sacred land. At this time, Tu Chi Tien was playing chess. Suddenly spoke up to ask the forest Yao tribe of Nam Lin, after so many years this time, the two great Yao ancestors disregarded everything to charge into the central continent. What's the reason after all? In response to his words, Yin Tian's son replied, "It's mostly for some kind of secret treasure." Tu Chi Tien then angrily said, "Brother Ha, I see you're not worried at all. North of Nam Lin is already the Tai Huin Holy Land." Just then, the old man stroked his beard and calmly replied, "Tu Chi Tien, to reach Tai Huin Mountain, they must first pass through Chu Chi Chan," he asked, with Master Deep guarding there. "What kind of trouble can those two Yao ancestors cause? If they feel tired of living, then let them come." Tu Chi Tien flicked his sleeve and laughed. At this moment, Du Tu angrily flew from here to the mountain peak and said this master won't come a second time. That Thursday Lu is already of unknown Yao level. But that young man is even more terrifying, she thought while trembling. At this time, Deep Truong Tan, with a full Yin aura and a pensive face, cast a spell, and Du Tu was immediately flung far away, causing her to let out a scream, "Ah, ouch." At this moment, Du Tu was being swallowed whole. Min Tuet Thuong smirked evilly. He spoke up, "Du Tu, long time no see." Du Tu was surprised. Yao ancestor Black Tiger Min Tuet Thuong. He asked, "Are you also chasing after Black Emperor? Looks like you failed and returned." "Huh, so what?" Du Tu replied. "As long as your Spirit Tiger clan returns and submits to my Black Tiger clan, this master can go teach that black ball a lesson for you." Tuet Thuong suggested, "Stupid cat, if you want to die, this old lady will fulfill your wish." Du Tu laughed sinisterly. "Yao ancestor Black Tiger, I won't hide anything from you. I chased after Black Emperor, but he absolutely refused to let go of the person, and even severely injured me." Du Tu answered, Don't try to fool me. Black Emperor is only a Yao King level. How could he defeat a Yao ancestor like you?" Tuet Thuong doubted. Du Tu replied, "Because he has the Yao Emperor map in his hands." Yao Emperor map, Tuet Thuong was surprised. The sacred object of the Yao race nurtured by heaven and earth in legends. No wonder this flirtatious fox personally chased so far. If this master wants to cultivate into a Yao emperor, then this item is indispensable. He thought to himself. The deep red circles began to dissipate. Where is that black emperor now? Tuet Thuong asked. That black emperor is hiding in a small town at the foot of Tai Huan Mountain. Du Tu answered with a bewitching smile. He's protected by the Yao Emperor map. Not only has his cultivation increased, but he's also extremely arrogant. He even said that with the Yao Emperor map in hand, in a few years he could replace the Black Tiger clan and dominate the Yao race. Ignorant brat dares to speak such nonsense. Tuet Thuong was enraged. Then he summoned his spear. This master will go meet him, he said, and rushed off at high speed. Stupid fool, all brawn and no brain. This time let's see how you die. Du Tu cursed silently. Suddenly a voice rang out. Yao Ancestor Spirit Fox, stop. Who is it? Du Tu asked. Then one by one, the silhouettes appeared. It turned out to be the two grand holy lords of Mo Yang and Deluo. What special business brings you here? She continued, don't play dumb. You violated the agreement between humans and demons, using demon lord cultivation to invade the Central Plains. You should know the consequences. What exactly is your purpose? Speak quickly. The two elders interrogated. It's time to be decisive. Either don't do it or go all the way. Pin all the blame on that old Ming Yushang. Tu Zi thought to herself. There's something the two holy lords don't know. She began to cry. This servant was forced by Ming Yushang of the Black Tiger clan to help him find a treasure. Tu Zi was now pretending to be scared, while imagining the fierce image of Ming Yushang. Trembling, she said Ming Yushang is extremely greedy, relying on the Black Tiger flag for protection. He just arrived at the town near Mount Taishan to fight for the Demon Emperor's map. The Demon Emperor's map. The Holy Lord of Deluo Holy Land, La Wan Feng, with a shocked expression, exclaimed loudly. In disbelief, he continued, isn't that the legendary treasure of the Demon Emperor that can enlighten one? At that moment, Tu Zi was still acting hard, her face streaming with tears. While wiping them away, she continued to make up stories. That's right, that Ming Yushang discovered the whereabouts of the treasure, fearing I would ruin his good fortune. He injured me and left alone. Meanwhile, the Yin Yang Holy Lord Duan Chanda glanced around as if to verify Tu Zi's words. Seeing the remaining traces, he silently confirmed that this place indeed had the aura of the Black Tiger clan left behind. The wounds on Tu Zi's body were also not fake. Then he spoke, addressing Tu Zi, who was kneeling before the demon lord Ling Hu. The Holy Lord of Deluo, and I will track down Ming Yushang. Since you were forced by others, we won't pursue this matter further. Duan Changda, with a serious expression, ordered you should quickly leave the Central Plains. She still had tears streaming down her cheeks. Appearing respectful, she said, I will obey the Holy Lord's Yin Yang command and leave now. After saying this, Tu Zi turned and fled quickly, her face showing a cunning and joyful expression, thinking to herself, old tiger carver, this time you're definitely dead. At Shaoqi town, the atmosphere was tranquil. Mild weather enveloped a corner of the sky. A snow-white fox, perhaps due to injury, had a pitiful expression, was being bandaged by a gentle hand. Yi Chongqing sat on a chair, smiling gently, tenderly holding the fox facing him. He spoke to it, it's just a superficial wound. It will probably heal quickly. The fox's eyes shone brightly, its expression both surprised and shy. It shouted on its heart. Yi Chongqing at this moment seemed to emit a halo, beautiful as a flower. He spoke reassuringly, saying, little girl, it's all right. The words shot like an arrow straight into the heart, stirring up waves in the girlish soul of the fox, who was also due 13, causing her to joyfully sigh to herself, a character with such profound cultivation, treating me like this. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, so cool. Black Emperor looked smug, looking at the white fox in front of him, silently communicating with each other. See, the master is friendly and approachable, just as I said. Yi Chongqing looked down from above. His expression had changed, letting out a surprised sound. Then he suddenly paused, as if detecting something unusual. His eyes, puzzled, asked, why did it suddenly get so dark? The sky had now lost its original clarity. Instead, a large spot of light appeared, surrounded by bright red halos. Black streaks covered the entire sky. Streams of pitch-black light converged in one place. A dark figure gradually appeared, accompanied by a loud explosion, causing rocks and earth to fly everywhere. The dark figure slowly became clear. It was none other than Ming Yushang. He shouted loudly for Black Emperor, then threatened, "Hand over the Demon Emperor's map, and I will spare your life." Black Emperor heard the call. His brows furrowed, revealing sharp teeth as he exclaimed, "Not good." Du 13 had also recognized who had arrived, showing clear signs of panic. Sweat covered her face, fearfully crying out, "It's Ming Yushang. Who's making all this noise?" A voice came from within the trees. A beam of blue-purple light shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The light shone on Ming Yushang, causing his power to dissipate. Ming Yushang smirked, showing contempt. I didn't expect there to be an ancient demon tree here." Black Emperor, "It's because of its protection that you're so arrogant, isn't it?" After saying this, he immediately unleashed his power. His eyes now no longer showed any whites, but emitted beams of mixed black and red light. His mouth shouted, "Black Tiger Flag." After the shout ended, a strange demonic magic formation opened up. The space was now enveloped in dark colors. A red flag appeared with a black tiger drawn on it, baring its fangs and claws fiercely. Ming Yushang continued to recite a 5-demon incantation. Myriad forms arise from one phrase. The wind rose in gusts. In the midst of a deep red area appeared creatures of indistinct shape, only known to be extremely ferocious. Those pitch-black streams of light began to wrap around the ancient demon tree, making it unable to resist and cry out, "Damn it, I've been suppressed already." Seeing this, Black Emperor couldn't maintain his composure. Panicking, he shouted, "Tree brother, what's wrong?" On this side, the demon tree helplessly replied, "That guy seems to have a magic treasure. I'm temporarily trapped." Du 13, as if realizing something, cried out in panic, "It's the Black Tiger Flag." Noticing this, the little fox turned to explain to Black Emperor about the function of the Black Tiger Flag. With its help, Ming Yushang's combat power increased at least 5-fold. Black Emperor heard this, and his face also showed shock. The dog beside Yi Chongqing immediately ran out and thought to himself, "How dare you be arrogant outside the master's mansion? Watch me deal with him." Black Emperor. Behind him, Yi Chongqing, not understanding what was happening, called out his name loudly, but it seemed he didn't hear and continued to rush out. He stared in bewilderment, eyes wide, following the dog's figure, and wondered suspiciously, why did this guy run out there? Black Emperor then flew out in one swift move. In front of Ming Yushang, Black Emperor bravely burst out energy, approaching to stop him, and shouted, "Ming Yushang, don't you dare be insolent." He laughed loudly, showing contempt, and asked, "Are you Black Emperor? You've come at the right time. Watch this move," he said. Then from above he released a powerful energy, striking down to the ground where Black Emperor was. Not to be outdone, he immediately countered, blocking Ming Yushang's powerful attack. From afar, he looked up at Ming Yushang, who was stabilizing his power. Black Emperor then seized the opportunity, quickly jumping up in 2 steps to attack him. But unfortunately, Ming Yushang detected it. He immediately retreated slightly to avoid it. Then he approached Black Emperor. He delivered a hooking kick to Black Emperor, catching him off guard. The next punch came like lightning, causing Black Emperor to take another hit. Then Ming Yushang grabbed Black Emperor with one hand and threw him far away. Then he laughed triumphantly, full of pride, despising Black Emperor, saying, "The strength of a dog is only this much. You're truly a waste." Ming Yushang controlled his power. He forcefully lifted Black Emperor into the air, immobilizing him, and threatened, "Hand over the demon map. If not, don't blame me for separating your soul from your body." Black Emperor still spoke to him in a warning tone. You've disturbed the master. You'd better leave quickly. If not, you'll soon die without a place to be buried." Ming Yushang laughed mockingly, despising that warning, and said, "Your master is about to die, and you still dare to bluff me." Suddenly, a shout calling Black Emperor's name rang out. This caught Ming Yushang's attention. It was Yi Chongqing, his energy surging around him as he approached. Each step he took seemed to make the earth and sky tremble. He darkened his face and asked loudly, "Are you fighting outside again?" His overwhelming aura and momentum made Ming Yushang stunned. His eyes exuded extreme fury, making anyone who looked at him terrified. Suddenly, a huge energy source with a powerful light appeared in front of Ming Yushang. He was so shocked that he gaped and exclaimed, "What?" The light grew increasingly dazzling. The energy source grew increasingly stronger. It caused him to revert to the form of a tiger, but his face was still full of fear as he wondered to himself, "What's going on?" When he looked at himself again, Shang Mingyu suddenly jolted and asked himself, "Just one aura has forced me to reveal my true form." At this moment, Yi Chongqing, full of anger, shouted loudly at Black Emperor, "You don't remember for long, do you? Watch how I deal with you." Yi Chongqing's energy was incredibly powerful, bursting from afar, but it also caused Shang Mingyu to gape in shock, exclaiming inwardly for the second time, "This human." He was terrified at the sight and wondered to himself, how can he have such powerful cultivation? Yi Chongqing stepped outside with a face full of anger and shouted, "You don't remember for long, do you? Watch how I deal with you." Stepping outside, he suddenly froze and fell silent because before his eyes now was a black tiger. The tiger growled menacingly. It made Yi Chongqing so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, last time it was a fox. This time it's a tiger. Are we filming Animal Planet or what? But I'm not Wu Song, you know. He came to his senses and looked around for something to defend himself within his anxiety. Weapon? Is there any weapon? Oh, there is, he exclaimed joyfully when he saw the knife over there. Yi Chongqing tiptoed closer to get the knife, not daring to make any sudden moves in front of the tiger. He drew it out decisively. Then Yi Chongqing tremblingly raised the knife, his eyes full of fear, saying, Don't come here." Then he couldn't help but doubt and ask himself inwardly, can this thing fight a tiger? The tiger's face was full of shock and fear as it exclaimed inwardly, "That knife, its aura actually surpasses our Black Tiger clan's sacred object. What level of magical treasure is it exactly? Pseudo-immortal weapon? No, could it be a true immortal weapon?" The image of Yi Chongqing, majestic and imposing, coldly pointing the sharp knife towards the tiger. The tiger fearfully said to itself, "This time I'm in a cold sweat." So Shang Mingyu, in the form of a tiger, tried to ease the situation by saying, "This old one has offended unintentionally. Why don't we each take a step back? Let's stop here, shall we?" But from Yi Chongqing's perspective, the tiger in front of him was growling, seemingly wanting to retreat, while he was still trembling as he looked at the black tiger. He fearfully looked at the tiger and thought to himself, it seems to be scared. Is it frightened by this knife? Take the chance to run quickly. So he turned back and shouted to the dog behind him, "Stupid dog, run quickly." But Black Emperor didn't listen and instead, with a triumphant look on his face, stood facing Shang Mingyu, laughing out loud and saying to him, "Ah, old thief, do you now know how formidable my master is? You still dare to be arrogant. Watch me beat you up." Deep Truong Tan looked at Hak Hong fearfully with an excited expression, barking woof woof while silently stopping it. "Hey, don't provoke it." Thuong Bin Noyet, being teased like that, became angry and roared, "Damn it, a warrior can be killed but cannot be humiliated. Hak Hong, today I will definitely take your life." His eyes were full of killing intent as he thought to himself, if Senior wants to pursue and kill to the end, then don't blame me for going all out. Then he spat out blood and raised his two front paws to make a sign. After that, he unsealed the ground. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in the sky, full of energy. Hak Hong on this side had already taken a defensive stance, watching what was happening and thinking to himself, expressing his doubts. This is the secret technique of the Demon Clan, Blood Soul Sacrifice. The scene shifts to the sky above Tu Tri Tran. A group of people riding swords were moving towards the whirlwind of red light that was forming, with many lightning bolts shooting out around it. La Van Fong looked towards the whirlwind and said, "It's there." Don Truong Duk beside him made a guess and said, "It seems Min Thuong Noyet has started to make his move." Suddenly, a notification from the treasure in his hand caught Don Truong Duk's attention. Truong Duk pressed on it, and an image of a master and disciple appeared. Don Truong Duk called out, "Tai Huin Chan Nan, Ha Truong Huin." Don Truong Duk angrily shouted, "So slow and sluggish. this old man has already arrived. Can you be a bit faster? On the other side, the disciple seemed helpless, raising his hand to his forehead and saying, Master. The holy leader Truong Huyen said. The image of Ha Truong Huyen, still leisurely playing Go with someone else, appeared, telling Don Truong Duc to relax. That black tiger can't escape from Chu Tri Tran. Don Truong Duc's face darkened. La Van Fong behind him heard this and suddenly exclaimed. Don Truong Duc was already angry. Now he's even angrier, shouting in rage. That's nonsense. Don't say such useless things. Then Truong Duc continued moving towards Chu Tri Tran. La Van Fong followed behind, stunned by the strong energy radiating out, exclaiming, such terrifying, demonic energy. A young lady behind seriously expressed her doubts. It seems Min Noyet Thuong is using some ancient secret technique. As if frightened, La Van Fong suddenly clasped his hands and said, Brother Don, among the great holy leaders, this little sister has always felt your cultivation is the highest. The young ladies behind also joined in, clasping their hands and saying in unison, Holy leaders' yin-yang skills are profound and mysterious. Don Truong Duc angrily shouted for the third time. What do you mean? La Van Fong sophistically offered a solution. How about you go a bit further ahead, see what the battle situation is like, so we can easily respond. Don Truong Duc seriously pointed at La Van Fong, not knowing if it was sincere or sarcastic, and praised La Van Fong. You're truly a genius. Then looking towards that demonic energy, Don Truong Duc thought to himself, Thuong Min Noyet's aura is right ahead. Then Don Truong Duc entered Chu Tri Tran. Truong Duc suddenly startled and let out a sound. Don Truong Duc floated in the air and screamed ah. Just a moment later, Don Truong Duc had fallen into the middle of Cao Trung from high above unexpectedly. What's going on? Not understanding what was happening, Don Truong Duc wondered to himself, why did my internal energy suddenly break? Suddenly, a big explosion occurred. This caused Don Truong Duc, who had just landed successfully in the most painful way, to exclaim in shock. That is, Don Truong Duc looked towards the strong demonic energy emanating and said in surprise, Min Noyet Thuong actually used himself as the formation eye, using his own bloodline as a sacrifice. Truong Duc suddenly raised doubts and thought to himself, just now, my internal energy was completely lost. It must have been due to his influence. The people in the town were all panicking and running away. Run quickly. Where did this strange wind come from? Save us. Don Truong Duc raised his hand to block the rising demonic energy, silently determined in his heart. I must stop this demon. On this side, Min Noyet Thuong's eyes were full of malice. He growled fiercely and shouted, I summon the ancient black tiger god to return to my body. Facing that fierce tiger, Deep Truong Tan was now terrified, sweating profusely, and couldn't stop thinking to himself, it's over, it's over. It seems he's really angry now. He swung his knife wildly and shouted, trying to scare the tiger. Don't come here. The old Min Noyet Thuong smiled, bearing 2 rows of teeth whiter than pearls. You think I've consumed 1,500 years of lifespan to invite the ancient black tiger god into my body? He smiled even more cunningly. Even if you have immortal weapons in your hands, you still can't do anything to me. He immediately gathered energy from his open mouth and shot a stream of air towards Truong Tan, causing him to cry out, ah. Hak Hong panicked, jumped up and barked woof woof. Arf arf. Truong Tan's face turned even paler. He questioned Soundwave attack. You son of a bitch. A kitchen meat cleaver was flung out by the force. On my knife. Min Noyet Thuong seized the opportunity while he was dodging the knife, pouncing on him like a hungry tiger smelling prey. He shouted loudly at Truong Tan, die for me. Lao Thursday and Hak Hong panicked and shouted in unison, Master, be careful. Truong Tan quickly put something into his clothes. He thought, in this situation, it's all or nothing. Watch my sword walk of heavenly wind. Truong Tan shouted at the smelly tiger. He took out something green. Its shape was like a giant catnip. Watch this move. Hak Hong was now calmer than before. It thought, I knew it, Master surely has a winning move. Min Noyet Thuong saw something in front of him. He wondered, what is that? It turned out that what Truong Tan brought out was catnip, the ultimate weakness of animals in the cat family. Min Noyet Thuong at this point could no longer control himself and unconsciously drooled profusely. He thought to himself, no, I absolutely cannot let this thing bewitch me. But that was just the final resistance. How could he resist the attraction of catnip? Truong Tan waved the catnip back and forth, saying, I didn't expect this to actually work on tigers. They're also in the cat family. Min Noyet, Thuong lay on the ground licking the catnip. As he licked, he thought to himself, "Ha, you think just this means you've grasped my weakness? You're really overestimating yourself." Truong Tan seized the opportunity, bent down, and quickly picked up the kitchen knife. He raised the knife and made a decisive slash. Old Min Noyet, Thuong hadn't yet understood what was happening, only managing to cry out, "Oh, oh." Truong Tan put his hands on his hips and sighed in relief. It's like a dish on a chopping board. Min Noyet Thuong's soul slowly left his body. He muttered, "Damn you, stinking humans, I can't believe I've been defeated." Hak Wong's eyes were now brighter than car headlights. Its tongue hung out long, as expected of the wise and resourceful master, supremely cool and collected. Lao Thursday also said, "Fortunately, we have the master. Otherwise, I really couldn't have dealt with this Min Noyet Thuong." Truong Tan sighed. "Looks like I'll have to make another cat toy for Little White Tiger." Don Truong Duk struggled to withstand the strong energy current. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sense of comfort. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. What's happening? The surrounding demonic energy had disappeared. He couldn't help but be amazed, thinking the oppressive feeling from earlier vanished instantly. Then suddenly, something green swooped down. At that moment, La Van Fong also arrived, calling Brother Don. She approached and said, "The strong demonic energy of Min Noyet Thuong has disappeared. Is everything all right now?" However, Don Truong Duk refuted no. In all of Trung Chao, no one can fight head-on with the ancient black tiger god. Even us. If we fought alone, we would only have death awaiting us. Then he sighed sadly, accepting the situation. It seems Min Noyet Thuong has won. Hearing this, La Van Fong became anxious. "You mean that old thief, using the forbidden divine summoning technique earlier, successfully killed and robbed, and has already obtained the Demon Emperor map. And the disappearance of demonic energy means he's concealing his aura, preparing to leave." Thinking this, the two immediately flew off. "That's right, we must quickly catch him. We can't let the tiger return to the forest. Otherwise, Trung Chao will be in danger." At this time, in Deep Truong Tan's general store, Hak Hong leaned against Min Noyet Thuong's body and laughed smugly. "Serves you right. Now you know how formidable our master is." Deep Truong Tan, witnessing the scene just now, stood still like a statue. He began to feel confused. Tigers in the world of cultivation probably don't count as protected animals, right? Forget it. He had already avoided leaving traces to be discovered. So he ran over, grabbed Min Noyet Thuong's body with both hands, and struggled to drag it away. Bit by bit, little by little, it was very difficult to drag that tiger's corpse into the courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Du 13 was shocked, her fur standing on end. "Is this Min Noyet Thuong?" She moved closer to him. Du 13 gaped in astonishment. "Is he dead?" Hak Hong raised its head proudly. "That's right. The master didn't need to exert much effort to deal with this old monster." But only Deep Truong Tan knew how scared he had been just now. Now he was thinking of ways to dispose of the corpse. Countless ideas popped up in his head. It would be such a waste like this. Maybe make it into dried tiger meat or cooked tiger soup. Du 13 was still in shock. Unbelievable that such a character exists in this world. Fortunately, I advised the old ancestor in time. Otherwise, I might have lost my life here today. Meanwhile, he turned to gently ask Little White Tiger, "Does your wound still hurt?" He reached out to gently pat Du 13's head. At that moment, she thought to herself, "This person's strength surpasses all the cultivators I've seen before. Even the old ancestor is not even 1/10 of his power. Such strong and thick thighs. I must hug them tightly." So she truly enjoyed those caresses. Then she jumped onto Deep Truong Tan's lap, actively trying to please him. She rubbed her fur against his cheek, acting coy. Deep Truong Tan couldn't help but exclaim happily, "It's really too adorable. Now I finally understand King Chu." He said brightly, "From now on, you'll be my second pet." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be stunned. She wondered to herself, a pet. But then Du 13's eyes turned into heart shapes as she thought, such a transcendent, otherworldly character is willing to cherish and love me. Thinking of this, she surrendered to these temptations. She turned her head and thought, "Old ancestor, I'm sorry. The grand 1,000-year plan for the great beast race to rise again, and all that is not as important as this master's affection for me." Hak Hong on the side secretly admired, as expected of the master, so quickly using that day's willpower to conquer Princess 13. In front of Truong Tan's general store, two strange figures appeared. The Holy Land's Holy Lord, La Van Fong, looked around while saying, "Damn it, we're late again. This guy's already escaped." The Mo Duong Holy Lord, Don Truong Duk, suddenly saw a large bloodstain. He squatted down to look and said, with such a large bloodstain, the person holding the treasure must have fallen into the tiger's mouth. La Van Fong, standing there, heard this and was also surprised and frightened. Then Don Truong Duk gathered a beam of light under his palm at the spot of that large bloodstain. Suddenly, he felt something wasn't right. With a shocked expression, he exclaimed, "No, this blood is not right. This is the blood of a black tiger." Hearing this, La Van Fong also panicked and said, "What?" The Mo Duong Holy Lord's face then darkened. His eyes filled with 1,000 bloody streaks as he trembled and replied, "Moreover, through spiritual probing, I can no longer sense Min Tuet Thuong's aura. It seems he's dead." His words made one feel a bit of fear. La Van Fong, with an expression of disbelief, was stunned and said, "Dead? Brother Don, do you mean that just now someone killed the Black Tiger Demon Lord here?" Don Truong Duk had now regained his composure. He stood up and softly replied, "That's right." La Van Fong questioned, "But didn't you say that in all of Central Plains, no one could match Min Tuet Thuong after his descent?" Don Truong Duk, while looking at the small town ahead, explained, "Perhaps this small town truly has a world-class figure beyond our imagination." He thought to himself, no wonder the old man, Truong Huyen, still had the mind to play chess. It seems he knew early on that there was a mystery here. After saying this, he turned around and calmly continued, "Forget it. If the Black Tiger Demon Lord is dead, then we should leave here. This Tri town is the territory of Mount Tai Huyen. Even if there really is some great power, that old devil Truong Huyen will handle it." Seeing this, La Van Fong followed and said, "Brother Don, are you really not curious? Who exactly killed Min Tuet Thuong?" Don Truong Duk said, "Little sister." At this moment, surrounding the Mo Holy Lord was a mysterious aura. He cleared his throat with a serious expression and said, "We've rushed here nonstop. The expert resolved this matter before we arrived, leaving only a pool of blood. Don't you understand yet?" La Van Fong seemed to suddenly grasp the hidden meaning in Don Truong Duk's words. She said, "You mean the expert didn't want us to disturb them, so they deliberately chose to end it quickly?" Don Truong Duk turned his face with a serious expression and replied, "That's right. Sometimes being too curious isn't a good thing. It might even cost you your life." The scene changes to the late afternoon in Tri town. Deep Truong Tan placed an empty bowl in front of Du 13. He happily pointed to the small wooden house in front and said, "From now on, this is your home. This is your water bowl and food bowl." Behind him stood Hak Hong, staring intently. The old tree suddenly spoke up and asked Hak Hong, "Does the master really want Du 13 to sleep in the yard?" Hak Hong proudly replied, "I don't know. Perhaps the master has other deeper intentions." Deep Truong Tan rotated his shoulders and then continued, "All right, everyone's tired today. Let's rest early." After saying that, he stood up to leave when he heard Du 13's cry. Looking down, he saw Du 13 barking woof woof. She meant to say, "Master, I don't want to sleep here. I want to go into the room with you." Deep Truong Tan saw Du 13 running after him, barking. He reached out and picked Du 13 up in front of him. With a face that seemed to understand Du 13's wishes, he said, "You want to sleep with me?" Hearing this, Du 13 showed a delighted expression. She nodded her head and barked woof woof. Deep Truong Tan cheerfully hugged Du 13 to his chest and said, "All right then, let's go." After saying that, he carried Du 13 and walked step by step into the room. The old tree and Hak Hong stood to one side witnessing this scene. The old tree said, "I understand now. This move of the master is to use a soft approach to bind tightly, to test if Du 13 is truly submissive." Hearing these words, Hak Hong's face lit up with joy. He gave a thumbs up in approval and exclaimed, "Truly brilliant." The old tree continued speaking to Hak Hong. "Today's battle with the Black Tiger Demon Lord has depleted too much of my essence. I need to sleep deeply for a while." Hearing this, Hak Hong's face fell as he replied, "Tree brother, how long will you need to sleep?" The old tree answered, "At least a few years, at most a few decades. This is the power of heaven and earth contained in the spirit spring that the master watered me with when he planted me that year." Hearing the old tree speak, Hak Hong could only display an unpleasant expression. The old one continued, "I've hidden it in this leaf. I've always been reluctant to use it. Today I'll give it to you. It will help you enter the demon realm. But you must promise me to protect the master for life." As he spoke, he handed over the leaf containing the power of heaven and earth hidden in the spirit spring that he had concealed for many years to Hak Hong. At the same time, Hak Hong respectfully received it with both hands. After receiving the leaf, the old tree threatened Hak Hong. "If not, when this tree wakes up, I will directly cripple your cultivation." Hearing the old tree's threat, Hak Hong's face showed fear, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He raised both hands in a gesture of oath and anxiously replied, "Understood, tree brother. You can rest assured." After hearing Hak Hong's response, the old tree was also at ease and said his farewell. "All right, I must sleep now." After saying that, the old tree also fell into slumber. Night scene. Deep Truong Tan's residence was breathtakingly beautiful. The night enveloped everything, but didn't make people afraid because there was still the light of the moon and the small stars. The old tree stood tall in the courtyard. Lying beneath it was Hak Hong. The old one's body emitted purple auras, covering the entire area. Hak Hong slept soundly, unaware of the sky, moon, clouds, or wind. Inside the room, Deep Truong Tan and Du 13 were also sound asleep, falling into their own illusions. The purple aura spread widely, floating into the room where Deep Truong Tan was sleeping deeply. His mouth inhaled a breath of that aura into his body. A strong purple aura burst out, enveloping the entire Truong Tan general store. Scene transitions to Monday morning at Truong Tan's grocery store. Deep Truong Tan is in deep sleep when he vaguely wakes up. There's still a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. He sits up, rubs his eyes, and asks himself a question. Why does the bed feel so cramped? Suddenly, he looks down at the bed. Beside him is Du 13, now in human form, still sound asleep, sleeping comfortably. Deep Truong Tan sees this scene and is instantly stunned, speechless. He's so surprised his mouth gapes open. His mind is filled with questions. What's going on? Last time, at least Yin Bang was human. This time, on my bed, how did a beast girl appear? Du 13 might have heard some noise. She wakes up yawning. Her face still sleepy. She stretches her arms and mouth. She turns her head to look at Deep Truong Tan, sitting there dumbfounded. She makes a surprise sound. She sees that Deep Truong Tan is awake. She immediately rushes over to Deep Truong Tan with a happy face and calls out, "Master, you're awake." Deep Truong Tan sees this and can't help but freeze, his face still full of doubt. Wait, who are you?" "You just said." He startles and stands up, avoiding Du 13, who's rushing towards him. Du 13 fails to hug Deep Truong Tan and falls flat on the ground. She sits up, looks at the male lead, and says coquettishly, "How cruel. Last night you slept with this slave. How could you abandon this slave so quickly?" Deep Truong Tan hears her question and is stunned. His mouth gapes open, his pupils shrink in shock. He stands there dumbfounded, his face drained of blood. In his mind, 1,000 why questions appear. What? Could it be that last night I did something beastly? Why can't I remember anything? Did something beastly and can't even remember. The more he thinks, the more regretful he feels. He suddenly regains his composure and says, "Wait." As he speaks, he looks at the woman sitting in front of him. These ears, this tail. Could you be that white tiger? Deep Truong Tan is stunned once again. Contrary to the male lead's chaotic, suffocating emotions, Du 13 happily smiles and answers, "That's right. It's me." Deep Truong Tan hears this and his whole body darkens. He covers his face with his hands, tears rolling down his cheeks. He thinks it's over. This time I've really become King Zhou of Shang. But it seems not so bad. He sneaks a glance at Du 13. Deep Truong Tan pushes the door open and steps outside. Du 13 beside him smiles and holds his arm. He says, "I say, can you let go of me?" Du 13 replies, "No, this slave just wants to be with the master." Outside, Deep Truong Tan glances at Hak Hong, who's barking. Hak Hong wags its tail to greet the master. Deep Truong Tan looks at Hak Hong, but doesn't recognize who it is. He asks, "Big brother, who are you?" He panics as he ponders, suddenly realizing something. Wait, you are. Hak Hong's appearance has also changed. The black egg has been directly upgraded to a black cloud. He bends down to look at Hak Hong with curiosity. How did you grow so big in just one night? Did you mature quickly? Hearing this, Hak Hong falls into deep thought. For a moment, it makes no sound. It turns around and goes to the table in front. Deep Truong Tan and Du 13 feel extremely confused. A huge question mark appears in their thoughts. Suddenly, Hak Hong looks at the object on the table and barks woof woof woof, causing both of them to startle. Deep Truong Tan shakes off Du 13's hand from his arm. He walks quickly to where Hak Hong is. Seeing this, Du 13 calls out after him, "Master." Deep Truong Tan picks up the stone on the table. Both joyful and surprised, he says this is the T-Pet stone that I've been cultivating and absorbing. And it's even the Pro Max version from before. He holds the pet stone in his hand, his face unable to hide his delight. Turning to look at Hak Hong, he says, "Hak Hong, is this what you brought back?" Hak Hong smiles, wagging its tail continuously, barking woof woof. "That's right, Master." Deep Truong Tan then bends down. He places a kiss on Hak Hong's forehead. The two of them continue to play happily while Du 13 can only stand silently to the side watching. Deep Truong Tan even praises Hak Hong. "Haha, good boy." Hak Hong has now regained its position in the master's heart. It shows a smug expression, mouth grinning, eyes cunning. It thinks Du 13, don't be jealous of me, okay? Du 13 witnesses the master being happy with someone else. Plus Hak Hong's irritating smug face. She becomes angry to the point of turning around and emitting a boiling hot aura. She thinks, "Stinky dog, taking the primordial stone of our tiger clan to compete for the master's favor. Later, I'll make you look good." At that time, there were several people gathered outside, buzzing with discussion. "Hey, did you all hear anything?" one person asks. A woman replies, "The tiger's roar last night was really scary." The other person hears this and says in shock, "Are you dreaming? Our town doesn't have any tigers." "It's true. I was about to report it to the authorities." But then later, the sound disappeared. Deep Truong Tan, standing behind, hears people talking like this. His face suddenly turns purple. He worries and thinks, so someone heard the commotion yesterday. If the officials come, oh no, they'll search for the tiger's body in my house. This can't be explained clearly. He seems to suddenly come up with an idea. Got it? Scene transitions to the streets of Tu Town. Deep Truong Tan and Du 13 are taking a walk. 13 asks confusedly, "Master, where are we going?" Truong Tan answers, "To the temple." He looks at Du 13 and continues, "By the way, you're out with me like this. Aren't you afraid people will discover you're from the demon clan?" Hearing this, 13 smiles reassuringly, "Ah, Master, don't worry. I'm using a special magic spell. Outsiders can't see nose, ears, and tail." Hearing this, Truong Tan felt somewhat relieved. So that's how it is. Deep Truong Tan held a plate of grilled skewers with both hands, still piping hot. Smiling, he said loudly, come on. The villagers accidentally grilled too much meat. Let's share it with everyone. Don't be shy." As he spoke, he went around distributing to each person. Seeing this, everyone was surprised and let out an "oh." Then they said, "Thank you, sir." Someone asked Mr. Deep, "What kind of meat is this?" Deep Truong Tan, with a confused expression, replied this is just regular meat. Come on everyone, try first. Never mind about that. The tray of grilled skewers in Truong Tan's hands was indeed intriguing to people. They had to look at it. Seeing everyone eating and praising how delicious it was, he smiled to himself, thinking, the law doesn't blame the masses. They've already eaten my grilled tiger meat. No one can escape now. He continued to smile broadly and invited an elderly ant nearby. "Annie, please try some too." The ant didn't refuse. She happily accepted and said, "Oh my, thank you, sir." Another old lady spoke up, praising the main character. "Mr. Deep is both handsome and knows how to cook. Whoever marries you will be truly blessed." Suddenly, an ant from somewhere leaned close to Deep Truong Tan. Mysteriously, she said, "Is the person behind you the new bride? Wasn't there another young lady last time? You've taken a concubine so quickly." Number 13 heard her say this and suddenly became embarrassed. Deep Truong Tan immediately waved his hands in denial. No, Miss Noise." Before he could finish, number 13 behind him cheerfully spoke up. "Master, which house are we going to next?" That ant's face turned red with surprise and said, "Master." The two ants looked at the couple in front of them, covering their mouths and laughing, saying, My, young people these days play such strange games." Number 13 linked arms with Deep Truong Tan. He didn't know how to explain properly and could only stand there saying, "Annie's, it's not what you think." The ant looked at number 13 and said, "But this young lady's figure is so thin. I'm afraid it won't be easy for her to bear children. I have a niece at her mother's home. She's hardworking and does a good job. She has a very full figure. She'll definitely be able to bear sons. Mr. Deep, do you need to consider? Deep Truong Tan's face turned pale as he quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, not at all. Number 13 heard her say her figure was thin, and she became so angry her face turned red. She thought, how dare you say my figure is inferior? Today, I'll show you the charm of this princess. Her eyes showed that she had almost thought of a plan. The streets and taverns were still bustling with noise. Deep Truong Tan seemed to have relieved his worries. With his hands on his hips, he said, "Phew, finally, we've dealt with this tiger." He turned to speak to number 13, Miss No. Number 13's face was cold, and she didn't answer. She decisively walked on, leaving Deep Truong Tan bewildered and stunned behind her. He thinks it's because of her bad mood. Is she tired from carrying things just now? We must comfort her quickly. Deep Truong Tan ran up in front of Du 13. Though excited, he spoke with a hint of concern. Miss Du, I really thank you today. Without you, I certainly couldn't have finished alone. Tears unconsciously fell on Du 13's cheeks. She sobbed and asked the master, "Do you really think this servant's figure is not good?" Seeing Du 13 crying so hard, Deep Truong Tan felt extremely embarrassed. His face flushed as he replied, "Miss Du, Wang Shun was just speaking casually earlier. Don't mind it." Hearing Deep Truong Tan's words of comfort, Du 13 moved closer and looked straight at his face, saying, "What does the master really think in his heart?" Deep Truong Tan gave a thumbs up, intending to praise her, and said with a smile, "I'm not exaggerating. Miss Du's figure is naturally one of a kind." Hearing Deep Truong Tan's praise, Du 13 struck a seductive pose and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and seize the moment." Seeing this, Hak Hong thought with a slightly embarrassed face, as expected of the Fox clan. If the one I liked wasn't Xiao Mao Ka, I might not have been able to resist. Deep Truong Tan probably still didn't understand Du 13's intention. He wondered and pondered, what does seize the moment mean? A spark of realization flashed through his mind, making him suddenly understand, "Oh, I get it now." He reached out and gently touched Du 13's shoulder. He said, "Can you pose as I instruct?" Du 13 replied with a shy expression, "Of course, this servant will do as the master pleases." Time slowly passed. About an incense stick later, Du 13's face was blushing, red as a ripe tomato. Her whole body trembled slightly like leaves in the wind. She was sweating profusely. Her mouth let out small moans like the sound of a cat meowing. Deep Truong Tan looked at this scene. His face darkened, then broke into a crooked, contemptible smile. Sweat also beaded all over his face. His mouth muttered praises, "Beautiful, so beautiful." Du 13 twisted her body. Her slender waist undulated like waves. Her long legs seemed endless. Her skin was as white and smooth as snow. Her full breasts were like peaches, partially visible through the thin clothing. However, maintaining this pose for a long time made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Sweat dripped from her forehead. Her face was contorted with discomfort. It seemed she couldn't endure it any longer. She asked tentatively, "Master, how much longer?" Deep Truong Tan stood at the wooden table, holding a brush. He was still focused on sketching the beautiful scene before him. His eyes never left Du 13. Hak Hong stood by, watching this scene. It seemed he couldn't imagine such a thing. He reluctantly sighed in disappointment, thinking to himself, "This old man is laughing. You're showing me this." Du 13 was exhausted. Her face flushed red. Sweating profusely, she made eye contact with Hak Hong. She curiously asked Hak Hong, "What kind of special interest does the master have?" Hak Hong raised his hand, appearing calm. With a serious tone, he defended his master. "Don't be so short-sighted. The master is about to give you a great opportunity." After saying this, Hak Hong looked towards Deep Truong Tan, who was leaning to the side, highly focused. He moved the brush across the paper in a graceful manner. Smoothly, he pondered for a moment. His intuition told him this was a good thing. Not surprisingly, this painting might help you increase your cultivation quickly, as I've heard. Du 13's eyes lit up brightly. Her eyes gleamed with passionate admiration. She broke into a joyful smile. Her mouth curved into a crescent shape. The blush on her face had not yet faded. Her skin felt hot, With a sweet tone, she said to Hak Hong, "So that's how it is. The master was afraid I couldn't endure it, so he's increasing my cultivation first." Faced with Du 13's delusional attitude, Hak Hong was at a loss, not knowing what to say. His eyes rolled back. He looked at her wearily, as if she were a foolish child. He explained sarcastically, I think you're overthinking it. It could simply be that your fox charm has no effect on the master." In contrast to the heated argument between Du 13 and Hak Hong, Deep Truong Tan remained silent. He was completely immersed in his own world, highly focused on his work. He gently held the brush. Each of his gestures was slow and meticulous, full of caution and delicacy. His hand moved rhythmically, creating graceful lines. Soft, the painting gradually took shape under his strokes. Each detail was carefully crafted, bringing a sense of vividness and authenticity. After a period of intense concentration, Deep Truong Tan finally put down his brush. His face radiated the joy of victory. A bright smile spread across his lips. His eyes sparkled with pride as he said to the other two, "It's finished." The painting lay on the rough wooden table. Like a sparkling precious gem, it attracted all eyes. A golden light flickered from the painting. A powerful energy, yet also extremely delicate, elegant, was emanating from it. Du 13 stood stunned before the painting, her eyes wide open, as if unable to believe what she was seeing. Her face couldn't hide the astonishment. Mouth agape, she stammered, "What's happening?" It seemed the golden light and energy from the painting were now surrounding her, seeping into every cell of her body, awakening intense emotions that she had never experienced before. Suddenly, the painting that had been lying quietly on the rough wooden table began to tremble gently, then slowly rose from the table surface, floating in midair. The brilliant golden light radiating from the painting grew increasingly intense. It sparkled like thousands of diamonds glittering under the sunlight. That light enveloped the entire room, dispelling all shadows. It made the room become shimmering and magical like a fairy realm. Deep Truong Tan raised his hand to his chin. His slender fingers gently traced the outline of his jaw. His face showed a confident, triumphant expression. Eyes closed, he concentrated in thought for a while, then said, "This painting is called." Du 13's eyes lit up brightly, exuding eagerness and curiosity. She was waiting for the next words from Deep Truong Tan, to know the name he would give to the painting that was glowing brilliantly before her. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Only the rapid heartbeat of Du 13 could be heard. Tan Kao Hu Ho, Deep Ka Phi Tien, was the name that Deep Truong Tan gave to this painting. A painting with Du 13 as the main character. She stood in the center of the painting in a pose both seductive and softly elegant. Around her were clouds appearing and disappearing, making Du 13 seem to flicker between reality and illusion. This further enhanced her graceful beauty, making her appear otherworldly. The scene shifted. Amidst the vibrant red foliage, sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating a majestic and grand palace. It appeared and disappeared like a heavenly realm. This was the Dao Tian Palace. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck down from the sky upon Dao Tian Palace. The sound of thunder echoed throughout the space, as if wanting to tear apart the atmosphere. Lightning flashed, slashing across the sky like sharp swords. Everything around gradually sank into darkness. A child standing in Dao Tian Palace witnessing this scene asked in surprise, "Purple chi from the east is an auspicious sign. Why is there thunder and lightning?" Another child hearing this explained, "An auspicious sign has suddenly descended." Someone pointed to the distance, shouting to attract everyone's attention. "Look at those peach trees over there." On the ancient peach trees in the grounds of Dao Tian Palace, the vibrant pink blossoms in full bloom suddenly caught fire in a strange way. The flames burst up fiercely, spreading rapidly, burning the beautiful flowers to ashes. Seeing this scene, the people of Dao Tian Palace cried out in horror, "How can this be?" The grass has also turned yellow. Screams of terror rang out, tearing through the chaotic atmosphere. All eyes turned to the lush green grass beneath their feet. But now, instead of the familiar fresh green color, the grass had turned a brilliant yellow, as if burned by a flame. Tiny sparks glittered on each blade of grass. 3 children ran back in panic, asking each other, "Where are the ancestors and the clan leader? Quickly invite them to see this." Du Sun Ruu and Du Tu stood in the magnificent palace, grand and majestic. They watched as thunder and lightning struck everywhere. Each flame burst fiercely, like ferocious demons devouring everything around Dao Tian Palace. Du Sun Ru was worried. Sweat pouring down his face, he asked Du Tu, "What's happening to our ancestors?" Du Tu's face frowned, brows furrowed, filled with anger. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Someone is forcibly taking away the fortune of Dao Tin." Du Sun Du, hearing this, asked in shock, "Who on earth is hunting down and destroying our Lin Ho clan?" Du Tu looked around. The firelight from the blaze cast upon her face, creating mysterious patches of light and shadow as she speculated. Could it be that person? She cupped her hands. The flame now spread across her palms. She stepped forward, advancing towards the fiercely burning flames. She said to Du Sun Du, "You guard Dao Tian Palace. I want to go to Nam Lin to see Lord Ka Long." After speaking, she turned her head back. Her face showed determination. 10,000 great mountains, no long valley. Du Tu flew there. Elder of the Black Tiger clan, why are they here too? She wondered. Why have you two come here? She asked as she landed. We've come to ask Lord Ka Long to divine for our clan's ancestor, the two replied. Min Tuet Thuong, has he not returned yet? Du Tu was surprised. Not only has he not returned, but a few days ago, the ancestor's soul-guiding lamp went out. The soul-guiding lamp is linked to each person's spirit. When the soul is lost, the lamp goes out, Du Tu pondered. You mean Min Tuet Thuong is dead? She asked in shock. Don't talk nonsense. The ancestor's cultivation is unparalleled. How could he die? Then let's pretend I never said anything. Du Tu replied with a shrug. Min Tuet Thuong, this is your own doing, she thought to herself. Heaven has its path, but you don't follow. Hell has no door, yet you rush in. Lin Ho Yutun, if you know the inside story, please tell us, the two asked. That's right, the ancestor disappeared after leaving the Ho clan's territory, and we lost contact. Stop investigating. Min Tuet Thuong brought this upon himself, she replied. Lord Ka Long. The two were surprised. Although the Van Hoa Pham Cuck has sounded, and our race's counterattack is approaching, Min Tuet Thuong has now violated the agreement by invading Trung Chao. He's gone too far, Ka Long Yutun said. Tuet Thuong ancestor was wrong. They suddenly knelt down. But his cultivation was formidable, and he had secret techniques. How could he be defeated so easily? Indeed, we hope Lord Ka Long can divine for us. Very well, Ka Long replied and began divining. 9 miles apart, 5 in the center. Dragon Palace, Supreme Righteousness, Mystic Gate, Spirit Turtle. The turtle shell began to glow. Ah! Du Tu was dazzled. As I expected, Ka Long said, Fire and thunder devour. Li above, Jin below becomes fire. Thunder intertwined, a sign of great misfortune. What? The other two were shocked. This is heaven's punishment. He was burned to death. Ka Long declared. It seems Min Tuet Thuong didn't die at the hands of ordinary monks, but by a superior being. Who exactly is Lord Q Long? We will avenge our ancestor. The two men shouted angrily. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. If you investigate further, even I will be implicated. You should leave to avoid bringing trouble to the Black Tiger clan. Ka Long replied. So it's an existence that even you cannot peek at. They surprisingly thanked Lord Ka Long for the warning. We will return to make arrangements, one of them replied. The two Black Tiger clan members left. Ka Long began to ask the Ling Hu Demon Lord, what business do you have with me? Lord Ka Long, just now in the sky, Qingqiu Taoswang Palace's auspicious sign descended. All of Qingqiu's fortune was drawn elsewhere. Dotu replied, so that's what happened. All things have their fate. A clan's fortune can only be used by its own members. This fortune leaving Taoswang Palace must surely go to Ling Hu clan members elsewhere. Ka Long answered, elsewhere. But all the Fox clan and Nanling are in Qingqiu. Du Tu wondered, a few days ago, didn't your clan's 13th princess just run away from her marriage and leave? He asked. You mean today's events are related to that girl? Du Tu asked. If I'm not mistaken, Qingqiu's fortune must all be on Du 13's person. How is that possible? Her cultivation hasn't even reached Demon King level. How could she carry so much fortune? He was surprised. Lord Q Long, may I ask if you can guess who took the fortune? Du Tu asked. I will try my best. Saying that, Ka Long began to use his spiritual power. 9 Palace Divination. Spiritual Turtle carries 9. A bolt of lightning struck him, knocking Du Tu away. Lord Ka Long. He panicked. Ka Long coughed blood and replied, it's heaven's will, heaven's will. We can't investigate further, can't ask more. In the sky above Xiaokaidon, Zhang Xian was flying and thinking at this time. That old ghost Tu Chi Tian has finally left. He was really in a hurry. Last time, that Black Tiger Demon Lord's aura disappeared in Xiaokaidon. It must have been Senior Yi who acted. As a junior, I should go and express my gratitude. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder and called out, "Brother Ha." He turned around and saw 3 people. "Where are you going, brother?" Tu Tian asked. "Old Ghost 2, not Brother Tuesday. Why haven't you left yet?" Zhang Xian was surprised. Tu Chi Tian looked at Zhang Xian with an overly affectionate smile and then gently said, "Yesterday, although you refused my request to visit Mr. Yi, I happened to meet 2 guests from the capital to Yin." Tu Chi Tian's words were full of implied reproach. He couldn't help but think to himself, "If you won't take me there, I'll find a way to make you take me there." The scene changes to Tu Chi Tian's flashback. At this time, Tu Chi Tian was on his way back to the Ziqing Holy Land when suddenly someone was approaching from behind. It seemed to be someone familiar, which surprised Tu Chi Tian, making him exclaim, "Oh!" It turned out to be the great ancestor of Yin Kingdom. In front of Tu Chi Tian now were Yin Bing Xian and Yin Tianshan. Seeing the appearance of the great ancestor of Yin Kingdom, Yin Tianshan, made Tu Chi Tian a bit surprised. So Tu Chi Tian then clasped his hands and respectfully said, my apologies, my apologies. Weren't you in seclusion for many years? Where are you going now that you've come out?" Yin Tianshan replied gently, "I am going to Shaoqi Town in the territory of Taixin." Tu Chi Tian asked curiously, "Shaoqi Town? Why are you going there?" Yin Bing Xian, behind Yin Tianshan, cheerfully explained, "On behalf of Ziqing Holy Lord, I must take the great ancestor to Shaoqi Town to pay respects to Mr. Yi." Hearing what Yin Bing Xian just said made Tu Chi Tian suddenly startled, thinking to himself, Mr. Yi. Could it be the senior Yi mentioned by Ha Zhangxian? Damn, that old Ha. Now with the great ancestor of Yin Kingdom here, let's see how you can keep hiding that precious master of yours. Tu Chi Tian stood still, thinking to himself. Suddenly, Tu Chi Tian moved closer and grabbed Yin Tianshan's hand. "Brother Yin, you truly have good eyes." Then Tu Chi Tian stared intently at Yin Tianshan, making him break out in a cold sweat. His hands seemed to grip Yin Tianshan's hands even tighter, as if to show their closeness. Then he continued emphatically, "I've always wanted to pay respects to this senior. Let's go." Back to the present. After hearing Tu Chi Tian's story, Zhang Xian, the true person, was now furious to the point of boiling blood. His face had turned ashen. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. His eyes clearly showed resentment. His teeth were clenched as he thought with disgust. This old ghost, too, is truly a dog that yawns and bites by accident. On the street, Tu Chi Tian extended his arm and solemnly introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is Yin Tianshan," who was casually stroking his white beard behind him. Yin Bing Xian stood beside him, silent. Zhang Xian, the true person, on this side, before Tu Chi Tian could finish speaking, had already stroked his long beard and interjected, "The great ancestor emperor of Great Yin Kingdom, Yin Si Tian. How could I not know him?" Yin Tianshan slowly approached Zhang Xian, the true person. Then, he placed his hand on Zhang Xian's shoulder. With a face that was smiling yet not smiling, he spoke gently, "Holy Lord of Taixin Holy Land, Zhang Xian, true person, it's been a long time." Next is the scene with 2 people, Grandmaster Changhyun and Yin Tianshan. Their eyes met, silently thinking about the past and the present. It was as if this encounter was an opportunity for them to rekindle the flame of friendship. Ziqing, standing in the middle, watched the scene and suddenly felt like he heard the sound of crows flying past. To break the silence, Ziqing awkwardly spoke up, "You two know each other?" After hearing Ziqing's question, Grandmaster Changhyun and Yin Tianshan turned to face each other and assumed fighting stances. It began with Grandmaster Changhyun's verbal sparring. Back then, he personally established the rules. He honored the cultivators of the great Yin imperial family. Along with that came a defiant gaze within the territory. All sects and factions were considered heretical. Yin Tianshan was not to be outdone and immediately retorted, "So what? As the ruler of the great Yin, it is this old man's responsibility to unite the people." In the midst of their heated verbal exchange, suddenly, Yin Bingxin, who was standing beside him, pulled Yin Tianshan back. Feeling a tug on his sleeve, Yin Tianshan turned around and saw that it was Yin Bingxin. At this moment, Yin Bingxin, worried about a potential brawl, softly tried to calm Yin Tianshan down. "Ancestor, please calm down. After all, we are in Taiyuan territory. It's best not to argue with Holy Master He." Yin Tianshan was still furious from being provoked by Grandmaster Changyun. So, he ignored Yin Bingxin's advice and instead lashed out at her. "So, what if we're in Taiyuan territory? This old man will absolutely not bow down to him." Having been unexpectedly scolded by her ancestor, Yin Bingxin didn't know what to say next. Grandmaster Changhyun glanced over and saw that Yin Tianshan was enraged. He couldn't help but feel smug and spoke with a challenging tone and a sarcastic smile. "Is that so? Then please leave. Grandmaster Yi of our Taiyuan Holy Land doesn't welcome you." Yin Tianshan was still fuming. But after hearing Grandmaster Changyun say that Yi Changqing was his grandmaster, Yin Tianshan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "What? Senior Yi is the grandmaster of your Taiyuan Holy Land?" Grandmaster Changyun, seeing Yin Tianshan's surprise reaction, couldn't help but feel delighted. He replied, "Of course. Otherwise, how could he have secluded himself in Shao Qizhen and bestowed upon our Taiyuan Holy Land immense fortune?" With that, Grandmaster Changyun let out a smug laugh. Yin Tianshan thought he had misheard, so he was a bit dissatisfied and shouted loudly, asking Tu Chi Tien and Ha Changwen if it was true. This caused Tu Chi Tien, who was standing peacefully beside them, to suddenly be shouted at in the face, so he was also a bit frightened. His face was covered in sweat. Tu Chi Tien lowered his head and spoke softly. "Perhaps it's not wrong." Tu Chi Tien slowly recalled the scene from that day. At that time, Yi Changqing appeared out of nowhere with a cold expression mixed with a hint of anger. He stared intently at the fire demon. His hand stretched out, and he quietly said, "Stop for me." Then, Tu Chi Tien began to recount the story for Yin Tianshan to hear. "A few days ago on Mount Taishian, I saw with my own eyes Senior Yi take action. He suppressed the erupting spirit of the dangerous celestial weapon. He also performed celestial magic, helping Taishian Holy Land restore the damaged main hall." Tu Chi Tien at this moment also remembered the scene of the Taishian Hall changing from a pile of desolate ruins to suddenly being swept by a strange painting with a beam of light, and it returned to its original shape, even newer than before. Although Yin Tianshan didn't witness it firsthand, through Tu Chi Tien's narration, he could somewhat imagine that power. Then Yin Tianshan stammered this. Tu Chi Tien suddenly turned his eyes towards Zhang Xian, the true person, behind him. His expression looked extremely angry, while Zhang Xian, the true person, stood there calmly, unaware that Tu Chi Tien was glaring at him. He approached and spoke softly to Zhang Xian, the true person. "Taishian Holy Lord, how about we negotiate a bit more?" Zhang Xian, the true person, seeing Yin Tianshan's attitude like this, couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. But he still pretended to be normal, and then spoke, "Oh, negotiate what?" Yin Tianshan, hearing Zhang Xian, the true person's tone, seemed to have agreed. At this moment, he patted his chest as if showing his spirit. Then he excitedly said, "The great Yin royal family is ready to establish Tai Xian Holy Land as the national sect of the great Yin kingdom." Zhang Xian, the true person, on this side, seeing Yin Tianshan's attitude like this, couldn't help but be surprised. Zhang Xian, the true person, after realizing the seriousness of the matter, was still dumbfounded and let out an "oh." Tu Chi Tien beside him, on the contrary, showed panic and then shouted in surprise, "Are you serious?" Yin Tianshan boldly affirmed, "That's right. Just let me and Bing Xian meet Senior Yi." Zhang Xian, the true person, in his heart was now as happy as if at a festival. But he still pretended not to care about that superficial title of national sect, but calmly spoke in a respectful tone, "Since you have such sincerity, follow me." After saying this, Zhang Xian, the true person, turned and left. Although Zhang Xian, the true person's appearance still looked normal, in his heart, he was now constantly screaming. Then he thought to himself, "Our Taishian Holy Land's precious ancestor is so welcomed like this. It really feels too dangerous." Because there was High Ancestor Yin Tianshan and the 9th Princess of the Great Yin, Yin Bing Xian, as well as the Holy Lord of Ziqing Holy Land, Tu-Chi Tien. Not to mention in the future, who knows how many more people will pay attention to that ancestor of Tai Xian Holy Land. How could he not be worried? Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, Zhang Xian, the true person, while walking, suddenly remembered something, so he turned back and said to Yin Tianshan, "The senior is living in seclusion here, surely with deep intentions. Later, don't be rash and speak rudely." Yin Tianshan smiled confidently and replied, "Of course, I absolutely won't speak directly about heavenly secrets." Yin Tianshan's sweat had now soaked his entire face, carrying worry. He thought to himself that he had never interacted with such a supreme figure before. How should he greet him with the first sentence? Suddenly, someone stepped out. It turned out to be Yi Chongqing, coming out from inside the house. Seeing Zhang Xian, the true person's group standing at the door, probably wanted to visit him. Yi Chongqing then spoke to inquire, everyone. As soon as Yin Bing Xian saw Yi Chongqing, her eyes lit up. Her face turned completely red. Her hands clutched at her chest. Then she gently said, "Mr. Yi, I'll come to visit you again." Then Yin Bing Xian leaped onto Yi Chongqing. Her arms wrapped around his neck. Her eyes squinted. Her mouth smiled brightly. Her cheeks flushed red. This caught Yi Chongqing by surprise. Seeing Yin Bing Xian intimately hugging Yi Chongqing tightly like that, it made Yin Tianshan's jaw drop in surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah." Yi Chongqing at this moment finally reacted to Yin Bing Xian's bold action. Then he hurriedly pushed her away and said, "Ah Yin, Miss Yin, you've arrived." Yi Chongqing saw the group of Zhang Xian, the true person, Tu-Chi Tien, and Yin Tianshan standing dazed, watching the two of them struggle back and forth. So he was a bit worried and thought to himself, so many people are watching, let go first. Then he successfully pushed Yin Bing Xian away. When Yi Chongqing had completely separated from Yin Bing Xian to quickly erase the awkwardness, he immediately said, "Well then, please come in and sit down first." Even though Yi Chongqing had reminded her, Yin Bing Xian was still touching him here and there. This made Yi Chongqing a bit embarrassed, so he hurriedly reminded her, "Miss Yin, your hands. Don't touch randomly." Tu-Chi Tien had now stepped into the house, but something suddenly caught his eye, causing him to be surprised and widen his eyes. Black Emperor, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a noise, so he perked up his ears to listen. Seeing a group of strangers entering, Black Emperor quickly bared his sharp teeth. With angry eyes, he let out a few growls. Tu-Chi Tien screamed in fear after seeing Black Emperor. "Beast Emperor!" Yin Tianshan also shouted in astonishment. A Beast Emperor exists in the Central Continent. True person Zhang Xian, having visited Yi Chongqing's house before, wasn't surprised at all when seeing Black Emperor. But upon seeing the shocked reactions of Yin Tianshan and Tu-Chi Tien, he felt extremely pleased. Then he calmly spoke. "That's natural. Of course, someone of senior Yes cultivation level would keep a dog." Being normal, true person Zhang Xian suddenly turned his head. Looking at Yin Tianshan and Tu-Chi Tien, he spoke to remind them, "Don't say this old man didn't warn you. The Beast Emperor is just the tip of the iceberg. This place is truly a land of wonders." Then true person Zhang Xian thought to himself while trembling, "These fake nascent soul trash." Because in front of their group was now a heavenly scene with abundant spiritual energy radiating everywhere. Cranes were flying with outstretched wings. In the distance was a small pond with a bridge across it, along with a small courtyard where Yi Chongqing lived daily in the back. In front of the yard was a 1,000-year-old spirit tree sleeping soundly. Yin Bing Xian looked at Yi Chongqing affectionately and said, "Mr. Yi, Bing Xian missed you very much." "Did you miss me?" Yi Chongqing awkwardly replied, "It's okay." Yin Bing Xian, hearing that answer, thought that Yi Chongqing also missed her. So Yin Bing Xian hugged his arm tightly. Yi Chongqing's inner heart was now screaming, "Let go of me. The white fox has seen this. I'm in trouble tonight." Yin Bing Xian suddenly leaned close to Yi Chongqing's ear and whispered, "Mr. Yi, I've told our story to the High Ancestor and my father." Yi Chongqing suddenly felt someone staring at him from behind, making Yi Chongqing's spine shiver. Yi Chongqing was now extremely confused and wondered if it was the white fox or not. So Yi Chongqing quickly spoke up to clarify with Yin being Xian. Hey, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. We have a pure relationship between man and woman. Yi Chongqing, though trembling with fear, still boldly shouted to Yin being Xian, speaking loudly for true person Zhang Xian's group to hear as well. In case there was a white fox, it would somewhat reduce the trouble. True person Zhang Xian saw Yi Chongqing and Yin Bing Xian with their arms around each other. Their gestures and words were very intimate, so he happily spoke up. Senior Yi and Miss Yin truly have a connection with each other. Yi Chongqing, hearing these words from true person Zhang Xian, his face now turned pale. So he hurriedly waved his hand in denial, saying there was nothing. There's nothing. While in Yi Chongqing's heart, at this moment, he was constantly screaming and thinking to himself, why fall in love and mess up your head? It only brings suffering to oneself. Then Yi Chongqing reached out his hand, pointing towards the table in the yard. Then he spoke, please come over here and sit. 213, now in the form of a fox, stepped out. The white fox form of 213 had a small body and looked very agile. She had a long and narrow muzzle, bright eyes, and a nose that seemed very sensitive, covered in a typical short white fur with a long, wide tail like a dragging broom. The three people, Tu Chi Tian, true person Zhang Xian, and Yin Tian Shan, seeing 213 appear, their eyes widened in shock, and then they exclaimed in unison, Mother of God, there's still another one. The demonic aura is so thick. The white fox, which was 213, was now emitting a purple stream of demonic aura. Her sharp, glowing eyes were looking at true person Zhang Xian's group. True person Zhang Xian recognized the true form of the white fox as 213. Then he couldn't help but be shocked and shouted loudly with his mouth agape. Clearly, the cultivation is only at the Demon King level, yet the demonic aura is like that of a demon emperor. The white fox, 213, suddenly shifted her gaze to Yin Bing Xian, and Yin Bing Xian was now staring blankly at 213. Then the white fox, 213, stepped forward close to Yin Bing Xian's feet. She was a bit surprised and looked down. Then suddenly she saw the human form of 213. Below was the fox body. She was blushing, looking extremely seductive. 213 then sat sideways, elbow propped up, her hand playing with some strands of red hair. Then she spoke, evaluating. The master doesn't like small goods. But in fact, she was trying to criticize Yin Bing Xian and raise her own value. Yin Bing Xian, hearing the somewhat offensive words of 213, became a bit angry mixed with embarrassment and shouted. Yin Bing Xian's whole body was now trembling. Her face darkened, her teeth clenched tightly in anger. Then Yin Bing Xian, dissatisfied, shouted loudly with her hands still placed in front of her chest. Don't think that just because you have some beauty, you can do whatever you want. Mr. Yi is not such a fickle person. After this scene, everyone opened their mouths in shock, mixed with Yin Bing Xian's irritation. At this moment, true person Zhang Xian's group had approached the table to sit. Yi Chongqing had already finished brewing the tea and was pouring it into cups for them. The tea in the cups had a soft green color. In the center was an enlightenment leaf. The heat was still releasing a stream of white smoke rising in wisps. Tu Chi Tian and Yin Tian Shan, seeing this scene for the first time, were a bit surprised. Tu Chi Tian, while staring intently, exclaimed in awe, Is this tea brewed from the enlightenment leaf, isn't it? True person Zhang Xian beside him, with joy in his heart, a proud expression on his face mixed with satisfaction, spoke to explain. That's right. This tea seems even more potent than the last time by a few degrees. Yin Bing Xian, though having tasted it before at this moment, just by looking and smelling the tea's fragrance, was extremely delighted and satisfied, so she let out a few soft laughs. Then Yin Bing Xian also spoke up. It's even more suitable for the constitution of immortals. Yin Tian Shan picked up the teacup and smelled it, then pondered to himself. If Little Nine could become Tao partners with Mr. Yi, wouldn't our great Yin enjoy eternal peace? Along with that thought was the image of Yi Chongqing and Yin Bing Xian standing close to each other. She was beside Yi Chongqing, looking at him with an affectionate smile. Yi Chongqing at this moment suddenly remembered the important matter about the reason for the visit of true person Zhang Xian's group. So he spoke up. "Oh, tell me, what brings you all here today?" True person Zhang Xian, hearing this, stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and spoke. "Senior, I recently found an ancient brush. Last time I came in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't bring any gifts." Along with these words, true person Zhang Xian now slowly used his hand to take out the ancient brush from his robe. "Today I brought a gift I'm proud of." Floating in true person Zhang Xian's hand at this moment was the box containing the ancient brush he just mentioned. From the box emanated a bright orange-yellow light. "Please accept it, senior." After saying this, true person Zhang Xian quickly used both hands to present the box to Yi Chongqing. At this moment, Yi Chongqing also reached out his hand to receive the gift and politely said with a smile, "You're too kind." As soon as he received the box, Yi Chongqing quickly opened it. From inside the box radiated a dazzling golden light. But when he saw the ancient brush inside, it caused Yi Chongqing to be surprised and let out an exclamation. Then, Yi Chongqing quickly took out the ancient brush. From the jet-black body of the ancient brush with its white tip emanated a source of blue-white light, very beautiful. Yi Chongqing was very pleased with this ancient brush, so he smiled brightly and spoke. "This brush is excellent. Elder Ha, you're truly thoughtful." True person Zhang Xian on this side, hearing himself being praised by his sex Tai Xian Holy Land's ancestor, Yi Chongqing, was very delighted, so he rubbed his head, then spoke with a bit of embarrassment. "Oh no, not at all. Compared to last time when you gave me the Tai Xian Sutra Green map, this brush is only a small fraction of that." After saying this, Zhang Xian stroked his beard, seeming very pleased. Tu Chi Tien beside him, seeing true person Zhang Xian so proud, couldn't help but feel angry. His face had turned ashen without him realizing it. Tu Chi Tien was still thinking to himself, "If I had known Senior Yi would like this ancient treasure so much, then before I shouldn't have used it as a betting item." Tu Chi Tien, looking at true person Zhang Xian's joyful expression, made him feel more and more irritated. Because originally, the one being praised by Senior Yi Chongqing should have been him. For that ancient brush was actually one of the ancient treasures that Tu Chi Tien had secretly hidden away. "Senior Yi, I, Tu Chi Tien, am visiting for the first time today. I have also prepared a small gift." As soon as he finished speaking, in Tu Chi Tien's hand appeared a small wooden box. He smiled and used both hands to present it towards Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing, at this moment, suddenly receiving another gift, felt a bit embarrassed. Then he scratched his head and smiled kindly as he spoke. "Elder Tu is being too considerate. Then I shall accept it." Saying this, Yi Chongqing then reached out his hand to receive the box that Tu Chi Tien was giving him. Yi Chongqing, just like before, quickly opened the box to see what was inside. From inside the box also emitted a beam of golden light, dazzling. Seeing the gift inside made Yi Chongqing extremely pleased. He had to squint his eyes and smile brightly as he spoke. "This is a superior ink stick." Tu Chi Tien, seeing that he was also praised by Yi Chongqing, happily spoke up. "I'm glad you like it, senior." The ink stick inside the box given by Tu Chi Tien was rectangular and slender. On the front of the ink stick were engraved the characters Cha Mo. The entire ink stick was emitting a golden light, looking very pleasing to the eye. Yi Chongqing, although receiving precious gifts, still showed humility, smiling brightly as he spoke. As the saying goes, no reward without merit. Today, having received Elder Tu's gift, I shall reciprocate with a painting. Please feel free to say whether you want calligraphy or a painting. Tu Chi Tien heard that Yi Chongqing would reciprocate with a painting. He even allowed Tu Chi Tien to choose the style freely. This made Tu Chi Tien stand there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Tu Chi Tien at this moment had finally managed to process that information. He joyfully jumped up. His gaze at Yi Chongqing had now changed from bewilderment to delight. Both hands clenched and raised to his chest. Then he happily replied, "Really?" as if afraid Yi Chongqing would change his mind. Tu Chi Tien felt his reaction was a bit excessive, so he quickly composed himself, pretending to cough a few times, then calmly replied, "Then I would like a piece of calligraphy related to swords." After that, Tu Chi Tien fell silent thinking about the calligraphy that Yi Chongqing was about to write for him. Qing Shui also received Elder Ye's guidance to break through to Yuan Ying. If the Elder's brush produces ink treasures containing sword energy, it will surely help Chong Feng break through as well. If it can successfully help Chong Feng break through then in the future, He can help Tu Chi Tian's Ziqing Holy Land to gain face. It might even help his Ziqing Holy Land to crush the Taixin Holy Land of that Zhangxian true person. In that case, he would no longer have an arrogant attitude towards him. Yi Chongqing heard Tu Chi Tian wanted to receive a piece of calligraphy, so he happily waved his hand and replied, "No problem. I'll do it right away." Tu Chi Tian, hearing Yi Chongqing agree to his request, his eyes immediately lit up. Both hands clenched tightly as if expressing joy. After speaking, Yi Chongqing turned around walking towards the table with paper to write for Tu Chi Tian. But at this moment Yi Chongqing saw there was no paper on the table. He suddenly remembered that the house was out of paper and let out an "oh." Yi Chongqing's face fell, slightly worried, thinking to himself, "That's not right, it seems the Xian paper was used up last night." Because he had promised to reciprocate Tu Chi Tian with a piece of calligraphy, but now he was out of paper. This made Yi Chongqing a bit sad. After thinking, Yi Chongqing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, then spoke up. The house is out of Xian paper. Please sit and relax while I go buy some and come back." Yi Chongqing at this moment also didn't expect that he would have to leave his guests to go buy paper. But since he had promised, he had to keep his word, so he had no choice. Suddenly, Yin Bingxen beside him raised her hand, smiled brightly, and spoke. "Mr. Yi, no need to worry. I have prepared everything for you." Yi Chongqing at this moment also turned his head to look at Yin Bingxen. In Yin Bingxen's hand at this moment suddenly appeared a bright golden light. Then from that light, in Yin Bingxen's hand, transformed into a thick stack of paper. The stack of paper at this time was also neatly placed on the table by Yin Bingxen for Yi Chongqing. Seeing the towering stack of paper, Yi Chongqing was extremely happy. Seeing Yi Chongqing's joyful expression, Yin Bingxen also added, "Usually you really like to create calligraphy and paintings. These are all from the imperial capital. They can be used for a long time." Yi Chongqing then used both hands to grasp Yin Bingxen's hand. Then he looked at Yin Bingxen and said gratefully, "Miss Yin, you still understand me the best." Because Yi Chongqing suddenly held her hand, Yin Bingxen was also a bit surprised. Yi Chongqing at this moment couldn't help but be pleased, thinking to himself that usually Xian paper is the most expensive. In the small town, buying it is expensive enough to kill you. This way, it saves quite a bit of money. And this stack of paper given by Yin Bingxen also helped Yi Chongqing resolve the situation that was extremely embarrassing. Yin Bingxen suddenly took off the ring on her hand. Then Yin Bingxen blushed shyly, gave the ring to Yi Chongqing, and said, "There's still a lot more in this storage ring. I'd like to give it all to you." Yi Chongqing at this time also reached out with both hands to receive the ring that Yin Bingxen gave him. True person Chongxian at this moment saw Yi Chongqing receiving just an ordinary stack of paper, yet having such a reaction. His face was now covered in beads of sweat. At this moment, he couldn't help but think to himself, "What Her Highness took out, it's just ordinary Xian paper. Yet the senior is so excited about it." Tu Chi Tian beside him, seeing Yi Chongqing's joyful attitude, also had beads of sweat on his face. He was shocked and thought to himself, "It seems I'm still too vulgar after all. Antiques to people like Senior Yi are nothing at all." Yin Tianshan was also a bit silent at this moment, gently stroking his white beard. Then he silently thought about Yi Chongqing. This is the realm of a world-class figure. It's not something that juniors like us can achieve, because just an ordinary stack of Xian paper given by old Yin Tianshan's granddaughter, Yin Bingxen, made him value it so much. Yet for the precious antique treasures given by true person Chongxian and Tu Chi Tian. Although Yi Chongqing also happily accepted the gifts, the expression on his face wasn't as eager as this. It seems that if Yi Chongqing and Yin Bingxen could be brought together, perhaps the great Yin country of his would soon stand at the top of the world. Right after that, Yi Chongqing spread the Xian paper on the table. Then he reached out to pick up the brush that Chongxian gave him. That brush seemed to contain an indescribable beauty. It had both a unique structure and emitted a soft golden light. Yi Chongqing held the brush in his hand. With a smiling face, he said, "Well then, I'll begin." Tu Chi Tian watched as he prepared to put brush to paper. His eyes fixed on Yi Chongqing. He stared without blinking, so tense that he kept swallowing repeatedly. As he watched Yi Chongqing hold that brush standing there, he thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of opportunity the senior will bestow upon me." Then Yi Chongqing gently made the first strokes. His hand skillfully curved each line. It seemed that every stroke he drew carried some beautiful sentiment. Its allure was truly miraculous. His body at that moment exuded an extremely graceful air. He seemed to blend with nature to create a masterpiece. As he painted, he closed his eyes in contemplation, then recited a few lines of poetry to sketch on the paper Xianman Tang, Hua Zi, Sen Xian Ko. He added another stroke. Yi Chongqing then recited another line, Yi Jian, Shuang Han, Shi Zhou. After reciting the last line of poetry, suddenly a beam of radiant light emerged. Yi Chongqing at that moment was no different from an immortal possessing powers that few could attain. He shone like dazzling rays of sunlight, proudly floating amidst a halo of light. Tu Chi Tien perhaps was witnessing such an indescribable scene for the first time. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think in amazement. Is this sword aura, sword might, sword chi, sword intent? He stood there, staring intently. At this moment, surrounding Yi Chongqing was a circle of sword chi illuminating the entire scene. He felt a bit of admiration and happiness. I can actually sense so much true sword Dao meaning, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. Yi Chongqing still holding the brush, painting the remaining strokes on the Xian paper, it seemed at this moment. The aura surrounding Yi Chongqing changed slightly. They became more distinct. Tu Chi Tien, who just moments ago was sensing the true sword Dao meanings, now turned pale. His expression showed some worry. This isn't good. The sword auras, as if something was driving them, rushed whooshing down to where Tu Chi Tien was standing. Those sword auras even emitted clanging sounds. Fortunately, Tu Chi Tien swiftly dodged. Those sword intents still rushed swiftly towards Tu Chi Tien. The light they emitted was so strong that people had to quickly cover their eyes. Tu Chi Tien stood still in place, letting the sword intents rush straight at him. He just silently directed his gaze at Yi Chongqing and the dazzling sword intents. But perhaps because the power of those sword intents was too strong, he finally couldn't bear it and fell to his knees. On his face at this moment was only pain and inability to stay calm. He thought, I cultivated for so many years. Yet before Senior Yi, I still seemed like a child. At this point, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand it anymore. His face turned ashen, his body trembling as he let out a cry. Then he fainted. Zhang Xian saw that Tu Chi Tien couldn't hold on any longer. He felt a bit worried. He frowned and thought, this old devil too probably can't withstand the pressure of Senior Ye's great Dao. He's about to go into Qi deviation. Thinking this, he quickly used his own power and hurriedly flew to Tu Chi Tien's side. He stood behind him. After a minute's pause, he used his own power to suppress the spiritual energy that was about to cause Qi deviation in Tu Chi Tien's body. Zhang Xian closed his eyes and chanted a mantra. Clear mind like water. Clear water is the heart when wind does not rise. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck Tu Chi Tien's body with a powerful palm. He shouted clear mind technique. Zhang Xian. After using the clear mind technique to suppress the spiritual energy about to cause Qi deviation in Tu Chi Tien's body, he shouted to wake Tu Chi Tien up. Old devil 2, wake up quickly. Tu Chi Tien was still standing there silently, unaware. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. As if he had sensed Zhang Xian's call, his face went from blank to showing some emotion. A flash of light shone, dazzling to the eyes. The scene changed, and it was now daylight. At the same time, Tu Chi Tien had regained his spiritual energy. He had returned to his normal state. As if reborn, he was drenched in sweat. His face was still dark as he panted heavily. He unconsciously turned to look at Zhang Xian. He saw that he was in tears, his face filled with sorrow. He felt somewhat panicked, not understanding what had happened. He regained his composure. He turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Thank you, Brother Ha." This too almost disgraced himself before Senior Yi. Zhang Xian understood his meaning. He coldly replied, it's nothing." At that moment, where Yi Chongqing was, he seemed to have finished the last stroke of his calligraphy. One had to admit, looking at the final strokes, one could already see his skill. Each character emitted its own light, making the painting even more magical. Finishing the last stroke, he smiled happily and said, "It's done." He gently put down the brush Zhang Xian had given him on the table. He turned to those waiting and said, "Everyone, please take a look at this calligraphy." As he spoke, he gestured towards the painting he had just created. This calligraphy seemed to possess a spiritual energy emitting a wondrous light. The three of them, hearing Yi Chongqing's invitation, couldn't help but be curious and approached, bending down to look. Everyone's eyes showed surprise to the point of admiration for Yi Chongqing's talent. The calligraphy that had been meticulously created, each character emitting its own light, finally coming together to create a calligraphy of dazzling beauty. It was hard for anyone not to be impressed. That calligraphy was 2 lines of poetry. One sword, cold frost, 10 provinces, full of flowers, drunken beauty, 3 skies. After looking at and reading the calligraphy, Ha Zhangxian seemed to immerse himself in a peaceful space. Leaves swaying in the wind, giving people an extremely relaxed feeling. He closed his eyes, felt it, and said, "These characters not only give people a sense of complete talent and virtue, but also contain within them a truly vast divine meaning." Tu Qidin couldn't help but be surprised and replied, "That's right. What's surprising is that each character conceals different sword principles that are not the same. But when these words are connected together, they create a truly different meaning." While expressing his amazement, in his mind, the words from that calligraphy appeared in their form when separated from the poem. One sword, cold frost, 14 provinces, full of flowers, drunken beauty, 3 skies, guests. Indeed, each of those words, when standing alone, carries a different meaning. But when combined, they carry a new meaning. The words harmonize perfectly with each other, creating 2 lines of poetry that leave people in admiration after reading. Yin Bingxian, upon hearing Tu Qitian's analysis, had some questions. She asked, "Master Tu, what do you mean by that?" Tu Qitian turned to answer her. "It seems like mountains. Mountains stacked on top of each other, forming a single, towering mountain. Some mountains connect to form a magnificent scene that's unexpected." After hearing the explanation, Yin Bingxian understood the meaning of that marvelous calligraphy. With a pleased expression, she smiled and said, "So that's how it is." Both Zhang Xianjinren and Tu Ji stood there admiring the calligraphy that was still emitting rays of light. The two seemed to share the same thought, but the hidden meaning in Senior Ye's couplet isn't just that. What we can understand is only a superficial part. Tu Qitian turned to Yi Chongqing and suddenly asked, "Senior Yi, is this calligraphy really for me?" Yi Chongqing smiled and replied, "Of course it is." In his mind, he thought a piece of calligraphy in exchange for a high-quality ink stick. That's a bit too much. Thinking this, he was overjoyed. Tu Qitian, hearing this, lowered his head in thought. Then he bowed respectfully to Yi Chongqing. He said loudly, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for this treasure. Please accept a bow from Tuesday." Then he knelt down. Yi Chongqing, seeing this, was even more shocked. He involuntarily jumped and exclaimed, "What's this?" He then approached Tu Qitian, reached out to help him stand up. With a flustered expression, he said, No, it's just a piece of calligraphy. Master Tu, there's no need for this. Please stand up quickly." Tu Qitian, hearing this, replied, "Senior." Yin Tianshan and Zhang Xianjinren stood there stroking their beards, observing every gesture and action of the two. The 2 men seemed to realize something. They both thought that the senior was stopping them like this to give some face to Brother Tuesday. In reality, he clearly knew his identity as the founding ancestor of Changhuan Holy Land, so he absolutely wouldn't reach out his hand. Yi Chongqing didn't expect another awkward situation to arise. He tiredly put his hand to his forehead and thought, "This is really shortening my lifespan." Then he turned to speak to Yin Tianshan and Changhuan Jinren. "Right? It's not often we meet like this today. Now it's also time for a meal. I'd like to invite everyone for Black Tiger Hot Pot. What do you think?" Yin Bingxin's eyes widened with joy when she heard the word hot pot and asked, "Hot pot?" The other 3 were shocked upon hearing this. Their eyes and mouths formed A shapes as they exclaimed, "Black Tiger Hot Pot." After careful preparation, a lavish hot pot table was set up. The hot pot was placed in the center of the table. Around it were delicious ingredients to be dipped in. Yi Chongqing stood up, chopsticks in hand, dipping meat into the pot. He hospitably said, "Please help yourselves to whatever you'd like. Don't be shy." After saying this, everyone started using their chopsticks without hesitation. They picked up pieces of tiger meat and dipped them into the hot pot. However, it seemed that the 3 sitting opposite still looked uneasy. They looked at the bubbling hot pot with doubtful eyes. Yin Tianshan pondered, "I heard that a few days ago, the Black Tiger Demon, Sun Mingyue of the Southern Range, invaded the Central Plains, causing the two great holy leaders of Yin Yang and Dala to personally intervene. His hand trembled as he picked up a piece of meat. His heart was still full of doubts. As a result, suddenly it perished in the territory of Taishan Holy Land. Even its corpse disappeared without a trace. Tu Zhiqian, sitting nearby, seemed to understand what Yin Tianshan was speculating. He nodded. It's just as you think. That guy passed through Zichi-chun. Senior Yi killed him. Chanhuan Jinren then turned to look blankly at the two of them. He added, what about the corpse? Looking at the delicious tiger meat dish before them, all three of them thought it might be the dish in front of them. Yin Tianshan's body suddenly went limp. He sighed deeply. Just to eat a hot pot meal, he casually killed a black tiger demon lord. Chongqing and Yin Bingxin were still eating enthusiastically. Yin Tianshan watched Chongqing eating so heartily and thought, in Senior Ye's eyes, a demon lord cultivated to this level is probably no different from a wild beast that hasn't taken human form. Seeing Bingxin without any doubt, still picking up meat and putting it in the hot pot, he used a spell to transmit a warning to her. Bingxin, this tiger meat contains fierce energy. With your current cultivation, you can't digest it yet. It's better not to eat it. Bingxin was about to pick up a piece of meat when she heard this and suddenly stopped. She quickly withdrew her hand and reluctantly looked at the delicious tiger meat dish. She replied with regret, I understand. Truong Tan enthusiastically picked up a piece of meat. He placed it in Yin Bang Tam's bowl. He smiled cheerfully and said, Miss Yin, try it. This meat is very fragrant. Bang Tam waved her hand in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Deep. But Bang Tam cannot eat meat these days. Deep Truong Tan asked, both disappointed and surprised. Cannot eat meat. He thought to himself, could it be for weight loss? Unexpectedly, even young ladies in the world of cultivation have to diet. Truong Tan looked at the other three and hospitably said, then everyone please eat more tiger meat, there's plenty. I can't finish it alone. Yin Tian's son didn't dare refuse Truong Tan's invitation and had to pick up some meat to eat. Tu Chi was no exception. Although he was a bit worried, he didn't dare to voice his refusal. Ha Truong Huin chewed the meat with a heart full of worry. After eating a piece of tiger meat, the three of them instantly lost their newly acquired nervousness. Ha Truong Huin closed his eyes to savor the taste and said, it seems not bad. Tu Chi also exclaimed, it's not as scary as I imagined. Yin Tian's son also had to praise, that's right. He even felt a warm, comfortable sensation in his body. Suddenly, Yin Tian's son's eyes looked strange. A burning sensation erupted in their bodies. This feeling seemed not quite right. Tu Chi Tian's eyes widened, burning up. Deep Truong Tan was still chewing noisily, but his hand had already picked up another piece of meat to put in his mouth. Seeing the three of them acting strangely, he asked, what's wrong with everyone? Yin Tian's son felt itchy all over. He scratched himself, and Tu Chi Tian was the same. Their bodies broke out in red rashes, making them feel itchy. Truong Huin's face turned red as he said tearfully, excuse us, Elder Deep, we need to step outside for a bit. Truong Tan heard this, but didn't understand what was happening to them. With that, the three of them asked to be excused together. Truong Tan didn't dare to stop them. As soon as they left, his face showed a hint of sadness as he wondered to himself, just ate 2 bites, and ran off to the bathroom. Then he stared at the plate of tiger meat, thinking, could it be that this black tiger meat has gone bad? I specifically used that ice sphere to freeze it. Indeed, Deep Truong Tan had preserved the black tiger meat very carefully, but he didn't know for what reason it caused the guests who ate it to immediately ask to leave. At this time, on the mountain outside Tri-Town, the tall, majestic mountains rose up in layers, appearing and disappearing in the white clouds, looking truly magnificent. Yin Tian's son's face was flushed red, panting incessantly, letting out a long ah. Standing opposite, Lu Truong-ha was also panting heavily, gasping as he said, my body is so hot. Yin Tian's son, Tu Chi Tian, and Truong Huin ran around in chaos, shouting nonstop, Brother Tu, Brother Ha. My Hoathan realm can't withstand such overwhelming spiritual energy. Our Lien Chi realm can't handle it either. Zhang Xianjinren was exhausted, his face turning purple with no strength left to run any further. Let's work together to resolve this, or it will be dangerous. Lu Chang'a beside him was equally tired and gasped in response. That's right, I'm about to collapse. Zhang Xianjinren immediately clasped his hands and channeled his energy. A dazzling light flashed, blinding to the eyes. Lu Chang'e also put his hands together and slowly unleashed his technique. A fierce circle of fire appeared. Yin Tianshan was no exception. He recited a mantra in his mind to channel his own energy. Then suddenly he spread his hands and clapped them together forcefully, causing sparks to fly. All three of them joined forces, creating a terrifyingly powerful force. The ground shook and light continuously rose up. That power was so strong that it created a powerful shockwave. It exploded straight into the sky, stirring up the entire area. At this time, in a deep forest in some bone valley, there was the sound of a stream flowing peacefully. Yin Tianshan was exhausted and trembling. With no strength left in his body, he leaned against the rock wall and gasped. "Thank you both very much." He was so tired that he sat down on the ground, sticking out his tongue to breathe. "If it weren't for you two acting in time, I'm afraid this old man would have had a hard time escaping disaster today." Hearing this, Zhang Xianjinren glanced at him and then smiled humbly. "We were also trying to release the violent energy in our bodies." Lu Chang'e also leaned against the rock wall to rest. He looked up at the sky, sighed, and said, "At Senior Ye's place, although there are great opportunities and creations everywhere, but it also hides immense dangers." At this moment, Yi Changqing was having a meal with Yan Bingxin. She turned and asked him, "Mr. Yi, how long have you been in this small town?" Hearing her sudden question, Yi Changqing's face darkened, not knowing how to answer appropriately. He no longer had the mood to eat, put down his chopsticks, and said in a sad voice, "It's been over 5 years, I think." Hearing this, she still tried to ask further, "Have you ever thought about going somewhere else to see?" Yi Changqing's mood became more and more somber. "I've always longed for the outside world. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance." He recalled that time alone, holding a lamp, walking in the dark, deep forest. All around there seemed to be pairs of eyes of wild wolves staring at him. They were just looking for an opportunity to pounce on him. He was terribly frightened. His whole body trembled, his face turning purple. Because outside the town, there were always beasts wanting to harm me. Yi Changqing was trying to reassure himself at that time, trying to quickly step forward, determined not to tremble in fear. But the desolate sound of the wind and the fears that constantly surrounded him made him unable to feel at ease at all. Every few minutes he would turn his head to look around. Suddenly, he saw a beam of light appear before his eyes, along with some loud, discordant sounds. "Oh heavens, it's unbearable. Even a ghost like me finds it frightening. You can't mess with it." Then from somewhere a small dog appeared. It hid behind a large rock, cautiously peeking its head out to look. Yi Changqing turned to look at it with an extremely terrifying face. His eyes were blood red, his mouth slightly curved in a smile, looking truly demonic. The dog, seeing his face, couldn't help but panic, as if its heart would fall out. It screamed, "Ghost!" It immediately ran away, continuously screaming, so scared that it started crying. "Run away quickly." Yi Changqing's face was gloomy and dejected. He let out a soft sigh and said, "It's difficult." Yan Bingxin, beside him, also stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, she shouted loudly, "I understand." Her face was extremely determined, her eyes wide open, full of resolve. Seriously thinking, Mr. Yi means that a supreme expert making any movement would cause chaos in the world, out of concern for all living beings. That's why you can't easily leave this place. At this moment, Yi Changqing suddenly spoke up, interrupting Bingxin's train of thought. "Miss Yin, on your way here, did you encounter any dangers?" This caused her to be slightly surprised. Following Mr. Ye's question, Bingxin searched her memory and said, "No, grandfather, and I came this time bringing along several guards." At the same time, images of muscular men, strong and well-built, each muscle defined, with firm biceps and solid chests also appeared in her mind. Yi Changqing, pretending to understand, said, "I see." In his heart, he was extremely excited and thought, wow, there are even guards for protection. It seems there's hope of leaving this place. Yan Bingxin also became excited and said, "Moreover, this small town is not far from Qinghe City. Once we reach Qinghe City, we can directly use the teleportation array to get to the great Yan imperial capital." Images of the small town and Qinghe City appeared in succession. succession. The teleportation array was like a large transfer gate, golden in color and extremely dazzling. Hearing this, Yi Changqing anxiously asked, "Teleportation array, how does it teleport?" Yan Bingxin happily explained, even raising 2 fingers to illustrate. It's a large formation that shortens thousands of miles. It can transport people all over the great Yan kingdom. Changqing beside her listened very attentively, unconsciously placing his hand on his chin in a thoughtful pose. Immediately, he leaned forward, his face extremely excited, and asked, "Then, in the imperial capital, is there a trend of liking calligraphy and painting?" This made Bingxin involuntarily step back. She smiled and replied, "Of course. The imperial capital has several academies. Among them, there are certainly many literary masters. They are all well-learned and knowledgeable. Naturally, they also like to collect calligraphy and paintings." A magnificent scene appeared. Flowers of various colors bloomed in succession. There were also beautiful women appearing. After hearing this, Changqing beside her suddenly felt afraid. His lips tightened, he broke out in a sweat, and thought to himself, "It seems that Miss Yan's family cannot be taken lightly. The situation in the Great Yan Imperial Capital is not bad either. If they like calligraphy and painting, then there will surely be a place for me." He put his hand on his chin, his face showing some contemplation. He looked somewhat surprised, as if realizing a truth. Bingxin beside him was a bit surprised. She curiously asked Changqing, "Mr. Yi, do you want to go to the imperial capital?" Yan Bingxin immediately seized the opportunity, her eyes bright. Her face showed some joy, with a hint of a young girl's shyness as she suggested, "Why don't you come with us this time?" Unable to believe what he had just heard, Changqing's face turned bright red, looking extremely flustered. His eyes widened. His mouth could close, but in his heart he rejoiced. "I haven't even opened my mouth, and she's already mentioned it. This is truly a stroke of luck." He retracted his previous expression to maintain his image. He coughed lightly a few times. Putting on the air of a handsome, refined gentleman, he slowly said, "If Miss Yin has so warmly invited me, then I shall respectfully comply." This made Yan Bingxin visibly delighted. She immediately became excited, her eyes full of anticipation, clasping her hands together. Her voice couldn't hide her joy as she asked, "Really? That's great. When shall we depart?" In contrast to Miss Yan's excitement, Changqing fell into deep thought, his smile stiffening. His face darkened as he seriously considered. In just a moment, he turned to her and said with an extremely enthusiastic face, his eyes wide open, mouth smiling brightly, "I think we should leave tomorrow." Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting the conversation between the two, "Elder Yi, I'm back." It was Yin Tianshan. Changqing was a bit surprised to see him. He asked, "Why are you alone? Where are Old Ha and Old Z?" Yin Tianshan then explained, "They said the gifts have been delivered, so they won't bother the elder anymore today." His tone was a bit dejected. Although he said that, Old Shan's face couldn't hide a hint of seriousness. He thought to himself, although those 2 old men's cultivation has increased, they were still shocked by the black tiger's meat, injuring their meridians. They dare not return. Miss Yan's voice rang out, startling old Yin Tianshan a bit. She was still overjoyed, full of excitement. She announced, "Grandfather, Mr. Yi wants to go with us to the imperial capital for a few days." Like a bolt from the blue, old Yan's jaw dropped. His face full of astonishment, eyes wide with shock, he shouted, "Ah, really? That's wonderful." Yin Tianshan's face was extremely delighted as he spoke. His hands even involuntarily clenched, showing his excitement. This made Miss Yin beside him even more joyful. Hurriedly bowed his head, clasped his hands, and paid respects. Old Yin bowed solemnly and said, "Elder Deep's arrival in the imperial capital is an honor for our entire family." Truong Tan turned around and excitedly said loudly, "In that case, we'll depart early tomorrow." While Yin Bang Tam's gaze was still focused on Old Yin, time flew by quickly, and soon it was late in the evening. In a certain room where the lights were still on, Yin Tian's son slowly sat down in a chair. With a tired expression, he let out a sigh. His hand reached into his robe, searching for something. It was a communication token. It was only then that we realized the person Old Yin wanted to talk to his emperor, Yin Duongnian. As soon as the projection appeared through the device, he eagerly asked about the ancestor. "You've proactively contacted your junior. Has there been any progress in the matter?" Tian's son was very pleased at this moment. Smiling and casually stroking his beard, he replied, "Not bad. Tomorrow, Elder Deep will return to the imperial capital with me and Bang Tam. Upon hearing this information, the emperor couldn't help but be excited. His face clearly showed surprise and enthusiasm as he asked again, "What? Elder Deep wants to come to the imperial capital?" At this point, Old Yin suddenly became serious. In a very solemn tone, he said, "That's right. There's one more thing. I want you to renovate all the calligraphy and painting shops, doubling their size overnight." The emperor panicked and broke out in a sweat. His mouth agape, he anxiously asked this, "Why is this?" "Mr. Deep loves calligraphy and painting. We must make Mr. Deep feel that the people of Great Yin and the imperial capital are the same." Old Yin carefully explained, "If there's any delay, you might as well not sit on that throne anymore." The sharp words were uttered along with a hand gesture across the throat, flashing by with a very serious expression, causing Yin Duongnian's heart to race and legs to tremble. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he could only obediently comply and answer yes, in a loud and clear voice. Meanwhile, Truong Tan was holding a ring in his hand, carefully examining it while muttering, "So this is the legendary storage ring." But for some reason, Truong Tan put the ring down, hands on his head, pulling at his hair. Very distressed, he cried out, "In theory, it should be completely mine now, but I can't sense any spiritual energy. How am I supposed to use this storage ring now?" While the ring still lay there motionless, glowing brilliantly. Could it be that I have to follow the setup in those fantasy novels and use blood to claim ownership? Deep Truong Tan panicked, realizing his expression. He couldn't help but be surprised. Not quite believing that logic, he slowly raised his index finger, thinking to himself, "I've heard that dripping one's blood onto a storage ring will create some kind of connection between the ring and oneself." Without any unnecessary movement, Truong Tan decisively bit hard on his finger until it bled, then slowly dripped his blood onto the ring, causing the energy around the ring to fluctuate, forming ripples. "Is this how it's done?" He silently stood aside, waiting for something to happen. The ring continued to glow. In an instant, Deep Truong Tan was stunned. His eyes widened in surprise, involuntarily stuttering, What's going on?" The ring now emitted dazzling rays of light, sparkling in various colors like brilliant quartz crystals, making it impossible not to squint. Reflexively closing his eyes, when he opened them again, the space around him was completely different. His body seemed to float in the Milky Way, surrounded by stars. It was truly magical and shimmering, causing Deep Truong Tan to startle. Unable to believe it, he shouted loudly, "Holy shit. This is the space inside the storage ring." Suddenly transformed into a domineering CEO waking up from inside a 1,800 square meters golden house. The scene appeared majestic, surrounded by stars. Truong Tan stood at the center of a magic circle, with divine dragons coiling around in an infinitely imposing manner, making Deep Truong Tan extremely excited. He cheered with joy. This feeling is so thrilling. Early the next morning, Yin Bang Tam and Yin Tian's son stood in the courtyard of the small compound. He stroked his long beard and laughed with satisfaction. The personnel arranged along the way are all in position. This trip must make Elder Deep feel at home. On this side inside the room, a hand pulled on the exquisite robe, meticulously tailored, rising in midair. Deep Truong Tan wore an outfit that looked very handsome. He carefully adjusted the robe, raising his hand to his head, taking a white ribbon, skillfully tying a top knot. As soon as he finished, he gently reached for Do 13 in its animal form on the ground. Then he pushed open the room door. He walked to the courtyard where Yin Tian's son and Yin Bang Tam were waiting for him. Hearing footsteps, the old man suddenly startled. Deep Truong Tan wore an outfit that looked extremely elegant. One hand folded while the other held the beautiful Do 13 sitting neatly. As soon as he saw them, he flashed a sunny smile. "Have you two been waiting long?" Yin Bang Tam's eyes lit up when she saw him. She exclaimed happily, "Wow, so handsome." Old Yin beside her stroked his beard in agreement. Hearing the beauty's compliment, he smiled shyly and said, "Just changed into a new outfit, giving myself a little ceremony." Yin Tian's son on this side stroked his beard and praised him. "Mr. Deep is originally gentle and refined. Wearing this black outfit makes you even more peerless." Hearing the old man's words, he smiled happily. Meanwhile, Yin Bang Tam at this moment, her face turned red with excitement, secretly plotting in her heart. She must definitely think of a way to keep Mr. Deep in the imperial capital, so she could stay by his side forever in this life. Right after that, the three people and one animal left together, Black Emperor inside the house watched his master walk away. Du 13 slightly poked its head out. Seeing Black Emperor's previous expression made it concerned and asked, "Stupid dog, do you also want to go with the master?" Black Emperor replied, "The Great Yin Imperial Capital has many talented people. If I go along, I'm afraid I'll bring unnecessary trouble to the master. I will secretly protect you too on this journey. You must also take good care of the master." Du 13 confidently replied, "Rest assured." Right after that, all three of them mounted their own horses. Riding straight out of the small town, Deep Truong Tan felt strange. He looked around curiously, feeling a bit worried inside. "It's strange, it's clearly daytime. Why can't I see even a shadow of the village?" Not thinking much about it, he continued on his journey without knowing that the people of the small town had been kidnapped behind the houses to clear the way for Deep Truong Tan to pass. A resident with a gagged mouth trembled at the sight of a sharp sword pressed against their neck. The person seeing this reminded them not to make a sound. Who dares to disturb the honorable Mr. Deep? The consequences would be severe. Yin Bang Tam, while walking, suddenly turned back and asked him, "Mr. Deep, what are you looking for?" Deep Truong Tan smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I feel today, traveling with you too, the usually bustling village is now quite quiet." The old man heard this but didn't reply. His eyes flashed red, revealing a dangerous look as he thought. Of course, after all, this old man is not some evil demon. And so, the three of them reached the town gate. Before leaving, Deep Truong Tan turned back to look at the town gate for a moment and said, "It's been 5 years. This is the first time I'm leaving Xiao Qizhen." A moment later, the three of them rode their horses and arrived at the forest outside Xiao Qizhen. Truong Tan, with a worried face, unable to see clearly, turned back and reminded them, "I've heard that in the nearby forests and mountains, there are quite a few demon beasts appearing. You too must be careful." Yin Tian's son smiled and reassured, "Elder Deep, don't worry. I've arranged teams of 5 along the road to eliminate threats. We absolutely cannot let these creatures dirty your journey." In the bushes by the road, Lu Zhang, he covered in wounds, was leaning on his sword, planted in the ground, exhausted. He and his subordinates watched Deep Truong Tan's group heading towards the deep forest. A subordinate turned back and called, "Lord Lu, look." Looking at the pile of demon beasts Lu Zhang he had just slain, he asked, "Killing so many demon beasts in such a short time, can you handle it?" He firmly replied, "Being able to clear the path and protect Mr. Deep is the most glorious mission in the entire Qi Shifu." He grabbed his sword and stood up, continuing, "We must complete it." He drew the sheathed sword. Then he rushed forward with his subordinates. He said, "Go on, keep killing." Outside the palace of the Great Yin Imperial Court, the Emperor and Crown Prince were talking to each other. The Crown Prince of Great Yin was very dissatisfied with his father's actions. He said, "Father, you are the Emperor of Great Yin. Why are you being so humble? It's bound to diminish the imperial authority." Yin Yangyin, with an unhappy face, turned back to remind Jing Hong, "You must remember carefully. Being able to meet Senior Yi and stay by Senior Ye's side will be the greatest fortune of your life." Yin Jing Hong's face was full of contempt. Yin Yangyin continued, "Don't be careless. That girl Bing Xen only stayed by Mr. Ye's side for a few days. Mr. Yi has already granted her a second spirit root. Now she's valued by the ancestor. Her future achievements will certainly be vast." Yin Jinghong asked, "Is this the reason why father arranged for me to be by this person's side? Why was he still stubbornly arguing with his own viewpoint? Spirit roots are heaven-born. How can anyone just casually possess them?" Yin Yangyin shouted, "Shut up." He pointed directly at Yin Jinghong's face and scolded, "You're just a small mid-grade with spirit root. Until now, you haven't even been able to enter the Tao. I considered your diligent studying and ignored the minister's objections, still making you the crown prince." His anger flared up. He pinched Yin Jinghong's ear. "Now you've built your own Eastern Orchid Academy, accepting some stubborn hardliners. So you doubt Mr. Yi now." He turned his head and left Yin Jinghong still awkwardly bowing his head in apology. He only left one sentence. "If I had known earlier, I should have made Bing Xen the crown princess. At least with her cultivation, she could convince the masses." In the late afternoon, Outside the city of the great Yin capital, everyone was gathering to wait for Yin Bing Xian's return. Yin Yang Yin saw the teleportation was about to open and turned back to shout, "Pull yourselves together for me. Senior Yi is about to arrive." The ministers all respectfully answered yes. Though obediently agreeing, Yin Jinghong's heart was full of discontent. Low status is shameful enough, but fawning when in power. This he fellow can make the ancestor and father revolve around him. They even cast a golden statue and build a temple for him. He must be a scammer from the Jianghu. The more he thought, the angrier he became. To make him bow his head to this lowly person. Keep dreaming. Just as he finished thinking, the teleportation opened. The three people of Yi Chongqing stepped out. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but sigh, wow. This teleportation array is indeed novel. Seeing the group coming, the people of Great Yin all bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Yin Yangyin spoke loudly. This junior Yin Yangyin pays respects to senior Yi. Yi Chongqing turned and asked Yin Tianshan quietly, confused. Yin Tianshan, who are these people? Before he could answer, Yin Yangyin had already cheerfully led his son forward to introduce themselves. I am Bing Xian's father. This is Bing Xian's older brother. He recalled his conversation with Yin Bing Xian. Mr. Yi, I've already told the ancestor and my father about us. His whole body was covered in sweat. He feared the whole family had come out to force a marriage. It's better not to mention this matter anymore. As he thought, he raised his hand to his chest. The ring on his index finger was constantly glowing. He had just finished speaking when a jar of pickled plums flew out of the ring. Its entire body emitted a beautiful golden light. He smiled awkwardly and hugged the fallen jar of pickled plums. Yi has casually come to visit and prepared a small gift. Please accept it. Yin Yangyin took the jar of plums. His eyes widened in surprise and curiosity. May I ask Senior Yi, what is this? Seeing his father holding that ugly thing, Yin Jinghong showed obvious contempt. He said, dissatisfied, such a common and rustic thing is brought out to embarrass us. Hearing Yin Jinghong's words, Yin Yangyin angrily scolded Jinghong. Don't be disrespectful. Chongqing explained, this is indeed fruit that we grew ourselves. It took a lot of effort to make just one jar. He happily explained the uses of the pickled plums, but in some places it can be called a cure for all diseases. There's also a saying, the divine peach jar will bless every child in the north. Yin Jinghong went berserk. He pointed his finger directly at his face. You're talking nonsense. I've long seen that you're not a decent person. I've never seen anything that can cure all diseases. Yin Bing Xian embarrassedly called out, brother. But it was drowned out by Yin Tianshan's shout. Shut up! Being yelled at, Yin Jinghong immediately retracted his previous arrogance and said trembling, ancestor, I. Yin Tianshan pointed at his face and reproached, to be so disrespectful in front of Senior Yi. I think your position as crown prince should come to an end. Yi Chongqing, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh. So this guy is the crown prince. No wonder he's so arrogant. Now he finally realized the situation. He broke out in a cold sweat thinking, not good, crown prince. He was shocked to conclude that these people must be the royal family of the great Yin Empire. Yin Jinghong, being scolded by the ancestor, immediately knelt down. He bowed his whole body to the ground and said, Ancestor, please understand. Then he pointed straight at him again and continued, this person is committing fraud in broad daylight. I really can't stand to watch anymore. Yin Tianshan said sternly, so according to you, your father and I are both fools, all deceived by Elder Yi. You're the most clear-headed and rational one. Yin Jinghong flustered, quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. Nephew doesn't mean that. Yin Tianshan expressionlessly raised his hand high. His hand was about to make contact with Yin Jinghong's cheek. Then with a slap, Yin Jinghong was stunned by Yin Tianshan's slap, making him dizzy and tilt to one side. He cursed, truly extremely stupid. Yin Jinghong fell to the ground with a thud. Holding his swollen face that was hit painfully, he cried. He took the jar of pickled plums from Yin Yanyan's hand and said, this immortal fruit skin is a blessing from Elder Yi. It's also a treasure, one of a kind in the whole world. He pointed at the jar and explained, Huang and Huang are homonyms. It must be that Elder Yi specially made this for us. Yet you dare to slander such a holy item. He was about to raise his hand to slap Yin Jinghong again when Yin Yangyin spoke up to calm him down. Ancestor, please calm your anger. Yi Chongqing looked at the group of royal family members and froze. He thought to himself, holy crap, if I had known earlier you were from the royal family, I definitely wouldn't have given this. Having dealt with the disrespectful one, he turned to smile at him and said, "Yet this unfilial crown prince appears. It's truly an unfortunate family. I have disciplined him on behalf of Elder Yi." He quickly replied, "It's all right, it's all right." Then he invited him onto the horse-drawn carriage to return to the palace. "The carriage to return to the palace is ready. Please come this way." He smiled and said thank you. Yin Tianshan came forward to lift the curtain. He even carefully reminded Elder, "Watch your step." As soon as he stepped into the carriage, he released the fox in his hand. Yi Chongqing sat straight in the sedan chair, waiting for him to leave. Seeing the person leave completely, his mood finally relaxed a bit. He said awkwardly, "Forget it, since I'm here, I'll stay with peace of mind. They seem to respect me quite a bit. Perhaps there won't be any problems." He thought to himself, "How many heads do I have to dare confront the royal family?" The horse-drawn carriage began to move. The carriage slowly entered the city gate. As soon as they entered the city, he lifted the curtain to enjoy the prosperity of the capital. He said, "Finally arrived. This is the royal capital of Great Yin, the most developed capital in the country." What caught his eye were the vermilion towers and purple pavilions, a series of magnificent structures, each one grand and majestic. As night fell, the prosperity of the capital became even more evident through the hanging lanterns of the wine houses, brothels, and the bustle of people. Suddenly, a familiar scene appeared in his mind. He felt dizzy. He uncomfortably held his face, thinking, why does this scene feel so familiar? It's like returning to an old place. At this moment, in front of the Dongshan Chongqing Temple, people were gathering around the statue of the naked Yi Chongqing and whispering among themselves. "Look, that statue seems to be glowing. Could it be that immortal Yi is manifesting again?" Outside the palace, the sound of a group of students could be heard. Confucius said sacrifice. Mencius said for righteousness. Inside the East Wing study hall, the Grand Tutor was teaching the children of nobles. As long as one fulfills one's own duties, one will achieve benevolence. The Grand Tutor sitting at the top was Zhang Shun. Suddenly, a strange smell wafted over. He dodged to one side in disgust, asking where the nine-study Dao fragrance came from. Then he raised his hand and waved it back and forth, angrily saying, "Disturbing my East Wing study hall, making it unclean." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called out from afar, "Grand Tutor." A student rushed in breathlessly, saying, "Grand Tutor, something terrible has happened." That person was in such a hurry that he tripped on the steps and fell sprawling to the ground. Seeing him fall, Zhang Shun became even angrier. He shouted, "What's the rush?" So flustered, bringing shame to the Eastern Palace. The student's face turned red with embarrassment. Awkwardly clasping his hands, he reported, "Grand Tutor, the 6 sacred golden statues in the Hall of Sages, they've all faded in color." Zhang Shun, upon hearing this, also stood up in alarm. He hurriedly asked, "What are you talking about?" He quickly went to the Hall of Sages. Seeing the statues, he was shocked and gasped, "How can this be good?" Seeing this, he sent someone to call for the Crown Prince. A moment later, the eunuch announced, "His Highness the Crown Prince arrives." Yin Jinghong walked in slowly, trembling, full of discontent. "The old ancestor actually punished me to kneel for a night with some yellow peach." He painfully cried out for his knees. Lost in his thoughts, Zhang Shun suddenly said, "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince." He immediately composed himself and asked Zhang Shun, "Grand Tutor Zhang, what's so urgent that you need this Crown Prince to come personally?" Zhang Shun then recounted the entire incident that had just occurred. Just now, some 9-study Dao fragrance appeared in the Eastern Palace. Then, the 6 sacred golden statues in the Hall of Sages have all faded in color. Yin Jinghong, upon hearing this, also panicked. He couldn't believe his ears and had to confirm again. "What did you say?" "The 6 sacred golden statues have been enshrined here for 1,000 years. Why did they suddenly become like this?" Zhang Shun bowed and reported, "Your Highness, in recent months, strange occurrences like this have been happening all over Great Yin." Zhang Shun stepped closer and whispered into Yin Jinghong's ear, "According to my investigation, it's all because of His Majesty after building the so-called Chongqing Temple on Dongshan Mountain that this happened." Yin Jinghong asked again if this was true. Zhang Shun clasped his hands, bowed his head, and said firmly, "Do you still not believe this old minister?" Outside, a soldier ran up and reported loudly. Grand Tutor Zhang heard this and turned around, annoyed, asking loudly, "What's the matter?" The soldier clasped his hands respectfully and reported, "The patrol has come to inform. Yesterday, the Chongqing Saint on Dongshan Mountain seemed to have Tao energy gathering around him. There was a vague, extraordinary phenomenon of brilliant light compared to when it was first completed." The crown prince, hearing this, became very angry and shouted loudly, "Damn it, I know. Yi Chongqing just entered the capital, and these strange things start happening. He must be using some kind of sorcery again." He waved his sleeve, his voice getting louder and louder. "This is a blatant insult to the 6 sages. To the Eastern Palace. Prepare the carriage to go to the villa. This crown prince must teach that guy a good lesson." With that, the crown prince angrily left. The grand tutor, seeing this, also awkwardly followed. Meanwhile, at the villa where Yi Chongqing was staying, a maid was hanging a painting up high. The maid below examined it for a while, and then reminded her, "Too low, the painting will fall to the ground." "Yes," the other maid replied. Yan Bingxin on this side looked at them, folded her arms, and said, "Raise it a bit higher on the right." Then she turned to Yi Chongqing and asked, "Mr. Yi, are you comfortable in the villa outside the palace?" He was sitting on a chair enjoying tea, and hearing this, he turned and smiled, saying, "This place is very nice. Thank you to His Majesty and Miss Yan for the hospitality." After saying this, he was delighted. He raised his hand to take a sip of tea, thinking, staying in the royal villa is indeed not bad. No need to do troublesome things yourself. Suddenly, a jarring voice rang out, startling him and causing him to spit out his tea. "Yi Chongqing, come out here." He turned his head to look. The voice just now came from outside the window. Yi Chongqing approached the window, wondering, so fierce, who have I offended? Yan Bingxin, standing beside him, saw the person below and was startled, her mouth agape. It turned out to be the crown prince. He stood below the villa, angrily shouting, "Yi Chongqing, don't hide inside without saying a word. I know you're at home." Seeing no response, he arrogantly proceeded to enter. Yan Bingxin, angry as if there was a flame on her head, led Yi Chongqing behind her and flung open the door. She awkwardly shouted, "Ah, brother, what are you doing?" He showed no respect for anyone. Sword in hand, he stood in the middle of the room and said loudly, "Ninth sister, this has nothing to do with you. I'm looking for the one surnamed Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, the crown prince saw him. His hand immediately drew the sword from its scabbard. He placed the sword on his shoulder and shouted loudly, "You little brat, honestly confess the good deeds you've done." He had just stepped out of the room, not understanding what was happening, when a sword was at his neck. He was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. His voice trembled as he tried to calm the situation. "Your Highness, please calm down for a moment. I think there might be some misunderstanding in this matter." After saying this, his face turned pale as he looked at the sword, thinking to himself, what's going on here? It's only my second day here. I'm not about to lose my head already, am I? Being near the king is like walking beside a tiger. The crown prince's attitude was very harsh and angry. He pointed the long, sharp sword directly at his neck and said, relying on a few tricks, you've managed to deceive father and the ancestors. But this crown prince has read many books and won't be fooled by you. He quickly tried to explain to appease the crown prince's exploding anger. His voice was confused and flustered as he spoke. Your Highness, please listen to my explanation. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the crown prince. The prince gritted his teeth and replied, "Huh." His face wrinkled up, his eyebrows furrowed, showing that the crown prince was extremely irritated. Suddenly, a strange golden light flashed in the room, catching the crown prince's attention. He pointed his sword to locate the source of the light in the distance. It turned out that it was coming from the landscape painting hanging on the wall, which was emitting this strange light. The painting on the wall was actually glowing. He wondered to himself, not knowing where this light source came from. Meanwhile, he was still panicking because the crown prince was threatening him with the sword at his neck. Despite his continued state of panic, he stood there stunned and frozen. Sweat was pouring profusely, running down his face. He stammered, trying to speak. The crown prince seemed to pay no attention to Yi Chongqing anymore. Instead, he was now captivated by that dazzling light. He thought to himself, let me see what this is. As he slowly approached it, his expression changed completely. His eyes clearly showed astonishment, shock, and utter amazement, as if he had never seen such a marvelous object in the world before. The crown prince couldn't hide his excitement and shouted loudly, this is it. This seemingly ordinary wall painting has now been divided into many wondrous paintings floating in midair. They are arranged neatly in rows, as if wanting people to admire and marvel at their beauty. Indeed, they are magical paintings. All four corners of the paintings are surrounded by a shimmering golden light, encompassing the essence of the scenery. It's as if the mountains and rivers have gathered in this room. These paintings show powerful brushwork, exquisite technique, and reveal the unique thoughts of the painter. The Crown Prince praised and extolled them endlessly. Hearing this, he could only stand still, helplessly watching as the prince spoke eloquently, thinking to himself, how can this Crown Prince talk in such a way that even I can't keep up? My CPU is overheating trying to process all this. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the Crown Prince's mind. A stream of ideas ran through. His eyes were filled with hope and a desire to possess what was now appearing right before his eyes. No, these paintings seemed to be transmitting a mysterious power to me. The Crown Prince asked himself a question and pondered about it. The light formed into a sphere that grew brighter and more brilliant. The golden color thus filled the entire room. Right after that, the painting began to emit even more rays of light, mesmerizing anyone standing nearby. Immersed in it, the ray of light seemed to want to attract people to touch it. The Crown Prince found it very difficult to resist the radiance, the brilliance of the painting to obtain the power he had always desired. A resistant expression. The Crown Prince's defiance was clearly visible for a moment, unexpectedly gritting his teeth in endurance, silently thinking about the events he had experienced in the past. Because of unclear spiritual roots, I, the Crown Prince of the Yin, still cannot enter the Tao. Becoming a laughingstock, everyone in the royal family knows about it. A night enveloped him. The judgmental looks, gossip, and mockery were all aimed at this poor Crown Prince. It seemed that ray of light had brought warmth, hope, and the Crown Prince's wishes from a long time ago. His eyes welled up with tears, ready to overflow. But at this moment, his hands slowly approached the small light floating and illuminating the gloomy room. This melancholic place. The Crown Prince thought to himself, I seem to have caught the most important opportunity. His hand reached out, wanting to obtain power from it. It seemed as if those marvelous paintings knew the noble, exalted Crown Prince was approaching them, and shone even more brightly. Just one word, or a suitable opportunity was needed. Yi Changcheng, standing nearby, waved his hands and called out loudly, Crown Prince, Your Highness. He was trying to shake the Crown Prince, so he wouldn't be immersed in the great desire to obtain power from that beautiful stream of light to satisfy the expectations and worries that had always weighed on his mind. Hearing this, he immediately withdrew his hand. Pretending to be composed, his attitude gradually returned to normal. The Crown Prince coughed once to change the subject, as if he hadn't just seen what the person had done earlier. Immediately after that, the Crown Prince used a reproachful, irritated tone to scold him. Stop making assumptions. This Crown Prince asks you, where did this painting come from? Nevertheless, his obsession with the painting still lingered. Yi Changcheng, hearing this, was a bit surprised and flustered. He decisively replied to the Crown Prince, I painted it, then turned to face elsewhere. His words greatly astonished the Crown Prince, surprised because he never thought that someone who looked so childish and carefree could possess such extraordinary painting skills, worthy of being called a remarkable person. Indeed, the Crown Prince didn't believe it and denied what he had just said. Absurd! How could you possibly paint such a masterpiece? The Crown Prince's doubt was understandable because those paintings were truly extraordinary, and they contained immense power, making people desire to possess them. It couldn't have been painted by an ordinary mortal. Then he went to the drawing table. There was still a painting in the brush, inkstone, and ink that hadn't even dried yet. He held them up to show the Crown Prince as evidence that he was indeed the one who painted those works. If you don't believe me, look. He showed an unfinished landscape painting, not yet refined or completed for the Crown Prince to admire. Moreover, he had many more ideas he wanted to incorporate into this painting with the desire to bring profound meaning to everyone. This one is still incomplete. I want to add a poem to it, but I've only thought of the first two lines. The Crown Prince stood there, gazing at the painting in fascination. Your Highness, if you're well versed in poetry, could you write the next two lines for me? Wanting to soothe the anger within the crown prince, he had made a request extremely relevant to him. And it was also a hobby and strength in which the crown prince had talent. He lifted his chin high, solemnly ordering him to recite those two lines of poetry. Speak, I'm in the mood to compose poetry. He quickly recited the two lines he had thought of for this work, leaving the bustling southern market behind, departing from the noisy southern market, secluded and silent, far from human traces, hiding in a quiet countryside home. When Yi Changcheng recited those two lines, it was as if a masterpiece was unfolding, making one imagine a picturesque landscape. Wind and trees in harmony, a flock of cranes flying by, the soul purified, unusually peaceful. Hearing this, the crown prince stood stunned, swaying, stammering, unable to speak due to the exquisite verses. Not only vivid imagery, but also auditory symbolism, making one feel deeply moved and nostalgic. He couldn't believe his own ears, couldn't believe that he was the one who created those two masterful lines. Before the crown prince's eyes, a different space seemed to open up, completely new compared to these bare four walls. Majestic mountains, lush greenery, flowers, and grass with cranes flying low, adding to the scene. It was truly poetic. Emotions are rising from the scenery. Even in dreams, one could hardly imagine such breathtakingly beautiful scenery, so perfect and flawless. Another interesting new thing in life for this crown prince to behold. Almost nowhere else in the world could possess such beauty as this. Being so astonished, he had to exclaim, "Yes, indeed, indeed." These two lines of poetry were indeed the perfect opportunity. The crown prince's face clearly showed admiration. He greatly respected Yi Changcheng. He continued speaking with a tone of intoxicated admiration. The imagery of these two lines of poetry is endless, solid and flawless, without any room for criticism. Even though I've read all the poetry books in the world, I couldn't continue these two lines. Continuous words of praise. The crown prince's unceasing compliments for him. The man with the high bun was stunned, his masculine eyebrows furrowed in surprise at the information he had just heard. At this point, the person conversing with that man, a scholar in blue clothes with a jade pendant on his lapel, continued, "Osidao Tao Ket Lyly Tuk, Trin Dien Tan Fu Diem Hoa." These paired lines mean, the thatched roof is heavy with ripening fruit, the lake surface is dotted with blooming flowers. So it turns out Yi Changcheng was the author of this vivid masterpiece. With sparkling eyes full of expectation, he looked towards the person opposite and asked, "Your Highness, how do you think these two lines connect?" The crown prince, in his red attire exuding royal aura, closed his eyes, pondering the words. The thatched roof is heavy with ripening fruit. The lake surface is dotted with blooming flowers. Then he exclaimed loudly in praise of the masterpiece. This is truly a masterpiece. His jade-like white hand picked up the brush. Yi Changcheng seemed pleased with the poem he had composed. He cheerfully spoke to the crown prince. "In that case, I will now inscribe the poem." Yan Bingxin beside him ground ink to help Yi Changcheng. While attentively watching the ink stone move, she said, "Master Yi, let me grind the ink for you." The poet opposite smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling as he replied to her, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Yin." The crown prince looked at Yi Changcheng standing before the wooden table, doubting and not believing in his abilities. No, that's not right. This Yi Changcheng is clearly a wandering con artist. How could he have such flowery language? So he decided to find the answer for himself. His feet moved quickly, ignoring the couple inscribing the poem. In his mind, he thought, I should discuss this with Minister Zhang a bit. He heard footsteps and turned around. His large, round amber eyes looked at the person walking away. He called out softly, "Your Highness." But unfortunately, the person didn't turn back. What does this reaction from the crown prince mean? Yi Changcheng felt extremely awkward and worried. He anxiously asked Yan Bingxin, "Miss, why did your brother suddenly come and then suddenly leave?" But even his own younger sister didn't know the reason. She hesitantly replied to Yi Changcheng, "I don't know either." A red palanquin was pulled by horses. In front of the curtain was a man controlling them to move forward. The carriage was traveling smoothly along the road. Inside the palanquin was the crown prince. He was still preoccupied with Yi Changcheng's matter. Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny that the poem that young man had composed earlier was indeed a masterpiece. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering and analyzing. The couplets within were exquisite, surpassing even this crown prince's abilities. gaze. His regal hand pulled the curtain closed. His eyes gazed into the distance, but his thoughts remained in Yi Changqing's room. The power he sensed from the painting in his room, and that poem, it seemed, truly belonged to no ordinary person. He covered his face, feeling helpless. He couldn't reconcile the man's ragged appearance with the fact that he was clearly a wandering con artist. How could he possess such talent? Letting his inner conflict guide him, the Crown Prince changed his initial direction. He ordered the palanquin bearer, "First, we're not returning to the palace. Go to East Mountain." The man controlling the palanquin quickly obeyed, responding, "Yes, sir." Then he gripped the reins tightly with the aim of making the horses go faster. He called out to urge the horses on. The pair of horses, obeying their master, gathered strength and bent their legs. The blue sky was clear, with a gentle breeze blowing. "Let's go together, then, to uncover the truth of the matter." The journey to East Mountain was quite far. In no time at all, the sun had long since set, returning the tranquility of night with its myriad stars to mankind. A crescent moon hung, suspended in the vast sky. Wisps of clouds drifted slowly with the wind. In the serene atmosphere of the night scene, footsteps on each stair broke the silence of nature. His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived at East Mountain. The place he was approaching had a splendid design with two main colors, red and yellow. Lit lamps allowed one to admire the beauty of the temple. His hands clasped behind his back, he walked while deep in thought. The temple and the golden statue Father had made for that guy are all here. Perhaps something can be discovered. As he stepped onto the threshold, the Crown Prince saw a golden statue towering before the steps, causing him to pause. The golden statue depicted a strong man, muscular with clearly defined lines of musculature. The person being honored was none other than Yi Changqing. His Highness the Crown Prince couldn't help but marvel. This place indeed has the Tao, just like in his painting. He closed his eyes, sensing the mystical atmosphere of the temple. His mind was at ease, having left behind the bustling South Market. It sounds like poetry, doesn't it? Indeed, this is a place of worship for Yi Changqing. But did His Highness the Crown Prince notice that surrounding the intricately carved golden statue was emanating a divine energy? That light enveloped the Crown Prince as he closed his eyes in contemplation. The rhythm of poetry resonated in his mind once more, hiding away like a country home, the thatched roof heavy with ripening fruit. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's body suddenly felt light. His entire being seemed to be slowly lifted up. His feet were no longer balanced on the ground as before. They were now drawn together. Where the Crown Prince stood was also surrounded by a golden jade light. The poetic voice silently continued, grass-covered lake surface. Without realizing when it had happened, His Highness the Crown Prince unconsciously stood in a posture identical to Yi Changqing's statue. The last word of the poem also resounded, rising with flowers. At this moment, he finally awoke. His eyes widened in astonishment. His sharp eyebrows also furrowed, looking at his own hand. In the Crown Prince's heart, there was a conjecture when the strange phenomenon just occurred here. It seems my spiritual root is about to be activated, but at the same time, that energy also left in the Crown Prince a question. Just thinking about it made one fearful. Could it be true, as Father said, that Yi Changqing is a sage? Meanwhile, the moon and stars were also together, creating a shimmering picture in another corner of the sky. Natural light illuminated the entire Eastern Palace, where spiritual energy was at its most prosperous. In a closed room in the Eastern Palace, a group of people were discussing together, presided over by a man in a green robe. An elderly scholar with gray hair spoke on behalf of the vice minister. The scholar clasped his hands to show proper etiquette for his rank and expressed concern about an issue. It was that His Highness the Crown Prince had arbitrarily rushed to Master Ye's residence. He feared it wasn't appropriate. Others also began to express their views. Notably, another scholar beside him also supported the stance of the previous speaker. That's right, Changqing is a sage trusted by His Majesty. If His Highness acts like this, I'm afraid he'll lose the Emperor's favor. The one called the Grand Tutor now spoke up. He explained and also expressed his own feelings. At this point, no matter what the outcome, even if it costs our lives, we must remain loyal to His Highness. The other officials, hearing their leader speak thus, were also reassured. They obediently clasped their hands and said in unison, "Yes, we will forever be loyal to His Highness." The internal meeting was still proceeding smoothly. No one had noticed a person approaching the room with steady, leisurely steps. From outside the door, His Highness the Crown Prince, who had just been mentioned, appeared. His posture was dignified, befitting royal demeanor. The red robe moved with each step of its owner. Everyone turned and exclaimed, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." It seemed the Crown Prince had returned to the Eastern Palace after his trip to Yi Chongqing's temple on East Mountain. His face was refreshed, brimming with vitality. The Crown Prince greeted the officials. "So late, and you gentlemen have not yet rested." An official noticed the Crown Prince's energy and said, "Your Highness, why do you have such abundant sage-like energy?" This question completely caught His Highness the Crown Prince off guard. Perhaps even he himself wasn't clear about the reason. The Grand Tutor also anxiously asked him with concern, "Could it be that you've entered the way?" The greatest wish was gradually coming true for His Highness the Crown Prince. He firmly acknowledged, "Yes, I've finally succeeded in taking that first step." This turning point made him recall his arduous journey. Even the light in the middle of his forehead brightened accordingly. "Before, I felt that governing a country required literary and military skills. Cultivating the way, and such were all useless miscellaneous studies. But now I've come to realize it was my vision that was limited." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt knowledge piling up layer upon layer, like towering mountain ranges appearing before his eyes. His Highness the Crown Prince of the present is indeed different. His resolute voice rang out. "But now I understand. For me, the light of cultivating the way will guide people to unparalleled strength." His heart was burning with a fervent desire to learn the way. He sighed that even scholars could enter the way through literature. In studying, there are still principles of heaven and earth contained. The Grand Tutor felt a bit frightened and was extremely flustered. We ministers were about to fight to the death. "How could your Highness surrender first?" he boldly asked. The Crown Prince, still mindful of etiquette towards his superiors, respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. "May I ask why you suddenly thought of these things?" Recalling the moment of his enlightenment before Yi Chongqing's sage statue, he calmly replied with boundless gratitude, "Fortunately, Master Yi repaid evil with kindness, not minding to instruct me." The sage's aura still radiated brightly around the newly enlightened Crown Prince. Once again, he truly wanted to thank Yi Chongqing and continued to explain to the Grand Tutor, "Only then could I comprehend so much in a day." The group of officials was bewildered. They had been plotting together to help the Crown Prince deal with Yi Chongqing. Now seeing him completely changed, they felt extremely awkward. "The Master Yi you mentioned, could it be that very Yi Chongqing?" The Crown Prince didn't deny it. "That's right. I think only he is truly versed in the great literary way." Indeed, the golden statue that the people built a few months ago, which we worshipped before, suddenly vanished. It turned into mud and wooden statues. The officials below couldn't help but gape, extremely angry but powerless to do anything. "It can't be. The joke was actually on us." One surprise followed another. Before they could fully process the information, the Grand Tutor was already being pulled away by the Crown Prince. He grabbed his hand and said excitedly, "Grand Tutor Zhang, quickly follow me into the palace to see Father Emperor." The Grand Tutor's eyes widened as he stammered, "Ah." Night fell over the imperial palace. Over here in the imperial study, Jing Hong and the person beside him respectfully bowed and reported to His Majesty the Emperor. "We apologize for disturbing you late at night. Please forgive us, Father Emperor." Jing Hong clasped his hands and smiled. A dazzling halo of light radiated from his head. "Your son finally understands today that Master Yi is truly a genius of this world, closely tied to the fate of our great Yin." The person beside him heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitantly added, "This minister also has this opinion." His Majesty the Emperor heard this and smiled as brightly as a blooming flower. He opened his mouth to praise the two of them. "Good, very good." He maintained his proud smile and placed his hand on Jing Hong's shoulder, saying, "Jing Hong, you know to turn back and have successfully entered the way. This can be considered not disappointing our expectations of you." Jing Hong heard this and spoke loudly. "Father Emperor, your son proposes to erect a golden statue for Master Yi in the Hall of Sages, and also honor him as the head of the literary world, to encourage the scholars of this generation to strive forward." His Majesty the Emperor didn't think much and immediately turned around, waving his hand in approval. May the students of our great Yin all achieve success in the literary way, not disappointing the efforts of their predecessors. At the same moment, in the cold night mist, Yi Changqing sat down with a zither, looking very poetic. He raised his hand to play the last note, ending the song. The gentle sound of the zither resonated. Who knows by what force he suddenly became excited. Flowers bloomed all over him as he happily said, "How strange. It seems suddenly I feel my back has become a bit stiffer. The support is harder." The next day, when the sun was already high, at the villa where Yi Changqing was resting, after having a good night's sleep, he lazily stretched and took a deep breath. Yi Changqing put his hands behind his back, took wide strides with a cheerful attitude. "Today, let's take a stroll in the imperial city." Just as he walked out the door, he met eyes with Jing Hong, who was entering. As soon as he saw Yi Changqing, he happily broke into a smile. He greeted first, "Good morning, Master Yi." He felt something was not right. Embarrassed, he put his hand behind his head, scratched, and asked him, "Master Yi, why have you come here so early in the morning?" He politely replied, "Jing Hong today, upon reflection, recalls the master's guidance and help at that time. I have already understood." Yi Changqing heard this and was shocked out of his wits. His face turned pale, his heart skipped a beat. In just one night, what about being a grudge holder? Thinking this, he smiled, clasped his hands, and spoke, "My words before were in many ways offensive. I still hope your highness the crown prince can understand." He firmly waved his hand and said, "No, thanks to the master, Jing Hong has today's achievements." He turned his head away, raised his hand to wipe the tears flowing from his eyes, extremely moved. "I only regret not meeting the master earlier." Yi Changqing basically didn't understand anything. At a loss for words, he looked at him and wondered, what is this guy talking about? He didn't understand anything at all. The more he talked with Jing Hong, the more confused he became. He decided to use the 36 stratagems. Running away is the best option. He forced an awkward smile and said, "Today, I have an appointment with your sister to go for a walk. I must take my leave first." Immediately after, Yi Changqing quickly went down to the street. Everywhere was full of people, bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Changqing sat quietly in a luxurious carriage, clopping through the streets. He excitedly lifted the curtain, looking at everything around him and exclaiming, "Wow." As expected of the imperial capital, it seems much more western than Shaoqi town. The women outside who saw Yi Changqing blushed and began to whisper, "Quick, look at that man in the carriage. Wow, he's so handsome. He looks just like the golden statue in the Changqing Temple of East Mountain." After seeing Yi Changqing, the beauties all rushed down to the street at once, blocking the carriage. The coachman was terrified. He hurriedly pulled the reins to stop the horse. Yi Changqing was bewildered, his head full of question marks, looking at the beauties blocking his carriage. The beauties took turns posing, gracefully and elegantly speaking up. "I wonder if the young master is betrothed yet. It's fine even if you are. I can be a concubine. My family can accept you as a son-in-law." Yi Changqing's face turned as red as a tomato, his forehead breaking out in sweat. He backed away, saying, "Ladies, although I have some good looks, matters between men and women still need to come from both sides. If you truly have intentions towards me, we can start by being friends." After saying this, he felt satisfied and closed his eyes in self-admiration. Are all the girls in the imperial capital this enthusiastic? It seems I'm quite fortunate. He didn't notice that Yin Bingxin behind him was fuming with anger. She was upset, pushing him back with a gloomy, deadly atmosphere. Her eyes were pitch black, soulless yet sharp and cold. She enunciated each word. "What did you just say?" The three women saw Yin Bingxin and felt as if 1,000 lightning bolts had struck their heads. Surprised, they gasped and exclaimed, "You are the 9th princess, your highness." Yin Bingxin smiled. Behind her seemed to be a fierce fire. She forced a friendly smile, enunciating each word gently to remind them, "You know who I am. Hurry up and get out of the way. If not, I'll ask Father Emperor to confiscate all your family's property." The three women heard this and were so scared they started crying. They ran away as if chased by ghosts. "Yes, we're leaving right away." Yi Changqing didn't understand anything. He poked his head out to watch them run away, wondering, why are they leaving so fast? At least leave some contact information. Yin Bingxin crossed her arms, annoyed, puffed her cheeks, and glared at him contemptuously, snorting once. In her heart, she thought, vulgar powder and rouge. They even dared to come and cling to Master Yi. At this moment, he turned back and asked her, "That's right, Miss Yin. Where were you planning to take me to play?" She pointed ahead, calmly replying, "That's it right there." A towering castle with bright red roof tiles appeared in the sunlight. This is the Qingfeng Moonlight Pavilion. It has a total of 4 floors divided into calligraphy, painting, chess, and music. People with similar interests can interact here. Yan Bingxin turned her head and said to him, "The person in charge of each floor is a top talent in that floor's field." Yi Chongqing looked up and took a glance. He mumbled, "I see." In his heart, he chuckled quietly. "It seems we can have a proper discussion here." She and he entered together. Looking around, Yan Bingxin exclaimed with delight, "Wow, it's so crowded today." Suddenly, the person in charge of Qingfeng Moonlight Pavilion, Lu Rui, appeared. She was wearing a beautiful purple outfit that accentuated her stunning beauty. Lu Rui saw the two of them arrive and happily ran out to greet them. "So it's the 9th princess gracing us with her presence. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." Yan Bingxin stepped forward and replied, "Sister Lu, Sister Qingfeng, the Moonlight Pavilion doesn't distinguish between high or low status, rich or poor. It only judges based on skill level. Don't be so formal." Lu Rui nodded. "The 9th princess is right." Then she turned her head to ask Yi Chongqing, "I don't know who this stranger beside you is." Yan Bingxin immediately extended her hand to introduce him. "This person is..." Before she could finish her sentence, he quickly clasped his hands and interjected, "My surname is Yi. I'm usually interested in refined pastimes. I've long heard of your esteemed pavilion and came especially to visit." Yan Bingxin, standing beside him, heard this and gaped. She wondered to herself, Master Ye's skills in the 4 arts are already at their peak. Why is he being so modest? I understand now. It must be because I just said that in the pavilion, status doesn't matter. Master Yi is intentionally hiding his identity. He wants to make friends based on skill. Yi Chongqing calmly walked inside. Yan Bingxin saw him and was overjoyed, her face beaming with happiness. The girl saw the two of them arrive and warmly welcomed them. "You two have come at just the right time. Master Wang is currently in the pavilion." Yi Chongqing turned back and asked Yan Bingxin a few questions. "Who is Master Wang? Is he very impressive?" Seeing that he didn't know this person, she happily explained, "That's right. She is currently the youngest calligraphy master, but she has an eccentric personality. My elder brother, the Crown Prince, has sent 3 consecutive imperial edicts to invite her. She still refused to join the Eastern Orchid Academy." He heard these words about Master Wang and found it quite interesting. "Oh, it seems we've come at the right time today." At this moment, inside the hall, everyone was looking up at the stage and buzzing with excited discussion. The brush moved skillfully across the white paper in a truly masterful way. Wang Mo put down her brush and smiled at everyone, saying, "The writing is done. Please help me display it." Mr. Wang handed the paper he had just written on to someone who held it up high for everyone below to appreciate. At the same time, they announced that Mr. Wang had composed an untitled piece. Looking at the paper, discussions began to arise. The spirit of loyalty hidden in elegant strokes. The character's grace is extraordinary. The style is undefeated like the Great Wall. It's no less than mature. The people below, looking at Mr. Wang's calligraphy that resembled flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, couldn't stop praising. Beautiful characters, truly beautiful characters. Someone had already started bidding. "I bid 500 taels. Others who heard this amount scoffed in disdain. "Who are you insulting? 500 taels to buy Mr. Wang's calligraphy." Seeing this, others began to outbid each other continuously. "I bid 1,000 taels. I bid 2,000 taels." Yi Chongqing saw how lively the atmosphere was here. People didn't hesitate to spend money to acquire Wang Mo's calligraphy piece, which amazed him. "So calligraphy is this popular in the capital. I wonder how much my writing could sell for." Yi Chongqing couldn't help but express his surprise. "But I didn't expect this Mr. Wang to be a woman." Yan Bingxin also greatly admired Wang Mo. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at her and said, "That's right. She's young, but has profound knowledge. Of course, she deserves the title of master." A green-haired man suddenly burst into laughter and spoke in a condescending tone. "This level is worthy of being called a master." It turned out that person was none other than young Master Chinchongan from Xia Kingdom. He sat arrogantly in his chair, looking down on everyone. The literary world of Yin Kingdom is just this much. Wang Mo, hearing these words, couldn't hold back and asked what. The crowd around them couldn't stop their anger from rising. They showed their discontent at Chun Chongan's arrogance. How dare he look down on Mr. Wang? Where did this guy come from? Is he intentionally causing trouble? What qualifications do you have to judge Mr. Wang's writing? That person not only wasn't afraid, but also despised everyone. He slowly stood up, looking contemptuous. I heard that Yin Kingdom's Qingfeng Moonlight Pavilion gathers talented people. I came here from Xia Kingdom to see. But this gathering of talents looks more like a radish gathering to me. He clasped his hands behind his back, laughing mockingly, insulting others. I didn't expect they're all unworthy of their reputation, seeking fame and profit. Wang Yimou couldn't bear to be insulted like this. She angrily shouted, "Who did you say is seeking fame and profit?" Suddenly, footsteps approached to join the conversation. It turned out to be the famous Qin Chang'an. The purple-haired girl approached and spoke softly with respect. My apologies, my apologies." The crowd around them heard her say this and were startled, shocked by his identity. Qin Chang'an. It's actually him. Yan Bingxin looked at the person in front of her with some surprise. Yi Changqing curiously turned to ask Miss Yin, "Who is this person? Is he very famous?" Bingxin immediately explained, "That's right, Qin Chang'an is the calligraphy saint of Xia Kingdom. He became famous at a young age." She added in surprise, "I didn't expect him to come to Yin Kingdom on the opposite side." Qin Chang'an arrogantly said, "It's enough that you know who I am. Let me show you what real calligraphy is." He waved his hand, ordering, "Bring it up here." Two disciples heard the order and responded loudly, yes. They slowly unrolled a scroll of calligraphy. On it appeared 4 characters. The calligraphy piece advantage is mine seemed to impress everyone. Even Wang Mo's face showed respect, impressive. This level is indeed above mine. Qin Chang'an crossed his arms and stood in front of his calligraphy. He said proudly, "If in Yin Kingdom you're all at the level of Mr. Wang, I suggest Qingfeng Moonlight Pavilion close its doors sooner rather than later. Save yourselves the embarrassment." The people of Yin Kingdom, insulted so bluntly, were furious, their faces red as tomatoes. With clenched fists, they said, "This brat is so arrogant. I really want to beat him to death." Though boiling with anger, they still had to calm each other down. "But he does have some skill. Let's hold back." Yan Bingxin, seeing Qin Chang'an's overbearing attitude, couldn't help but get angry. Detestable. How dare he look down on our great Yin Kingdom? It's infuriating. Qin Chang'an saw everyone fuming with anger. He pointed and laughed smugly, saying, "That's right. That's exactly the expression. I love seeing you all look at me with disdain, yet unable to do anything about it." Yi Changqing couldn't stand Qin Chang'an's attitude of looking down on others' talents. He stepped forward and said softly, "Young Master Qin, I find your calligraphy nothing special." As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted the attention of everyone present. Qin Chang'an, hearing someone criticize his calligraphy, asked irritably, "Who's talking?" Yi Changqing calmly bowed respectfully to him and replied, "It is I." Yan Bingxin standing beside him was also somewhat surprised. Seeing this unfamiliar young man, someone asked, "Who is this guy?" Another replied, "Don't know him. Must be new here." Yan Bingxin saw Changqing suddenly step forward. She hurriedly pulled his sleeve and asked worriedly, "Mr. Yi, Qin Chang'an is the elite of Xia Kingdom. Are you sure about this?" Changqing put his hands on his hips and smiled confidently, replying, "Miss Yin, don't worry." In Yi Changqing's heart at this moment, nothing could dampen his enthusiasm. "Elite, I'm here to challenge the elite." Qin Chang'an stepped towards Changqing and asked curiously, "Boy, tell me, what's wrong with my calligraphy?" Yi Changqing calmly presented his viewpoint. "This calligraphy piece looks decent on the surface. However, it fundamentally lacks the true essence of calligraphy." Qin Chang'an laughed upon hearing this. "True essence, you say? This kid must be dreaming. How can writing characters express true essence?" He frowned and asked. Changqing replied with a determined look, "You can't do it, but that doesn't mean others can't." Hearing this, Qin Chang'an made a decision. Everyone here knows a thing or two about brush and ink. If anyone can reach the level you speak of, he boldly declared, I, Qin Chang'an, will crawl out of this Qingfeng Moonlight Pavilion. And of course, he didn't forget to propose a suitable punishment. If no one can write it, the golden signboard of Qingfeng Moonlight Pavilion must be taken down. Changqing replied without fear, agreed. Then I shall demonstrate. Changqing walked confidently, causing everyone to gape in astonishment. They didn't know who this young man was that he dared to challenge Qin Chang'an the elite of Xia Kingdom, like this. Yi Chongqing stood before the table in the middle of the hall. He picked up the brush, preparing to write. Everyone around watched intently. The ninth princess beside him eagerly anticipated, her eyes fixed on Yi Chongqing's hand holding the brush. Mr. Yi is about to write. Expectantly, the woman in black among the crowd was a bit worried. Her hand unconsciously tightened on her chest. I have learned calligraphy since childhood, but never reached the level of writing with true essence. This young man is here to help me out. If he really can't do it, he'll surely be humiliated by Chen Chang'an afterward. The woman in black thought worriedly and looked up at Yi Chongqing. Chen sat with his leg crossed over his knee, smugly looking at Manager Lu with a mocking smile. Qingfeng Moonlight Pavilion is about to be ruined by this ignorant fool. But Manager Lu completely ignored this sarcastic remark. He glanced slightly at Yi Chongqing. That remains to be seen. I have high hopes for this Mr. Yi. Yi Chongqing on the other side didn't rush to write immediately, but closed his eyes to feel. What should I write? A moment later, Yi Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes. Got it. Yi Chongqing held the brush and approached the table. He smiled and continued, watch my performance. After saying this, his hand holding the brush lightly dipped into the inkstone. He began to write. Yi Chongqing's expression was extremely focused. His hand moved smoothly like flowing water and drifting clouds. Each lift and dot of the brush gave people a feeling of 100 flowers blooming. It was grand and unrestrained. Just this skillful writing action alone was enough to create a beautiful landscape painting. Yi Chongqing finished writing very quickly. He raised the brush and smiled. It's done. After saying this, he put the brush back on the stand. The ninth princess was too impatient to wait. Let me see quickly. The woman in black beside her also wore an expectant expression. Meanwhile, young Master Chun on the other side still maintained his contemptuous expression. He waved his hand and said sarcastically, looking at his messy brush strokes, what good could he possibly write? Better not to sully our eyes with such rubbish. The two women ignored young Master Chun. They rushed to the table where Yi Chongqing had just written and were stunned as soon as they saw the paper. Before the two women's eyes, that piece of paper seemed to be emitting a sparkling light. This was a paper with just a simple sentence written on it, only because she is too beautiful. Yet these characters seemed to be radiating a brilliant glow. The light flowed gently and continuously. The woman in black exclaimed in surprise, brush strokes that bloom flowers. Real brush strokes that bloom flowers. Meanwhile, the ninth princess looked at the writing and suddenly blushed. Remembering Yi Chongqing's handsome and dashing appearance, she suddenly smiled shyly. Only because she is too beautiful, these 5 short words. I seem to see the dignified bearing of my future husband. The woman in black also blushed as she shared her impression. Looking at it again, my heart seems to be exploding. Getting a bit closer, my whole body is about to melt. Young Master Chen stood far from the table and couldn't see clearly. He only saw the two women at the table constantly praising. Unable to hold back, he snapped, "What? You're not trying to deceive us, are you?" Young Master Chun hurriedly walked over. He said loudly, "Let me expose your tricks." Young Master Chun came to stand in front of the table and glanced down. The words "only because she is too beautiful" on the paper caught his eye. They seemed to be emitting a glow. Young Master Chun quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light. What is this? The blinding light gradually dispersed. Young Master Chun felt the light had softened and slightly opened his eyes to look. But the scene before him had changed. A woman dressed in blue, beautiful as a fairy, appeared before young Master Chun. Her fresh beauty seemed capable of making hundreds of flowers bloom and birds sing wildly. Young Master Chun was startled as he looked at the woman transformed before his eyes. He stammered, "How? How is this possible?" Young Master Chin's mood at this moment was truly like a bolt from the blue. He stared in disbelief at the illusion before him. To actually reach this level of artistry, the crowd below, seeing the expressions of those who had just viewed the writing, had their curiosity greatly aroused. They clamored loudly, demanding to see. "Hey, let us see too. We're dying of curiosity. Hurry up." Manager Lu glanced and signaled to 2 nearby female attendants. The 2 female attendants bowed and acknowledged yes. One attendant went to the left side of the table. She gently held the left corner of the large paper. The other attendant held the right corner. Then they simultaneously lifted the paper and turned it towards the audience to see. The four dazzling, radiant characters only because she is too beautiful appeared before those present. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. Couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, it's written so well. That's right, that's right. Everyone approached the paper held by the two sisters, continuously praising and admiring. Deep Truong Tan stood at a distance, observing everyone's attitude. He couldn't help but smile with squinted eyes, secretly calculating how to get rich from his calligraphy. Seeing their reactions, this calligraphy piece of mine will definitely fetch a good price. Madame Lu smiled brightly like a flower, glancing at young Master Tran, who was fuming and grinding his teeth on the other side. Young Master Tran, do you admit defeat? Young Master Tran, furious, waved his sleeve and turned away. Today, consider it your victory. We're leaving. But Madame Lu couldn't let young Master Tran leave so easily. Wait a moment. Young Master Tran angrily turned back. With an expression like he was about to bite someone, he shouted, "What?" Madame Lu gently reminded young Master Tran of what he had just said earlier. If someone could write out the true meaning, you would crawl out. Do you remember? People in the hall remembered when Madame Lu mentioned it. They immediately clamored for young Master Tran to keep his promise. That's right, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Young Master Tran looked at the aggressive crowd shouting around him. His anger was instantly replaced by fear. His aggressive attitude from earlier deflated as he stammered. You're bullying me too much. Madame Lu smiled with squinted eyes. Words are like swords, each one cuts deep. If you can dish it out, you can take it. If you had won earlier, you would have smashed the Qing Feng Luo Yu sign. Now that you've lost, just leaving like this shows that our Qing Feng Luo Yu sign isn't worth much to you. Madame Lu said and opened her eyes. Her gaze, as terrifying as a demon's, stared at young Master Tran. This look made young Master Tran shudder in fear. Even his voice trembled as he spoke. You really want me to crawl out of here? I come from a noble family in the great Xia Kingdom. Madame Lu spread her arms and calmly opened her mouth. Qing Feng Luo Yu has never considered social status or nobility. We only judge based on skill. If you came here, you naturally accepted this rule. Madame Lu said and gestured towards the main door. The crowd below was still shouting loudly, absolutely refusing to let it go. Young Master Tran, hurry and crawl. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Young Master Tran was shaking with anger, but didn't know what to do. Damn it! His servant beside him, seeing the crowd's intense reaction below, also panicked and ran over to ask, Young Master, what should we do? Young Master Tran, unable to resist, had to fulfill his promise. He really crawled out like a dog. Before leaving, he didn't forget to throw back a sentence. You all just wait and see. The ninth princess smiled brightly, giving 2 thumbs up to Madame Lu. Sister Lu, you did great. Even Deep Truong Tan was surprised by this woman's skillful handling of the situation. As expected of the manager here, truly talented and sharp. Chief Lu walked up to Deep Truong Tan, bowing her head in gratitude. Knew I thanks Mr. Deep for his righteous intervention earlier. Deep Truong Tan just gently said it's nothing. Calligraphy is meant for cultivating the mind. Deep Truong Tan said, then looked at the woman in black. I just couldn't stand that young Master Tran using it as a means to pressure Mr. Vong. That's all. The woman in black suddenly blushed, waving her hand in front of him. This humble girl dares not call herself a master. The woman in black said, then shyly looked at Deep Truong Tan. From now on, I hope Mr. Deep will give more guidance. Deep Truong Tan smiled. Among 3 people, there must be one to learn from. I, Deep, also have much to learn. Let's progress together. The woman in black was startled upon hearing this, as if realizing some great truth. Among 3 people, there must be one to learn from. These words are so humble, yet profound. The woman in black suddenly cupped her fists and said loudly, Mr. Deep, this humble girl is willing to follow you day and night to receive your teachings. At this moment, the 9th princess suddenly came over and held Deep Truong Tan's arm, sticking out her tongue and making a face at the woman in black. Mr. Deep is not free. This sudden intimate action made Deep Truong Tan flustered and blush. After speaking, the 9th princess let go of Deep Truong Tan. Then she ran to Chief Lu, excitedly suggesting, Sister Lu, quickly take us to see the 2nd floor. Chief Lu smiled and made a welcoming gesture. Certainly, please follow me, you two. Chief Lu led Deep Truong Tan, and the ninth princess up the stairs while introducing you two. This is the Danton floor. Deep Truong Tan just entered the room. Suddenly, his eyes showed surprise. In front of him was a classroom. The students were all seated at their desks, seriously painting according to the teacher's instructions. Deep Truong Tan looked on with admiration. W.A. Horizontal and vertical, truly neat and uniform. Deep Truong Tan noticed a woman wearing pink clothes standing in the middle of the class. Miss Liu. Chief Liu immediately introduced. That is the manager of the Danton floor, Hua Ti Noyet. Hua Ti Noyet smiled brightly from afar and gently pointed at a student's painting. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. What is this? Deep Truong Tan looked at the woman before him and couldn't help but admire. A gentle demeanor, a gentle appearance. Not bad, not bad. But the next moment, the gentle woman in Deep Truong Tan's eyes suddenly slammed the table and shouted loudly. Stop! The smile on Deep Truong Tan's face instantly froze. The student who was painting trembled, looking at Hua Ti Noyet, not knowing what they had done wrong. Teacher, what's wrong? What's the matter? Hua Ti Noyet suddenly smiled, but the smile on her face was as cold as the east wind, making that student tremble with fear. Why are your paints arranged like this? Everyone else has them all on the right side. The student whimpered and explained, I'm left-handed, so this is more convenient for me. Shua Shuriwa laughed and brought her face close to that student's, emphasizing each word. Arrange the paints according to my requirements. The student, almost crying in fear, replied, yes, yes. Lu Zhushir, slightly embarrassed, turned to explain to the two people Yi Chongqing, who had just been dizzied by Shua Qingyue's sudden change in attitude, stood frozen in place. Please don't blame her. Tianyue indeed has some strange requirements in certain areas, but the skills of the students she teaches are all exquisite. They are very well received. Shua Tianyue, having just finished instructing the student who placed the paints in the wrong position, suddenly noticed the desk of the female student next to her. Shua Shuriwe suddenly snatched away the paper that the female student was drawing on. With hands on her hips, she asked, Today's assigned topic is called Heavenly Maiden Drawing. Why aren't you drawing a heavenly maiden? The female student was startled by the question. Trembling, she answered, I drew a heavenly maiden descending to earth to be with joyful people. Shua Tianyue's face darkened. Pointing at the drawing, she said sternly, I've said before that heavenly maidens can only be in the sky. Why didn't you listen to me? The female student, questioned suddenly, became flustered. With a face about to cry, she timidly replied, Because I felt that a heavenly maiden descending to earth would be more lively and adorable. Shua Shuriwe immediately turned cold. If you won't listen to me, then there's no need to be my student anymore. Leave your painting tools and leave immediately. As soon as the female student heard this, she immediately panicked and knelt straight down. Oh, teacher, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. The female student said while kowtowing to Shua Shuriwe, fearfully begging the teacher, I beg you. Because the female student's movements were too forceful, she accidentally bumped the drawing table behind her, shifting it out of position. Shua Shuriwe saw the table that had shifted out of line. It caused her to grind her teeth. The female student, panicked, looked at the teacher who had never shown anger openly, now grinding her teeth and glaring at her, silently exclaiming, It's over. Yi Chongqing rested his chin on his hand, seeming to enjoy watching the scene over there. This time, the obsessive-compulsive disorder is really triggered. Sure enough, Shua Shuriwe over there coldly opened her mouth to dismiss the person. Those who don't follow rules are like those who don't. You basically can't paint beautiful pictures. It's better to find another path early. The female student, upon hearing these words, felt as if her head was being torn apart. At this moment, Yi Chongqing suddenly spoke up. Young lady, those words are wrong. Shua Shuriwe followed the voice and saw several people, Yi Chongqing standing at the door. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Who might you be? Lu Zhushir immediately stepped forward to introduce. Shuriwe, this is Mr. Yi, who came with Her Highness the Ninth Princess. Shua Shuriwe frowned as soon as she heard the introduction. Cling to power and privilege. He's a freeloader. Though she thought that way, outwardly Hua Shiyu still clasped her hands and bowed to Yi Chongqing. May I ask if you have any guidance? Yi Chongqing calmly opened his mouth. It's not really guidance, just some opinions on your teaching methods. Hua Shiyu smiled. This humble girl is all ears. Yi Chongqing began to speak. You have a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Specifically, it manifests in everything you require others to follow your standards. According to your will, but life has no absolutes. Not to mention that everyone's painting style is different. Let 100 flowers bloom. Teaching according to ability is the right way. Hua Shiyu crossed her arms. Her gaze at Yi Chongqing gained several degrees of mockery. Teaching according to ability. Mr. Yi, you say it so lightly. I wonder if you have ever taught any advanced students. Yi Chongqing was indeed stumped by this question, unable to answer. Suddenly in his mind appeared several little brats with runny noses that he had once taught. Those naughty kids with no future in private school all ran off to cultivate immortality. Yi Chongqing thought for a moment and then awkwardly raised his hand to scratch his head. It seems I really haven't. Hua Shiyu was just waiting for this answer. She immediately retorted, then what qualifications do you have to criticize my teaching methods? Yi Chongqing rubbed his chin and nodded. Miss Hua has a point. Then how about this? You and I each choose a disciple here and guide them to paint a picture. Let the others here judge the results. How about it? Hua Shiyu heard Yi Chongqing's proposal. Suddenly, she burst out laughing as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Ah, are you joking with me? These disciples were all taught by me. You're using my disciples to compete against me. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Hua Shiyu said, then looked straight at Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing shook his finger. No. I won't choose your disciples. Hua Shiyu narrowed her eyes again, crossed her arms, and looked at Yi Chongqing, asking irritably, then who will you choose? Yi Chongqing's hand suddenly rested on the 9th princess's shoulder. He pulled the 9th princess to his side. Smiling confidently, he said, I choose Miss Yin. The 9th princess, suddenly being chosen for a painting competition, looked at Yi Chongqing in confusion. Huh? Hua Shiyu looked at the student Yi Chongqing chose. Covering her mouth, she laughed without courtesy. Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't respect the 9th princess, but as far as I know, she has no talent whatsoever for painting. Are you sure you want to choose her? The 4 words no talent whatsoever from Hua Shiyu were like sharp arrows piercing straight into the 9th princess's head. It truly was killing without spilling blood. But Yi Chongqing didn't flinch at all. He firmly raised his voice. He believes Miss Yan's intelligence is as pure as ice and snow. She will certainly be able to produce a work that satisfies others. The 9th princess blushed at the compliment. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to value me so highly. The 9th princess immediately felt a surge of morale and reached out to pull out the arrow of no talent whatsoever stuck in her head. She crushed in her hand, boldly declaring, then I absolutely cannot disappoint him. Hua Shiyu looked at Yi Chongqing with eyes full of disgust. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, he really doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. She quickly began to enter a battle state. Then she hurriedly turned her head and glanced behind, calling out, Huluanhua. Hearing the master's call, he immediately stood up. Then he loudly shouted in response, your disciple is here. Hua Shiyu suddenly stretched out her hand and held up one finger saying, 1 hour. On her lips now was a smile full of confidence. Then she continued to say, after 1 hour, we'll determine the final result. Because she thought that just 1 hour would be enough to easily defeat him. Yi Chongqing, after hearing Hua Shiyu say that the competition time was 1 hour, showed no intention of objecting at all. He just gave a smug smile. Looking straight into her eyes, he replied with a single all right. Many people from other floors had also come to the vermilion floor to watch the competition, growing more and more numerous. The lively discussions of the crowd became increasingly noisy. Huluanhua and Yin Bingxian were now seated at the competition table. Behind them were Hua Shiyu and Yi Chongqing. Yin Bingxian suddenly turned her head, smiling at him, and asked, which surprised him a little, Mr. Yi, I've never painted before. Can you teach me some techniques? So he approached her. Then he gently picked up the brush. Yi Chongqing began to draw a circle on the paper with the brush. Then he dotted the center. As for Yin Bingxian, she was attentively watching him demonstrate each stroke. Seeing her so focused, he gave her a gentle smile and said, for technique, just remember the 5 types: flat, round, flowing, heavy, and varied. The more he talked about painting, the happier Yi Chongqing became, smiling with eyes crinkled as he continued to explain. The path of painting, what's important is the inner heart. She was now clasping her hands tightly in front of her chest. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at him without blinking, her mouth agape, forgetting to close it. Yi Chongqing thought if he spoke too complexly, he feared that someone who had never painted before and wasn't well versed in art like her would get confused. So he tried to simplify the meaning and give her the simplest definition. Paint what you consider most important in your heart. You don't need too many methods. Your natural emotions will flow into it. Yin Bing Xian mumbled, the most important thing. Then she began to search through all her memories from when she first gained consciousness until now, to see what was the most important thing to her. Finally, she found the most important thing that Yi Chongqing mentioned. So she joyfully thought to herself, Master, I've understood. Then she quickly picked up the brush. She began to sketch some basic lines. In her heart, she thought of Mr. Ye's words. The brush moved naturally, as if it had a life of its own, because before her eyes at this moment was a jade-colored fish. Its body was as transparent as crystal. It was leaping high as if trying to catch prey before its eyes. Hua Shiyu, standing nearby, saw him and Yin Bing Xian laughing happily and discussing technique. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Then, using a tone of disgust, she said, sitting there talking idly about strategy on paper, although she was very angry that some nobody had suddenly appeared and started lecturing her. But she was also very curious to know what he could actually do. So she put on a frowning face and said, What can you people possibly paint? Hua had been waiting all this time and still hadn't received instructions from his master. So he was a bit anxious, but he dared not show any attitude. He only gently asked for her opinion. Master, what should your disciple paint? Hearing Hua ask this, she immediately turned her head to look at him with an annoyed expression. But after all, Yin Bing Xian was someone who knew nothing about painting, so she felt a bit contemptuous. She became a bit discouraged and didn't want to care anymore, so she started to walk away, but not forgetting to wave her hand lightly. She left a few words for him, saying, The opponent is just an amateur. You can casually paint anything and still beat her. Your master is going to rest for a bit. As she was walking, Hua Shiyu suddenly remembered something, so she quickly stopped in her tracks. Then she quickly turned her head to look at Hua, with an extremely frightening expression on her face. And in a tone as cold as the underworld, she emphasized the sentence, saying, Remember to put the tools back in their original place. Don't move them, understand? Hua painfully replied with a yes, I understand. But in his heart, he was screaming, Master truly has a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, as Mr. Yi had just said earlier. Then he thought for a moment. After that, he began to pick up the brush and paint. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Lu Ruyi quickly spoke up. You two have completed your paintings. Let's have everyone here evaluate them. She smiled and looked towards Yi Chongqing and Hua Shiyu, asking for their opinions. Whose painting should we look at first? Hearing this, Yi Chongqing quickly displayed his chivalry towards women. Let's prioritize the lady and look at Miss Hua's work first. He smiled smugly at Hua Shiyu and thought to himself, based on my years of movie-watching experience, the one who goes first is sure to lose, so we must go last. Hearing him say this, Hua Shiyu felt a bit smug, so she used a confident tone to say to Yi Chongqing, Very well, I'll let you lose fair and square. In her heart, she was thinking to herself, he must be afraid his skills aren't good enough, so he wants to see my painting first to broaden his horizons. She then quickly called out to her disciple, Hua. Next, she hastily pointed directly at his face and ordered, Show them what you've painted. Hearing this, he hesitated a bit and then replied, Yes, of course. Then he went to the table and sat down. After that, he picked up the painting. Then he slowly stood up and held the painting high next to himself to display his painting skills in front of everyone. Then he smiled and said to Hua Shiyu, Disciple has painted His Majesty, the Emperor of our great Yin Kingdom. In this painting, it was indeed the image of Yin Yang Yin. Hua had painted him exactly like the real person. His posture looked extremely majestic. In his hand, he held a sword that was intricately carved. He wore simple yet regal attire, but it still exuded the aura and appearance of the supreme ruler of the great Yin Kingdom. Now the group of fellow disciples behind saw the painting of the great Yin Emperor, Yin Yang, which looked exactly like the real person, by Hua. They excitedly cheered and praised him profusely, saying, as expected of senior brother Hu, well painted indeed. His Majesty's royal aura shines through on paper. Hearing his fellow disciples praising him so enthusiastically, he was overjoyed. Yet he dared not show any excessive attitude. Hua Shiyu stood still with her arms crossed in front of her chest, displaying an arrogant attitude. After seeing Hua's finished work, she said loudly and disdainfully to Yi Chongqing, Mr. Yi, Do you have anything to say? As for him at this moment, he didn't care about her haughty attitude of thinking herself the best. He just focused on observing the painting by Manhwa. Then he slowly expressed his own opinion. This disciple of Manhwa truly has solid technique. But this painting has a few inaccuracies. Although she was very annoyed by the criticism, which was extremely tactful, from Yi Chongqing, she still wanted to know what the reason was. So she irritably asked what was inaccurate. Yi Chongqing put his hand on his chin, his eyes deep in thought, slowly recalling Yin Yang Yin's posture when holding a sword, then comparing it with the posture when he held the sword in the painting he drew. If I remember correctly, His Majesty usually uses his left hand, but in this painting, he's using his right hand to hold the sword. Hua Tianyu, hearing this comment from Yi Chongqing, was a bit surprised and loudly asked him what. Yi Chongqing continued enthusiastically, moreover, I've heard before that. The Yin royal family practices hereditary fist techniques. They don't like using weapons. Along with his words was an image of Yin Bing Xian channeling energy to unleash a fist technique. In her hands at this moment were two bright blue flames. Next was an image of Yin Yang Yin, with eyes full of killing intent, his upper body bare, standing in a ready stance about to launch a fist technique move. On both of his hands were two orange-red flames. Then he continued to say, normally, they don't even carry weapons with them. Then he turned to Yin Bing Xian and gently asked, Miss Yin, am I correct? Hearing this, her face turned completely red. In her heart, she was thinking, Yi Chongqing really cares about her and her family. Even such small details he remembers so clearly. Next, she stretched out her hand and clenched it tightly, as if to prove that the royal family of the great Yin kingdom all use fist techniques. Then she spoke up to confirm, that's right. Father likes to say that the rivers and mountains were conquered with fists. After receiving confirmation from Yin Bing Xian, he turned to face him and then spoke up to question him, saying, but this matter concerning His Majesty, even a country bumpkin like me knows about it. You've lived in the capital for many years. Naturally, you should know better than me. Hu Wanhua, hearing him say this, had an expression on his face that quickly fell into deep thought. Yi Chongqing continued to ask why he painted it wrong. After this question from him, his face quickly darkened, looking very dejected. He then lowered his head and began to explain the reason. Because you, sir, previously required that the characters in our paintings must all use their right hands. Noble people must hold weapons in their right hand to look imposing. She heard Hu Wanhua mention her and became a bit flustered. He suddenly raised his hand and, while lightly scratching his head, continued speaking. Those who didn't follow this requirement were all expelled from the art school. Yi Chongqing, hearing this, sighed heavily and exhaled deeply. Then he turned to look at Hua Tianyu and began to lecture her. Miss Hua, do you see? Because of your enforced rules, the students have lost their most basic observation and judgment skills. How can they become excellent painters like this? Hua Tianyu's face had turned completely dark by now. Looking straight at him, she hesitantly spoke up, as if trying to justify herself. Yi Chongqing saw that she had run out of excuses, so he smiled and turned to look at her, saying, Miss Yin, show your painting to everyone, please. She happily smiled with eyes crinkled and raised her hand to reply, all right. Then Yin Bing Xian slowly picked up the painting while saying to everyone, this is the painting I drew. The painting was now held up high by her for everyone to appreciate, including him and Hua Tianyu. Then, smiling, she began to introduce the content. Mr. Yi Chongqing, hearing that Yin Bing Xian had painted him, slightly waved his hand, then smiled shyly and said to her, it's really, I asked you to paint something important to you. Why paint me? It makes me embarrassed. But actually, in his heart, he was secretly thinking, do you know how much I like this? Unexpectedly, the most important thing in your heart is actually me. Then he secretly smiled with satisfaction in his heart. Hua Tianyu and Hu Wanhua, seeing the painting she drew, opened their eyes wide and their mouths gaped in shock. They shouted in unison, what is this painting? Yi Chongqing, seeing the reaction of the two of them when they saw the painting she drew, was a bit excessive. So he curiously turned and asked, what's wrong? Then he stepped forward towards her, And at this historic moment, Yi Chongqing finally got to witness firsthand the masterpiece that took Yin Bing Xian an entire hour to create. Even he was so shocked that he froze in place. His eyes at this moment, due to the shock, could no longer blink. His previously rosy complexion had been replaced by a pale face. He hurriedly blurted out one word, damn, because Yin Bing Xian had drawn him posing. And this pose looked no different from a candidate running for the title of Mr. Universe. On the left was her, and on the right was her brother. And the poses of these two were just as ridiculous as his own. If the Crown Prince were to see this masterpiece, he would be just as shocked as Yi Chongqing and everyone else present on this floor of Chuqing at this moment. Why is there a part of me too? She was extremely happy at this moment, not paying attention to his shocked reaction that left him frozen, nor to anyone else who had seen this masterpiece. She only cared about one thing, which was, well, Mr. Yi, I followed your method. Did I paint well? At this moment, her lips bore a confident smile, waiting for Yi Chongqing to praise her. Yi Chongqing's face had now darkened. He forced a smile and answered her. This kind of art is somewhat progressive for humans. Then he quickly lowered his head, covering his face with his hands. He thought miserably to himself, "It's over, I've definitely lost this time." The people around, hearing this, were startled. One of them spoke up, saying, "Wait, although the figures in the painting are distorted and the postures are bizarre, but why? Why can we sense the spirit of flower arrangement in it?" Hua Tianyu, recalling that painting, silently nodded in agreement. "That's right, let's not talk about the people on both sides for now. The person in the middle seems to be this Mr. Yi. Although the body is contorted, making people nauseous, why does it continuously emit the aura of Yi Chongqing? If he could read her thoughts, he would be disgusted, saying, 'Who are you calling contorted?'" Yin Bing Xian held the painting in her hands, grinning from ear to ear. Hua Tian, you paid no attention to her. She was lost in thought. Could it be that the ninth prince is actually a master painter? Thinking of this, she turned pale, her hand supporting her forehead. No. This painting, whether in terms of lines or coloring, is of a low-level, terrible quality. Moreover, unlike a master pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, this can't be faked. So there's only one possibility. Hua Tianyu's forehead beaded with sweat as she continued thinking. The level of this Mr. Yi truly surpasses mine. In just a short hour, he could make the ninth prince, who has no artistic talent, reach the level shown in the painting with such aura. Could it be that I've really failed my disciples, ruined their future? She glanced at Manhwa, who was dejected beside her, wondering to herself. Suddenly, Yi Chongqing spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. "Miss Hua, my intention wasn't to compare who's better or worse. I just wanted you to understand the principle of 10,000 horses all dark. Only one can be loved. Don't stick to one standard when selecting talents. It means that a stagnant society is a sad thing. We shouldn't follow a rigid format. We should select more diverse talents." Hearing him speak, Hua Tian, you seem to have an epiphany. Her face flushed red. She silently repeated his words. Don't stick to one standard when selecting talents. A tear fell, rolling down her cheek. Hua Tian, you trembled. She wiped away the tears on her face. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing was suddenly startled and worriedly exclaimed, "Huh, Miss Hua, what's wrong?" She sobbed in response, "Mr. Yi, you're right, I understand now." Hearing this, he was at a loss for words. Awkwardly, he replied to her, "Oh, that's good then, that's good." In his mind, he thought, I haven't even said anything yet. Why is she already crying? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Yi Chongqing's head, leaving him stunned. Sweat streamed down his cheeks. Hua Sure you cried as she looked at him. Yi Chongqing stammered nervously. "Well, if Miss Hua has nothing else, I'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he awkwardly pulled Yin Bing Xian's hand and left, leaving Hua Sure you crying and bewildered. Yin Bing Xian was overjoyed in her heart. She thought to herself, Mr. Yi and I held hands. He approached her and said to Lu Zhu Sure, "Let's quickly move to the next floor." She hesitated and replied, "Oh, all right, please follow me." She gestured and led them both. As they walked, she turned back to look at him and said, "Mr. Yi, you're so talented. I wonder which esteemed master you are." Yi Chongqing, walking behind, politely replied, "Miss Lu, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person who loves calligraphy and painting." Lu Zhushi was thunderstruck upon hearing this. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ordinary." Her face hardened as she thought to herself, to be able to make the two masters of Qing Feng Luo you sincerely convinced in casual conversation. You call this ordinary? She tried to suppress her anger. but on the surface, she couldn't hide the wrinkles of anger. Yi Chongqing, walking beside her, said again, "That's right, just now I was speaking from a personal perspective. I had a friendly exchange with the two masters." Hearing him say this, she could only turn her head and laugh dryly. Haha. Lu Ru then raised her hand and pushed aside the door curtain. Her hand looked very graceful. She gently looked towards Yi Chongqing and the ninth princess, then gestured with her hand. "This way." Lu Ru cheerfully introduced, "This is the third floor. It's the skill floor." As she spoke, she pointed her arm towards the students practicing chess inside. Her tone was very excited. She continued, "The floor master Mo Chi is known as the chess fanatic. It means she's obsessed with chess. She's the #1 chess player in Diyin." As she spoke, she directed Yi Chongqing's gaze towards the lady standing inside reading a book. Her name is Mo Chi. Her demeanor is very composed. Her appearance is also quite beautiful and elegant. Lu Ru smiled brightly and asked Mr. Yi if he had perhaps heard of her before. Yi Chongqing at this moment, hearing Lu Zhusher's question, embarrassedly replied. He said, "Miss Lu, please forgive me. I only arrived in the capital a few days ago. I've never heard of Floor Master Mo's reputation." Seeing that he didn't know much about Mo Chi, Lu Ru explained. She has devoted her entire life to studying the art of Go. She's also the only disciple who has ever been enlightened by the holy southern palace of Diyin. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing couldn't hide his surprise and admiration. He involuntarily let out a loud "oh." His eyes widened, showing great interest. He said to Lu Ru, "I once played chess with an old man who claimed to have spent his whole life studying the art of chess." As he spoke, he raised one finger in front of Lu Ru. Then Yi Chongqing recalled that moment. The image of an old man passionate about chess appeared. He couldn't help but think helplessly, but his chess skills weren't that great. He ran away after just a few games. Lu Ru didn't hesitate any longer at this point. She quickly said loudly, "This is the Go floor." Suddenly, in the chess room, something unexpectedly lit up brightly. The eyes of the three newcomers immediately turned to the brilliantly glowing ceiling. The ninth princess couldn't hide her amazement. She involuntarily exclaimed, looking up, "It's just like an illusory night sky." Yen Bing Xian's eyes lit up brightly. Her mouth smiled like a flower, as expected of a chess master. Even the decorations are so extraordinary. She cast a doubtful look towards Mo Chi, wondering, is that Floor Master Mo? What are those things on the shelf behind her? Lu Ru heard this and happily replied, "Those are treasures of our Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion. 13 ancient endgame positions passed down from ancient times, kept on the third floor." On the shelf was a series of boxes placed in a very solemn manner. One glance was enough to know they were extremely precious. Lu Ru proudly continued, "To this day, no one has been able to solve any of them." Hearing this, Yi Chongqing unconsciously raised his hand to rub his chin and thought to himself, "Oh, is that so impressive?" Whether it was overconfidence or that he had long been aware of his own abilities, he shouted loudly, "Then I want to play all 10. When Mo Chi heard this, she felt extremely surprised. She looked towards Yi Chongqing and involuntarily exclaimed, "Huh." She looked at Yi Chongqing with a very disgusted expression. She wondered to herself, who is this guy? How dare he speak so arrogantly and presumptuously? Thinking of this, Mo Chi quickly approached the three of them. She bowed her head to Lu Ru. "Greetings, Manager Lu. May I ask what brings you here today?" Lu Ru only managed to utter "we" before Yi Chongqing quickly interrupted. He said, "Miss, could you show me the 13 ancient endgame positions?" Hearing this, Mo Chi appeared displeased. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "Young sir, the ancient endgames are treasures of the 13th floor. You can't just see them because you want to. Not to mention your unclear identity. Even if you were from some noble or wealthy family, you would still need to pass a test first." As she spoke, Mo Chi's eyes became sharper and extremely serious. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing was displeased and thought to himself, they're just some chess manuals. Why make it so complicated? Seeing Yi Chongqing's puzzled expression, Mo Chi quickly explained, "The 13 ancient endgame positions each contain extremely dangerous energy. Ordinary chess players simply cannot withstand it." She clasped her hands behind her back and approached Yi Chongqing, continuing before his bewildered eyes, "If one's cultivation is insufficient and they force themselves to comprehend, at best they'll damage their meridians, at worst lose their way or their life. Mochi's words were certainly not a joke, because looking into her eyes, one could clearly see the seriousness of the matter. She solemnly recounted a story from the past. My master, Nangong Xianji, initially left behind a trial. Only those who pass it are qualified to see these in-game manuals. She pointed directly at Yi Chongqing's face and loudly scolded him, her tone showing no restraint. This is also to protect ignorant fools like you. Lu Ruyi said, Mochi, don't be rude. She explained with a determined look, this Mr. Yi is exceptional in both calligraphy and painting. He has already proven his skills on the first floor. Mochi crossed her arms and snorted. Her eyes full of contempt, she replied, so what? Knowing how to write doesn't mean knowing how to play chess. Yi Chongqing's face darkened, and he covered it with his hand. Then remember what you said. His eyes seemed to emit light. Yi Chongqing issued a challenge. Please, Miss Mo, set up a game. Mochi gestured towards an older man. Look, this elder Yun is a master from the imperial capital. He's currently attempting the trial left by my master. But he hasn't slept for 3 days and still can't place a single move. Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing walked towards Elder Yun. With an excited expression, he said to Elder Yun, let me take a look. Seeing this, Mochi became angry. I'm warning you, don't overestimate yourself and fall into the game. The 9th princess raised her index finger and calmly replied, it's all right. Floor master among Mr. Ye's chess skills are much better than you think. Elder Yun then responded, if your strength is insufficient, don't run. If the formation collapses, don't leave. His eyes were sunken from 3 days without sleep. His veiny hands clutched his head. How on earth should I solve this? Yi Chongqing clasped his hands together, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Elder, may I give it a try? Elder Yun sighed helplessly and said, I've been studying for 3 days. I couldn't even place a single piece. It seems I truly have no affinity with this ancient endgame. Then he decisively stood up and turned around. He gestured with his hand, please, young man. Yi Chongqing replied, thank you. Yi Chongqing confidently sat down at the chessboard. His finger chose the first chess piece. Without hesitation, Yi Chongqing placed the white piece on the board with a determined tone. The chessboard immediately lit up. Right after that, an old man appeared, surrounded by a dazzling, blinding light. His eyeless gaze and confident demeanor indeed made others feel somewhat intimidated. This old gentleman, brimming with energy, placed his chess piece on the board. Elder Yun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, feeling uneasy. Black attacked the center, creating a critical situation. However, Yi Chongqing remained very calm. It's fine, although this has the mark of the 3-cycle rotation. As long as we escape the current predicament and make a move elsewhere, Mr. Yi said as he placed his piece down, we can turn defeat into victory. Elder Yun suddenly understood everything, realizing, so that's how it is. The old man focused intently on the board. On this side, Yi Chongqing was equally engaged. Happily playing chess, he said to his opponent, if you worry too much about gains and losses, afraid to break through, you'll be trapped to death in this trial. Yi Chongqing continued, you'll also never have the chance to see the ancient endgame positions. Yi Chongqing's hand simultaneously reached into the chess bowl. His hand spread out, pinching a chess piece between 2 fingers. He concluded with white 58th move, then decisively placed the piece on the board. Flying Phoenix settles the universe. The moment he finished speaking, the chessboard immediately emitted a dazzling light. The old man with white, pupilless eyes then disappeared with the beam of light. Elder Yun couldn't contain his amazement. Along with that, he exclaimed in admiration for Yi Chongqing, marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Mochi was equally surprised by Yi Chongqing's performance. He actually managed to solve my master's trial. Calligraphy, painting, chess skills, there's nothing he's not good at. The 9th princess Yin, being Ekton, happily covered her mouth and smiled, praising, as expected of Mr. Yi. Mochi thought to herself in surprise, I didn't expect someone could solve the trial in such a short time. Yi Chongqing continued to engage with the chessboard to the amazement of everyone around. He humbly said, thanks to your generosity. Yi Chongqing cheerfully turned to Mochi and said, Floor Master Mo, can you now allow this humble one to broaden his horizons and see these 13 ancient endgame positions? The experts in the room also praised, this young man is probably the most skilled in chess in nearly 100 years. Another expert added, that's right. If he can solve even one endgame position, he'll receive a great opportunity. Mochi, though reluctant, had to sigh and agree, very well. She took the box containing the paper that reproduced that endgame position. But she didn't forget to remind Yi Chongqing. Mr. Yi, although you have passed the trial, Mo Chi's expression was serious. But I still want to remind you of something. She turned her head towards Yi Chongqing. Even someone as strong as my master, though able to enter the way on the spot, could only solve one board at most. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing wasn't frightened at all, but replied with excitement on his face. I understand. Hurry and let me try. I can't wait to show my skills. He smiled with enthusiasm and delight. Stop trying to fool me with superstitious nonsense. Aren't they just pieces of paper? How dangerous could they be? Mo Chi bit her finger and let drops of blood fall onto the wooden box. After being sprinkled with blood, the box emitted a mysterious purple light. When Elder Yun saw this scene, his eyes and mouth opened wide in surprise. He couldn't help but be astonished. To think they'd use such an ancient blood seal for protection. It seems this endgame diagram is truly extraordinary. Mo Chi slowly opened the box. The paper inside immediately flew out when released. Everyone present was affected by the paper's magical power. I can already feel the immense suppressive force. It's as if the heavenly chess principles are glancing at us like we're mere ants. Not to mention it's pressing down so hard I can't even lift my head. Mo Chi gently held the paper. It seems she wasn't affected too much by its magical power. It appears you all have sensed it. This endgame position is extremely dangerous and mysterious. She held up the paper. With a serious expression, she said, I hope that chess players of insufficient level won't foolishly attempt to solve it on their own. She added, if anything unexpected happens because of this, we won't be held responsible. Mo Chi handed the paper to Yi Chongqing. Mr. Yi, please. Yen Bing Xin behind him also enthusiastically cheered. Mr. Yi, do your best. Yi Chongqing held a chess piece in his right hand and the paper in his left, studying and playing with ease. The first pieces were placed by Yi Chongqing. He recreated the board position as shown on the paper. Black 7 chases White 8, gaining the upper hand. Yi Chongqing recalled his past. It's quite similar to the match I played when I participated in the amateur first-class competition before transmigrating. Mo Chi stood at a distance. Arms crossed, she said, so he's starting right away, without any preparation for defense. Yen Bing Xin frowned and replied he's used to it. Usually, ruthless people don't talk much. After a while, the bowl of chess pieces was still quite full, not much depleted. Yi Chongqing rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and let out a hum. What should I do? The people around started to discuss, animatedly. It seems this young man has also fallen into a difficult situation. Others chimed in with comments, expressing disappointment. He has some skill, but not much. It seems this ancient endgame cannot be solved like this. Mo Chi shook her head in disappointment. After all these years, I thought I'd finally found a master. The elders instructed me to find a prodigy. It seems this gentleman is not the one. Yi Chongqing pondered deeply, considering solutions. He had already thought of 11 approaches, but they all required more than 6 moves to win. At this moment, he realized that everyone around had been waiting for quite some time. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he randomly chose one of the less optimal solutions. Let's go with the third method. I'll play according to this third approach. Yi Chongqing began placing pieces at an increasing pace. A gentleman looked up, saw this, and shouted, "Quick! Look, everyone!" People followed his gaze. Panicked, they asked, "What is that?" Yi Chongqing continued placing pieces at an increasingly rapid rate. It seemed as if the entire board was clearly visible in his mind. The speed at which he played was so fast that even his long hair was blown upward. Lu Ru-yi, seeing this, exclaimed loudly, her voice filled with certainty. That's the board transforming. Mo Chi couldn't remain seated in the face of this unbelievable sight. She replied, "When my master used the endgame to enter the way, even he didn't produce such wonders." The board that no one could solve for hundreds of years was now being gradually solved by Yi Chongqing with apparent ease in a short time. Elder Yun exclaimed in amazement, "Marvelous, marvelous." This board seems to focus on the gentleman's eyes. It would draw one into endless struggle, wearing them down to death. Elder Yin continued, "But this young man is calculating the fundamental path." Lu Ru-yi anxiously asked Mo Chi, "Cheer, do you think Mr. Yi can solve it?" Mo Chi replied, "It's not a question of whether he can. He's already doing it." Indeed, Yi Chongqing now seemed to be in a trance-like state, each move quick and decisive. Solving it was now just a matter of time. After Yi Chongqing solved this intricate Go board, the paper fell onto the board and spoke. Descendant, congratulations on successfully solving the endgame left by the 4 seats. The paper flew up and continued. Congratulations. You are qualified to receive our legacy. Yi Chongqing's face lit up with joy as he responded. It's here, it's here. Is this the reward for solving the ancient endgame? Then he unhesitatingly reached out his hands. Yi Chongqing spread his arms wide, his face full of anticipation, ready to receive his reward. Come on, I'm ready for the chess god's reward. The paper began to emit a bright blue light. This light went straight into Yi Chongqing's body. Then it quietly fell back onto the board. Everyone around felt confused by Yi Chongqing's strange actions. Mochi curiously asked Mr. Yi what's going on. Yan Bingxian frowned worriedly and replied, I don't know. Perhaps he's trying to show respect for the ancient endgame. Nothing seems to have happened to him. Yi Chongqing's face changed color, frowning. A look of disappointment and desire for justice was evident. He cried out indignantly, what's going on? What nonsense is this? He was dissatisfied and wanted to flip the board. With an unwilling expression, he burst out, Are you playing me? Yan Bingxian worriedly asked Yi Chongqing, Mr. Yi, are you all right? Yi Chongqing, embarrassed, pointed his index finger at his own face. He smiled and replied, I'm fine, I'm fine. He put his hand on his chin, pondering deeply. Could this inheritance be like a jigsaw puzzle? Do we need to piece it together to unlock everything? Thinking this, Mr. Yi turned to Mochi. He said seriously, Miss Mo, can you solve all 12 endgame boards? These bold words startled Mochi. She broke out in a cold sweat. She stammered in reply, You intend to continue solving them. Yi Chongqing replied without hesitation, That's right. Hearing this, the people around could not remain silent. Everyone started discussing animatedly. Someone said, this young man, does he really want to continue solving the endgames? Another person said, Young, that's a monstrous talent. Someone else added, it's the first time someone has said they want to solve all the endgames. Brave, very brave. Mochi was still shocked by Yi Chongqing's bold question. She recalled the past. Before, my master only solved one board. It exhausted all his energy, leaving him too tired to even get up. Yi Chongqing saw that Mochi remained motionless. He anxiously asked again, Miss Mo, is something wrong? Hearing this, Mochi quickly replied, No. Please wait a moment. I'll bring them out for you right away. Lu Ru, he had been watching the entire scene unfold from afar. Thinking something, she turned her back to the wall. Lu Ru Yi's eyes showed a dangerous glint. She smiled slyly and thought to herself, Mr. Yi is indeed a genius. I must report this to the masters immediately. No sooner said than done. Lu Ru Yi immediately pulled out a communication device. She made a call. In the master's room on the top floor, the connection light from Lu Ru Yi was transferred. A girl with long platinum blonde hair and a seductive blue dress was sitting by the window, one hand holding an unfinished cigarette. The other hand received the signal from Lu Ru Yi. The girl raised her hand holding the connection device. Lu Ru Yi's voice came from the other end, speaking respectfully, Master, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. The girl calmly took a drag from her unfinished cigarette. Then, exhaling a cloud of smoke, she smiled and replied, Ru Yi, what's the matter for you to call at this time? His eyes turned cautiously towards Deep Truong Tan, joyfully reporting the news to the masters. Reporting back to the masters. Just now, the young gentleman used less than an hour's time. He has solved the ancient endgame preserved by Mac. Kentucky Lu knew why continued. Now he wants to try solving the remaining 12 boards. That statement surprised the masters, with a serious expression wanting to confirm what they just heard. You're saying he wants to continuously solve all the ancient endgames. Lu knew why replied, That's right. Hearing this, the master's smiles became mysterious. Let him try. I want to see if he has this ability or not. The other end of the line replied, Understood. The masters gazed at the vast sky within the mountain with a strong hope, thinking, the one we've always been looking for has finally appeared today. Mat Kai placed the endgame boxes down one after another. She announced to Deep Truong Tan, but this time it's not like before. The doubt, contempt was gone, replaced by respect. Mr. Deep, perhaps the remaining 12 ancient endgame pieces are all here. Deep Truong Tan happily bowed his head in thanks. Then he approached and opened the second endgame box. The light emitting from the box was very strong, causing Deep Truong Tan to step back a few steps. His eyes seriously looked into the box. Deep Truong Tan slowly took out the ancient piece from inside the box. He closed his eyes, In his mind, a game board gradually appeared arranged like the one on the endgame paper. After a moment of thought, he began his first move. His eyes this time were even more determined than before. All his concentration was focused on the go board in front of him. His hand holding the stone placed it down without hesitation. A blue light flashed from the stone, making his hair flutter. That light grew larger and larger, its power increasing more and more. As expected. In fact, the time to solve this board was even faster than the previous one. Maki exclaimed with wide eyes. He really solved the second board, and even took less time than the first one. The experts from afar also nodded, acknowledging Deep Truong Tan's talent. This is too impressive. Deep Truong Tan seemed to have gotten used to this, hearing the admiring praise from all sides. Deep Truong Tan wasn't as happy as before, because for him, this game wasn't too difficult to solve. He thought this one seemed even easier than the previous one. Just like before, after successfully solving the endgame, the paper flew up again and said, "Descendant, congratulations to you. You have successfully solved the endgame I left behind. This also means you are qualified to receive my legacy." Deep Truong Tan looked at the paper. This time there must be something good, right? The paper flew up high. It was still that blue light entering Deep Truong Tan's body. But Deep Truong Tan had no changes at all, neither inside nor outside. Seeing this, Deep Truong Tan suddenly had an idea and turned to Yin Bang Tam. "How about we try with someone else?" He opened the third endgame box, took out the paper inside, and skillfully set up the board according to the paper. He looked at Yin Bang Tam and smiled, same as Yin. Hearing this, Yin Bang Tam clasped her hands in front of her, shyly walked towards Deep Truong Tan and asked, "Mr. Deep, do you have any instructions?" Without hesitation, Deep Truong Tan pointed at the newly arranged board. He seriously asked Yin Bang Tam, "Do you see this position?" The close proximity made Yin Bang Tam blush. Deep Truong Tan continued with a smile, "Place a white stone there." Yin Bang Tam was surprised upon hearing this. Sweat of fear dripped down. Her fingers suddenly pointed at herself as she exclaimed, "Me." Deep Truong Tan closed his eyes, smiled, and replied, Although frightened, Yin Bang Tam still followed Deep Truong Tan's words, saying all right. She carefully adjusted the gray dress she was wearing, slowly sat down. Her hand picked up a white stone, but before she could place it down, she was weakened by the power of the board. Her other hand covered her face. Yin Bang Tam slowly and with difficulty placed the stone down. Makai worriedly reminded, "Ninth Princess, be careful." After much effort, Yin Bang Tam finally managed to place the stone. The board emitted light after being solved. The paper flew up and spoke. "Descendant, congratulations. You have successfully solved the endgame I left behind. This means you are qualified to receive my legacy." The paper continued, "I left a strand of primordial spirit in each endgame. Today, I pass on to you the infinite starry sky technique." Suddenly, Yin Bang Tam floated up with a stream of golden light. She was surprised this is. Only now did she understand Mr. Deep's intention when he asked her to place the stone. "Mr. Deep told me to place the stone, so it was to give me this rare opportunity." The paper continued, "This technique, when mastered, can move mountains and fill seas. Wind blows and grass bends, but it requires the purple star chi transformation to be able to cultivate. I'll pass on the mental method first. Remember to engrave it in your heart." The paper remained glowing, floating in midair. Yin Bang Tam's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around Yin Bang Tam. She immediately knelt on one knee, her hands clasped together in front of her chest, sincerely and respectfully thanking Deep Truong Tan. "Bang Tam thanks Mr. Deep for granting such an opportunity." Hearing Yin Bang Tam say this, Deep Truong Tan replied in surprise, "Ah." Matt Kai's face changed color and couldn't help but be shocked by such a spontaneous action from Deep Truong Tan. Opportunity and heaven-defying fortune were just given away to others like that. Yin Bang Tam smiled happily, shyly rubbing her head after receiving such favor. Everyone around couldn't help but discuss excitedly, "I also want to admire it so much." But Deep Truong Tan looked sad, mixed with a bit of jealousy towards Yin Bang Tam when she received the power. "Others can receive the inheritance, but I cannot. Is it because I have a spirit core?" At this point, Deep Truong Tan couldn't contain his anger anymore. His face darkened. He bit his lip, furrowed his brow, his eyes no longer visible. His hand clenched tightly, veins popping, slamming down on the game board. Fine, you want to play like this, huh?" His face broke into a weird, resentful smile. One of his eyes seemed to emit rays of light as he determinedly declared, "I'll destroy all of you today." Then he opened the next box. "Open it for me." The papers were opened one after another in an instant. Light emitted from one box, then light emitted from another. After opening them all, the anger inside Deep Truong Tan was spreading throughout his body. He frantically, tirelessly broke one box after another, without resting for a moment. Just like that, he broke one game board after another without mercy. Break more. Deep Truong Tan's eyes emitted light. He placed each piece down, continuously, smoothly. With a determined look, he shouted loudly, "Continue breaking. Break them all for me." Descendant, congratulations. This time it wasn't blue, but a red beam of light that pierced straight into Deep Truong Tan's chest. Yet still nothing happened to him, which made him even angrier. Again came the familiar words from the paper after solving the endgame. "Congratulations." And so it repeated over and over for a long time. "Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations." But still nothing happened to Deep Truong Tan, causing him to completely explode, losing control, pointing and shouting loudly. Congratulate your head. Toying with people's emotions like this. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? And so it went on for another hour. Deep Truong Tan had regained his composure. Yin Bang Tam looked at Deep Truong Tan with admiring eyes. Unable to close her mouth, Deep Truong Tan spoke, hands clasped behind his back. "Let's go." Yin Bang Tam, behind him, clasped her hands to her chest. Her face broke into a happy smile. With an adoring expression for Deep Truong Tan, she couldn't help but sigh. Senior Deep is too amazing. Mak Kai, behind, bowed her head respectfully to Deep Truong Tan. "Congratulations, Mr. Deep." She turned her head back, her face unable to hide the fear from the scene she had just witnessed. Mak Kai's face became heavy. Until now, she had never met someone like this. 13 in-game boards, solved in less than 3 hours. What kind of person is this after all? All three people, Lu Rui, Deep Truong Tan, and Yin Bang Tam, stood in the hall without saying a word. Lu Rui glanced at Deep Truong Tan, her hands tightly clasped together, her face full of worry. Mr. Deep solved all the ancient endgames. Why isn't he happy about it? Deep Truong stood with his arms crossed, looking angry. Lu Rui panicked, sweating profusely, her face darkening. Could it be that I've treated him poorly somewhere? Suddenly, a sound came from one of the rooms, making Deep Truong Tan curious and unconsciously say, "Huh." Deep Truong Tan asked, "What's that music?" Seeing this, Lu Rui turned to Deep Truong Tan and quickly explained, "It must be that immortal lady who has come to the 4th floor again today." Deep Truong Tan asked in surprise, "Is that immortal lady the master of the 4th floor?" Lu Rui replied, "No, she's a female cultivator from an immortal sect." Lu Rui continued, "A month ago, she first came to the pavilion and with her zither skills, defeated the 4th floor master at that time, and then left. After that, she would sometimes come to the pavilion to compete with those who wanted to challenge her. To this day, she has never tasted defeat." Hearing this, Deep Truong Tan no longer looked angry, but instead showed interest. "Quite interesting. It seems today we can witness the immortal lady style again." That immortal lady had a triumphant expression. He laughed loudly. "HMHM, today I will surely win." A voice from behind that curtain rang out, expressing anger. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, not knowing the heights of heaven and earth. The person behind that curtain began to use graceful fingers on the zither. A stream of power emanated from it, causing that immortal to exclaim, "What?" That power made his hair blow backwards. Perhaps he also sensed that power, so his face showed fear. He froze, looking down to see a long, bleeding cut appear on his face. Seeing this, the confidence and fervent spirit he had earlier disappeared. He immediately lay down, rolling back and forth repeatedly. His mouth cried out, "Ah!" Jade face like wind-blown trees, first village by the lake, willow trees, Zhao Ming Huangdu of my town. The voice from behind the curtain spoke up once more. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, not knowing the heights of heaven and earth. The young man, hearing this, sat up abruptly. His whole body began to tremble. He stood up angrily, pointing at the curtain, shouting loudly, "If it's a zither competition, then let it be. Why damage my face? Is it because you can't lose?" Behind the curtain was a girl with rosy lips. "It's because you're too weak to resist even the wind pressure created by the zither sound. You can't even withstand that." She continued speaking, Moreover, at the beginning of the bet, if I lost, I'd have to marry an ugly person like you. I really can't afford to lose. Hearing such insults about himself, he doubtfully pointed at himself. Seeing this, Deep Truong Tan said, hey, even if you win, you shouldn't attack someone's appearance. Deep Truong Tan looked over at that young man. His expression was somewhat teasing. I think this brother here looks passable, barely acceptable to look at. Hearing this, the young man covered his face, showing dissatisfaction, and grunted. Rotten kid, don't mock me. If you can do it, then go ahead. Deep Truong Tan heard the challenge. He patted the young man's shoulder, smiling confidently, and said, don't say I can really do it. Deep Truong Tan moved closer to the curtain. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, Miss, may I have a match with you? Hearing Mr. Deep's challenge, the young lady behind the curtain replied, no need, I admit defeat. That statement shocked everyone, including Deep Truong Tan. Why? That young man, still covering his face, exclaimed in surprise. He was so dissatisfied that he questioned the girl, pointing at Deep Truong Tan. On what grounds? On what grounds do you admit defeat as soon as he arrives? The curtain slowly opened. The girl offered an explanation. As the girl stepped out from behind the curtain, long hair of light pink color, large round eyes, with matching attire. On her body, from head to toe, she exuded an elegant aura. She continued speaking, Deep Senior is the #1 in the world in my heart. The four people sat facing each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Deep Truong Tan looked at the girl and said cheerfully, just now when I heard the zither sound, I felt it was somewhat familiar. It turns out it really is Miss Tan Tuet. Hearing Deep Truong Tan recognize her, she happily held her teacup and chatted joyfully. Thank you, Mr. Deep, for remembering. As soon as you spoke, Tan Tuet recognized you too. Lu Rui, seeing Deep Truong Tan and Tan Tuet chatting so happily, frowned in displeasure. This immortal lady, with exceptional zither skills, usually has a proud personality. But now she's being so humble. She looked at Deep Truong Tan, who was drinking tea, her face serious. What exactly is Mr. Deep's identity? Deep Truong Tan continued to inquire about Tan Tuet. These days we haven't met. Miss Tan Tuet, why have you come to the capital? Tan Tuet's face reddened with embarrassment. She reluctantly explained the reason for her arrival. According to reliable information, Senior is preparing to set off for the imperial capital. The man with reddish-brown hair and beard laughed loudly and said to Tan Tuet, finally, it's our turn to impress Senior Deep. Then he continued speaking, Tan Tuet, you go to the Tan Phong Lac Tuet Pavilion in the imperial capital. The grand banquet first. Wait for him to arrive. You must ensure Senior Deep has a great experience. The man's face and Tan Tuet's both broke into scheming smiles. But we must act naturally. We can't let the senior feel bothered, understood? Tan Tuet smiled gently, warmly speaking to Deep Truong Tan. It's just a sudden whim. I wanted to travel to the imperial capital for a bit. Yin Bang Tam, witnessing the two of them chatting so animatedly, couldn't help but be curious. This Tan Tuet, how is she so familiar with Mr. Deep? Suddenly, one of Yin Bang Tam's eyes flashed with a blue light. She frowned in thought. Ice water dual spirit root attribute, yet only a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Tan Tuet calmly sipped her tea and snorted. In her heart, the 9th princess of the Yin Kingdom is just that. Deep Truong Sin said cheerfully, from the zither sound earlier, it seems your musical skills have improved. Hearing praise from Deep Truong Tan, Tan Tuet blushed shyly. Master Deep, you flatter me. If possible, I still hope you can give Tan Tuet some more guidance. Hearing your instruction would be Tan Tuet's greatest honor. Yin Bang Tam chimed in, that's right, this big sister's zither skills are decent, but still not 1/10,000th of Mr. Deep's. Hearing Yin Bang Tam say this, Tan Tuet couldn't help but get angry. Her hands clenched and her face changed color. Big sister. You rotten girl, you call me big sister. But Deep Truong Sin denied it. Miss Yin's words are incorrect. He explained, although my level is slightly higher than Miss Tan Tuet's, there's no first place in martial arts, no first or second place. As long as you have the heart, that's enough. At this point, Tan Tuet grabbed Deep Truong Sin's hand and placed it on her chest. Her eyes full of hope, that's right. That's why Tan Tuet is willing to connect spiritually with Mr. Deep. Deep Truong Sin shyly patted her head, accepting Tan Tuet's request. All right, if Miss Tan Tuet says so, then I'll demonstrate a bit. He said and done. Deep Truong Tan quickly went to the zither, sitting down carefully in the prepared position. The lightning-like gazes of Yin Bang Tam and Tan Tuet, though not saying a word, it was enough to understand they were silently confronting each other. Tan Tuet smirked at her opponent. You've definitely lost, little sister. Yin Bang Tam was not to be outdone. Her sharp gaze looked towards Tan Tuet and snorted once. Big sister, don't conclude too early. Deep Truong Tan used his talent and skilled hands on the zither strings. The sound of the zither spread throughout the room. It reached the streets of the district outside. Then it spread into the bustling market. People who heard the zither couldn't help but be moved. This zither sound is so peaceful. After listening, one's heart becomes quite calm. It seems my life force has also increased. Everyone together turned towards the building in front. The music seems to be coming from here. Someone affirmed that it truly is divine music. Inside the room, Lu Rui was also surprised by Yi Changqing's skill. Originally thought that Miss Qing Shui's zither skill was already 1 in 10,000. Unexpectedly, in front of Mr. Yi, it's completely like a small light compared to the moonlight. Yi Changqing closed his eyes to feel the music, his hands still gracefully moving on the strings. The zither sound also made those in the room close their eyes to feel it. Yan Bingxin said with delight, "This piece by Mr. Yi has taught me to arrange the spiritual energy in my body." Even Qing Shui herself had to stare in awe at Yi Changqing's performance. After hearing this piece, not only has my realm increased, my mental state seems to have become clearer as well. Suddenly, a sound came from Yi Changqing's stomach. Qing Shui immediately asked with concern, "Master Yi, are you hungry?" Yi Changqing scratched his head embarrassedly and replied, From the first floor to the fourth floor, it indeed consumed quite a bit of energy." Hearing this, Yan Bingxin rested her chin on her hand and looked at Changqing with a mysterious smile. An opportunity to show off has arrived. She then went over and linked arms with Yi Changqing. "Mr. Yi, I've long known the best food in the imperial capital. Let's go together." Yi Changqing replied, "All right." Yi Changqing looked towards Qing Shui. "Miss Qing Shui, if you don't mind, how about coming along?" Hearing this, Qing Shui enthusiastically replied, "Since Master Yi has invited, Qing Shui naturally has no reason not to go." Seeing this, Yan Bingxin coldly looked at Qing Shui with bullet-like eyes. She let out a huff. "I just wanted to have a meal for two with Mr. Yi. What are you joining in for?" With a provocative expression, Qing Shui smugly looked at Yan Bingxin. "Then you go tell Master Yi yourself. See if he calls you narrow-minded or not." Mr. Yi urged, "What are you two doing? Let's go quickly." Outside, the wind was blowing, creating quite a poetic scene. The girls behind respectfully bowed to see Yi Changqing off. "Mr. Yi, please go slowly." Yi Changqing left there in a cheerful mood. Lu Rui stood high up, watching Yi Changqing go far. "Everyone heard the music just now, right?" A girl immediately replied, "Not just zither skills, Mr. Ye's comprehension and realm in painting are also extraordinary." Ma Chi also had to admit his level in the art of Go is also not something ordinary people can compare to. The girl beside replied, "His calligraphy skills are also unparalleled in the world." Lu Rui nodded. "It seems our opinions are unanimous." Everyone there nodded in agreement. All four of them together took out their devices and placed them in front. They all said in unison, "We respectfully invite the masters to descend." A large beam of light appeared, and the girls all knelt down. They said in unison, "We, your subordinates, pay our respects to the masters." The masters Qing Long, Lu, and Yueji replied, "It seems you have already investigated for me. Where is that man who can only belong to me?" At the restaurant, Yan Bingxin said, "Mr. Yi, this is the best restaurant in the imperial capital." Ye looked up at the sign. "Drunken Immortal Tower, not a bad name. The owner here seems to be quite learned." Then the three of them went inside together. The owner saw guests arriving and came out to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Yan Bingxin smiled happily and replied, "Manager, we want the best private room." "Certainly, please follow me upstairs." Yi Changqing stepped onto the stairs. The three walked along the grand corridor. The owner said, "This way, please." "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best private room at Drunken Immortal Tower." He introduced further. Not only is it meticulously decorated, but all the furnishings are also of the finest quality. Yi Changqing acknowledged, "Indeed, it's quite impressive." Yi Changqing turned to look at Yan Bingxin. "Miss Yin, since I arrived in the imperial capital, you've taken care of me quite a bit. Allow me to treat you to this meal to express my gratitude." Yan Bingxin firmly refused. "Mr. Yi, you are a guest of the great Yin. How can we let you spend money? I think if my father knew I let Mr. Yi pay, he would surely scold me." Qing Shui respectfully said, "Then thank you, Master Yi. Respect is not as good as obedience." Yi Changqing replied with a smile, "That's more like it. Miss Qing Shui is indeed sensible." Yi Changqing waved to the manager. "Bring the menu here." The owner happily replied, certainly. Yin Bingxin's legs went weak, and she sat down on the floor, sobbing. Mr. Yi actually praised her. Qing Shui clasped her hands behind her back. When a man offers to pay, it's to show his capabilities. At this time, you absolutely cannot refuse. Otherwise, it would make him lose face. Qing Shui glanced at Yin Bingxin. Little girl, you still have a lot to learn. The owner took out a menu. He handed it to Yi Changqing. Qing Shui and Yin Bingxin smiled happily and said, esteemed guests, please order. Yi Changqing looked at the menu before him, and his empty stomach growled. His tongue licked his lips, showing his eagerness as he said, let me see what delicious dishes there are. He slowly opened the menu. It emitted a dazzling golden light. Yi Changqing saw the dishes in the menu. His teeth clenched tightly on his tongue, making it bleed. He quickly closed the menu. His face was covered in sweat. His body trembled, no longer showing the excitement from before. He thought, oh mother, truly worthy of being the most high-end restaurant in the imperial capital. These prices are too frightening. Yi Changqing closed his eyes tightly. His face showed wrinkles. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have put on airs. Then he took out his money pouch and estimated its weight. I wonder if all the money I brought from home is enough for this meal. Yin Bingxin looked intently at the menu, seriously choosing the dishes she wanted to order. Buddha jumps over the wall, 5 snake soup, 7 treasure gourd, and a bottle of drunken immortal wine from 82. The restaurant owner, pen in hand, wrote quickly while responding warmly. Certainly. Hearing Yin Bingxin order so many dishes, plus knowing the prices beforehand, Yi Changqing was terrified. His face turned pale. The 82 vintage wine alone sounds expensive. Yin Bingxin saw that Yi Changqing seemed unhappy, so she worriedly asked, Mr. Yi, are the things I ordered not to your liking? Hearing this, Yi Changqing shook his head and waved his hand in response. No, I like them all. Miss Qing Shui, see if there's anything else you'd like to eat. As if given permission, Qing Shui didn't stand on ceremony and closed the menu. Miss Yan's choices are too greasy. I'll choose some vegetarian dishes. Hearing this, Yin Bingxin angrily said, what are you saying? Yi Changqing raised his hand to his forehead to wipe off sweat. He sighed in relief. Vegetarian dishes are good. Vegetarian dishes are cheap. Qing Shui turned to the owner and said, 1,000-year snow lotus soup. The owner replied, certainly. Yi Changqing couldn't help but spit blood directly from his mouth. The owner continued to turn and ask Yi Changqing, and you, sir, what would you like? Yi Changqing, face pale, hand holding a napkin to wipe his mouth. I don't eat anything else. We can't eat that much with so few people. The owner cheerfully replied, very well, I'll bring your dishes right away. Yi Changqing held up his money pouch. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face, showing regret. Looking out the window, he imagined his money about to fly away with the wind. Goodbye, my money. Yi Changqing, Yin Bingxin, and Qing Shui sat waiting for the dishes. Yi Changqing turned to Yin Bingxin and asked, Miss Yin, seeing how familiar you were with ordering, you must come here often to dine, right? Yi Changqing asked this with a purpose. He hoped that perhaps the owner would give a discount to a regular customer. Yin Bingxin replied, yes, but not just for dining. I mainly like the refined atmosphere here. Then she pointed to the front. For example, that painting. It's an original work by Master by Lian. Hearing this, Yi Changqing stood up to look at the painting. At the same time, the restaurant owner brought in the food, saying, your dishes are here. Yi Changqing said, is Master by also a famous painter? The owner, hearing this, became excited. He explained objectively, Master by Lian is the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower. We only like lotus flowers. The better at painting lotus flowers, the longer we've been using this elegant name. Hearing this, Yi Changqing stroked his chin and pondered. This person's painting skills are indeed not bad. But in terms of artistic conception, it's still lacking a bit. The owner, hearing Yi Changqing criticize his master like this, became angry. He gritted his teeth, glared, and inwardly scoffed. Isn't he just trying to show off in front of these 2 young ladies? After serving all the dishes, the owner left with an irritated mood. He muttered as he walked away, just a rotten brat dares to make unreasonable comments about Master by Lian. He really doesn't know his place. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, manager of Drunken Immortal Tower. Cheng heard someone calling his name. He curiously turned his head and said, A person appeared wearing a green hat, dressed in green tones. A man with delicate features emerged, green eyes on his face. The manager was surprised and stammered, Master Bai Lian. Master Bai Lian then asked, I just heard you say someone was discussing me. The manager respectfully replied, That's right. In the Tianzi room, there's a young man who criticized your painting. Master Bai Lian, hearing someone had commented on his painting, was surprised. Oh, is that so? Then Master Bai Lian turned around, his hands clasped behind his back. He walked towards the Tianzi room. Well, I'd like to meet this person. Upon arrival, Master Bai Lian, without ceremony, used both hands to fling open the room's door. He said, Pardon the intrusion, everyone. Before Master Bai Lian was an unsightly scene. Yi Changqing was eating like a starving tiger, oblivious to the world. Yi Changqing's mouth was full of food. While chewing, he mumbled a Who are you? Someone like Master Bai Lian, seeing someone who didn't recognize him, changed his mood from calm to angry and said, I am the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower. My surname is Bo, given name Jiao, courtesy name Bai Lian. Hearing this, Yi Changqing calmly replied, Oh, so you're Master Bai Lian. Master Bai Lian asked, I heard that just now this young master had some opinions about my painting. Yi Changqing, still holding chopsticks and picking up food, his mouth constantly chewing, leisurely replied, I don't have any opinions. I just felt it lacked a bit of artistic conception. Hearing this, Master Bai Lian clasped his hands, bowed his head, and respectfully said, Then may I ask for your guidance if possible. Qing Shui, seeing someone wanting to bother Yi Changqing, said unhappily, You are truly impolite. We're eating. How can we have time to instruct you? Yi Changqing was very pleased with Qing Shui's rebuttal. He had to eat his fill for this meal worth his entire fortune. That's right, a meal that would make me bankrupt. It must not be wasted. Master Bai Lian, hearing this, replied, I have been too presumptuous. But in my lifetime, I have never heard anyone criticize my lotus paintings. If today, young master can convince me wholeheartedly, Master Bai Lian pointed his finger straight and declared boldly, This meal will be free. Yi Changqing was very surprised to hear this. The food seemed to choke in his throat. He turned towards Master Bai Lian, wanted to confirm, What did you say? Yi Changqing stood up abruptly, as if finding a glimmer of hope. His gloomy face from earlier was now replaced with excitement. He grabbed Master Bai Lian's hand and said, Is this true? Master Bai Lian was very surprised by Yi Changqing's action. Eyes sweating, he replied, Of course it's true. Yi Changqing walked towards the painting. Raising his hand, he said, Then I shall embarrass myself. He smiled mysteriously and said, Bring me a brush. Master Bai Lian hurriedly said to the manager, Come here and bring brush and ink. The manager bowed his head and said yes. Master Bai Lian thought to himself, I want to see what this youngster can actually paint. Paper and brush were neatly prepared on the table. Yi Changqing picked up the brush. Everyone gathered around to witness Yi Changqing's skill. Yi Changqing put his hand on his chin, closed his eyes, looking perplexed. What should I paint? Then he glanced at Master Bai Lian. In his mind, Yi Changqing had come up with an idea for his painting. Got it. Yi Changqing dipped the brush in ink. His hand gracefully sketched the first strokes, pouring his soul into the painting. Stroke by stroke, Yi Changqing created the painting. After a while, he happily announced its completion. Master Bai Lian, Qing Shui, and Yan Bingxin gathered around to admire Yi Changqing's painting. The three of them stared wide-eyed at the painting, unable to believe their eyes. Master Bai Lian couldn't help but exclaim, This is. A painting of a lotus pond was sketched by Yi Changqing with great detail and soul. The color combination was also very pleasing to the eye. Master Bai Lian, Qing Shui, and Yan Bingxin were transported to another world. They seemed to be lost in the painting Yi Changqing had created. Qing Shui said, Have we entered the world within the painting? Yan Bingxin continued, Everything looks so real. Suddenly, Yan Bingxin felt something. She cried out, My clothes are wet. She thought the water was actually real. On the other side, Master Bai Lian couldn't stop praising. So beautiful, truly so beautiful. The lotus flower with its pleasing light pink color bloomed, looking extremely elegant, like a young lady at the age of 15 or 17. The fragrance of the lotus spread, attracting Master Bai Lian. He held the flower with both hands in a very respectful manner. enjoying the flower's fragrance, as if he could still smell the scent of this flower. Suddenly, Yi Changqing let out a loud cough, as if intentionally waking everyone up. At this moment, Master Bai Lian, Qing Shui, and Yan Bingxin seemed to return from another world. They suddenly felt unfamiliar with their surroundings. The manager received a slap from Master Bai Lian. Yi Changqing asked Master Bai Lian, "How is my painting?" Master Bai Lian immediately grasped Yi Changqing's hand tightly, unconsciously making Yi Changqing freeze. He said, "A masterpiece. Truly a masterpiece." Master Bai Lian's eyes showed clear happiness. He joyfully said, "You are truly a master, sir. Compared to you, my painting is worth nothing. I don't need Bai Lian anymore, nor will I in the future." Hearing this, Yi Changqing explained, "The lotus blooms in mud but remains unstained. It bathes in clear water without being ostentatious. It can be viewed from afar but cannot be touched. If you can understand this, that is truly supreme goodness." Master Bai Lian was stunned by Yi Changqing's words. Blooms in mud but remains unstained. Can be viewed from afar but cannot be touched. He then clasped his hands together, kneeling before Yi Changqing. "One sentence from you, sir, has made me realize that my decades of life have been in vain." Then he bowed his head, saying, "Please accept my bow." Yi Changqing was surprised by Master Bai Lian's action. Yi Changqing was momentarily confused. What's going on here? Why did he suddenly kneel down? Yi Changqing moved closer to Master Bai Lian, hurriedly helping him up. No, please don't. I just wanted to ask about this meal." Master Bai Lian raised his hand to interrupt. Turning to the manager, he said, "Remember, from now on, this young master's visits to Tu Xian Lu will be completely free." The frightened manager clasped his hands and said, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Yi Changqing's eyes lit up brightly. He smiled from ear to ear. "Completely free." Master Bai Lian smiled and replied, "I only hope that you can leave this painting for me." Before he could finish, Yi Changqing had already brought the painting over. Happily handing it to Master Bai Lian, he said, "No problem." After the meal, the three of them left. Master Bai Lian didn't forget to say, "Take care on your way, young master. Please come visit often in the future." Yi Changqing scratched his head worriedly. One painting in exchange for eating forever. Isn't that a bit too much? The two girls in front seemed unhappy and directly expressed their feelings one after another. "Let's go. It really is a bit too much." Yi Changqing hurriedly explained that it was his own offer. "I didn't force him to do it." Yan Bingxin replied unhappily, "In my eyes, this painting of yours, Mr. Yi, is worth enough to exchange for his entire Tu Xian Lu." Yi Changqing was surprised and let out a loud huh. Qing Shui continued, "That's right, that guy really got a huge bargain." Yi Changqing thought that no matter how beautiful the painting was, exchanging a painting for an entire building was still too extravagant. Yi Changqing doubted. These two aren't trying to deceive me, are they? Meanwhile, Master Bai Lian was delighted, hugging the painting to himself affectionately. He happily said, "What an incredible profit. Today is truly a day of enormous gain." Master Bai Lian suddenly noticed someone clearing their throat. It was Mo Rong Li Zhou. She sat on the windowsill and asked Master Bai Lian, "Master, you seem so happy. Did something good happen?" Master Bai Lian was startled upon seeing her. "Oh my, sect leader Mo Rong, why have you come here?" Mo Rong Li Zhou, with her slender figure, jumped directly from the window, then slowly sat down in a chair. She rested her chin on her hand, crossed her legs gracefully, and said to Master Bai Lian, "I'm asking you, was Mr. Yi dining here earlier? Is that correct?" Master Bai Lian replied, "By Mr. Yi, do you mean the young master who was accompanied by two young ladies?" Mo Rong Li Zhou answered, "That's right." Master Bai Lian raised the painting that Yi Changqing had drawn and proudly said, "You've arrived at an unfortunate time. The young master just left. He even gifted me this painting." Master Bai Lian unrolled the painting. A beam of light seemed to emanate from it. Mo Rong Li Zhou looked at the painting. Affected by its dazzling light, she had to raise her hand to shield her face. She smiled and said, "Excellent, truly excellent. It's just a painting, yet it can make me sense the essence of the great Tao. Indeed, he is worthy of me." Mo Rong Li Zhou paid attention to the details of the painting. She saw the signature of the painting's creator. She read aloud, "Yi Changqing. Is this his courtesy name?" Mo Rong Li Zhou pondered, "Yi Changqing, Yi Changqing, Yi Changqing." Then she suddenly realized, isn't he that sage Changqing from before? Master Bai Lian was equally surprised. His eyes widened, and he covered his face. I've heard that these past 2 days, the Dongshan Chongqing Temple has had multiple strange occurrences. Could it be that this young master is continuously adding divine statues of himself? Hearing this, Mo Rong Lizhou laughed mischievously, her voice full of determination. This man can only belong to me, Mo Rong Lizhou. In another nighttime scene, a pair of feet were moving swiftly. It was Mo Rong Lizhou. Moving so fast she emitted light. Mo Rong Lizhou was walking on rooftops. Suddenly, something made her stop. She turned around. A hand was using magic. The power of the spell shattered even the sturdy rooftop. A figure appeared before Mo Rong Lizhou. It was an older man. His hair and beard were silver white. He said, "Midnight banquet at the Imperial Palace. Miss Mo Rong, it's been a while. How have you been?" Mo Rong Lizhou looked at the man with an expression that wasn't very pleased. Mo Rong Lizhou used her long, slender, fair legs to slowly descend. Her feet touched the ground. Looking up at Mo Rong Lizhou, she said, "Now you truly have the appearance of an old ancestor. Many years ago when we parted, my father once said that you might never hope to reach the transformation realm in this lifetime." The man's face darkened upon hearing this. Mo Rong Lizhou continued with a teasing look, "Yet, unexpectedly, you've actually broken through." The man replied, "Indeed, heaven has blessed the great Yin." The man bowed his head and continued, "This old man received help from a great expert, not only smoothly ascending to the peak of transformation realm, but also greatly improving my cultivation and swordsmanship." Across from him, Mo Rong Lizhou said, "What great expert? Don't try to fool me." She impatiently said, "That Mr. Yi, what exactly is his background and identity?" The man was surprised and gasped, his expression serious, asking, "How do you know about Senior Yi?" Mo Rong Lizhou said nothing and took a puff of her pipe. She smiled and said, "He performed so brilliantly at the Qingfeng Luoyue restaurant's lower floor. How can I not know about him?" She confided, "Over the years, I've searched all over the Central Plains, hoping to meet a man worthy of me." Her eyes turned cold as she continued. The result was extremely disappointing. "Today, I witnessed his abilities firsthand and realized that such an extraordinary figure exists in this world." The man, with a serious expression, said to Mo Rong Lizhou, "Miss Mo Rong, forgive this old man for speaking frankly. He is someone you cannot have. I advise you to abandon this idea early on, to avoid affecting the Mo Rong clan behind you." Mo Rong Lizhou calmly replied upon hearing this, "Cannot have." She raised both hands. In an instant, a golden eagle appeared, flying above Mo Rong Lizhou's head. Its power was so great that it shook the man. Mo Rong Lizhou's eyes then emanated killing intent. "Let's see who dares to stop me." The power grew stronger, causing the man to lose his balance. He shouted, "Phoenix True Fire." Mo Rong Lizhou and the earlier golden eagle seemed to merge, turning one of its wings into Mo Rong Lizhou's own wings. She flew up like a true queen. The man said, "You've already harmonized with the Phoenix True Body." Mo Rong Lizhou, with eyes full of confidence, replied, "Do you still think I can't have him now?" The man helplessly said, "Miss Mo Rong, you come from one of the 4 great ancient tomb clans, the Rong clan, and you have the Phoenix True Body's assistance." The man's eyes turned serious as he said, "Even looking far and wide for 100 years, you would absolutely stand among the most outstanding individuals of the Central Plains." Mo Rong Lizhou's face became frightening. She said, "Stop flattering me. If you know what's good for you, quickly reveal Mr. Ye's background to me." The man calmly said, "Although you have cultivated to such a level, Senior Ye's chances of survival still remain. However, it's still not something we can reach." On the other side, Yi Chongqing was using his hands to hug his body because of the cold pack. He let out a rather loud groan. Yi Chongqing sat inside, facing the romantic night sky scenery, and said, "Tonight is a bit cool." A small fox with pure white fur, looking very adorable, was carrying a handkerchief in its mouth to Yi Chongqing. It called out, "Ahu ahu, master. Today you're not doing your usual work." Yi Chongqing saw the fox bringing him the handkerchief. In a happy mood, he said, "Thank you, my little white tiger." Turning around, his mood changed to a melancholic expression as he asked himself, "So what is the opportunity in the remnants of the ancient upper realm?" His expression clearly showed envy. I'm so envious that Miss Yin has obtained the infinite power of Jing Su Shui. I can only touch this stone. The fox, hearing this, widened its eyes. Yi Chongqing held up the stone. Seeing his little fox staring motionlessly, he thought the absorption speed is really fast. The fox transformed into a beautiful girl. With a seductive face, she asked Yi Chongqing, "Master, what have you experienced outside? These past 2 days, you've been needing more and more." Yi Chongqing looked towards the distant horizon. He said, "If it doesn't work out, forget it. Hugging to warm hands is fine too." Yi Chongqing showed a disappointed expression. By Lian's level, can also be called a master. Yi Chongqing raised his hand high, truly angry. Dawn was breaking. The man and Mo Rong Li Zhou were standing and sitting on the roof. Mo Rong Li Zhou spoke, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect this Mr. Yi to be the ancestor of the Tai Xian Holy Land, descended from the upper realm." The man replied, "That's right. Just with his calligraphy, he could make this old man loosen his realm." Casually gifting the Ice Heart Double Spirit Root, his cultivation is unparalleled, yet Senior Yi is so humble. One can't help but admire him. Mo Rong Li Zhou replied sadly, "Remember, I, Mo Rong Li Zhou, come from a noble family, possessing the Phoenix bloodline. Yet in front of Mr. Yi, it's not even worth mentioning." The man turned to comfort Mo Rong Li Zhou. "Young Miss Mo Rong, don't be discouraged. Just focus on diligent cultivation. Next year, you will definitely have hope of ascending." He waved his hand and continued, "But as for thinking about Master Yi, forget it." Mo Rong Li Zhou smiled meaningfully and replied, "Why should I forget?" The man looked at her suspiciously and said, "Even if he can't belong to me alone, I, Mo Rong Li Zhou, must still have him." Then she clenched her fist, showing intense determination. Mo Rong Li Zhou turned back and said to the man, "Take me to Mr. Yi." The man frowned helplessly, raised his hand to his forehead, shook his head, and let out a sigh. "It's really impossible to dissuade you." The man said, "Miss Mo Rong, let this old man give you a piece of advice. A figure like Senior Yi certainly doesn't lack beautiful companions. Beauties that move the heart, father." Mo Rong Li Zhou completely ignored the man's advice. "It doesn't matter, I don't care." The beautiful scene before their eyes was the villa where Yi Chongqing lived. He slowly walked out. Still in the afterglow of sleep, he covered his yawning mouth with his hand. Eyes not yet fully open, he said, "Where's this early morning music coming from?" Suddenly, Yi Chongqing stopped and let out a gasp. In front of him was a scene where Qing Shui was skillfully playing an instrument. "Good morning, Master Yi," while Yin Bing Xin was sitting and enjoying tea. "Good morning, Mr. Yi." Yi Chongqing was at a loss for words with these two uninvited guests who had ruined his sleep. He raised his hand, pointing at the two girls. Yi Chongqing raised his hand, pointing towards the two girls. He complained, "Are you really that free? Coming to my place so early in the morning? Don't you need to improve yourselves?" Qing Shui calmly replied, "You really know how to joke." Yin Bing Xin also leisurely held her teacup and said, "Being with you is the best improvement." Hearing such flattering words from Yin Bing Xin, Yi Chongqing no longer showed annoyance. He turned his back, waved his hand, and said, "All right. Walking out to the corridor, Yi Chongqing went into another room and sat down. He put on a serious face and thought to himself, a lazy royal princess studying to be an imperial teacher, a cultivator not seriously cultivating immortality. I'd be surprised if you two actually improved. Meanwhile, Mo Rong Li Zhou slowly approached. She said, "Is this where Mr. Yi lives?" Then she reached her hand towards the doorknob. Suddenly, the man grabbed Mo Rong Li Zhou's wrist. Stopping her, the man said to Mo Rong Li Zhou, "Wait." He continued, "Miss Mo Rong, although your status is extraordinary and you revere Senior Yi, when you meet him later, you must control yourself. You absolutely must not get too excited." Mo Rong Li Zhou, being stopped like this, became furiously angry. She questioned, "Yin Tianshan, are you lecturing me?" Mo Rong raised her hand, intending to use magic to choke the man, but he managed to block it in time. Mo Rong Li Zhou released her hand and withdrew her spell. The man's face turned dark from the residual power. He let out a snort. Phoenix bloodline indeed, such a fiery temper. Mo Rong Li Zhou opened the door. She walked in excitedly, saying, "Let me see the face of my future husband." The man slowly walked towards Yin Bang Tam, who was sweeping the yard. Yin Bang Tam saw the man and Mo Dung Lu Chao coming and greeted them. "Old ancestor, you've arrived." The The man asked Yin Bang Tam, "Is Senior Deep here?" She replied, "Yes, Mr. Deep is in the backyard. He said he's composing." Mo Dung Lu Chao grew impatient. She urged Yin Bang Tam to quickly take her to see him. Yin Bang Tam curiously asked, "Who are you?" The man coughed once. He gestured to introduce Bang Tam. "This is Miss Mo Dung. You lead her in." Yin Bang Tam said, "Oh, please come this way." Yin Bang Tam worriedly glanced at Mo Dung Lu Chao behind her. "Damn, Dai Tan Tuet just left, and the old ancestor brings another person. Could it be they're also here to admire Mr. Deep?" Yin Bang Tam led the man and Mo Dung Lu Chao to where Deep Truong Tan was. Upon arrival, Yin Bang Tam said, "It's right here." The three of them entered together. Mo Dung Lu Chao thought, Finally, I've met you." Mo Dung Lu Chao was about to call out to Deep. The man quickly stopped her, saying, "Wait." The man leaned in to whisper in Mo Dung Lu Chao's ear, "When Senior Deep is concentrating, don't disturb him at all costs." Mo Dung Lu Chao impatiently asked why. The man widened his eyes and replied, "Because this is a great opportunity." Deep Truong Tan was carving a wooden tower. The power emanating from him was truly terrifying, surprising both of them. The image of Deep Truong Tan diligently carving would appeared. Mo Dung Lu Shu exclaimed, "There's such a great Tao principle true meaning. The product is about to be completed." He happily showed off his achievement. "Let you see true art." Then he made the final steps, causing the entire villa to light up. It really became enormous. Another world appeared before the four of them. The man was surprised. What scene is behind Mr. Deep? A dark and misty landscape appeared. There were only trees without flowers or leaves, looking quite scary. Mo Dung Lu Chao said, "This scene is desolate and sorrowful to the extreme, but it's incredibly real." She thought, could it be a scene Mr. Deep experienced in the upper realm? The man closed his eyes to sense the scene before him. "It seems I can hear the sound of a flute from afar." Finishing the last carving stroke, Deep Truong Tan, proud of his work, let out a sigh. Today, the feeling of using the chisel was excellent. He smiled like a child. Nothing beats practice to make perfect. Suddenly, the chisel moved on its own. Deep Truong Tan was surprised by the movement of the tool and let out a gasp. The chisel approached on its own the newly carved product, and then the chisel made each stroke on the tower that Deep Truong Tan had worked hard on since morning. This surprised him, and he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Everyone in the room stood behind, watching Deep Truong Tan show off his skills. The man said, "Mr. Deep, this is again." Yin Bang Tam also chimed in, saying to Deep Truong Tan, "Even more grandiose and magnificent than the strange statue carved earlier." However, only Deep Truong Tan knew. At this moment, what was carving the statue was not his hands, but the chisel controlling itself. He was flustered. "What's happening? Why can't my hand stop?" He whined, "I haven't even eaten candy yet." Deep Truong Tan revealed an unpleasant expression. He couldn't control his own hands. Could it be that today I must take this opportunity to work with wood to enter the Tao? Deep Truong Tan closed his eyes. He calmly smiled and said, "In my body, it seems there's also a mysterious energy flowing." Suddenly, Yin Bang Tam pointed and exclaimed, "Look, the scene has changed." In front of Yin Bang Tam was a gray-haired figure. She said, "Another figure has appeared." That one appeared in the form of a saint, sitting on a lotus flower with eyes closed, hands forming a gesture as if chanting spells. That's the heavenly pagoda on Mount Phalai. The rooster crows, announcing the rising sun. Unintentionally, floating clouds deceive the eyes. Deep Truong Tan continued, "Self-destined divine presence. This is the realm of the highest level." After the image, Deep Truong Tan held the newly carved statue, which was a man with extraordinary power. The light emitting from Deep Truong Tan made Yin Bang Tam squint and gasp. She gently continued, "This divine sound. It has cleansed my mind and soul once." The light continued to maintain its brightness. The man, Mo Dung Lu Chao, and Yin Bang Tam couldn't approach. The statue was completed. A perfect statue. Not even the smallest flaw could be found. The statue emitted a mystical blue power. Everyone there was overwhelmed. "Is this what Mr. Deep carved?" Mo Dung Lu Chao couldn't help but stammer in shock. This pagoda. The man exclaimed, "Miss Mo Dung, what is this pagoda? I've lived for thousands of years, yet I've never seen a pagoda that could break the surrounding space like this." Mo Dung Lu Chao said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is from the ancient era before the Great Flood, left behind by the creation god of heaven and earth, the Xian Huang Pagoda." The man, hearing this, was shocked and couldn't believe the words he just heard from Mo Dung Le Chao. About the existence of the creation god, only a few ancient documents have recorded it. The man's face became serious. From what I know, at least in the current world, most cultivators don't even know about the legend of the creation god. Mo Dung Le Chao replied, "The Mo Dung ancient clan worships the ancient gods, so we can understand a little bit." She continued, "The creation god of the past left behind the mystic yellow tower and the meritorious cloud. Now Mr. Yi has once again summoned them to appear like this. Could it be?" Mao Rong Leicho's face looked uneasy as she summarized. "This Mr. Yi is absolutely not someone we can casually judge. The statue has ceased to exert its power." Yi Chongqing scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, saying he was too inspired in his creation just now. "Got carried away. Please forgive me." "Excuse me." Yi Chongqing saw the man coming and said cheerfully, "Old man, Yin has arrived, and the one beside him is." Mao Rong Leicho saw Yi Chongqing asking about her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She acted shy like a young girl. He looked over here. Old Yin immediately introduced, "This is Miss Mao Rong." Miss Mao Rong is... Before he could finish introducing, Mao Rong Leicho quickly approached Yi Chongqing. She enthusiastically introduced herself. "I am Mao Rong Leicho." Mao Rong Leicho's beauty had enchanted Yi Chongqing. "Well done, sister." Mao Rong Leicho bowed her head respectfully and said, "Greetings, sir." Mao Rong Leicho's greeting surprised Old Yin so much that he exclaimed, "Miss Mao Rong." He looked at Mao Rong Leicho and thought to himself, in the ancient country of Great Yin, Miss Mao Rong has always acted without restraint. Yet she's willing to submit and bow her head to this senior. Standing before Yi Chongqing, Mao Rong Leicho felt a sense of inferiority. A heavenly beauty from the ancient Mao Rong clan. So what? In front of Mr. Yi, who can summon the mystic yellow tower, I'm just like a tiny ant. Yi Chongqing said to Mao Rong Leicho, "Early morning dew. Leicho's net-like clouds sweep the east, clear strings float. From afar enjoy red art's hidden fragrance." Hearing this, Mao Rong Leicho shyly covered her mouth with her sleeve. To be described like this by Sir is truly an honor for Leicho. Yan Bingxin saw this and became angry with jealousy. Jealousy filled her face as she snorted. "Mr. Yi hasn't even recited poetry for me yet." Yi Chongqing approached and helped Mao Rong Leicho stand up. "Please stand up, miss." He felt very pleased about Mao Rong Leicho's greeting. This beauty really knows how to express her feelings. Yi Chongqing touched Mao Rong Leicho's sleeve. "The material of this outfit feels quite expensive. Perhaps she has a discerning eye. She might buy the small treasure tower I just carved." Yi Chongqing laughed loudly. "I'm not an easy person, but with enough money, I can be not human." He took Mao Rong Leicho's hand, speaking flattering words to Miss Mao Rong. "I see you have extraordinary talent and beauty. You must also have knowledge of painting and sculpture." Then Yi Chongqing held Mao Rong Leicho's hand and said, "Please come with me." He gestured and introduced, "So what do you think of my works?" Behind Yi Chongqing were huge wooden statues of various shapes. Mao Rong Leicho shyly replied, "Mr. Yi, although I love art, I've only built the clear wind falling moon pavilion in the capital. Compared to your realm and level, it's still as different as heaven and earth." Then she clasped her hands. "I cannot offer any comments." Yi Chongqing laughed and said, "So you've only built the clear wind falling moon pavilion." Suddenly, Yi Chongqing changed his attitude. He unexpectedly said, "The clear wind falling moon pavilion was built by you." Yan Bingxin was also surprised. "So she is the famous owner of the clear wind falling moon pavilion." Even for such a figure, to evaluate Mr. Ye's works would indeed be like showing off before an expert. This time, it was Yi Chongqing who became cautious. His eyes sweating, he said, "Miss Mao Rong, do you know that literature isn't the first and martial arts isn't the second?" He continued to explain, "In art, everyone's perspective is different. Different mindsets, what they see naturally can't be the same." Mr. Yi smiled awkwardly, pointing at his face. "Whether it's artwork or the path of cultivation, it's all the same. Don't be influenced by outsiders like me." Yan Bingxin said, "Is this Mr. Ye's recent enlightenment?" Old Yin stroked his long beard and said, "One can have insights at any time. This is precisely what makes Mr. Yi admirable." Mao Rong Leicho clasped her hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Leicho humbly requests your guidance." Seeing this, Yi Changqing smiled. It seems she understood my meaning. There's a way. Yi Changqing said to Mao Rong Leicho. Well then, Miss Mao Rong, from your professional perspective, he laughed loudly, holding out the wooden statue he just carved towards Mao Rong Leicho. This wooden sculpture of mine, how many silver taels is it worth? Mao Rong Leicho was surprised by Yi Changqing's question. How many silver taels is it worth? For a supreme expert like Mr. Yi, how can his works be measured by mundane worldly objects? Then she looked at the man with pleading eyes. Old Yin. How should I answer? Old Yin raised his hand to indicate he didn't know the answer. Miss Mao Rong, before Mr. Yi, I am also just a junior. I have no clue about this question of yours. Mao Rong Leicho was full of tension. Although she didn't know Mr. Ye's intention in asking this, she absolutely couldn't speak nonsense. She thought further. Otherwise, it would be extremely disrespectful. Seeing Mao Rong Leicho silent for so long, Yi Changqing began to speak. The art world of Great Yin is about to welcome a young genius. Yi Changqing picked up the statue. His eyes turned to Mao Rong Leicho with confidence. Tremble before me, Pavilion Master. He placed the statue on the table. Mao Rong Leicho gently used her fingers to touch the statue. Meticulous and exquisite. Delicate grain. It's truly a superior work. Such a wonderfully crafted piece. She continued, its magical point isn't in the craftsmanship. If sold in the market, it would certainly be worth tens of thousands of gold taels or more. Yi Changqing was surprised to hear this. Tens of thousands of gold taels. He cried with joy, "Oh, mother," then sank into his dream. I'm about to get rich. The young woman shouted, "Get out." Then she quickly supported Yi Changqing. Mr. Yi, be careful. Mao Rong Leicho supported him and said sternly, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Sister, can you be a bit more disrespectful? She said Leicho used money to value it. It's truly embarrassing to you, sir. Yi Changqing was surprised and said, huh? Mao Rong Leicho pointed to the pagoda and said, Mr. Yi, in this humble one's opinion, your carved pagoda statue simply cannot be measured by money. Yi Changqing was surprised and a bit scared. What do you mean? Are you going to buy it or not? Suddenly, she changed her expression and said kindly, because it's so perfect, it can be said to be priceless. Yi Changqing scratched his head and laughed. I can understand when you put it that way. He thought silently, I almost thought you were giving me false hope. He suddenly became arrogant and said, too much perfection is also a burden. Yi Changqing picked up the pagoda and said, Miss Mao Rong, our meeting today can be considered fate. He brought it to Mao Rong Bao. I'll give you this wooden statue. Consider it as having good relations with the capitalists in the art world. Mao Rong Leicho held the pagoda trembling while Yi Changqing turned to a corner and thought, it seems from tomorrow I'll have to lower my standards a bit or others really won't dare to buy. Mao Rong Leicho held the pagoda happily and said affectionately, Mr. Ye's gift, this humble one cannot repay. He said, these days, would you like to come and go with me to exchange harmonious art? Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, so for the next few days. At this time, Yin Bingxin was approaching with an angry mood. I want to see how they've been exchanging these 2 days. Sounds came from inside. How do you find this brushstroke of mine? She gritted her teeth in anger when she heard. Yi Changqing, you're so bad. Don't paint there. Shameless. She began to peek inside where the two were painting together. The candle's out. How can you view the painting? Don't worry, I've used glow-in-the-dark paint. Yin Bingxin angrily said, this hateful woman. On the second day, Mao Rong Leicho stood up. She tidied up her clothes. She turned to Yi Changqing and said, Mr. Yi, this humble one takes her leave. Then she left. Yi Changqing lay down trembling and said, I can't paint anymore. I really can't paint anymore. I just wanted to exchange techniques so she could appraise the painting. Who knew Miss Mao Rong would be so enthusiastic and open-minded, directly shifting to a deep exchange? He slammed the table with his hand and shouted, too many tricks in the city. Now he was truly regretful, extremely regretful. Yi Changqing sat alone in the room, muttering to himself, I've been in the capital for many days, although food and lodging are free. But my entrepreneurial journey is still only halfway. He put down the painting he had drawn. The painting slowly rolled down. The painting hasn't sold, and I've been deceived too. Yi Changqing held the painting in his hand and said, but recently, it seems my paintings and writings have improved more than before. The common people took turns shouting, look at this. Auspicious signs suddenly increased. A golden statue of a muscular man glowed. People took turns saying, Is this a sign of getting rich? Get rich, Chongqing, the sage blesses you. Yi Chongqing folded up the painting. He rubbed his head and said, I need to find a way to earn some more money, at least enough to return to Shaoqi town. Suddenly, there was a voice calling Mr. Yi. He turned and greeted politely, saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's been a while since we last met. The Crown Prince smiled and replied, That's right. Today, I brought Zhang Taifu from Donglan Academy to meet you. Yi Chongqing asked curiously, Zhang Taifu. The Crown Prince said, That's right. Taifu is the real person in charge of running our Donglan Academy. He's a true master of the world. From my father to all students in the world, everyone respects Taifu greatly. Yi Chongqing replied, I wonder why Zhang Taifu wants to meet me. The Crown Prince smiled and said, Of course, hearing that Mr. Yi is an outstanding gentleman. He has a heart for respecting the worthy and loving talent. Yi Chongqing, hearing this, bowed and said, Thank you for Zhang Taifu's favor. I am deeply grateful. He began to think proudly to himself, originally having a good relationship with the Crown Prince. Today, connecting with this Taifu as well, the relationship will be further strengthened. Who knows, I might get a position at Donglan Academy. Being a university lecturer is not a bad job either. Taifu stepped in. He respectfully greeted Yi Chongqing. Student Zhang Shun pays respects to Mr. Yi. Yi Chongqing hurriedly smiled and replied, Zhang Taifu, no need for such formality. Please stand up. Zhang Taifu still said with a serious face, With your status, you might not care about mundane etiquette, but this is the student's sincere heart. Yi Chongqing said fearfully, All right. Zhang Taifu began to praise Mr. Yi. Appearance as noble as jade, demeanor elegant inside and out. I didn't expect this great sage to be so young and handsome. Thinking this, he suddenly shook his head. One who hasn't become a true person and traveled the world shouldn't judge based on appearances alone. Let's get to the main topic quickly and seek guidance. Zhang Taifu is right. As said, etiquette is the foundation of politics and education. Law is the tool of politics and education. Just as the sky brightens and autumn arrives, it still has to go through a process of formation. At this point, he suddenly asked, Mr. Yi, what do you think? Yi Chongqing's face froze upon hearing this. In this sentence, I only understood the first 3 words. Zhang Taifu trembled, waiting for a response. I hope my naive and ignorant perspective won't be criticized by the master. As for the opportunity to grow at this moment, he frowned, unable to answer. How should I respond? I'm desperately waiting for help online. The Crown Prince, standing aside, thought to himself, the atmosphere is too solemn. Is this a master waiting for a debate move? Yi Chongqing suddenly thought of a strategy to deal with Zhang Taifu's question. Although he couldn't answer directly, he guessed that most officials probably couldn't refuse this question. Thinking this, he put his hand on Zhang Taifu's shoulder and said, Well said, Zhang Taifu. Yi Chongqing smiled brightly and said, You deserve to be enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple after death. Zhang Taifu was surprised, thinking the imperial ancestral temple. The Crown Prince also pondered. Is Mr. Yi hinting that I should give Zhang Taifu a worthy position? Indeed, Zhang Taifu has made great contributions, but entering the imperial ancestral temple is a big deal. Should I still ask for Father Emperor's instructions? Zhang Taifu, who was surprised earlier, thought, I am wholeheartedly devoted to the great yin, never intending to use this to claim merit. He hastily said, Mr. Yi, people often say, jade can break, but its purity cannot be changed. Bamboo can be burned, but its integrity cannot be destroyed. Yi Chongqing smiled and said, All right. You deserve to enter the imperial ancestral temple. The Crown Prince, hearing this, was startled and thought, Mr. Yi said it again. That's a clear instruction to me. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and trembled. Father Emperor's opinion is not important, but we can't disregard Mr. Yi. Thinking this, the Crown Prince excused himself. Mr. Yi, Zhang Taifu, you two continue talking. Then he stepped outside. He ordered, Someone convey this Crown Prince's decree. Zhang Taifu, learned and devoted to the country, is permitted, after death, to be enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple. At this moment, Yi Chongqing and Zhang Taifu were sitting, drinking tea and conversing. Mr. Yi, this student still has one thing he doesn't understand. May I ask the master to clarify my doubt? Mr. Yi said, Go ahead, it's all right. Zhang Taifu said, Sir, now the vast central plains are divided and occupied by 4 nations, Great Yin, Great Xia, Great Chun, and Great Shu. The wish of the emperors through generations of these 4 nations is to unify the central plains themselves. To unify the 4 nations, the price to pay would surely be immense. people would suffer, blood would flow like rivers. Cultivators might live temporarily, but those who would suffer the most would certainly be the common people. So, this student wants to ask, is unifying the Central Plains ultimately a noble wish or the selfishness of emperors through the ages? Yi Chongqing, upon hearing this, calmly raised his teacup and said, "Let me ask you, Zhang Taifu, before the four nations, what was the situation in the Central Plains?" Zhang Taifu replied, "Before the four ancient nations, 7 states competed for supremacy. That era was called the Seven States period." Yi Chongqing put down his teacup and said, "Good. A learned scholar like you must know well the history of the Seven States period. Let me ask you, Zhang Taifu, between the Seven States period and now, which era is more stable?" Zhang Taifu answered, "Of course. Now with the four ancient nations, there's order and structure, and citizens live in peace and prosperity." Mr. Yi smiled and said, "Taifu, you love the people and want to avoid war breaking out, with people displaced. Such thinking is not wrong. But have you ever considered, if we want eternal peace, for our descendants to never suffer the pains of war?" Yi Chongqing continued, "There's only one way." Zhang Taifu asked, "What is it?" Yi Chongqing replied, "It is to help Great Yin unify the Central Plains." Hearing this, Zhang Taifu stood up in admiration. "Excellent, excellent. Giving up a 1,000-year legacy for temporary peace is truly sacrificing the greater good for minor benefits, neglecting the people. Only by daring to charge forward, fight, and strive can we help future generations live beautiful lives." Then he bowed and said, "Sir, your noble thoughts have shown a bright path for me and all of Great Yin." Yi Chongqing smiled awkwardly and replied, "I'm just theorizing." A horse-drawn carriage arrived. Zhang Taifu looked outside to see. Then he turned back to look at Mr. Yi. After receiving Mr. Ye's answer, Zhang Taifu was happy and reassured, thinking, long-term vision, planning deeply for the people, truly worthy of being the Chongqing sage whom the people of Great Yin revere and believe in. Then Zhang Taifu got into the carriage and left. At this moment, Yi Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Using general knowledge from middle school history books to bluff my way through, it seems the level of the Taifu from Donglan Academy is only this much. Each of his steps was surrounded by a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, there was a strange token. "What's this?" "Thunder." Suddenly, a loud thunderclap erupted in the sky, strangely unexpected. All over Deep Truong Tan's body suddenly felt like a surge of power, like an electric current passing through. A feeling of heat rising, moving throughout the body, and then returning. Then in the imperial palace of the Great Yin, Minister Zhang was having an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince. He knelt down, bowed his head, and said, "Your Highness." Previously, this old minister's vision was shallow, thinking that unifying the Central Plains was a matter of emperors throughout the ages satisfying their personal desires, intentionally preventing you from meeting with the other 3 countries. Minister Zhang continued boldly, "But today, hearing the words of Saint Truong Tan, I finally realized, Your Highness." Hearing Minister Zhang mention Deep Truong Tan, the Crown Prince couldn't help but show curiosity. "Oh, what did Elder Deep say?" Minister Zhang, with determined eyes, said, "The war to unify the Central Plains." He continued to say in a short time, although it costs effort and sacrifices soldiers. But looking from a long-term perspective, this is a great action beneficial to the country and the people, paving the way for eternal peace. Hearing this, the Crown Prince couldn't help but be moved to tears. He happily said, with these words from Elder Deep, "In our heart, we also have made calculations." Saint Truong Tan also said, "After unifying the country, we can unify the writing system, currency, and road systems immediately." Minister Zhang continued, "To pass on to future generations." The Crown Prince exclaimed loudly, "Books with the same writing system, vehicles with the same tracks, these great actions, from ancient times until now no emperor has been able to accomplish." The Crown Prince was surprised by Deep Truong Tan's viewpoint. "I didn't expect Elder Deep to be this outstanding." Then he went to Minister Zhang and helped him up. "Now our Great Yin has the supreme destiny bestowed by Elder Deep." The Crown Prince laughed joyfully and said to Minister Zhang, "And we have loyal subjects like you. Why worry about not achieving our great cause?" Suddenly, a soldier came to report. Your Highness, the golden statue of Saint Truong Tan has shown unprecedented phenomena. The scene changes to East Mountain. A human statue was cast, emitting an aura, attracting many people around. They eagerly discuss, look at that. Those clouds are multicolored. Another person replied, am I seeing things? It seems behind the saint statue there's still an illusion of a tower. The people there were all amazed by the magnificent statue. Before them, all of them knelt down respectfully. They all chanted in unison, Saint Truong Tan, bless us. Saint Truong Tan, bless us. Standing high with the crown prince, Old Yin said, it's not wrong. It must be the auspicious clouds of merit and the mystic emperor tower. Old Yin continued the classics record. That day, before the creation god ascended to his throne, he left behind 2 treasures. Only those with supreme merit and legendary fame throughout history can summon them. The crown prince was surprised. The creation god couldn't possibly. He continued, indeed, Elder Deep is wise and knowledgeable, but the appearance of these 2 treasures might be a coincidence, perhaps. Hearing this, Old Yin became angry and immediately turned to the crown prince, scolding loudly. You fool! Do you know what kind of cultivation and creation power is needed to control these 2 heavenly treasures? Old Yin continued, that day, Miss Murong and I witnessed with our own eyes. The wooden sculpture in Mr. Deep's hand was the mystic emperor tower. Today, the auspicious clouds of merit appear around Mr. Deep's golden statue. It must be that Mr. Deep and his golden statue are resonating with each other. This resonance is the only way to summon the treasures to appear. Even if he's not the reincarnation of the creation god, he must certainly be a legendary figure throughout history. A few days later, the crown prince said to the 9th princess Yin Bingxin, 9th sister, this time you're going out on business. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? We're also inviting Mr. Deep to lecture at the academy. Yin Bingxin, resting her chin on her hands, replied shyly, big brother, you don't understand. I'm afraid that we haven't reached Mr. Deep's level yet. She continued, we can only do our best within our abilities to give Mr. Deep the best. Hearing his sister speak like this, the crown prince was still a bit surprised. Even so, isn't a golden carriage a bit too heavy? Yin Bingxin had a mysterious, scheming expression. This is how we can outdo someone else. The door burst open. Yin Bingxin's eyes revealed her delight. Full of excitement, the crown prince saw Deep Truong Tan and bowed his head in greeting. Greetings, Mr. Deep. Deep Truong Tan also cheerfully raised his hand to greet back. Good morning, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Miss Bingxin. The gold-plated carriage began to move. Deep Truong Tan, sitting inside the carriage, spoke out. As expected of the imperial capital, there are so many young people on the streets. The Crown Prince replied, Minister Zhang publicly announced that you wanted a lecture at the academy. The young people on the streets are all heading towards Donglan Academy. The Crown Prince continued, it seems that the students of Great Yin greatly admire Mr. Deep. Seeing so many people wanting to attend his lecture, Deep Truong Tan began to feel anxious. Oh no, I thought it was just a small-scale lecture that I could manage, and I haven't prepared anything at all. He thought back to the book he had read most recently. Brother-in-law, you're hurting me. He immediately rejected it. I can't lecture on this, can I? Deep Truong Tan, embarrassed and sweating, replied, you flatter me. He said, I find the scenery outside the window very beautiful today. Your Highness the Crown Prince might want to take a closer look. The Crown Prince thought to himself, he's a peerless expert with unfathomable cultivation. Although he doesn't care about fame or fortune, he still maintains curiosity and explores small and ordinary things. This is the cultivation of a supreme figure. A man knelt before Deep Truong Tan's statue. The carriage happened to pass by where the statue was placed. Voices rang out, reaching Deep Truong Tan's ears. Indeed, Saint Truong Tan has blessed me with wealth. A woman by the road happily said, my daughter-in-law has given birth to a chubby boy. A bald man, filled with happiness, said, I never thought that even cultivators could worship me. Not only did I rapidly advance in realm, but my inner force has also become purer. Deep Truong Tan looked towards the bald man. Cultivators can advance their realm by worshipping. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, it sounds like a very efficacious deity. Truong Tan, with the same pronunciation as my name. I've been in the capital for so long. Although food and lodging don't cost me anything, Deep Truong Tan said dejectedly, but my career path has only progressed halfway. He spread out his paintings. Deep Truong Tan felt bored. Selling paintings didn't work out, and I was even deceived. He laid out his paintings and critiqued himself. But my recent paintings have improved compared to before. The painting's Deep Truong Tan spread out inadvertently attracted people's attention. Someone said, "Hey everyone, look at this." Another person chimed in, "The lucky omens have suddenly increased. The statue is emitting a brilliant light. Does this indicate wealth coming? Receive wealth. Saint Truong Tan blesses us." Then the paintings were gathered up. Deep Truong Tan said, "I need to find a way to make money. At least enough for the fair to return to Shaoqi Town." Suddenly, there was a call. "Mr. Deep, Mr. Deep." The owner of that voice was the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Deep Truong Tan clasped his hands in greeting. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's been a while." The Crown Prince happily replied, "Indeed, today I've brought Grand Tutor Zhang from Donglan Academy to meet you." Deep Truong Tan was surprised. Grand Tutor Zhang. That's right. The Grand Tutor is a key figure at Donglan Academy, a true master teacher of the world. The Crown Prince said proudly, "From my royal father to the students, everyone greatly respects Grand Tutor Zhang." Deep Truong Tan replied, "Oh, I wonder why Grand Tutor Zhang wants to meet me." The Crown Prince answered with a joyful face, "Of course, having heard that Mr. Deep is an elegant gentleman, he wishes to show respect and admiration for talented individuals." Deep Truong Tan replied, "Thank you for Scholar Zhang's admiration. I'm deeply grateful." Deep Truong Tan rejoiced inwardly. Originally having a good relationship with the Crown Prince, today I've made a connection with this great scholar. I've established a relationship. Perhaps I might get a position at Donglan Academy. Being a university lecturer seems like a decent job. A pair of feet slowly stepped in. It was Grand Tutor Zhang. Student Zhang Sam pays respects to Mr. Deep. Mr. Deep cheerfully responded to Grand Tutor Zhang. "No need for such formality. Please stand up." But Grand Tutor Zhang still said very seriously, "With your status, you might not care about worldly etiquette. But this is the sincerity of a student." Deep Truong Tan nervously replied, all right. Grand Tutor Zhang looked directly at Deep Truong Tan's appearance. He couldn't stop praising his handsome features, refined inside and out. "I didn't expect this Saint Truong Tan to be so young and handsome." Grand Tutor Zhang shook his head and denied no. A saint walks throughout the world. How can one judge by appearance alone? He coughed and said, "We should discuss the main matter quickly, please advise." Grand Tutor Zhang began to explain. "People often say etiquette is the root of politics and education. Laws serve politics and education. Etiquette and laws are indispensable for politics and education. What does Mr. Deep think about this?" Deep Truong Tan opened his mouth in surprise. "What?" In this sentence, I only understood the first 3 words. The statue of Deep Truong Tan was glowing. Yen Bang Tam worriedly said, "Why is Mr. Deep so indifferent?" The Crown Prince replied, "I guess Mr. Deep is immersed in the emotion of Great Yan's sincere devotion." Deep Truong Tan helplessly covered his face. Fate really knows how to tease. The Crown Prince approached. He said cheerfully, "Saint Truong Tan's merits are immeasurable. Now he has come from heaven to walk the earth." Then the Crown Prince turned towards the statue. He clasped his hands and knelt down. His voice rang out loudly, "Generously bestow blessings and grace upon our great Yin." All the people there also knelt down and followed in unison. "People of great Yin, let us pay respects together to Deep Truong Tan, who felt a bit embarrassed. Let us pay respects to Saint Truong Tan." Deep Truong Tan looked at the scene before him with an uncomfortable expression. "I can't accept this." Deep Truong Tan looked at the person opposite him, who had features identical to his own. He showed displeasure. "How annoying. It's said he grants wishes." That person gave a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Deep Truong Tan became even angrier. He felt jealous. "Can worship give me a spirit root?" Suddenly that person reached out his hand. The man approached Deep Truong Tan. He was surprised and let out an "oh." The man shook hands with Deep Truong Tan. This made Deep Truong Tan feel as if he had entered another dimension. Wow, that's amazing. So amazing. You have a stream of spiritual light emanating from the top of your head. The voice continued to resound. Do you know? At such a young age, you already have a body of well-trained sinews and bones. If one day you discover the truth, won't you be like a dragon soaring in the sky? Deep Truong Tan suddenly turned back to respond to the voice. Truth. What truth to discover? The voice continued to resound. Don't rush. Only by experiencing hardships and failures can one truly understand oneself. Go now. The two of them flew up into the air. Deep Truong Tan seemed to lose consciousness. He slowly walked out of that beam of light, a beam of light with immense power, then returned to reality. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was an old man with a long white beard sitting on a lotus flower, slowly descending. The people there were stunned. One of them said it was an immortal. The immortal received Truong Tan's summons and descended to the mortal world. Deep Truong Tan's entire body was now radiating light, like a deity descending to the mortal world. Seeing this, the people immediately knelt down, bowing their heads, not daring to look directly, thanking Saint Truong Tan for his grace. Deep Truong Tan tiredly said, "What a mortal descending to the mortal world. It's clearly just a useless effect. It's so easy to deceive the people here." Deep Truong Tan thought, could it be that all this time they've misunderstood me as Saint Truong Tan, so they've been so respectful to me until this moment? Finally, Deep Truong Tan realized everything. That's right. How could it be just because of a few paintings and calligraphy works that they were so respectful to me? I was really deluding myself. Deep Truong Tan looked back at the people kneeling before him, including the crown prince and the ninth princess. He thought, wait, it's fine if others misunderstand, but those who mistook me are royalty. Deep Truong Tan imagined the scene of those people getting angry when they learned the truth and became terrified. If the Yin family discovers that I'm not Saint Truong Tan, or whatever. Suddenly his stomach began to glow. Deep Truong Tan rubbed his lower abdomen. Why is my lower abdomen suddenly so hot? There's a feeling of vague force moving inside. Deep Truong Tan seemed to realize something. Could this be a spirit root? He looked towards the statue of that Saint Truong Tan. Did you really bestow this upon me? Brother, Deep Truong Tan's eyes shone. Saliva dripped from his mouth. He said, I thought I would have to live a mediocre life, ordinary in this world of immortal cultivation for my entire life. I didn't expect that there really would be an immortal who cared about me. I understand now. Could it be because you're trapped in this stone statue? You want me to take on the identity of Saint Truong Tan to bestow grace upon the world, to save all living beings. Deep Truong Tan said happily, if you've been righteous, then I can't fall behind. It's just cosplay, right? I'll give it a shot. Deep Truong Tan put one hand on his chin and closed his eyes to think. But how should I play the role of a profound and unfathomable saint well? Quietly and subtly, yet powerful enough to kill an elephant. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Got it. The fantasy novels I've read before mention this. In the novels, they also mention that true Taoist masters, for various reasons, would willingly suppress their own cultivation, making others unable to sense their Taoist aura. Deep Truong Tan continued with a smile. So from today on, he put his hands on his hips with a face full of confidence and declared, my new identity is Saint Truong Tan, mortal version, forcefully suppressing my own cultivation. After saying this, he began to move, walking towards His Highness the Crown Prince. Deep Truong Tan said, everyone, please stand up. The Crown Prince and the ninth princess stood up. The ninth princess turned to the Crown Prince and said, Elder brother, I've never seen such a serious expression from Mr. Deep before. The Crown Prince replied, in front of so many believers, it's only natural for Mr. Deep to show his dignified side. It's a reasonable action. Mo Dung, Lu Chao watched everything from afar. She expressed regret, saying, Mr. Deep, I only regret that we met too early. Seeing this, Tan Tuet asked, why does the sect leader say that? Mo Dung, Lu Chao calmly replied, although I am the only daughter with the Phoenix bloodline in the Mo Dung family, I'm still not worthy of the current Mr. Deep. If I had another 5,000 years or 4,000 years to cultivate, perhaps I would be qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At the East Orchid Academy, all the young men were already seated inside. Even Old Yin and His Majesty were waiting for the coming-of-age ceremony. Old Yin, gradually losing patience, said, "Why hasn't the senior arrived yet?" His Majesty reassured him. Kan Hong and Bang Tam have set out to welcome him since early morning. Perhaps they encountered something on the way that caused a delay. Minister Zhang reported again, "Your Holiness, ancestor, Saint Trongtan has once again performed a miracle at the saint statue on East Mountain." His Majesty, surprised, couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Old Yin, hearing this, remained very calm. His entire body was enveloped in light. Old Yin said, "Very good. A stream of fortune far exceeding the past is coming from East Mountain. It seems Senior Deep has seen us cast golden statues and build temples for him, so he's extremely pleased." A voice announced from outside, "Saint Truong Tan has arrived." Everyone lined up in 2 rows, leaving a path in the middle for Deep Truong Tan. Deep Truong Tan's entire body radiated golden light. His face was cold and solemn. He slowly moved forward. Everyone around was buzzing with discussion. Handsome appearance, unparalleled aura. He is a supreme existence who has traveled all over the world. Finally, we've met our idol. Deep Truong Tan heard these flattering words about himself and was very pleased. It seems I'm acting quite well. He went in and sat at the central position. Old Yin and His Majesty spoke together. Greetings to the senior. Below, the Grand Tutor and students also greeted. Greetings to Saint Truong Tan. Deep Truong Tan was overjoyed. Wow. Is this the feeling of losing oneself in every bit of worship? He coughed, pretending to be serious. Deep Truong Tan said, "Everyone, there's no need for such formality." Old Yin said, "Senior Deep, today all the officials have gathered here just to hear your guidance." Deep Truong Tan clasped his hands together. His expression was solemn. "Very well, then let's begin." But he suddenly realized he hadn't prepared anything for today's lecture. So many people here to listen to his teachings. What should he talk about? He covered his face, thinking, losing face is a small matter. But what if he accidentally shatters the image of Saint Truong Tan? How can he salvage the situation then? Deep Truong Tan feared the consequences. He won't take back the spiritual root that he had worked so hard to obtain, right? Deep Truong Tan felt regret for his decision. If he had known this, he wouldn't have agreed to this troublesome matter. It seems that being Tran Tu Tri was better, quiet and peaceful, with Black Emperor and Little White Tiger to play with. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh and said, "Ah, it's so difficult." That sentence surprised everyone present at that moment. Difficult. A student said, "The golden words of Saint Truong Tan, the first word is difficult." Old Yin, on the contrary, had tears slowly streaming down his face. "That's right. I've cultivated for 1,000 years just to break the shackles. Training the body, training the character." Old Yin had cultivated until his eyes were dark, his face became gaunt. His Majesty thought, Yin Kingdom is located in the Central Plains. We can't neglect internal affairs and diplomacy. Then he recalled the past. Every day, I feel like I'm walking on thin ice. So difficult. The Crown Prince covered his face, thinking, I am the Crown Prince. From childhood, I was educated to become a wise ruler in the future. Then tears slowly fell from the Crown Prince's eyes. But I've never been myself. Although I have a high position among officials, being friends with the king is like being friends with a tiger. What are those princes doing? Give me a break. Grand Tutor Zhang on this side bowed his head in fear. Not a day goes by without trembling in fear. Both His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and Grand Tutor Zhang shared the same thought. All of it is hardship. Then everyone said in unison, Thank you, Saint Truong Tan, for your guidance. Deep Truong Tan laughed awkwardly, thinking to himself, what did I say? He coughed again to suppress his emotions. Whatever. It must be another episode. Deep Truong Tan said loudly, Heaven will entrust great responsibilities to people. First, it must make that person endure spiritual pain, suffer physically. He continued, Heaven will. Deep Truong Tan spoke with increasing excitement. Heaven created me, so it must have a use for me. When gold is spent, more will be found. A voice rang out, the will of the gods. This is the will of the gods. Then a beam of light appeared, surprising everyone. The Crown Prince said that is, could it be auspicious clouds of virtue descending? His Majesty continued, Auspicious clouds of virtue used to descend as a 7-colored rainbow. The more he spoke, the more fearful he became. But now it has turned into pure gold. The light shines straight down to the ground. Deep Truong Tan couldn't help but be surprised and let out a loud huh. He wondered where the spotlight came from. Then that beam of light merged with his body. What's happening? Deep Truong Tan rubbed his stomach. A golden seedling sprouted. Deep Truong Tan became pained. He cried out, "Ow! Why is my body suddenly so hot? It's about to burn up." The Crown Prince exclaimed in shock, "Hey!" Everyone looked behind Master Deep. His Majesty said, "That's a divine image." Deep Truong Tan's shadow appeared with a calm demeanor, contrary to him feeling extreme pain. Old Yin immediately rejected all the above opinions and expressed his own view. No, that is the saint's Dharma body. The light spread throughout the academy. Old Yin had to cover his face with his hand. So dazzling. His Majesty was stunned by the phenomenon before him. Holy light shines everywhere. Holy light shines everywhere. All the men present were also affected by that beam of light. They had to cover their faces with their hands. The entire room was bathed in dazzling golden light. His Majesty shouted, "Old ancestor, please look. All the men of the academy. Light is emanating from their heads." Old Yin was surprised. This means they've all entered the Tao. A beam of light emanated from the center of Grand Tutor Zhang's forehead. He said happily, "We've studied the sage's books for many years, but never grasped their true meaning." Grand Tutor Zhang knelt down. "Today, thanks to Saint Truong Tan's blessing." Deep Truong Tan worried. "How can you enter the Tao just by hearing me talk nonsense?" "You can enter the Tao." Deep Truong Tan's eyes showed disappointment. "I'm skilled in chess, calligraphy, painting, and everything else. Until now, I can only perform some cheap tricks." He cried and lamented. "Who stole my immortal cultivation life?" After that lamentation, a beam of light appeared on the ceiling. It reflected a ray of light downwards. Inside, something gradually appeared. "What is that?" It turned out to be a statue in the shape of a pagoda that Deep Truong Tan had once carved. "Oh, I was wondering why it looks so familiar." Deep Truong Tan reached out to catch the pagoda. He said, "Is this the small pagoda I carved? Why did it appear here?" A student said, "This illusion doesn't look like the saint's pagoda image. It seems to be real. Could it be the legendary merit-bestowing treasure, the Xianhuang Pagoda?" Deep Truong Tan worried, "Is that all? A merit-bestowing treasure?" Deep Truong Tan held the statue in front of him, resting his chin in thought. "The weight of this thing is indeed heavier than my wooden statue. Could it be real?" The statue glowed and slowly floated up from Deep Truong Tan's hand. Even Deep Truong Tan was affected by it and couldn't stand steady. He let out a loud "ah." Old Yin, seeing this, spoke up to recognize the master. The Xianhuang Pagoda is accepting a powerful person as its master. Deep Truong Tan's face showed discomfort. He thought, "This thing seems to be slowly merging into my body." The statue gradually blended into Deep Truong Tan's hand. "But it's not under my control." Suddenly, Deep Truong Tan's eyes opened wide, but had no pupils. A completely different voice came from Deep Truong Tan. "I am the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, the most sacred object of heaven and earth." Deep Truong Tan said, "Why aren't you all bowing to your master?" Hearing this, everyone bowed respectfully in greeting. They all shouted, "Congratulations to Saint Truong Tan for obtaining the most sacred treasure." 10 days later, Yin Bang Tam was praying with clasped hands. She kept pacing back and forth to reduce tension. She worriedly said to Tan Tuet, "Mr. Deep has been in seclusion for over 10 days. Is he all right?" In contrast to Yin Bang Tam's worry and unease, Tan Tuet was very calm. Mr. Deep instructed not to disturb him unless it's important. Tan Tuet continued, "Perhaps he's practicing how to control the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda." On this side, Deep Truong Tan was meditating. His body was surrounded by a brilliant golden light. He was seriously chanting a mantra. Deep Truong Tan looked triumphant. Facing the enemy, all troops advanced forward. Then he pointed at the statue. But the statue remained unchanged. Nothing happened. This surprised Deep Truong Tan. He said after a moment, "There's no reaction at all." He frustratedly held his head and complained, "I already have a spirit root, and the Xianhuang Pagoda has merged with my body. Why can't I still practice qi cultivation?" Then Deep Truong Tan rested his chin on both hands and continued, "Previously, Miss Tan Tuet's earth-eating martial arts technique clearly had an effect." Suddenly, Deep Truong Tan thought of something. "I know," he explained to himself. "I'll just enter the sect. I'm now at level 1, and that pagoda is a high-level treasure. It must be at the chi atmosphere level. Deep Truong Tan pondered deeply. So it's normal that it doesn't pay attention to me. His eyes showed determination. It's not that I can't cultivate to a higher level. It's even more cost-effective than earth-eating. Deep Truong Tan picked up a stone and examined it closely. The black stones that Hak Hong brought back before only have a few pieces left like this. I need to find a way to make some more. Deep Truong Tan was pleased. This is really suitable for novice cultivators like me. Even sensitive people can use it. Then he closed his eyes tightly. He began to absorb chi and balance yin and yang. Deep Truong Tan's hand started to cast a spell. Harmonize the 8 directions. For chi rise to the sun. The stone then floated up. Deep Truong Tan continued. Heaven and earth interact. All things have a beginning and an end. Circulate true chi. Then the stone evaporated. Deep Truong Tan happily said, "This taste is right. I can feel the mysterious warmth traveling along the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Finally, it slowly gathers in the lower abdomen." Deep Truong Tan's face showed satisfaction. My whole body is starting to heat up," he said joyfully. "It feels like I've gained a lot of energy." The little fox was gazing at the painting, absorbing. Suddenly, a light emitted from the painting. The fox was surprised and let out a gasp, its spiritual energy increasing. Yin Bang Tam was closing her eyes, resting her chin, thinking. However, the spiritual energy contained in this music is very suitable for cultivation. Opposite her, Tan Tuet was playing the zither. Suddenly, Yin Bang Tam opened her eyes wide, looking scared. She said, "Sister Tan Tuet, look." Yin Bang Tam pointed towards the room. All the spiritual energy is flowing towards Mr. Deep's room. Hearing this, Tan Tuet exclaimed and thought. She played the zither even more enthusiastically than before. The music made Yin Bang Tam momentarily freeze and gasp. Huff, huff. "Mr. Deep, if you want to absorb it, let Tan Tuet contribute this insignificant amount." Tan Tuet smiled dangerously. "May it all stay in your body." At the same time, a man was transferring power into old Yin. Suddenly, the man stopped, his eyes widening. He shouted loudly, "Not good. Ancestor, be careful." Old Yin now also showed an uncomfortable expression. His eyes were full of sweat. Involuntarily, Old Yin coughed up blood. The man worriedly said, "Ancestor." Old Yin angrily questioned the man, "What's happening?" Before the eyes of the two, their power gradually weakened. Old Yin said, "Those thieves, who dares to steal the spiritual energy of our great Yin Empire?" A soldier entered and reported to the elder ancestor. Yin Elder immediately turned to face the soldier. The soldier continued, "The Celestial Observatory reports. All the spiritual energy of the imperial capital is flowing towards the villa of Saint Chongqing. It seems he is cultivating." Yin Elder said in surprise, "Cultivation? Has Saint Chongqing's level reached such a point that a single cultivation session requires the entire capital's spiritual energy? Unexpected, Saint Chongqing has such ability. He can even induce heavenly and earthly anomalies." The man continued the elder ancestor's words. "If it's truly Saint Chongqing, it will be difficult to resolve." Yin Elder glanced at the man and asked, "Why is that so?" The man replied, "Elder ancestor, think about it. Saint Chongqing is just cultivating once, yet he's absorbing almost all the spiritual energy of the capital. If this continues, other cultivators won't be able to absorb spiritual energy. They basically can't cultivate in the capital." The man added, "Even the Chishire Mansion won't have surplus resources." Yin Elder stroked his beard and acknowledged, "That's true. Although heavenly and earthly spiritual energy can regenerate, the regeneration rate can't keep up with Saint Yi Chongqing's cultivation speed." The man bowed his head and said, "Elder ancestor, if many cultivators are forced to suspend their cultivation and leave Great Yin, this would be a serious loss for our Great Yin. Is it possible to invite Saint Chongqing?" Yin Elder decisively replied, "No, it's not possible." Yin Elder angrily said, "Saint Chongqing is a blessing to Great Yin. His cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Who knows how many opportunities and benefits he will bring to our Great Yin." Old Yin put his hands behind his back and turned around. He continued, "Even if we lose all the high-level independent cultivators of Great Yin, even if the Chishire Mansion has to disband, then we cannot ask Saint Chongqing to leave." The man, though unwilling, had to reluctantly agree. "Yes, I understand." In another development, a black dog was walking and sniffing something. The thing was getting closer and closer. It was coming from Yi Chongqing's villa. "The spiritual energy here is so abundant. It must be here." The dog followed it and raised itself to knock on the door. The dog called out, "Sister-in-law, open the door, it's Brother Na." The knocking sound continued, knock knock. From inside came a voice. "What is it? How annoying." The dog slowly entered inside. It followed that small fox. Witnessing the fox rolling on the ground, the black dog said, "What are you doing?" The fox replied, "I feel like I can't hold it anymore." The black dog responded, "Doesn't this villa have a ladies' room?" The white fox, hearing this, became very angry. It kicked the black dog and said loudly, "I'm in my current cultivation level is full." The black dog, hearing this, scratched its cheek and said, "Then you must be about to break through to the next level. If you suppress it directly, you'll definitely die from body explosion." The white fox worriedly said, "Breaking through here will definitely disturb the master. He's already troubled by other matters right now." Suddenly, a leg lifted up. The black dog neatly picked up the white fox. Then he placed the white fox on his back and said, "Come, I'll take you to a quiet place outside the city." Meanwhile, Yi Changqing and the other two, Yin Bingxin and Qing Shui, were sitting and enjoying tea. Yin Bingxin spoke up, "Mr. Yi, were you cultivating a few days ago?" Yi Changqing laughed awkwardly and replied, "I just had a sudden insight, that's all." But in reality, he was extremely frightened inside. If they knew that I locked myself in the room for so long just to absorb a stone, it would be too embarrassing for Saint Changqing. Yin Bingxin thought, insight. Meanwhile, Qing Shui beside her. During the days Yi Changqing was in the room, she had been playing the zither to help Yi Changqing cultivate, so dark circles had appeared under her eyes. Miss Qing Shui is about to be drained dry. Mr. Yi only had a little insight. Suddenly, Qing Shui fell backwards. Yin Bingxin worriedly said, "Sister Qing Shui, don't fall." But Qing Shui insisted, "Help me up, I can still play more." Yin Bingxin smiled inwardly. Indeed, Saint Changqing is superior to all living beings. Qing Shui showed an emotional expression. To witness such a grand spectacle, she said as tears fell from her eyes, "Even if I have to offer all my spiritual energy again, Qing Shui will not regret it." Yi Changqing said, "That's right. Miss Yin comes from a royal background, and Miss Qing Shui is also a renowned cultivator. You two must certainly have extensive knowledge." Yin Bingxin replied, "I've been by the elder ancestors' side since childhood. I've seen and used quite a few rare treasures and cultivation methods." Qing Shui also happily shared, "That's right. My master has indeed rewarded me with quite a lot." Yi Changqing asked Yin Bingxin and Qing Shui, "That's great then. What's the name of this stone? Do you two know?" Yin Bingxin and Qing Shui both gasped. Yin Bingxin was surprised. This, could it be the heavenly treasure Chaos Stone? Qing Shui was equally surprised. "It's bigger than the one I saw on Master Ye's table last time at Shaoqishan. The patterns on the surface also look more high grade." Yi Changqing saw the two girls turning pale and red, and he became worried. "Oh no, I forgot that I'm Saint Changqing. Asking like this, won't it damage my status as a saint?" He pretended to cough. "I was just testing you two a little. It's fine if you don't know." Qing Shui's eyes became sharp. "I understand. Master Yi is not satisfied with just hearing the answer Chaos Stone." Yin Bingxin thought, "This is Master Ye's test for us two sisters. We've already answered." Both of them flipped through every book to find the answer. Yin Bingxin said, "Wait a moment, we'll look it up." Yi Changqing helplessly said, "I just wanted to ask a question. It really doesn't need to be this troublesome." After a period of studying the books, Qing Shui said to Yi Changqing, "Master Yi, this object is called the Chaos Stone. It's a rare treasure that can be encountered but not sought." Yi Changqing was surprised. Chaos Stone. He became happy. "I didn't expect you, little black one, to be such a great treasure." Yin Bingxin said, "That's right. The Chaos Stone absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. Although it contains a large amount of spiritual energy, ordinary cultivators basically have no way to refine and absorb it. Moreover, only the demon race in Nanling, a remote and desolate place, can occasionally obtain a little bit." Yi Changqing looked at the stone. "This thing is also a specialty of the demon race." Qing Shui said, "Moreover, this one in Master Ye's hand is of superior quality. Even if you search the entire Central Plains cultivation world, you won't find a second one." Yi Changqing held up the stone. He looked at the stone and thought about what Yin Bingxin and Qing Shui had just said. "Can't be bought even with money. A rare heavenly treasure. a true rarity. Can't find a second one. Yi Changqing said, good, very good. Yan Bingxin said, although this treasure is not even available in the royal palace, it must be nothing special in the eyes of Saint Changqing. Yi Changqing felt aggrieved. Miss Yin, your way of insulting people is getting more and more sophisticated. Then he stood up. Yi Changqing bowed his head, clasped his hands, and thanked Yan Bingxin and Qing Shui. I now understand the rarity of this object. Thank you, ladies. He turned and left. At this moment, the two ladies finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Master Yi is very satisfied with our answer. An incense stick later, the black dog came in with a white fox on its back. It said, little girl, we haven't met for a few days. I didn't expect your cultivation to surpass this king's already. The fox, hearing this, jumped off the dog's back. It suddenly stood up and happily said, believe in the master, and you will achieve immortality. The fox continued, in the past few days, on the master's body, quite a few surging auras have appeared. Even absorbing just a bit of the surface is enough for me to use for a full 100,000 years. The black dog followed the fox inside. It saw before it the glowing back of Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing rested his chin, looking melancholic, and said, this chaos stone is so rare. Even the royal family doesn't have it. Where can it be found? The black dog saw this, and its eyes seemed to light up. Its long tongue stuck out, showing a greedy expression. Indeed, from the aura, one can sense that the master's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. The fox also used all its strength to climb up. It made a chirping sound, making Yi Changqing snap out of his train of thought. He happily stroked the fox. Little white tiger, where have you been? I feel like you look much more energetic. Suddenly, there was a barking sound. Luf luf startlet Yi Chang. He instinctively turned around. Yi Changqing asked, Black Emperor, why are you here too? I almost forgot. Yi Changqing held the stone in front of the dog. These pieces of chaos stone, you brought them back, didn't you? The dog barked, woof woof. That's right. Yi Changqing hugged the dog. Then he picked it up and praised, good dog, good dog. Then can you help me find a few more? Hearing this, the dog's expression changed. The joy had disappeared. Yi Changqing's words still echoed in its head. Go help me find a few more, okay? The dog barked wildly, woof woof woof, nodding. Yi Changqing put it down. Very good. He stretched as if a burden had been lifted. I'm also tired of putting on airs. If I continue pretending to be Saint Changqing like this, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. Yi Changqing started to move. He and the dog went outside. We should return to Shaoqi town soon. In the evening, the dog that had transformed into a man in 3 days was sitting on the roof, letting out a long sigh. The white fox also transformed into a beautiful girl and flew over to ask, Stupid dog, why are you sighing alone here? The dog replied dejectedly, The master needs a lot of chaos stones for cultivation, but I've already taken them from the Fox clan's forbidden area. Where can we find more now? The white fox said, You really are as stupid as they say. If not the Fox clan, then there's the Black Tiger clan. If not the Black Tiger clan, then there are other clans. When the time comes, I'll go with you to sweep through each place. Are you afraid there won't be enough for the master to use? Hearing the white fox's words gave it more determination. You're right. Once the master takes us back to Shaoqi town, we'll charge into Nanling once again. At Yi Changqing's private residence, he was cultivating, beginning to circulate qi, transforming yin and yang, connecting the 8 directions when the yang shines. Yi Changqing concluded with the word collect. The last piece of chaos stone was finally used up. It became wrinkled and stiff again. Yi Changqing was in a good mood. But it feels like my cultivation is getting more proficient. Right. Yan Bingxin and the emperor arrived. Yan Bingxin spoke, Mr. Yi, my father has come to seek an audience with you. Yi Changqing replied, Please sit. I'll be right there. Yi Changqing thought happily. Perfect timing. The emperor's face darkened and continued to tense up. His clenched fists were to keep calm. The emperor thought, Elder Yi has been cultivating for 4 days straight. The entire imperial capital has been drained of spiritual energy. Indeed, all the people of the imperial capital have become much thinner. They cried and begged your majesty. This moves majesty deeply. If this continues, other cultivators in the imperial capital will have no way to survive. This is not a sustainable development plan. The emperor slammed the table. Although the old ancestor couldn't make up his mind, for the long-term peace of the country, we must still invite Elder Yi to temporarily move to another place. Yi Changqing spoke, Your Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Yi Changqing brought tea to them. He said, I also have something I want to discuss with you. The emperor said, "Please, Elder Yi." Yi Changqing spoke directly without hesitation. "I have decided to leave the imperial capital in a few days." This surprised the emperor and Yin Bingxin. The emperor's mouth gaped open, his expression a bit exaggerated. "I haven't even opened my mouth yet, and Mr. Yi has already proposed it himself." Then the emperor put his hand on his heart that was about to fall out. Could it be that Mr. Yi also has mind-reading abilities? Yin Bingxin worriedly said, "Mr. Yi, you've just arrived. Why do you want to leave so soon?" Yin Bingxin couldn't help but shed tears. "Is it because I haven't been attentive enough in hosting you?" Yi Changqing smiled calmly. No, it's not that. I have experienced the beauty of the imperial capital. I can say I have no regrets in this life." Yi Changqing looked up with a satisfied expression. He slowly poured tea for the emperor and the ninth princess. But in reality, those were just excuses. Yi Changqing changed his mood, his face showing disappointment. Such a powerful imperial capital, yet unable to find even one chaos stone. How can one cultivate? Yi Changqing continued, "I found the feng shui of the imperial capital very good, so I tried to grow some tea. Your Majesty, please try it." His Majesty looked at the cup of tea for a long time. He didn't dare to drink the tea. What does Elder Yi mean by this? Then the emperor drank it in one gulp. "All right then, I'll finish it first." The taste of the tea made the emperor intoxicated, and he asked himself, "This is." He felt immersed in a world of satisfaction. This cup of tea contained supreme fortune. It could even generate spiritual energy in the body. How wonderful. Yi Changqing said, "After I leave, these tea leaves and the tea tree in the backyard will be left for your Majesty." Yi Changqing's words made the emperor lose his sense of elation. "I have misunderstood." Mr. Yi absorbed the spiritual energy of the imperial capital, not for his own cultivation. The image of Yi Changqing harvesting tea leaves appeared, but to cultivate and transform spiritual energy through growing tea to take care of everyone. The emperor was moved to tears. Elder Yi has always been thinking of Great Yin. The emperor then stood up and quickly walked towards Yi Changqing. He knelt down respectfully and said, "Elder Yi." This action surprised Yi Changqing and also made him a bit afraid. He quickly ran to help the emperor up. "Your Majesty, please stand up. I cannot accept such a grand gesture." The emperor said, "Mr. Ye's departure must have its own reasons, but the people of Great Yin will never forget Mr. Ye's kindness." Then the emperor waved his hand and ordered, "Convey my imperial decree. The 12 prefectures and cities of Great Yin must build Changqing temples in the shortest time possible. I want the territory of Great Yin to echo with the title of Changqing Saint starting from tomorrow." As Yi Changqing was about to leave, Yi Changqing's expression was not very happy. Oh, no way. In front of him were Prime Minister Zhang, Yin Bingxin, His Highness the Crown Prince, and even the Emperor and Elder Yin. All came to see Yi Changqing off. Yi Changqing thought to himself, "You really came." The enthusiasm of Great Yin's important figures made Yi Changqing feel awkward. This is so embarrassing. Not only that, but in the distance, there was also the voice of Miss Qingxue calling out Mr. Yi. Her face looked sad. She made an extremely bold statement. "Can Qingxue go with you to Jin Shaoqi?" Yi Changqing replied, "Huh, why?" Qingxue confessed Qingshue's talent is poor. "Recently, I've encountered new problems in my musical path. But don't worry, once the doubts in Qingshue's heart are resolved, I will leave immediately. I absolutely won't bother you anymore." Yi Changqing scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Miss Qingxue, you're too kind. If you wish to come, I certainly welcome you." Elder Yin also spoke up, "If Elder Yi has time, you can come back to visit any time. The people of Great Yin will never forget your kindness." Yi Changqing waved his hand embarrassedly. "Elder Yin, you're too kind." Other men also bowed respectfully and said, "We wish Changqing Saint immortal blessings and longevity as eternal as heaven and earth." The blessing surprised Yi Changqing, but also made him feel happy. He replied, "Thank you all for your love." Yi Changqing thought to himself, "Is this the treatment of Changqing Saint? It really makes me feel bittersweet." Meanwhile, in Qingfeng Lacua Palace, Mo Ronglicho was gazing at the scenery outside, missing him day after day, but unable to see him. Lu Rui slowly walked in. She looked at Mo Ronglicho and thought on days when she can't see Mr. Yi. The sect leader is always in this lonely state. Lu Rui spoke, sect leader. Today, Mr. Yi will leave the imperial capital from the East Mountain. Mo Rong Licho replied, what does his departure have to do with me? Lu Rui said, I heard that Mr. Yi has no intention of returning anytime soon. Do you really not want to see him again? Mo Rong Licho turned around and said, really? No, I dare not hide it. She angrily scolded Lu Rui for not telling her earlier. Mo Rong Licho took off flying outside. Lu Rui watched her leave with a happy smile. That woman, in the end, she still can't escape the word love. Yan Bingxin pulled on Yi Changqing's clothes and said, Mr. Yi, you must remember me. Yi Changqing reluctantly replied, I'll try. Yan Bingxin said, can you remember me 100 times a day? The emperor said, old ancestor, if you could match little Nine and Mr. Yi as a couple, wouldn't it be a good thing that benefits both sides? Elder Yin saw something. He said, I advise you to give up your illusions early. Recognize reality clearly. That light is approaching faster. An extraordinary figure like Mr. Yi is only worthy of someone with a high enough status. Little Nine, you're still far from that. Yi Changqing said, she hasn't appeared yet, but we're already 70% prepared. Mo Rong Licho slowly stepped out into that brilliant light. Still with a dignified appearance, the aura of a leader of Qingfeng Lacua sect. Before her formidable power, Mo Rong Licho received many comments from those around her. This person can actually control fire. Could she be related to the phoenix from the legends? Yi Changqing was also somewhat surprised by Mo Rong Licho's sudden appearance. Miss Mo Rong. Yi Changqing's eyes showed admiration. Wow, I didn't expect Miss Mo Rong to be not only surprisingly beautiful, but with such a striking appearance. She must be a cultivator with an extremely high level. Mo Rong Licho called out Mr. Yi. Her eyes showed sadness as she said, you're leaving today, aren't you? Yi Changqing replied, that's right. Suddenly, Yi Changqing realized something. Mo Rong Licho looked at Yi Changqing without taking her eyes off him, as if wanting to express her one-sided feelings for the man in front of her. Seeing this, Yi Changqing's face turned red with embarrassment, glancing away in another direction. He raised his hand to stroke his hair, changing the subject. Well, if you look at me like this again, I'll suspect you have feelings for me. But that thought was immediately extinguished by Yi Changqing. No, that's not right. She must be looking at Changqing Sane instead. Yi Changqing's face darkened, showing bitterness. Yi Changqing, if your current identity wasn't Changqing Saint, with this look, perhaps you wouldn't have expected this in your entire life. Yi Changqing took a breath. He thought to himself that he now had a spirit root and also had suitable cultivation techniques. As long as I find the primordial stone and work hard on cultivation, then one day I'll win the heart of a beautiful woman. Thinking this, Yi Changqing turned to Mo Rong Licho and said, although you and I are just passing acquaintances. Yi Changqing said cheerfully, I'm grateful that Miss Mo Rong has been willing to respect me. See me off for a bit. Hearing Yi Changqing say this, Mo Rong Licho became sad. Passing acquaintances. So in Mr. Ye's eyes, we can only be passing acquaintances. Or perhaps Mr. Yi already knew her intentions, not wanting to accept or point them out. So he left her with a final bit of dignity. Mo Rong Licho's eyes still didn't leave Yi Changqing. It must be so. A saint walking in the world must have countless beauties surrounding him. How could he love a small girl like me? Qing Shui witnessed the scene before her eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, no woman can resist Mr. Ye's charm. Even if this person is a woman from the Mo Rong ancient clan, it's still the same. Then she praised herself. My judgment was indeed not wrong. The emperor bowed his head respectfully and said, Mr. Yi, everything is ready and we can start the teleportation at any time. Yi Changqing replied, thank you for your trouble. He slowly walked away. Everyone there said their final goodbyes. Farewell, Saint Changqing. Yi Changqing turned back with a gentle smile. He waved goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. May we meet again if fate allows. Good brother, thank you so much for this time. Your identity was very useful. It helped me become very impressive. The golden statue uttered that word. In the Great Xia ancient kingdom, in the Yinlu Mountains, where the Song Gate, Sword Dao's 100-year Wanjian sect is located, someone said, don't miss a good opportunity. Opportunities don't come every day. So when you act now. The true Wanjian sect's technique will be demonstrated right now. Whether it's good quality or not, you'll see for yourself. 3 men were sitting together forming a triangle. They raised their hands together to cast a spell. In front of them, 3 swords were floating along with a colorful Bawa yin-yang diagram appearing. The first person had long hair, a silver beard, and a small face. Curved eyebrows. He was the Wanjian sect's leader, Jian Jinyuan. He said, "Look at this event. Isn't it impressive?" The second man had a long beard and hair, all white, with a small face. He was the Wanjian sect's elder, Chung Xian, one sword exploding the sky. They chanted together for a while, then let out a loud shout together. The 3 swords pointed their tips together to form a circle. Another man said, "Everyone look, this is one of the highest level techniques that our sect leader and elder are demonstrating for everyone." The man who looked older didn't say anything. He just stood with his hands clasped, observing. The other man continued praising. "The Wanjian sect, we are the most famous sect in sword cultivation. Our masters have guarded our legacy for 10,000 years. The man spoke for a while and then shouted, "If any colleagues wish to sign up, please follow me." Other men responded to this junior brother, "Do you want to go in and enjoy the master's performance?" The other person replied to the one who had called him junior brother, "Indeed, not collecting tuition fees has made them so poor they've gone mad." Listening to such exaggerated praise made the people there feel uncomfortable. Someone couldn't stand it and spoke up. "The most famous, you say? I'd say third-rate at best." Then someone else chimed in, "I'd rather go study at the Ziqing Holy Land." Then many people gathered in groups and discussed animatedly. "My immortal cultivator relatives say the Wanjian sect will decline soon. The Ziqing Holy Land is the eternal god." Amidst this chaotic scene, the elder worriedly said to the sect leader beside him, "Sect leader, the Ziqing Holy Land has suddenly become famous. Will we still be able to recruit disciples this year?" He continued, "I heard it's all because the Ziqing Holy Lord Ziji obtained a heaven-defying opportunity." The Wanjian sect leader reassured the elder, "What are you panicking about? I still have the final magic treasure. Today I will personally go to the Sword Burial Lake and investigate thoroughly." He continued, "Our ancestor is in seclusion there, yet there are still life waves emanating. The sword energy under the Sword Burial Lake is boiling hot." The leader continued, "I think it's just as predicted. Soon, our ancestor will come out of seclusion." Hearing this, the elder became even more worried, sweat breaking out on his face. The ancestor has been in the Mahayana realm for many years. It's expected that he will soon ascend. Why choose to come out of seclusion at this time? The elder glanced at the sect leader and said, "Of course, he can't bear to see the morale of the Wanjian sect decline. He can't let go of disciples like us." Then the sect leader pointed and ordered, "You two, immediately spread the news that our ancestor, the strongest of the Wanjian sect, is about to emerge." Hearing the sect leader's order, the 2 of them immediately obeyed. "Disciples understand," they said. "Let the Ziqing Holy Land and the world know. As long as the Wanjian sect's ancestor is still here, we remain the leader of the Sword Dao in Zhou province." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind pushed everyone around. The wind was so strong that books and glasses fell and shattered instantly. The sect leader was startled. "This is sword dancing at the back mountain. The Sword Burial Lake is stirring." Then the sect leader raised his hand and counted something. He began to say, "1 is Kan, 2 is Kuan. The Jun trigram is in the east. The Sun trigram is in the southeast." Suddenly, the sect leader unexpectedly opened his eyes. He revealed a joyful expression. "Heaven is truly helping us. It seems our ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion." A soldier reported to the sect leader. The men who came to visit earlier did not register. Hearing this, the sect leader became very angry and shouted, "Don't they know that our strongest ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion?" The soldier helplessly replied, "I told them, but they said their stomachs weren't good. They couldn't digest empty promises." The soldier's words made the sect leader even angrier. His face darkened and his mouth gaped in surprise. They'd rather wait 5 years for the Ziqing Holy Land to recruit disciples than willingly join our Wanjian sect's ancestor right now. Detestable. The elder and sect leader entered some kind of world. They traversed forests and mountains, getting closer and closer. The spiritual energy here seemed quite strong, making movement relatively difficult. The elder spoke, "The killing intent of the Sword Burial Lake. Even if we get too close, we can't withstand it." He added, "Those ancestors could seclude themselves here for 1,000 years. The sect leader angrily gritted his teeth because of the gentleman earlier who didn't register to become his disciples. Fools with eyes, but can't see. They don't know what they've missed. There, a mysterious purple light appeared. The sect leader clasped his hands. Respectfully greeting, we welcome our sect's ancestor. Before them was the figure of a powerful man of the Wanjian sect. The Wanjian sect's ancestor, Tu Dujinbin. But it seemed after his revival, he hadn't yet stabilized to suit the outside world. I have cultivated bitterly for 1,000 years to achieve an immortal sword heart. Pity that from start to finish, it's hard to break through the final step. To comprehend the sword intent of the great Tao, Tu Dujinbin opened his eyes, filled with a bright red light inside both eyes. This time, heavens will guide me out of seclusion. I must find the destined opportunity. The sect leader and elder knelt down to greet. Disciples pay respects to the ancestor. Tu Dujinbin replied, you are from the Wanjian sect. The elder responded, that's correct. Tu Dujinbin said, among you, who is the current sect leader? The sect leader replied, ancestor, I, Kim Chin-Win, am the current leader of the Wanjian sect. Tu Dujinbin looked down from above at the sect leader and elder. Above their heads appeared the words mid-stage, nascent soul. Early stage soul formation. Tu Dujinbin helplessly said, nameless small fry at soul formation stage. No wonder the Wanjian sect has declined to this extent. The words were like a fatal blow to the sect leader. The elder said, ancestor, you've just emerged and are already dissatisfied with us. Now the situation in the cultivation world is unstable. We've reduced expenses. You can't blame our sect leader. Tu Dujinbin stepped on the ground. He said, well, let's go to the main hall to report everything that has happened since I began my seclusion. The elder and sect leader responded, yes. Upon returning to 10,000 Sword Sect, Tu Dujinbin sat in the founder's chair. He listened to the sect leader's report. The sect leader reported to the founder. It was about the major events that occurred in the Central Plains continent over the past years. As Tu Dujinbin listened to the sect leader's report, he felt a headache. So this was the cause of his troubles. The masters of his generation from back then had fallen one after another. Did fate not allow any of them to ascend? The sect leader replied, that's right. Not only the 10,000 Sword Sect, but other sacred cultivation grounds in the Central Plains have also shown signs of decline due to the loss of seniors. It's long been different from the past. The sect leader continued enthusiastically. Now the Taoist sects of the Central Plains are unstable. With the founder coming out of seclusion at this time, he will surely lead the 10,000 Sword Sect back to its position as the leader of all sects in the Central Plains. Tu Dujinbin, with a serious expression, replied, do you know why the Taoist sects in the Central Plains are unstable? The sect leader answered, a few months ago, the mortal transformation melody sounded again. It caused demons in the southern mountains and northern frontier to stir and raise their heads. The demon emperor in the northern frontier also showed signs of awakening. Hearing this, Tu Dujinbin exclaimed in panic. The mortal transformation melody sounded. The demon emperor broke out of the coffin. As he spoke, his face became increasingly sweaty. Indeed, if this becomes reality, it would be a major event concerning the survival of the Taoist sects in the Central Plains. Even though that demoness was sealed for 9 lifetimes, she is still an unrivaled being in this world. Then Tu Dujinbin cast a spell. Although I have cultivated the immortal sword heart, I still haven't comprehended the sword intent of the great Tao. He worried that if they were to face each other on the battlefield and neither side could show mercy, he didn't know how much chance of victory he would have. The sect leader's words interrupted Tu Dujinbin's train of thought. He said, Founder, there's no need to worry. The Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land, Truong Huin True Person, has boldly declared. The sect leader stroked his chin confidently and said that the human race will have an emperor-like figure. The Truong Huin Holy Land has suddenly risen to prominence recently. It's because they've received protection from this emperor. However, the sect leader's words angered Tu Dujinbin. He retorted preposterous. He questioned, do you know how terrifying an emperor's existence is? Then Tu Dujinbin explained, an emperor is someone who has cultivated their own Tao to the highest perfection. A single thought can cause heavenly tribulation. They can ascend to heaven. Seeing this, the sect leader became fearful and clasped his hands timidly. I understand, but the Taishan Holy Land spoke very confidently. They must have met this emperor before. The sect leader's words made Tu Du Tranbin pause. He thought to himself, why do emperors truly exist nowadays? If the emperor could guide me on the way of the sword, then my comprehension of the great Tao of sword intent would be within reach. Thinking this, Tu Du Tranbin asked the sect leader, what is your relationship with the Tai Huin Holy Lord like? The sect leader confidently stroked his beard and replied, it's decent. He suddenly realized something. Panicking, he asked Tu Du Tranbin, ancestor, do you want to meet the emperor of the human race? Tu Du Tranbin stood up and answered, that's right. He boldly expressed his desire. I want to receive guidance from the emperor. If not, with my current lifespan, if I can never comprehend the great Tao of sword intent, then great calamity will approach. The sect leader was surprised, great calamity approaching. The sect leader's expression became grave. So the ancestor's emergence from seclusion wasn't due to perfecting the sword Tao, but because great calamity is approaching. The sect leader was saddened. He was hoping the ancestor would lead the 10,000 sword sect to prosperity once again. Who knew this time they'd hit rock bottom? Tu Du Tranbin walked over. He approached and said to the sect leader, I understand your concerns. Being an emperor is a revered position. They must certainly have peculiar temperaments. If I forcefully demand, it might implicate the entire 10,000 sword sect. Tu Du Tranbin continued speaking. But right now, I truly cannot wait any longer. Hearing Tu Tranbin's heartfelt words, the sect leader replied, this junior understands. Tu Du Tranbin continued, I can guarantee that if I can comprehend the great Tao of sword intent, in the future, I will definitely leave behind for the 10,000 sword sect a portion of the creative power. He raised his hand and swore. At least, I can guarantee the 10,000 sword sect's prosperity for another 5,000 years. Hearing this, the sect leader was shocked. 5,000 years. He was dumbfounded and held his head. I wouldn't dare to dream of such a good thing, even in my sleep. The sect leader thought, based on this ancestor's cultivation, the entire 10,000 sword sect couldn't handle him. But it wouldn't be good to let him use the 10,000 sword sect's reputation to provoke that emperor. Suddenly, the sect leader had an idea. I've got it. He bowed deeply and said, Ancestor, this disciple has thought of something that might help you break through in sword Tao. Tu Du Tranbin replied, oh, what is it? The sect leader shared, Ancestor, do you remember the Purple Holy Land? They and our 10,000 sword sect both respect the sword Tao. Not long ago, the Purple Holy Lord Tu Chi Tien obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. That night, an unparalleled sword light shot into the sky. It was truly a grand spectacle. Tu Du Tranbin replied, could it be that this opportunity is even more powerful than the emperor's teachings? The sect leader said, they are of equal power. The Purple Holy Lord personally verified it to this junior. That opportunity is indeed related to the sword Tao. He was moved to tears, not hiding anything from the ancestor. He continued, from then on, everyone believed that the Purple Holy Land's sword Tao was the most orthodox, clamoring to enroll and study the introductory course. Tu Du Tranbin was angry. It's just getting one opportunity, yet daring to arrogantly claim to be the orthodox sword path like that. This old man is going to the Teuton Sacred Hall to see how chaotic that karmic opportunity really is. The sect leader said, as soon as he left, the attention of this great Bodhisattva ancestor again found some trouble for the competitors recruiting for this Teuton sacred ground. Killing two birds with one stone. He stroked his beard happily. Kim Chin-Wen, are you really a genius? Over here is the Teuton sacred ground. Tu Du Tranbin flew forward and landed. The power is very strong. 100 miles from the Teuton sacred ground it can be felt. Tu Du Tranbin looked from afar. It seems the source of this power is that scroll. He laughed loudly. Kim Chin-Wen said not long ago, this opportunity for worldly sword cultivators is indeed a heavenly blessing. Then Tu Du Tranbin flew on. He laughed loudly. I'll let this old man carefully sense it once. Outside the Teuton sacred path is a protective sphere. Who's coming welcome? Tu Du Tranbin said a trivial plan. He wasn't afraid, but directly used his immense power to destroy the protective layer. Suddenly a sword pointed straight at his face. Tu Du Tranbin wasn't scared at all. Three men surrounded him. Pointing swords at Tu Du Tranbin, they said, who dares to barge into the Teuton sacred hall uninvited? A man flying above looked down and said, who are you, sir? The man thought to himself, why can't I sense this old man's cultivation? cultivation level? Could he be some kind of expert? But it doesn't matter. We have more people. The mountain protecting formation also has the precious painting of ancestor diet reinforcing it. Daring to charge into our sex gate will make him come, but not leave. Tu Tran Bin then directly stated his request. Young ones, let this old man borrow that calligraphy work to use. He continued, for today's offense, this old man won't hold it against you anymore. A man said, Holy Lord, this person is too arrogant. We should just kill him now. Hearing this, Tu Tran Bin laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. He confidently challenged, since I started cultivating until now, you're the first one who dares to say you'll kill this old man. The Holy Lord angrily said, all right, everyone, form the formation. The three men, with the Holy Lord's approval, immediately began to act, swords breaking through the void. The Holy Lord also made his move. These actions only amused Tu Tran Bin like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, not knowing one's limits. Relying on just your trivial magical power, you dare to kill this old man. Tu Tran Bin then glared, his whole body emanating terrifying power. In an instant, he flung those people away. The three men were thrown so hard they coughed up blood, saying, unexpectedly, it's an expert above the Donghu realm. Another person added, Holy Lord, I'm afraid this person has reached the Semi-Mahayana realm. We are no match for him. The Holy Lord was also somewhat injured by Tu Tran Bin's power. No wonder we couldn't sense his cultivation level. It turns out he's a top-tier sword cultivator.